Xiao City has disappeared, replaced by a rocky landscape and a large ravine running through it. The ravine is very deep and impossible to see the bottom. From one side to the other, it's at least over 100 meters wide. Crossing directly is impossible. Sumi spent the whole day walking from one side of the ravine to the other, but she found no signs of the old city, no bodies, nothing. If Qin Hao and the others survived their fall on the flat ground, they are probably on the other side of the ravine or trapped inside it. Qin Hao.
Zhongyani. Wu Lei.
Sumi shouted loudly, venting her feelings, but no one responded. The deep ravine was over 100 meters wide, with tall, shining rock walls on both sides. Sumi had no tools, so climbing up seemed very difficult. Also, without certainty, she didn't want to explore inside the ravine. Using her space powers to jump might be easy, but the wind inside the ravine was fierce and strange. She worried that if she jumped down and used her space abilities to slow her fall, the wind might hurt her against the rocky wall. She kicked a stone into the ravine. It took a long time before she heard an echo, and the sound was strange, more like the splash of stepping into deep water than hitting the ground or a river. Sumi hesitated at the edge of the ravine for a long time. Would anyone still be alive after a super earthquake that completely changed the city? Qin Hao, Wu Lei, Zhongyani, and the others. Perhaps they are all in danger now. Sumi felt a little sad. After all, Qin Hao had worked well with her all along and had helped her a lot. And she still waits every day at the base in City S for his return. Sumi didn't expect that just after arriving on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, she would face complete defeat. Now, she was the only one left. Without transportation, walking back to City S would probably take a month. After all, there is no navigation now, and the terrain along the way might have changed. Sumi was very uncertain whether she could find her way back. She hasn't forgotten her purpose for coming to Jiangnan City, to enrich the species in her space. Now that she is alone, Sumi decides to first enter Jiangnan City and gather the food supplies from the granary into her space. If she can return to City S, she will give the food to Qinjin. She wants to complete what Qin Hao and the others couldn't do. It's her way of helping, and it also makes her feel that her meeting with Qin Hao and his group was not in vain. The rocks on both sides are too slippery, with no footholds, making climbing impossible. Sumi searched for a long time before finding a rock face that looked easier to climb. If she had known this day would come, she would have learned rock climbing skills earlier and prepared climbing tools in advance. Unlike now, she struggled to climb the rock face by jumping and crawling. Halfway up, her foot slipped accidentally, and she fell. Fortunately, Sumi is now skilled at playing the thrill ride, or she would have broken her leg falling from such a height. The top of the rock face was too slippery to hold onto, so Sumi took out the giant crocodile tailbone, inserting it into the rock to support herself with each step. She climbed one more step, then pulled out the tailbone and inserted it higher up, about a head taller than herself. The temperature here is over 30 degrees Celsius. Although Sumi is heat-resistant, extreme sports like climbing consume a lot of energy. Soon, she was sweating all over. Finally reaching the top of the rock face, Sumi let out a breath of relief and immediately entered her space, jumping into the spirit river. The cool spiritual water enveloped her body, instantly restoring her strength and bringing her to her best condition. However, her intense mental focus still left her somewhat exhausted. Yu Xiaoing made small dumplings with fruit juice and glutinous rice flour, then brewed milk tea. She soaked the fruit juice dumplings in the freshly boiled milk tea. Finally, she used spirit river water to cool the hot milk tea. When Xia Xiaojun handed the cold milk tea to Sumi and noticed her poor mental state, she said, "Although I froze a lot of ice cubes with Lingyi water in the fridge, it's better for girls to drink things at room temperature. This way, the pain during those difficult days each month won't be so bad." Sumi didn't mind and said, "It's too hot outside now. Add some ice for me. With this space, I don't have to worry when visiting relatives." Xia Xiaojun helplessly shook her head, worried like a housekeeper, muttering as she went to get more ice to add to Sumi's cup. Sumi sat in Lingyi's space, drinking cold milk tea, finally feeling a bit better. When she finished the tea, she looked at Xie Xiaojun waiting by the river and said, "Xiaojun, why don't you drink some? You made this milk tea yourself, and the little round balls are made from juice and glutinous rice. Why not try some yourself? I just tasted it earlier. My body tends to have trouble sleeping after drinking tea, and now that I'm pregnant, I need to be more careful. I keep a fixed sleep schedule, so it won't affect the baby's growth." Sumi nodded and said, "That's true. But I don't know much about these things, so just take care of yourself. Quickly change your clothes. Even if you won't catch a cold, being wet all the time feels uncomfortable. It's getting late, so I'll cook dinner. After you eat, don't go out, and we'll set off early tomorrow."
Manhwa game.
Honestly, at first, Sumi was a bit resistant to putting Xie Xiaojun into her space. But gradually, Xie Xiaojun started organizing everything in her space very neatly. Items were sorted and placed properly. Food was divided into two groups, one collected before the apocalypse, and the other grown inside her space after the apocalypse. They were neatly arranged on a patch of open space inside the space. Sumi could quickly find what she needed just by looking at where things were placed. Xiao by now has a snack every night, cooked meat. It eats all kinds of meat, pork, beef, lamb, chicken, and duck. It also learned to eat vegetables grown inside the space, just like Sumi and her. It has really learned how humans eat. Thanks to Xie Xiaojun, who now prepares different snacks for Xiao by every day, the little white dog, less than 2 months old, has grown so big that it looks like an adult Alaskan Malamute. Little Red, unless Sumi calls it, now almost every day it runs freely at the mountain's edge, acting as if that place is its own territory. Naturally, Sumi and Little White can enter freely. Even Xie Xiaoing feeding it must be approved by it. The mutated young mice released at the mountain's edge have grown very quickly. They eat everything and are easy to care for. Sumi is glad that they are now about the size of a palm, but their appearance and color are completely different from their parents. They have soft, slightly fluffy bodies. Some are light gray with a shiny, silvery reflection. The mutated mother mouse that entered Sumi's space has been there for a while. Its dull, unattractive gray color gradually faded, and it is now turning completely black. Sumi feels that the space is helping these small creatures, who are experiencing the end of the world, shed their dirty appearances and be reborn. This is a new kind of cleansing, and who can say it isn't a form of evolution? Sumi leaves the space. From her location to Jiangnan City, she needs to cross about half the city. She walks from daytime until nightfall. When she reaches the outskirts of Jiangnan City, about 2 kilometers away, she begins to see green plants. Sumi has seen land full of wildflowers and weeds, but this is the first time she sees wild grass growing on rocks. She doesn't care where they grow, as long as she doesn't break the roots. After entering the space, they become good grass again. Along the way, Sumi picks various small flowers and grasses and also catches 2 spiders and a grasshopper. The weather here is hot, the plants are lush, and insects are out. With her current ability to control spiritual water, she captures them, uses the water to trap them, and then throws them into the space, all in one smooth motion. Catching insects is a bit tricky because most of them either jump a lot or fly, and they react quickly to avoid capture. Sumi doesn't want to waste more time on the outskirts of Jiangnan City. There are many plants outside and probably even more inside, with plenty of insects and animals. However, she still feels uneasy about those moving vines. As long as she stays away from the central area of Jiangnan City, she should be safe. Soon, Sumi arrived at the edge of Jiangnan City. Unlike climbing rocky walls before, the surface here was sunken. As Sumi descended, she started playing a drop tower game. However, when she emerged from the space and tried to stand steadily, her feet suddenly sank into the ground. She thought it was just ordinary mud, and just as she was about to pull her foot out, the other foot also sank in.
It was a swamp.
It's hard to imagine a city area having a swamp, especially since it's not a forest. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Sumi looked around, feeling confused. The swamp wasn't very large, and the mud wasn't thick or sticky. It was loose and flowing. There were reeds and cattails growing at random points on the swamp surface, which was black-gray and calm. From above, she thought it looked like soft, loose land similar to her space's black soil. A series of ideas flashed through Sumi's mind about how to get out of the swamp. The mud in the swamp wasn't like quicksand. Once you sank in, you wouldn't go deeper uncontrollably. Also, the swamp was only knee-deep, so she could walk through it, though it was very difficult. Sumi quickly entered her space and found a hiking stick among the things Xiaowan had helped her organize. The stick was adjustable, and she set it to its longest length. She then started each step by probing the ground with the stick first. Since she was still near the edge where she jumped in, she was cautious about going further in, as the swamp might become deeper. Her guess was correct. After walking carefully for 3 minutes, the mud beneath her feet started to deepen and thicken. Her slow pace became even slower. The swamp's depth gradually increased, reaching about 1/3 of her thigh after 5 minutes. During this process, Sumi also learned that when probing the ground with the stick, the softness and hardness of the mud underneath varied. Normal mud remained soft and loose, making it hard to pull her foot out once she sank in. But mud near the edges of the swamp plants was much harder, making it less likely to sink and allowing her to walk faster. The more plants gathered in an area, the harder the ground became. When she finally reached a patch near some cattails, she planned to rest in her space. Suddenly, she was startled by a large centipede beside her leg. Sumi became alert. She initially wanted to return to her space immediately, but saw that this centipede, about wide and as long as her arm, darted into the cattails. This bunch of water irises is about 1.34 meters tall, only about 20 centimeters shorter than Sumi, and each green leaf is very close to the next. Sumi just took a curious glance and was immediately attracted by a pure white spot inside the iris leaves. She used her trekking pole to push aside the leaves and found a nest of eggs. There were 7 eggs, clear and round, shining with a bluish glow. Suddenly, one of the eggs cracked open, revealing an ugly insect body with 2 eyes staring directly at Sumi. It was that large centipede. Its short body stiffened, as if warning Sumi to stay away from its dinner. Worried that the centipede might jump up and bite her, Sumi took out a bug-killing device from her space. It was an electric mosquito swatter. This was the same one she had lent to Ma Dexiang earlier, who had later returned it to her. It was perfect for killing bugs now. Although the bug was quite large, it was still afraid of electric shocks. Sumi held the electric swatter, aimed at the centipede's head, and struck quickly. A smell of burnt protein immediately wafted from the centipede's body. If it had been a normal centipede, it would have curled up and started twitching from the shock. But this large centipede tried to dodge Sumi's electric swatter, lunging toward her hand. Having seen crocodiles and giant frogs before, Sumi was not afraid of a bug this size. Suddenly, a pair of scissors appeared in her hand. While the centipede struggled against the electric grid on the swatter, she directly cut it into 2 pieces. Such multi-legged creatures are very resilient. The half of the centipede body that fell into the swamp twitched and curled up, only stopping after a while. The head part, still caught by the electric swatter, turned black and started smoking with a crackling sound, dying completely. Sumi heaved a sigh of relief, checked her surroundings to make sure there were no snakes, insects, mice, or ants nearby, then carefully parted the iris leaves to examine the eggs. The eggs weren't very large. Sumi could hold one in her hand. But what kind of creature could lay eggs this size? Quail or wild chicken eggs aren't that big, and bird eggs are even smaller. She looked up at the sky. It was already dark. The air was calm everywhere. If these were bird eggs, the mother bird should have returned to the nest by now. Although crocodiles might live in the swamp, however, Sumi has seen crocodile eggs before. Although the shells are smooth, they do not shine with a faint blue glow like this one. After thinking for a while without any solution, Sumi decided to put the eggs into her space. Originally, there was a giant crocodile egg soaked in the creek for a long time, but only 2 eggs survived. Sumi poured a bucket of spiritual water and soaked these 7 eggs inside. She was worried that their chances of survival were low, so after soaking for 2 hours, she moved them into her space and continued bathing in the spiritual river water. Since she didn't know what kind of animals these eggs belonged to or if they needed incubation, Sumi also instructed Yu Xiaoing to wait an hour after soaking, then move the eggs onto the black soil and make a nest with a cotton coat to place them carefully. The only animals in her space with fur and warm bellies are two. One is Xiaobai, and the other is a small white rabbit she traded from a troublemaker in Manhwa community 1503. Xiaobai is too big. If she's not careful, she might crush the eggs. The rabbit, however, is quiet and only eats every day. It's small, with a soft, warm belly. Since it eats so many vegetables every day, it should contribute to her space's incubation efforts. At night, continuing to move through the swamp would be too dangerous. Swamps are well-known gathering places for snakes, insects, mice, and ants. Because of the high temperature and humidity, along with soft mud and plants like reed roots, they are the best spots for these creatures to nest. Just now, Sumi felt a dizzying, intoxicating sensation when breathing while walking in the swamp. Upon closer smell, there was a faint wild berry scent. Thinking about it carefully, she felt a bit scared. This was likely swamp gas, common in such areas. The swamp isn't large, surrounded by trees and plants, and Sumi's strong constitution kept her from noticing it at first. Staying in swamp gas for too long can cause poisoning, no matter how healthy one is. Her space remains spring-like all year round, with no night. While walking in the swamp, Sumi's legs were covered in mud. After washing off all the mud, she suddenly found a black-striped leech clinging to her lower leg. Sumi was alarmed and quickly pulled it off. It turned out that only a quarter of its body was outside her leg. The other 3/4 were pulled out from her calf meat. She felt no pain at all the whole time, which shows that this creature secretes a numbing toxin when it bites. That's why Sumi didn't notice until the creature's body was almost inside her. If it weren't for the space, Sumi truly doesn't know how many times she has died since the end of the world. Sumi felt very cold inside. If she wasn't afraid of risking it getting dark, this leech might have completely entered her body. It could have traveled through her blood to all her parts and drained her blood. Just thinking about it makes her very scared. However, because the leech drank her blood and entered the space, it didn't die. Sumi's whole body is strengthened by the space, and her blood is also from the space. So, the leech survived inside her space. This leech is black and red all over, with yellow-green patterns on its back, looking very snake-like and poisonous. Sumi started to feel a bit worried. How should she raise this thing in her space? She only has a few small animals, and she can't afford it to cause trouble. Besides, she doesn't know if it eats anything other than blood. So, she tried giving it frozen meat, vegetables, and fruits. She threw some vegetable leaves and fruit pieces near it, but it completely ignored them. When she put a small piece of frozen meat next to it, it stretched out its sharp tip and tentatively touched the meat. Then, the tip opened a tiny mouth and slowly moved inside. Half of its body went into the frozen meat, unafraid of the cold, while the other half wrapped around the meat. It then puffed up, contracted, and puffed up again. It looked like how leeches eat. The blood originally in the frozen meat had frozen, but the leech was still feeding. It seemed that its food wasn't just blood. It could also eat meat. So, Xiaowan's daily tasks now included feeding both the small lizard and the leech. After resting for a night, Sumi was fully prepared the next morning. She put on 2 layers of waterproof pants before heading into the swamp. But wearing waterproof pants slowed her down in the swamp. In the early morning, the sun was high, clearing away the miasma and mist in the swamp, making the whole area very bright. After walking 3 meters forward, Sumi saw a nest of eggs again. This nest of eggs is also hidden among the reeds, but unlike the 7 eggs from last night, this nest is clearly smaller, about the size of a chicken egg. Sumi no longer cares whether the eggs are big or small. As long as they bring life to the space, they are good eggs. So, she soaked the entire nest in a bowl of spiritual water, then continued to move forward slowly, holding it in her hand. Sumi touched the nest with one hand and used her walking stick with the other to walk carefully. After half an hour, she threw the eggs into the spirit river of the space and asked Xie Xiaojun to fish them out after an hour. There is only one rabbit in the space, and it can only hatch one nest at a time. It would be great if she could bring in some wild chickens or ducks. Sumi kept her eyes wide open, trying to notice new plants and small creatures in the swamp. She transplanted many plants like reeds, aloe, and reed roots into the space, planting them directly into the mud along the spirit river. She even found many eggs hidden in different patches of reeds. The only ones she recognized were wild chicken eggs and wild duck eggs, both soaked in spiritual water for a long time before she threw them into the spirit river. Xie Xiaojun was experienced and went to fish out eggs from the spirit river every hour. Sumi, excited like a child, played happily, and Xie Xiaojun also smiled as she enjoyed the fun of fishing for eggs. Although Sumi was having fun, she was getting tired. Every time she pulled her foot out of the mud, it took more and more strength. Things didn't last long. Sumi saw a shadow of trees ahead, and once she reached the woods, there would be no more swampy mud. Suddenly, just as Sumi stepped forward and stepped into the mud, she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She thought it might be leeches or something similar, but then she remembered her too thick waterproof pants. The material was very sturdy, making it hard for such creatures to get through. She also felt a tight, squeezing pain around her ankle, with a strong sense of pressure. Sumi pulled her other foot out and stepped over, then adjusted her balance, trying to free her trapped foot. But even with her strength, she couldn't pull her foot out. What the heck is this thing? She pulled harder again, but it was no use. The more force she used, the tighter the grip on her ankle became, causing increasing pain. Since she figured out that walking near plants could speed up her movement, Sumi had been stepping along the edges of the plants. The mud beneath the plants is firm, making it hard for her feet to sink. This also makes it easier to bring the plants into her space. This time, her foot was trapped, but the mud wasn't soft. It even had some elasticity, so her foot couldn't sink in at all. However, when she stepped down to test the elasticity, the force on her ankle increased. Sumi wanted to enter her space directly, but she failed. The first time she tried to enter the space, her face turned pale instantly. How could this happen? Not being able to return to her space meant that if she encountered danger now, she would have to rely on her fighting skills to solve the crisis herself. Something was biting her foot, and at this moment, it felt like something was wrapping her entire left foot, like a foot-binding punishment. And it was getting tighter and tighter. Xiaowan, help me find a steel shovel, quickly. Sumi no longer had the energy to search for things in her space with her mind. She crouched down and started digging the mud with her hands. She dug a little here, but the surrounding mud kept filling in the hole she made. She simply couldn't reach the bottom. Xiaowan quickly found a metal shovel and placed it on an open space. Sumi grabbed the shovel and started digging the mud. She swung so hard that sparks seemed to fly, but only a small hole was dug under her foot. The surrounding mud was slowly closing in again. As soon as she stopped, the hole was wasted. She kept digging and digging, every cell in her body tense, coordinating with her rapid mud-digging movements. Half an hour passed, but the hole was still just a small hole. She couldn't see what was wrapped around her foot beneath the mud. However, as she kept digging, her left foot remained still, and the force around her ankles suddenly loosened a lot. This couldn't go on. If she couldn't leave the swamp or enter her space, her situation would become very dangerous. Thinking this, she heard a movement in the mud behind her. Sumi turned her head to look. From the way it moved beneath the mud and caused the surface to deform into an S shape, it was probably a snake, and a big one at that. It seemed to have sensed someone ahead and stopped less than 5 meters from Sumi. Bubbles emerged from beneath the mud, and a snake's head, about the size of Sumi's face, rose from below. The snake's head was broad and flat, with irregular python-like patterns on its skin. When Sumi was a child watching Animal Planet, she saw a giant forest python that could swallow a wild boar in one bite, just like this one.
Wow.
This big creature's head must have been made to fit her head size, right? Its main feature is that it can swallow prey all the way down to its belly in one go. Sumi didn't dare move and silently thought, "You can't see me. You can't see me." However, when the snake's head sank again and came within a meter of her, it stopped. This time, it didn't lift its head again but stayed still in the same spot. Sumi didn't even dare breathe loudly, afraid of disturbing the giant python. The body of this python beneath the mud must be very large. Her fear of it was definitely much greater than when she first saw a python. If she could move now, she would immediately go back to her space to prepare mentally and think about how to put the snake into her space.
Wait.
There might be a way to catch this giant python. Right now, it was hiding in the mud, touching both the mud and its body. As long as it could touch the spiritual water and absorb it into its body, she could then put it into her space. If worst comes to worst, she could just like catching fish in a river outside the base, tighten the space and toss it into the spiritual river. Those fish would still be alive, right? The only thing Sumi wasn't sure about was, after such a big snake entered her space, what should she feed it? It seemed that giving it all the small creatures of her space wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. To prevent the giant python from thrashing and causing chaos in her spiritual river when it suddenly suffocated upon entering, Sumi started to let the spiritual water flow from her palm into the mud. From droplets to streams the size of water columns. As long as she injected enough spiritual water, the python would definitely get soaked in some of it. It proved her idea was correct. The spiritual water flowed into the mud, spreading outward from Sumi's center. Soon, she wasn't sure if the python was soaked, but at her feet, the mud had turned into a blackish pond of diluted spiritual water, and the surrounding mud had melted away. From the dark water, Sumi finally saw what was wrapped around her small foot. It looked transparent all over, and from her downward view, it resembled a stranded jellyfish. Sumi reached her hand into the water and suddenly remembered something. Spirit water is something within her space. She can draw spirit water out into the outside world. So does that mean she can also control spirit water outside her space? Thinking of this, she decided to try. As expected, the black water beneath her suddenly spun into a whirlpool, isolating all the mud and liquids except for the transparent substance trapping her foot. This transparent substance was very large. Even at this size, it was hard to see its true form. Sumi tried to move her foot again. The force around her ankle tightened once more, and this time, it hurt even more than before. She crouched down to look at this mass. Her whole body was almost see-through because of the spirit water, which washed her inside thoroughly, making it look like a giant jelly. The thing trapping Sumi's foot was one of many holes in this jelly-like mass. When Sumi moved her foot, the whole body would contract, causing her ankle to feel tight and painful. The spirit water in her hand kept flowing, and the mud beneath her gradually dispersed, leaving a clear space for her to stand. Only then did Sumi fully see what this thing looked like. The whole transparent mass was as big as a 2-meter-wide round bed. Its entire body was jelly-like and see-through, with various sized holes. When it contracted or expanded, transparent water inside was squeezed out. Sumi stared at this slime-like creature, feeling it looked familiar no matter how she looked at it. The words Taisui flashed in her mind, along with mysterious records saying that Taisui could be used as medicine, capable of healing the dead and turning bones into flesh, and that eating it could grant eternal youth and longevity. The more she looked, the more certain she was that this was Taisui. She knew about this creature, and it was very expensive, rare, and hard to find on the market. But she never believed it was truly as miraculous as the legend said. Earlier, this Taisui had bitten her. Because of its large size and its growth intertwined with the swamp mud, which filled the entire marsh, she had to take the whole swamp into her space to go back. Unfortunately, although her space was powerful, it wasn't yet capable of pulling in the entire ground area. That's why her previous attempt to return failed. But now, with the true form of Taisui revealed, as long as she returned to her space, she could bring Taisui back with her. The giant python behind seemed to have run out of patience. It didn't lift its head but swam directly towards Sumi from the muddy water. Sumi quickly dodged as the long, huge body of the snake instantly wrapped around her completely. Just as the python was proud and ready to tighten its body to crush the prey's bones and swallow it, the scene suddenly changed. First, a strong feeling of suffocation hit her. The swamp disappeared, and the blazing sun overhead was gone. Her body suddenly fell into a river. The cold, clear water made her feel very comfortable and relaxed. The suffocating sensation instantly vanished, and she hurriedly released the little human girl she had been holding. Inside her body, there was a special feeling that made her lose the desire to eat this human and even feel close to her. It was as if, whenever she spoke, she would obey. This feeling seemed innate, making her willingly be guided by a human. Sumi surfaced from the spiritual river, placing the Taisui at the bottom of the tallest mountain in the range, which was the source of the spiritual river, where the spiritual energy was strongest. This was also what the Taisui told Sumi after entering the space. The source of the spiritual river had the most abundant spiritual energy. Sumi only now realized this. The giant python was very large, just long enough to wrap Sumi from head to toe. However, shortly after entering the space, it began to sink and sleep at the bottom of the spiritual river. Sumi thought that after dispersing the white mist in the space, no creatures would sleep anymore, but this python entered and, after a few movements, sank to the riverbed, pushing up the sand and burying itself. Sumi was confused. If only snakes could sleep in the space, then this water snake didn't seem to sleep at all. It caught more than 2 fish every day and swallowed them whole. Besides the silver-white little snake and the giant python, Xiaoqing was also still sleeping. A faint spiritual energy slowly surrounded the sleeping bodies, so faint that Sumi could hardly see it. Could these 3 be evolving? Sumi shook her head, dismissing the idea of magical evolution from some cartoons before the apocalypse. She thought too much. What could snakes and turtles evolve into? Snakes into dragons? And turtles? Ninja turtles? Sumi was disgusted by her own strange taste and suddenly teleported to the source of the Spirit River, the tallest mountain in the mountain range. The Spirit River fell straight down from the mountain peak like a waterfall. Sumi wanted to see where this spiritual water came from, but she found that the top of the mountain stretched straight into the sky. The water was flowing from the bright, shimmering sky canopy above. The ancient saying, "Is it the Milky Way falling from the 9th heaven?" is true. This spirit river really does come from the sky. This transparent Taisui, a mythical creature, after being moved to the bottom of the river by Sumi, crawled out on its own. Its size had shrunk by half, but its color had deepened significantly, with a slight pinkish hue, yet it remained transparent. Ignoring the 108 pores on its body, it looked very much like a slime from a game. Sumi found it hard to believe that the pores on this creature were the same as the ones that previously caused her feet pain when she was bound. Such a transparent jelly-like thing had such strong power. She lightly tapped it with a dagger, feeling a slick sensation like leather, but it couldn't be cut open. The creature seemed a bit scared and shrank again, this time reducing its size further. She wondered whether the legend about this creature's abilities was true or not. If even a knife couldn't cut it, how could it be eaten? Just as she finished thinking, one of the pores on the Taisui suddenly opened, and a transparent bead rolled out. Sumi picked up the bead to examine it. It was crystal clear, resembling white quartz, but it was free of impurities. If her hand hadn't been able to hold it, she might not have seen it at all. She clearly felt that this bead was full of rich spiritual energy, more than 10 times denser than the spiritual water. Thinking that this Taisui had soaked in the spiritual water for a while and had shrunk so much, she wondered if the bead was a concentrated form of the spiritual water. Sumi looked at it in disbelief, sensing that it was scared. In her connection with it, it seemed to be begging her not to eat it, claiming it was very useful. She found the Taisui amusing and couldn't imagine that she could see such nervousness and fear in a creature. "Are you that afraid? Could it be that eating you would make me immortal? Or should I try cutting off a piece of your flesh to see?" Suddenly, The Taisui's body shrank again, becoming much smaller, and this time, its entire body turned green. It kept squeezing and relaxing its body repeatedly. Suddenly, another pore opened, and along with it, another bead dropped out. This time, it is a black, transparent bead. Sumi curiously picked it up and looked at it. The faint, intoxicating smell near her nose was exactly the same as the sickly air in the swamp. Suddenly, Sumi realized, yes, this is very useful. Previously, it stayed in the swamp, constantly exposed to the toxic fumes and mud, which concentrated into this bead. After coming into the space and soaking in spiritual water, it again concentrated the spiritual energy into another bead. To prove her guess, Sumi put the Taisui back into the spirit river to soak. Sure enough, after it climbed up again, it followed Sumi's instructions and spat out a bead made of concentrated spiritual energy through its pores. However, after this, the Taisui's size shrank a lot, leaving only a piece about the size of a wash basin. Its 108 pores were tightly closed, and the color turned gray. Sumi felt that this piece of Taisui seemed less lively than before, probably because she had squeezed it too hard. Each time it spat out a bead, it shrank in size. To form this concentrated bead, it likely had to pay the price of losing some of its own vitality. Thinking this, Sumi quickly threw it into the spirit river again, letting it absorb spiritual energy and hoping it would recover soon. After entering the riverbed and burying itself in the sand, the Taisui stayed still. If it weren't for the occasional bubbles from those 108 pores, Sumi might have thought it was also sleeping. In her palm, there were 3 beads, 2 filled with spiritual energy, more than what her body absorbed in a day in the space. This item was easy to carry. If outside the space it was inconvenient to enter, and if in danger, this would be a precious tool for healing and restoring the body. As for the black, transparent bead, Sumi temporarily called it the toxic gas bead. Although the toxic fumes on its surface were faint and light, only Sumi knew the concentration of the toxic gas inside. If it spread out, it could cover the entire Jiangnan city. This Taisui had been in the mud for who knows how long and had brewed such a poisonous bead. Sumi placed it on the ground. When the toxic gas bead touched the soil, the toxic fumes inside were immediately activated and a misty, poisonous gas slowly spread from the bead. Seeing this, Sumi quickly took the toxic gas bead in her hand again, and the toxic fumes stopped spreading outward. This thing was powerful, an essential tool for killing and theft, and it could also be used to deceive and scare others. But it couldn't be casually taken out or placed on the ground. It needed to be stored carefully in a box. Having completed these tasks, Sumi relaxed. After eating, she took out her compass and left the space. She had entered the swamp from the area on the west side of Jiangnan City. After more than half an hour, she finally left the swamp and entered a forest covered with fallen leaves about 3 fingers thick. Sumi had crawled into this place through gaps in the trees and grass from the swamp. The tall trees gave a feeling of blocking out the sky. The sunlight from the blazing sun above was blocked by the leaves and branches, leaving only scattered light and shadows on the ground. She moved very carefully but still occasionally tripped over thick roots sticking out of the ground. One hand held the compass to find her direction, the other used a hiking stick to scare away any snakes or creatures. She carried a black backpack and didn't take off her waterproof pants. She was worried that snakes, insects, or mice might suddenly jump out, so she prepared her defenses. However, the compass seemed to stop working. Suddenly, the ground trembled, causing Sumi to panic. Just as she was about to return to the space, the shaking stopped. Perhaps there was an earthquake in Xiao City that affected this area. Or maybe aftershocks from a quake in Jiangnan City caused Sumi to feel the tremors as well. The compass in Sumi's hand spun wildly, as if it was going crazy. It pointed south but was actually pointing north. After she spun around, the needle started spinning again like it was malfunctioning and wouldn't stop. The compass was useless now. Sumi remembered that the granary was southeast of Jiangnan City, with a swamp behind it. Walking in the 3 o'clock direction should have been safe. But Jiangnan City seemed to have turned into a primitive forest. After walking for about 10 minutes in that direction, she found all the trees looked the same, towering and covering the sky, making it impossible to tell which way was which. This was really bad. How could she get out of the forest? Sumi looked around carefully. After startling two small purple-feathered birds, she decisively chose the tallest tree nearby to climb and try to see farther. But just as she climbed up, she was hit on the back of her head. She turned around and saw only swaying branches, nothing else. On the ground, the thing that hit her was an unripe green fruit. Only squirrels or monkeys could have thrown something like that. She remembered the monkeys she saw on the transport plane. It was probably one of those creatures. Sumi wanted to find the culprit who hit her on the head. Just as she turned around, she was hit again on the back of her head. The surrounding branches swayed, and the leaves rustled as they rubbed against each other. Sumi sensed something was wrong. The trees were close together with tiny gaps, and the tall grass on the ground was as high as a person, all making a rustling sound. Then, with a few calls that sounded like chirping and calling, a monkey appeared on the big tree in front of Sumi. One after another, monkeys jumped onto the branches or swung from other trees, moving closer to her. Suddenly, all the trees around Sumi were filled with monkeys. These monkeys didn't look particularly strange. They were about the size of normal monkeys. But the largest one had a gun hanging on its chest, not a standard military rifle used by soldiers, but a different kind of rifle. Sumi knew this was a big problem. Whether the monkey could shoot or not, the presence of the gun meant that in Jiangnan City, not only were there humans, but some humans also had guns. It was likely the guards from the city's base. Since they could contact the military in City S, those soldiers probably had the guns. But it was unlikely that the monkey had just found the gun somewhere. The monkey with the gun was holding the stock with one hand and the trigger with the other, aiming directly at Sumi. Although monkeys are smart, they wouldn't know how to use such high-tech weapons like guns unless someone showed them first. With their intelligence, they might imitate human actions after seeing it done. This suggested that the gun was probably stolen from humans. These monkeys are not easy to deal with. Sumi nervously supported herself on the tree trunk. She hadn't provoked them, so why were they staring at her like that? Suddenly, the ground trembled again. Sumi almost fell from the tree. She managed to steady herself, and just then, a green fruit dropped right in front of her. She looked up and saw that the tree she was standing on bore these green fruits. After scanning around, she realized this tree had the most fruits among all the fruit-bearing trees nearby. No wonder they had been targeting her food tree, which was why the fruit had fallen on her. The tremors soon disappeared. Seeing the group of monkeys glaring at her fiercely, Sumi took a deep breath and suddenly vanished from the spot. A group of monkeys saw the humans on the tree suddenly disappear and eagerly jumped over to sniff the spot where Sumi had stood. Chirp chirp, squeak squeak. Sniff sniff. Woo woo. Ooh ooh. The monkeys crowded around, trying to climb the trunk to smell the scent, and even two monkeys waiting in line on the branch almost started fighting. Sumi watched this scene from her space, feeling a bit confused. Could there really be a smell where she had been? Were they all rushing to sniff it? The monkeys in front of her were short-tailed monkeys, not as thin and fragile as the long-tailed ones. Some of them had two red, pouch-like things under their cheeks, connected to their necks. Seeing these monkeys anxiously scratching their cheeks where she had been, Sumi found it a little funny. She couldn't let anyone see she could disappear into thin air. Did she have to suddenly vanish just to show a few monkeys? But these monkeys were also a problem. If she went out, they would stare at her or even try to attack. Especially the slightly larger monkey that looked like a leader, with a rifle hanging on its chest, aiming like a human. Bullets are dangerous. If one hit her, it would be unfair. And if a monkey shot her with a gun, no one would believe her story. The best way was to calm them down. But there were too many monkeys, at least 5 or 6 on this tree alone. On the neighboring trees, about 10 more were waiting in line, pressing their branches. Further to the sides, many other monkeys were also staring at where she disappeared, scratching their ears and heads. Sumi found 5 bunches of bananas in her space. These were bought from a store before the apocalypse, so even if she gave them to the monkeys, it wouldn't help much. The fruits she grew herself, like tomatoes, had already ripened several times and were plentiful. But she doubted whether monkeys would eat tomatoes. Practice makes perfect, she believed. And she loved to try bold ideas. Just a few tomatoes wouldn't hurt. She wouldn't get injured, just lose some tomatoes. What if it worked? There were quite a few monkeys. Looking at the empty mountain range in her space, with only a few patches of green, it felt a bit lonely. If she could turn one mountain into a monkey mountain, it would be nice. It would be lively every day with chattering monkeys, bringing some life to her space. Sumi had already decided to create a monkey mountain, inspired by the water curtain cave of the flower and fruit mountain. Immediately, all the fruit trees planted in the black soil were moved to a mountain near the waterfall. At the highest peak, I created a water curtain cave by controlling the space, mimicking the style from the story of the Monkey King causing chaos in heaven. Yes, Sumi was very satisfied with her skills. If the monkeys lived here in the future, it would look just like a fairyland from a TV show. Next, it was time to gather the monkeys. Sumi first threw a tomato. Usually, there are no tomatoes in the forest, so Sumi was worried that the monkeys might not eat the suddenly appearing fruit. The tomato appeared out of nowhere and fell to the ground. At first, the monkeys just looked at it without moving. But after a few seconds, the tomato cracked open on the ground, releasing a strong, sweet smell. This made the nearby monkeys start to get curious. This was a fruit they had never seen before, red, sweet, and fragrant, so they were very fascinated and eager to try it. One monkey couldn't resist and jumped down. The other monkeys watched but didn't move. The jumping monkey picked up the tomato, wiped the dirt off its skin with its hand, and then peeled the tomato before taking a bite. The monkeys that had been watching saw the red fruit juice splashing as the others ate, staining their fur with the juicy pulp. They looked like they were enjoying it very much. The sweet smell of the juice was so tempting that they couldn't hold back anymore. Sumi took the opportunity and threw another one. This time, a nearby monkey caught the tomato midair and started eating it on the tree. To prevent the monkeys from fighting over the food, Sumi threw the tomatoes one by one in different directions. She made sure that all the monkeys rushing to grab the food could get some from her space, so she could safely collect them later.
Finally, Sumi saw her chance.
The short-tailed monkeys with shiny fur, after eating, all looked at the place where the fruit might fall. The biggest monkey, holding a gun, climbed up and waited, staring eagerly at the air, hoping for another red fruit to drop. Sure enough, another tomato appeared out of nowhere and directly fell into the gun-wielding monkey's arms. The monkey happily chirped squeak squeak and grabbed a tomato to eat. There were monkeys on the trees under the trees, and some just jumping out from a distance, all rushing toward this direction. But just as the armed monkey bit into the red fruit, it suddenly disappeared into thin air. Less than half a minute after vanishing, the armed monkey reappeared, still carrying a gun on its chest and holding the fruit. However, it looked completely different inside. Its sudden disappearance and reappearance seemed to make other monkeys feel wary. Several even rubbed their eyes, as if doubting what they saw. Following the owner's instructions, the armed monkey carefully handed a fruit to the nearby monkey when Sumi threw another. It handed one, then disappeared, only to reappear suddenly. This scene shocked the other monkeys, who all backed away. But the armed monkey suddenly caught a bright red tomato, bit into it with its mouth, and juice even splashed onto the monkeys waiting in line nearby. This tomato was produced by her space. It was large, juicy, and filled with a faint spiritual energy. That was the main reason these monkeys couldn't resist the sweet aroma of the tomato, spiritual energy. No creature could resist its temptation. Sumi was like that, and so were these monkeys. In the end, the large group of monkeys couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. Sumi used the same method to gather them into her space and then release them again. She handed a tomato, and a monkey disappeared. Then it reappeared. Gradually, these sudden events of monkeys disappearing for a few seconds after receiving fruit had become quite normal to them. What they didn't know was that, under Sumi's instructions, the monkeys who hadn't yet become residents of her space had been surrounded. Even if some tried to resist or escape halfway through, these monkeys would help Sumi catch them. There were too many monkeys in this area, all short-tailed monkeys. It wasn't until nightfall that Sumi finished gathering them all. She initially planned to return to her space to rest and come out again the next morning. The dangers of the forest at night were just as high as those in the swamp. However, the first armed monkey she brought into her space told her an important piece of news. It wasn't the leader of this group. They had a monkey king who had been staying in the southeastern mountain valley since last month and hadn't come out. Monkey King? Sumi immediately imagined a noble monkey king figure. This group of monkeys is different from the animals she usually brings into her space. They can understand Sumi's commands, but their responses are often vague guesses. Most of these monkeys are adults, intelligent, and able to communicate clearly with Sumi mentally, even understanding individual words precisely. It is late in the day, and usually at this time, the monkeys return to a mountain hollow to store the food they collected during the day in a nearby cave. It's like they are presenting their loot to a leader. If they don't go back now, it will surely attract the attention of the Monkey King. Sumi still admires the Monkey King very much. Being the ruler of such a group of clever monkeys makes him seem like a great hero among monkeys. Sumi has started imagining that after capturing the Monkey King, she would give him a metal stick as a weapon. During fights, he could hit with the stick. With a monkey's agility, he could hit accurately every time. Whether fighting humans or other animals, this weapon would be very powerful. To avoid raising suspicion from the Monkey King, Sumi releases all the monkeys from her space to lead her. When she arrived, she was surrounded by the monkeys and was in danger. Now, walking among the monkeys, some are jumping on trees while others run on the ground with her. Sumi has never felt this before, ruling alone among monkeys. Each monkey feels like her little brother. When she runs, it's as if a special background music from a classic action film plays in her mind, making her feel very special. Soon, the monkeys lead Sumi to the entrance of a mountain hollow. Inside is a water pool, the exclusive drinking spot of the Monkey King. Other monkeys are not allowed near it. At this moment, Sumi asks the monkeys to go around the pool as usual and take the day's loot, a big red tomato, to the Monkey King. Meanwhile, Sumi quietly follows behind, observing the terrain of the mountain hollow. Knowing the situation is very important. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The hollow is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one entrance, the one she used to come in. The mountains around the hollow are quite high, and there are no man-made paths to climb up. Leaving from 3 sides with mountains is very difficult. Soon, she hears some struggling cries from inside the cave. Sumi senses that one monkey is in great pain and is desperately calling for help through her mental link. She moves quietly closer to the cave entrance, feeling very worried about the monkey she managed to bring into her space. She feels very sad for it. Fortunately, she hadn't entered the cave yet when the monkey's signal to call for help disappeared. It also told Sumi that it had just been beaten by the Monkey King because they detected a strange smell. The Monkey King was worried they might bring other animals into the valley, so he scolded one of them. This monkey was clever and ruthless. It knew how to use a lesson to warn others, punishing only one to set an example. Sumi became more curious. Could a monkey and its followers really use military tactics? How smart could they be? She stopped walking and decided she could only wait. She waited for the monkey inside to notify her. Once the Monkey King finished eating the tomato, she planned to rush in and take him into her space. But she waited and waited. The sky darkened completely, with not a single star visible. Sumi was almost falling asleep from waiting and decided to go into her space for dinner. By dawn, she was shocked. Why hadn't the Monkey King eaten the tomato? Was her tomato not attractive enough? Or did he sense something unusual? Early the next morning, before dawn, Sumi's group of monkeys was driven out by the Monkey King. Sumi could hear everything outside. The Monkey King inside the cave was very agitated, jumping around wildly and making loud noises. The cave was shaking with the noise. Small rocks from the cave were flying out, and Sumi worried that the Monkey King was losing control and might cause the cave to collapse, risking her life. After coming out of her space, Sumi slowly moved toward the cave, careful not to make too much noise and attract the Monkey King's attention. But unexpectedly, the Monkey King inside had incredibly sharp hearing. Just as she approached the cave entrance, he seemed to have noticed her. Suddenly, he rushed out of the cave, raising his hands and baring his teeth, charging straight toward her.
Startled, Sumi immediately disappeared.
She saw the Monkey King squatting where she had just been, angrily pounding the ground with his fists, as if venting his frustration. From her space, Sumi watched the angry Monkey King outside. She felt that his appearance completely changed her impression of the handsome Monkey King. Shouldn't the Monkey King be tall, graceful, with a round face and bright eyes? But the Monkey King in front of her was indeed tall, about twice her height, but his body was 5 or 6 times larger than hers. His large face is very round, with cheeks that are plump and sagging on both sides. The 2 big red pouches on his cheeks and the flesh around his neck look like 2 lumps of flesh hanging on either side of his face. This tall, strong, and fat Monkey King is quite different from the beautiful Monkey King image in Sumi's mind. Sumi's wish to have the appearance of the beautiful Monkey King is now shattered. However, this doesn't stop her from putting this chubby and strong Monkey King into her space. The only problem now is that this Monkey King doesn't eat things from her space. Sumi thought that since the Monkey King is so smart, he would wait right there for her to appear. After all, his little followers used to wait like that in the woods. But the Monkey King only stayed for 5 minutes before leaving and returning to his cave. Before going back to the cave, he turned and looked back at Sumi's space. That look seemed to pierce through time and space, touching Sumi's heart. It seemed to know that Sumi was inside that space, but it didn't want to wait there for her to come out. Sumi was curious. Could there be something inside that cave? She asked some monkeys outside, who had been chased out by the Monkey King, but they all said they didn't know. Sumi decided to go inside and find out. As soon as the Monkey King entered the cave, Sumi ran out of her space. She slowly approached the entrance, just lifting one foot when the Monkey King rushed out and started hitting her again. But in the end, the Monkey King still didn't catch Sumi. She disappeared again and reappeared inside her space.
Wow.
This monkey's hearing is incredibly sharp, and it reacts so aggressively to any strange scent entering her space. There must be something valuable inside that cave. Sumi didn't come out again, but called the monkey group. Since this Monkey King doesn't eat things from her space, he must be very cautious. But she doesn't believe that no creature would be interested in the things inside her space. So she came up with a plan. Sumi gathered the monkeys and gave each of them a red tomato, then told them to sit at the cave entrance and eat the tomatoes together. Her space produces a lot of vegetables and fruit juices, all with rich aroma and a faint spiritual energy mixed in. The monkeys are very clever and have a much better sense of smell than most animals. Even these small monkeys can smell the spiritual energy in the tomatoes. Sumi doesn't believe that the Monkey King wouldn't be able to smell it too. There is a reason why they don't eat certain things. But monkeys are clever and smart by nature, and Sumi is just waiting for the right moment. So this group of monkeys became Sumi's secret weapon to lure the Monkey King. A small group of baby monkeys sit at the cave entrance, eating tomatoes. Juice splashes, the smell is strong, and the juice even sticks to their fur, dripping onto the ground. The scent drifts from outside into the cave, tempting the Monkey King's sense of smell. Inside the cave, the Monkey King sits with his back to the entrance. He sits quietly, but his nostrils twitch involuntarily, and he makes faint "oh" sounds in his throat. Suddenly, the Monkey King roars loudly, scaring the baby monkeys at the door. Usually, after such a roar, not only do the small monkeys run away, but nearby animals also tremble in fear. But now, the monkeys at the door seem unaware, still munching on the fragrant fruit. This makes the Monkey King furious. He glances at the ground in front of him, where there is a dry tree stump about his size. Although it's already dead, The outer layer looks like it has been treated with special methods, like metal, resistant to decay and leaks. It even has a faint shine in the dark. He becomes restless, pacing around the cave, approaching the stump to sniff it, then plopping down in front of it and not moving. Sumi watches the group of monkeys eating tomatoes outside the cave all morning, but inside, the Monkey King remains still after his initial roar. It seems she has to use her secret weapon now. A bucket of spiritual water appears at the cave entrance along with Sumi. The spiritual energy in the water spreads through the air into the cave. The monkeys continue eating tomatoes, while Sumi holds the bucket and sprinkles the spiritual water at the cave entrance. Finally, the Monkey King shows signs of movement. He appears. Worried that her presence might anger the Monkey King again and ruin her plan, Sumi quickly retreats into her space when he emerges. The Monkey King first sniffs the ground around him. Sumi sees that he is sniffing where she just sprinkled the spiritual water. Not finding the source of the spiritual energy he seeks, the Monkey King roars loudly, then points at one of the monkeys, signaling them to offer their fruit as a tribute. These are the usual daily activities of the monkeys, offering food as a tribute. However, today, this group of subordinates did not go out to find food as they normally would, and they didn't listen to their leader's commands. They were just eating the red fruits in their hands and ignoring him. The Monkey King was angry. He rushed over, grabbed one of the monkeys, snatched the red fruit from its hand, and threw it forcefully onto the ground. The other small monkeys nearby saw their leader throw their companion to the ground and became scared. They backed away a little, holding their fruits. The small monkey that was thrown down was not hurt. It quickly got up, lively and energetic, and squeaked a couple of times before hiding among the group. The Monkey King's face showed a proud, victorious expression. Then he quickly ate the tomato he had stolen. It was a delicious taste he had never experienced before. The juice was sweet, and the flesh of the fruit was tender and smooth, unlike the sour green fruits in the forest. After eating one red fruit, the Monkey King's eyes turned red. He stared at the fruits in the hands of his little followers and roared angrily, "Bring it here! Bring it here!" But as soon as Sumi gave the command, all the little monkeys scattered and ran away, leaving none behind. The Monkey King was still furious, pounding his palms on the ground. Suddenly, a red fruit appeared out of nowhere near his feet, rolling towards him with a clatter. His eyes lit up. He picked it up and ate it. Excellent. This is the taste. After finishing, he looked down at his feet. Sure enough, another fruit had appeared out of nowhere and was rolling over. When Sumi entered the space, she was still some distance from where the Monkey King was. She wanted to lure him closer. The Monkey King, now enchanted by the fruit after eating the tomato, couldn't eat any more wild fruits. Sumi kept feeding him, each time placing the fruit closer and closer. Finally, just a little more, and the Monkey King would step closer enough for her to use the fruit as a medium to pull him into the space. But as expected of the Monkey King, he flared his nostrils and stopped in place. He refused to take another step forward, letting the tomato hang on the ground, his eyes rolling around. I don't believe it. Sumi's patience was almost exhausted by this overly cautious Monkey King. If he didn't take the bait, she was willing to endure the pain of being slapped by his huge monkey paw just to trap this cunning creature in her space. I don't believe it. Try one last time. Sumi holds a tomato, dips it in spiritual water, then places it directly on the ground near the spot where she is about to leave her space. Monkey King sees another tomato appear on the ground. This time, the tomato is large and has a fragrant aura of spiritual energy. Monkey King gets excited. Forgetting its previous caution, it quickly jumps over, picks up the red fruit, and puts it in its mouth. The wonderful taste of the spiritual water mixed with the sweet flavor of the tomato makes it happily squint its eyes. Suddenly, a strange yet familiar smell appears nearby. Something touches its fur. Monkey King's fur bristles. It opens its eyes and sees a human girl looking at it with a sneaky expression. It is about to attack, but the scenery around it shifts. It suddenly finds itself surrounded by spiritual energy. The girl in front of it changes from appearing evil to looking adorable. Around them are mountain ranges and a huge waterfall. The water in the river is filled with gentle spiritual energy. Its former little followers are now running up and down the mountain, chasing each other. There are many fruit trees on the mountain slopes, and some familiar red fruits grow in the valley. Sumi calls the Monkey King over. From now on, you will live in these mountains. Don't go beyond the back mountain area. That's Little Red's territory, understand? The Monkey King nods human-like and then excitedly runs into the mountains. Sumi also breathes a sigh of relief. After a whole day, she finally manages to tame this tricky, chubby Monkey King. Monkeys are really clever creatures. Sumi suddenly has an idea. Since monkeys are smart and live in this forested area of Jiangnan City, they should know where the granary is, right? Moreover, the gun in the monkey holding a gun couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. But now she has one more thing to do. She wants to explore the Monkey King's cave. She wonders if it's hiding inside because it's too cautious or if there's something else going on. So, in the mountain hollow where only monkeys used to be, there are no monkeys now. Only a human girl walking alone toward the Monkey King's old cave. The cave doesn't smell like the monkeys she imagined. After all, the monkeys she took in still had a bit of an odor. The ground is covered with many layers of straw, and inside, there's a deep indentation that looks like where the Monkey King sleeps. Sumi pushed aside the straw and other debris. The ground was very clean, with only some fruit pits and peels, which had dried completely and showed no signs of mold. Sumi continued walking inside. From outside, the cave looked shallow, but as she went further in, she noticed a crooked turn. It was hard to see from outside, but after turning, she found a whole new space inside. She took a few steps further and saw that the ground was covered with dried fruit peels and pits. Most of them were dry, but some were still fresh, and a few had even started to rot. Surprisingly, the rotten peels didn't smell bad. Instead, they gave off a faint scent of fermented wine. In the middle of the pile of peels, there was a thick wooden post. It was so wide that 3 people could hold it together. Sumi reached out and touched it. The surface looked like wood grain, but it was very smooth. It felt and sounded like metal when tapped. However, when she tapped it, Sumi could tell the post was hollow inside. The outer layer wasn't thick, and inside there was a deep, muffled echo. Could it be liquid inside? The top of the post was about her height. She stood on tiptoe to see what was on top. There were large banana leaves and iron tree leaves covering the top, with a big stone pressing down on them. The gaps between the leaves and the post were filled with fruit peels, as if intentionally placed there. Sumi moved some peels aside and sniffed the gap between the leaves and the post. Sniff. A strong aroma of wine hit her nose, making her feel dizzy, as if she were drunk. She couldn't believe it. Her body was very strong now, even able to withstand swamp miasma for a short time. But this was just the smell of wine. The scent of alcohol was making her dizzy? What kind of wine was this? She shook her head to clear the dizziness. The wine's aftereffect was too strong. Her legs felt weak, and her eyes involuntarily wanted to close. A wave of sleepiness washed over her. Using her last bit of willpower, she entered her spiritual space and immersed herself in the spiritual river, drinking a lot of spiritual water. Only then did she start to feel a little clearer. After leaving the spiritual river, her steps were still unsteady. Although she wasn't as drunk as before, she still felt a slight buzz. Yu Xiaoing saw that Sumi had been in the river for a long time before coming out and was very worried. She ran over to check on her. Then she saw Sumi's face turn red and her eyes look confused. So she leaned in to smell her. Such a nice smell of wine, made from fruits, right?
Wine? Sumi's mind suddenly cleared.
Yes, that must be wine in the stump. But why would this wine be in a cave and stored inside a tree stump? Sumi explained everything that caused her to lose control earlier and saw Yu Xiaoing looking excited.
Mimi, orelaki.
That is monkey wine. I've only heard about it before. Wild monkeys in the forest make wine by collecting fruits and edible plants, then fermenting them naturally with wild yeast. The wine they make smells wonderful and can make people feel dreamy. The longer it ferments, the more it can help you live longer. Ah, if only this had been before the end of the world. Monkey wine like this would be priceless. Sumi took a good rest in the space. In her dream, everything was still and white, with layers of ice on the ground. But soon, winter turned to spring, and the ice melted. She smelled the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and even the wind carried the fresh smell of grass. When she woke up, Sumi felt very relaxed, with no headache or other symptoms from drinking. Oh, she hadn't actually drunk alcohol, she only sniffed it and got drunk. But just from smelling it, she had slept all night and now felt refreshed and energetic. It must be true. This is definitely a good thing for health. Eagerly, Sumi left the space and looked at the wooden stump, feeling stuck. The roots of this tree were very developed, as if they had grown deep underground. Although the stump was hollow and the bark was strange, its roots were still alive and digging deep below the ground. She dug around the roots for a while but couldn't find the whole root system. Could this tree still be alive? If it is, I should keep the main roots intact and take them out, then grow them in the space. But if the roots weren't alive, digging them out might break the whole root system, causing the monkey wine to leak from cracks below. The cave was surrounded by rocks, but at the bottom, after she removed the surface rocks, the ground beneath was hard mud. It seemed that only by moistening the mud could she make it easier and safer to dig out the roots. Sumi started watering the tree. The soil uncovered under the wooden stake quickly dried after being moistened by Sumi. She continued watering, and the spiritual water flowed rapidly from her hand. After 15 minutes, the hard soil became damp and muddy. That's enough. Let's start digging. Carefully, Sumi used a shovel to dig around the tree roots until she created a pit over a meter deep, revealing the original appearance of the main root of the stake. The entire tree stump and the roots below were as solid as metal, seamlessly connected. The main root was connected to a tiny seedling. The seedling was young, but not green. It was brown, buried in the soil for a long time. Its tip was hardened and nearly withered. Sumi poured spiritual water directly onto it, washing away the mud from the roots and seedling. The seedling quickly regained its tenderness, and its stems and leaves visibly grew larger and thicker. Like a spring for a withered tree, Sumi used spiritual water to save this nearly dying seedling. She relaxed and continued digging until she felt the remaining main root beneath the stake had withered. It was so fragile that she could break it with a gentle bend. She then broke all the dead roots and carried the entire wooden stake into her space, planting it in the black soil to nurture the roots. Monkey King watched as Sumi also placed the stake inside her space. He suddenly ran over and bowed to the air, acting as if she had done something great. She had no intention of returning this winemaking stake to Monkey King. The roots of the stake were alive, and new buds were sprouting from the root system. If she nurtured the roots well, perhaps she could even grow a whole forest of trees made from this material. Later, Monkey King could lead his troop to help her brew a forest of wine. But those are future plans. After all, creating a forest from a single tree takes time. According to Xia Xiaojun, making monkey wine requires good timing and environment. First, the surroundings must be suitable, and second, it needs many types of wild fruits, at least natural, pollution-free ones. The environment inside Sumi's space must meet these standards. Any seed planted there would definitely grow well and produce high yields. However, the variety of fruits is still quite limited. But that's okay. Being in this forest now is a perfect chance to make up for the lack of plant diversity in her space. Sumi continued searching inside the cave. The space inside the corner was about 20 square meters. After removing the wooden stakes, all that was left was a pile of fruit peels and some small flowers and grasses growing in the cracks of the rocky wall. Following her principle of not wasting anything, Sumi carefully dug out these small plants with their main roots and moved them into her space to grow. It was noon, and the sunlight was intense. The surrounding mountain valley was shaded by the mountains, making it cooler than the forest. When Sumi left the cave, she saw 2 mountain chickens drinking water at the pond nearby. Her eyes lit up. Mountain chickens equals countless eggs equals many small mountain chickens equals a large group of mountain chickens. Noon is the hottest part of the day. Since animals come to the pond to drink, other animals might also come. Not wanting to scare the animals, Sumi asked the monkeys in her space. She learned that because of the monkeys' presence, no animals usually come into the valley during the day. Most animals come late at night when the monkeys are resting, sneaking in to drink water. Today, the valley was quiet without the monkeys, so alert animals would be drawn to the water. She also found out that within a 1-kilometer radius around the valley, there is only this pond. The water in the pond never dries up, even under the hot sun, because underground water seeps up. Earlier, Qin Hao and the others had analyzed the geography of Jiangnan City from the plane. They knew there was no underground water in Jiangnan City. But no one considered that since the end of the world, the Earth's tectonic plates have been shifting for over 2 months, or even longer. Jiangnan City was once featured in global news before the apocalypse because of earthquakes. After the tectonic shifts, underground water began to emerge, indicating that the area around Jiangnan City originally had underground water, but it was probably deep underground and not detected before. The small pond formed by underground water is pure and must contain aquatic life. Sumi didn't dare get too close, afraid of scaring the 2 mountain chickens away. She returned to her space and prepared a bag of rice and vegetables. Mountain chickens, or wild chickens, are not very large. The 2 she saw seemed to be a male and a female. The male has colorful, shiny feathers and is slightly bigger. The female's feathers are mostly brown, with black feathers on her head, wings, and tail, and she is a bit smaller. Sumi casually scattered a handful of rice from her space onto the ground near 2 wild chickens, startling them. The male chicken suddenly spread his wings, as if ready to attack. However, there were no other creatures around, and the rice on the ground seemed to appear out of nowhere. The female chicken, after the initial shock, saw the food on the ground and lowered her head to peck at it, unlike the male who remained cautious. Seeing that the female was eating peacefully and nothing else was happening, Sumi lowered her head and started to peck at her own food. She smiled to herself and threw out another handful of rice, this time closer to her. The 2 wild chickens, without much thought, began to eat and gradually moved closer to Sumi. When they reached the cave entrance where Sumi was, she didn't scatter more rice this time. Instead, she took out a large cabbage leaf from her space, soaked with spiritual water. The cabbage leaf was huge, and the spiritual water made it irresistible to any creature. The chickens pecked at the cabbage leaf on the ground. Using the leaf as a medium, Sumi quickly pulled the 2 chickens into her space. After capturing the 2 chickens, Sumi first placed them by the river. There, she had several nests of eggs collected from the swamp. She didn't care whether they were male or female. Any chicken that could hatch eggs was a good chicken. Once she finished her arrangements, within a few minutes, 3 more wild chickens appeared by the pond. These 3 were noticeably larger than the previous 2. One of them immediately went to drink water, while the other 2 wandered around and suddenly clucked loudly at the entrance of the mountain valley. Within seconds, a group of small, unsteady wild chickens followed them inside. Watching this scene from her space, Sumi felt very happy. So many chickens, once inside her space, could lay eggs and hatch them freely. Soon, she would be able to enjoy chicken meat anytime. Following her plan, Sumi continued to lure the wild chickens closer. Less than 15 minutes later, her space was filled with 3 adult chickens and 9 chicks. The 3 adult chickens were also instructed by Sumi to hatch eggs, while the 9 chicks were placed in the mountains, free to roam on a patch of grass that had already grown. There are too few insects in the space, so they can't hunt freely. Sumi plans to scatter some rice and vegetables every day to feed them, and at night, she plans to catch some fast-breeding insects in the mountains. To build a complete food chain, the types of bottom-level creatures are very important. Sumi has caught fish, shrimp, and even chickens, ducks, and geese, but catching insects is a first for her. Last time, she caught fireflies using a trick, and this time she plans to do the same. She wonders if making a bug trap would work. In the past, during summer, property management in her community placed fly traps around the gardens with bait inside. flies, and some pests that like sweet smells would fly in and get trapped. Once inside, they couldn't find the way out. Sumi has seen small cages like that before, and they work on the same principle as fishing cages. Forests are naturally full of insects, and since Jiangnan City is in summer now, with high temperatures and humid air, it's the best time for insects to breed. Sumi leaves the mountain cave and enters her space by the pond. That afternoon, besides the wild chicken she initially caught, she also caught a wild rabbit. It had shiny gray-black fur, showing that the food in this forest is very good, making the small animals' coats shiny and smooth. If the vegetables, fruits, and spiritual water in her space weren't so tempting, it would be hard to catch these quick little creatures. As the evening sun slowly set, Sumi noticed that no small animals had come to drink water for a long time. She took a fine fishing net and came out of her space. She scattered some breadcrumbs on the water surface. Soon, a group of small fish and a few large ones swarmed up from the bottom of the pond. Sumi swung her net, aiming to catch any fish, regardless of species or size. She put them into her space's spiritual river to raise. Night fell, and Sumi returned to her space to enjoy a delicious dinner. Yu Xiaoing kept her promise to make different dishes every day. So far, Sumi has never had the same meal twice. Tonight's dinner included some dry-fried small potatoes, simple stir-fried green beans, and barbecue. The thin slices of potato had a piece of pork belly and green pepper in the middle. There was also pork belly wrapped around in gnocchi mushrooms, with the mushrooms cleaned and stuffed with sticky rice mixed with pork, corn, and mincemeat. 2 mushrooms with meat inside were grilled, sprinkled with salt and chili. Sumi ate until her mouth was greasy, and she asked Yu Xiaoing to prepare more small barbecues to try different flavors. After dinner, night fell outside as well. The moon was high in the sky, and its reflection in the pond looked like a bright lamp shining alongside the crescent moon. This made the valley less dark, so she could see clearly. There was a circle of mountains around the valley, and at this moment, fireflies were rising from the tall grass nearby. Sumi noticed that these fireflies were different from the ones she caught in the Cross Sea Industrial Park. They were much larger, and their tiny night lamps at the end of their tails were not just green. Some were yellow, blue, or pink.
Sumi watched for a long time.
The pink firefly was the only one of its kind among several groups, making it very rare. The fireflies in the space had already woken up, but since there was no night in the space, they stayed hidden under leaves or tall grass and didn't come out. Sumi called some of the fireflies out of the space and released them. She thought that, as living creatures, they should be able to communicate. She first made these fireflies seem like enemies so they would be easier to catch later. Sumi also called Xiaoing to help her make small insect cages. The fishing nets were too big and had gaps, so insects could escape through the holes. After some thought, they decided to use nylon ropes to make the cages and thin bamboo strips for the frame. They built a cage that looked like a lantern, with 4 trumpet-shaped entrances on the sides, each with a passage. Since insects usually have eyes on the sides of their heads and poor depth perception, once they flew inside, they wouldn't see the side passages and would have trouble escaping. Inside the cage, Sumi placed a small dish filled with spiritual water, chopped apples, and glowing crystals dropped by fireflies. Most insects are attracted to light at night, and the spiritual water's lure would surely bring her a good catch. Sumi carried the finished cage out of the space and hung it on a tree near the mountain. The cage was bigger than her head and could hold many insects. But that wasn't enough. So, Sumi entered the space again. With her experience from making the first cage, she and Xiaowan each made one more. Although it took a bit more time, they ended up with 2 cages. She buried one near a small pond and placed the other in the tall grass at the entrance of the valley. She also tied the cages tightly with grass to prevent the wind from blowing them away or larger crawling insects from dragging them off. At night, the temperature in the mountain valley drops significantly. As Sumi walks out from the valley entrance, she quickly notices that the temperature outside is at least 5 or 6 degrees higher than inside the valley. It seems her monkeys are good at choosing their living spots. The valley naturally stays warm in winter and cool in summer. Even during hot seasons, the temperature inside the valley remains a bit lower than outside. The surrounding mountains also cause the wind entering from the entrance to swirl around inside a few times before dying down. There are mountains, water, caves, and various plants and trees. The only exit makes it easy to spot any approaching large wild animals or other dangers. Plus, she's not worried about wild animals as a threat. The more animals come, the richer her space's food chain becomes. This mountain valley really is a good place to live peacefully. The valley is quite large. She built a small yard deep inside, which makes a good temporary home. But why not live in the cave? First, the cave was originally used by the Monkey King to brew wine. It doesn't smell bad, but it's not well ventilated, so the air inside can become stale after a while. Moreover, Jiangnan City has turned into a dense forest, and aftershocks from nearby Xiao City happen now and then. Sumi walked from Xiao City, which wasn't too difficult, but she knew the journey was dangerous. The earthquakes in Xiao City are unstable, and now there's a huge called the Gorge. If a strong earthquake happens again, it could spread to Jiangnan City. Before the end of the world, Jiangnan City experienced earthquakes. Even though aftershocks from Xiao City happen now and then, it's uncertain if another big quake will happen someday. A cave could be dangerous during an earthquake, trapping her inside. Sumi rarely sleeps outside her space, but she still doesn't want to give up living outside. If she happens to come out during an earthquake and gets trapped in a cave, digging her way out wouldn't be easy. However, the space inside the cave is good. She can modify it to store some supplies. Thinking of this, Sumi quickly returns to her space to gather the building materials she prepared before the end of the world. Xiaowan's pregnancy is still early, and Sumi often asks her about her past relationship with Lin Ziyuan out of curiosity. Although the environment inside the space is comfortable, it's also quite boring, especially since only Sumi and Xiaowan are there. They chat whenever they have free time, talking about everything. So, Sumi knew that Xia Xiaojun was among the first to enter the base, but because of her looks and charm, she was given to the owner of a nightclub. Luckily, her first customer was Lin Ziyuan. Although Lin Ziyuan is honest and loyal, he had been abstinent for a long time, and facing such a beautiful girl, he couldn't resist. Xia Xiaojun was very clever and knew Lin Ziyuan's identity, so she started to target him. After their first encounter, she openly and secretly spread the rumor that she was Lin Ziyuan's person. Even if asked, she would only give vague answers, leading others to misunderstand her words. At that time, Lin Ziyuan was a top manager in S City's base, second only to the boss. Besides Huang Yiming, who was reckless, Lin Ziyuan's opinions were often considered in many decisions. Who would dare to touch his woman in the base? Sumi was surprised to see that Xia Xiaojun appeared charming and alluring, but in reality, she only had Lin Ziyuan in her heart. It proved that appearances can be deceiving. Judging someone based only on looks is wrong. Xia Xiaojun seemed like a nightclub girl, but inside, she was surprisingly pure. In fact, at first, I just wanted someone to rely on to avoid harassment at the nightclub. But later, a Yuan knew I was just using him. Every time he came, he didn't look for others. He just sat with me for a while and then left. I was very grateful to him. Once he came to find me drunk and I judong. I didn't expect it would lead to this. Did you tell Lin Ziyuan that you have a child? I only found out the day before I met you. That day, I saw you carry Su Binglan into the dormitory. Then I saw you heading towards the villa area. I knew you were cautious, so I didn't follow. But during the day, I saw Lin Ziyuan exchanging many things and going to a villa in the east of the area. I observed for several days and realized that you were living there. Actually, I never intended to reveal your situation. I brought Su Binglan to my place because that day, Huang Yiming's men came to find me, intending to hand me over to him. I actually wanted to. Sumi interrupted her, saying, "It doesn't matter anymore. I've already taken care of it. From now on, let's live here happily. I just wanted to help you get some things for the baby, but in this forest, I can't even find my way around. Fortunately, you still have a long time before giving birth, so you can stay here for a while. Actually, if I have enough milk in the future, the baby might not need formula. But I don't have many baby clothes or supplies, which looks a bit awkward. Unfortunately, I don't have any daily items for children. Don't worry, I will get them. Sumi is not just comforting Yu Xiaoing. Although she has decided to settle here, she will definitely find a way to the granary. Also, before winter completely ends, she plans to go to City S. The giant snake at the bottom of the water pool and the huge ice block seem like heavy stones weighing on her heart for a long time. If that giant snake comes out, not only City S but also nearby towns might be in danger. The appearance of the water pool makes Sumi curious about the unknown, but she is also very afraid. That big snake might be an ancient species never seen before, with large, tough scales. Sumi took out a few gray scales she found in a mouse burrow. The more she looked, the more she thought they belonged to that big snake. There was also a large black scale. Sumi wasn't sure, but holding the black scale made her feel icy cold all over. In the hot forest, it was like a cool relief. She measured her body with the black scale a few times and finally tucked it into her waistband, pressed against her belly. The cold sensation instantly cooled her entire body, making her feel comfortable without being too cold. The black scale was even harder and sharper than the gray scales she found. Wearing it close to her body could help defend against attacks. But the black scale was too big to cover her chest and only fit from her lower chest to her abdomen. Still, Sumi was quite satisfied with this. Sumi and Yu Xiaoing talked a lot. Their hands kept busy, and they made 2 more insect traps. Just as Sumi was about to leave the space with the traps, she noticed a large black creature drinking water at the small pond nearby. Although it's not the biggest among large animals, its tail is about 80 to 90 centimeters long. It has short ears that turn while it drinks, listening carefully to the surroundings. Its head looks like a tiger's but isn't as wide, and it has long, elegant limbs. Its whole body is black and shiny, without a single hair. The words Black Panther appeared in Sumi's mind. Although she wasn't sure if a black panther would appear in this forest, it was definitely drinking at the pond right now. Sunny was nervous and excited as she paced inside the space. The creature wasn't tall and strong, but it was definitely handsome. If she could get it into the space, she could walk freely in the forest later. While Sunny was thinking hard about how to do this, the Black Panther finished drinking water and suddenly turned around and ran away. Its figure quickly disappeared at the edge of the pond. Sunny was so angry she stomped her foot. What a pity! It ran away. At night in the mountain valley, it was much livelier than during the day, just as the monkeys had said. After the Black Panther left, 2 wild dogs came. The wild dogs were as ugly as expected, with mixed black and brown fur. They had big, round ears with black tips, and their eyes looked like yellow marbles in the dark. They were lowering their heads and wagging their tails while drinking from a small pond. Wild dogs are carnivores. Sunny took 2 pieces of frozen meat and soaked them in spiritual water. When the meat started to thaw a little, she cut it into small pieces. Her first trick was to feed them small amounts each time, especially since they were meat eaters. She threw a big piece of meat, which quickly satisfied them so they wouldn't be interested in more food. But before Sunny could feed them again, 2 wild dogs suddenly barked loudly at the mountain valley. Soon after, a pack of wild dogs rushed in from the valley entrance and gathered at the pond to drink water. Wild dogs are social animals and hunt together. Sunny planned to feed them until they were full, just like she did with the monkey group, and then secretly bring them into her space later. However, when she threw the frozen meat outside the space, 1 wild dog caught it. The rest of the pack didn't wait their turn and rushed over to fight for the meat. They even bit the dog holding the meat, injuring it badly. Sunny tried again, throwing another piece of meat. The wild dogs didn't take turns. They all fought over it, and those who didn't get any started biting each other. Soon, the strongest wild dog ate 2 pieces of meat. The others, unwilling to give up, sat on the ground, sniffing the smell of the frozen meat, hoping more would appear out of nowhere. Some of the weaker wild dogs had lost most of their fur from biting and were covered in blood, lying on the ground and barely breathing. The ones still alive had some bites, but none were fatal. It seemed that in groups of animals, the competition for food was just as cruel. Sunny realized she had overlooked this. The wild dogs stayed by the pond for a long time, But when no more frozen meat appeared, they gradually left the mountain valley. The pack of wild dogs left, but a few that were lying on the ground, barely alive, could only stay here and wait for their fate. When Sumi emerged from her space, she immediately poured spiritual water into each of their mouths, one by one. She managed to save 2 of the 5 starving, dying wild dogs. Suddenly, she sensed movement behind her. Just as she was about to turn around, a flash of movement shot past like lightning, leaving a deep claw mark on her back. Sumi quickly stepped back, alert. After seeing what had attacked her, she decisively entered her space. The Black Panther had unexpectedly struck back at this moment, catching her off guard. Or perhaps the Black Panther hadn't gone far and was watching her closely here. Earlier, the wild dog pack was large and aggressive, so it didn't dare attack. Now that they had left, the 5 remaining wild dogs on the ground were no longer a threat. Suddenly, a new, fresh prey, her, appeared before it. Back inside her space, Sumi drank a few sips of spiritual water to heal her back wound while observing the Black Panther outside. Her sudden disappearance seemed to have stunned the panther. It ran back and forth in the valley, sniffing for her scent, but found nothing. Frustrated, it roared loudly and finally left, carrying one of the wild dogs with it. Although her back wound had healed, the pain and fear from earlier still lingered. The Black Panther was swift and silent when attacking. If Sumi hadn't reacted quickly to dodge, that set of claws might have just torn her neck apart. Because of the delay caused by the Black Panther, only 2 wild dogs remained on the ground. One of them had already died from its injuries. Sumi hurriedly poured spiritual water into the other and stored it in her space. The 3 wild dogs had only just entered her space. Little White immediately reacted strongly, barking at them as if warning them that she was the boss here. The 3 dogs consisted of 1 male and 2 females. After calming Little White, Sumi arranged the 3 wild dogs on the other side of the spiritual river. Currently, there was only some shallow grass and a few wildflowers, offering no real hunting space for the dogs. Since the wild chickens and eggs in her space hadn't hatched yet and their numbers were still small, Sumi had her friend Yu Xiaoing prepare food for the dogs daily to maintain the food chain. Near the pond, there was also a wild dog carcass. The wild dog was small, about the size of a medium-sized dog, while the Black Panther was much larger. 1 wild dog was definitely not enough for the panther to eat. So, Sumi waited in the space for a long time until the Black Panther returned. It carried the last wild dog carcass from the waterhole, looked around the mountain valley with dissatisfaction, then leapt onto a nearby tall tree. In a few jumps, it disappeared from sight. However, she didn't leave the space immediately. She waited inside until she was sure no other creatures would come near for a long time. Only then did Sumi appear by the waterhole. The 2 wild dogs were covered in blood because they had been fighting each other. The Black Panther left with their bodies, leaving bloodstains behind. "Stinky Black Panther, how dare you catch me? When I find your den, I will take you down." Sumi remembered the panther's attack clearly. The forest at night was not quiet at all. From far and near, strange animal or insect sounds could be heard, then suddenly quiet again. When the sounds resumed, they came all at once. Sumi used a bright flashlight to follow the Black Panther's trail. The blood from the hunting dog was very noticeable under the light. Some bloodstains were on tall grass, some on tree trunks, and others on dry leaves on the ground. Along the trail, Sumi also caught a lizard. The lizard was camouflaged on a hanging dry branch. When the flashlight shone on it, its eyes moved suddenly, which startled her. Sumi didn't know how long she had been chasing or how far she had gone. She only knew she couldn't find any more blood from the wild dogs along the way. She was determined not to give up after so much effort. She called out one of the wild dogs that was healing well. "Remember the scent of your companions? Come on, let's go find the Black Panther that took your friends' bodies." The wild dog understood and led the way in front of Sumi. It sniffed the ground and the air, following the smell. Although it didn't walk fast, after about half an hour, it brought Sumi near a cave. The female wild dog, following the scent, started trembling uncontrollably. Sumi knew that if it weren't for her orders, the dog wouldn't dare come close to the Black Panther's territory. When she first entered this area, she also sensed that the Black Panther's den was nearby. Because of the strong smell of left around the territory by certain animals, it was so pungent that Sumi almost vomited on the spot. Sumi took the wild dog back into her space and immediately entered herself. The wild dog has a very keen sense of smell, able to distinguish its target scent from thousands of other smells in the air. The Black Panther also has this ability. The Black Panther is cautious and suspicious. It can track the wild dog to its den, but once it enters the panther's territory, Sumi's scent will also be detected by the panther. When Sumi just entered the space, a pair of bright green eyes appeared not far from the cave entrance. The eyes looked cold and bloodthirsty. The panther sat at the cave mouth, roared loudly outside, then started patrolling its territory. Throughout Sumi's approach, there were sounds of animals and insects, not very loud but adding some life to the night. However, once inside the Black Panther's territory, everything became very quiet, with no sounds at all. After the panther's loud roar, the distant insect chirping also stopped. It seems this Black Panther is a dominant ruler in this area, and all nearby animals are very afraid of it. Sumi thinks capturing it won't be easy. But everything must be tried first, otherwise, how can she know the outcome? So, Sumi prepared some meat soaked in spiritual water and some dry meat that hadn't been soaked. The Black Panther's den is only about 100 meters from Sumi, and the panther patrolling nearby is less than 80 meters away. Sumi threw a small piece of frozen meat that hadn't been soaked in spiritual water toward the panther. The panther was initially startled, then quickly leaped and climbed onto the rocks at the top of the cave, its bright green eyes scanning the surroundings. It didn't even look at the nearby piece of frozen meat. It continued to patrol the area. Sumi couldn't believe it. She then threw a larger piece of frozen meat, also without spiritual water, toward the panther. The predator instinct of the panther made it quickly sense the direction from which the meat was thrown. Its eyes fixed tightly on Sumi's position. Even though Sumi was inside her space, she could feel the panther's hostility across the space.
Wow.
It won't even eat meat soaked in spiritual water? Is this panther planning to go to heaven? Sumi had no choice. This stubborn creature, if it died later from lack of vitality inside her space, would be a real loss for her jungle team. Forget it. Since I know this Black Panther's territory is here, I will come back during the day. We have plenty of time, and there will be another chance. The Black Panther spent 2 hours patrolling its territory. After it returned to the cave, Sumi emerged from the space and summoned Monkey King to lead her back to the mountain hollow. Not long after Sumi left, the Black Panther hurriedly dashed out of the cave again, growling softly. It looked in the direction where Sumi had appeared earlier, then started patrolling around the cave once more. The area inside the Black Panther's territory was very quiet. Suddenly, a low growl, very similar to the one heard earlier, came from the cave. The Black Panther responded with a sound and quickly ran back inside. At the cave entrance, a pair of bright green eyes shone in the darkness. The panther let out a low growl, which carried a hint of annoyance. This sound made the Black Panther, which was about to return to the cave, stop in its tracks and turn to look at the 2 pieces of frozen meat left at the cave entrance. The weather was hot, and the frozen meat had mostly melted. If left out longer, it would probably spoil. The panther leapt to the smaller piece of frozen meat, picked it up, and placed it at the cave entrance. Then it went to the larger piece, grabbed it again, and carried it inside. But this time, it hesitated. The larger piece of frozen meat emitted a tempting spiritual aura, which greatly stimulated its hungry senses. Saliva dripped from its mouth, as it was lured by the fragrant smell. Roar! The low growl from inside the cave sounded again, causing the Black Panther's desire to suddenly diminish. It then carried the larger piece of meat back to the cave entrance. Inside the cave, another pair of bright green eyes belonged to a different Black Panther. Its body was similar in size to the one outside, but under the faint moonlight, it was possible to see its swollen, round belly. With each breath, Its belly moved as it inhaled and exhaled, and occasionally, strange wriggling could be seen inside its stomach. It poked its head outside the cave, sniffing the 2 pieces of frozen meat at the entrance. Finally, it bypassed the smaller piece and grabbed the larger, spiritually charged one, then went into the cave. The other Black Panther remained at the entrance without entering and did not touch the smaller piece until it spoiled. Back at the mountain hollow, Sumi gazed at the moon in a daze. Small fish in the pond occasionally jumped out with a splash. Sumi slapped her forehead, feeling as if her intelligence had been overwhelmed by a group of wild animals. These animals come to the mountain valley, mainly to drink water. They are so simple-minded that they just think about how to feed them before bringing them into the space. Wouldn't it be easier to just mix spiritual water into the small pond directly? So, late at night, Sumi stood by the small pond and started pouring water in. She didn't know if the spiritual water she added would seep into the ground along with the pond. If it did,
Sumi's heart pounded wildly.
the forest covers the entire Jiangnan city area and is even starting to spread into nearby cities. Plants need water to grow. Those with roots deep underground can absorb water directly from below to survive and grow. If her spiritual water seeps into the ground and supplies the whole forest, then all the insects and animals on the surface that eat plants can be directly collected into her space. This process is very long, but once it forms a cycle, small changes can lead to big differences. The spiritual water will make the forest more lush, and the forest will produce more life. Herbivores are usually at the bottom of the food chain. Squirrels, snails, and even earthworms can be targets for her to collect directly into her space. Some carnivorous animals like black panthers, hyenas, or praying mantis lizards can also be included through their hunting relationships. For Sumi, this process, no matter how long, won't take longer than collecting each one alone. But it will greatly change her future plans. Sumi was surprised by her own idea and was excited all night. She even stayed by the pond all night, watching the water. At dawn, Sumi began collecting the insect traps placed in several spots. First, the one by the pond. She dug up the soil and lifted the trap. Wow, there weren't many insects inside, but they were all big ones. There was a worm, curled into a ball about the size of a child's fist. But when Sumi took it into her space and opened the trap, she realized it was just one worm. It was about 10 times larger than a normal earthworm, thick and long, with a sturdy, segmented body. Earthworms in the soil help loosen the earth and can produce worm fertilizer, which is good as fertilizer. Sumi directly placed this worm into the black soil. Within 30 seconds, it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. There was also a gray, dirty-looking gecko that had just been taken out of its cage. As soon as it was released, it was frightened by Xiao Bai and lost its tail. It quickly hid among some supplies, leaving only a twitching tail behind. Sumi fed this tail to the largest creature inside the insect trap. This creature was completely black and flat, with 2 large pincers in front and a tail hanging above its body. The tail ended with a dark, glowing hook-like spike. Inside the spike was a highly toxic venom sac. Any creature hit by its tail spike would become poisoned. Sumi had only seen such a black scorpion on TV, mostly in tropical desert areas. She didn't expect to find one in the forest. Judging by the color of the venom spike, the poison was probably very strong. The pincers clamped the gecko's severed tail and quickly dragged it into some grass by the river to enjoy a feast. Finally, there were 2 very large flies, quite big in size. Their bodies were covered in gray, snake-like patterns, and their wings had a red, cicada-like vein pattern. One of them had a hole in its abdomen, which Sumi immediately recognized as a scorpion sting. Sumi put the live fly into her space, while the dead one, having been stung by the scorpion and poisoned, could only serve as food for the scorpion. It seemed that the insect trap was quite efficient. The water inside the cage had dried up, so she refilled the small dish with water and buried the cage back into the ground near the pond. She went to check another insect trap placed elsewhere. To her surprise, both the grass and the tree traps were so full of bugs that they were overflowing, with some bugs even pushing out from the entrances. Yet, These bugs were still fighting to get inside, eager to compete for something. The allure of Ling Shui made these bugs go nearly crazy. That night, Sumi had a good harvest. Besides common flying insects, she caught grasshoppers, moths, mosquitoes, black flies, and even a small bird. The bird was only the size of a fingernail, with its body mainly glowing in deep blue. Its feathers layered in black, red, orange, and yellow, creating a colorful, beautiful pattern. Its beak was a hollow, straw-like tube, similar to the hummingbird species Sumi had seen in the rainforest. But such a tiny hummingbird was probably a rare, protected species before the apocalypse, so she couldn't hunt it casually. Under the end-of-the-world situation, these animals can enter Sumi's space, where the living environment is definitely better than in the wild, and they are less likely to be caught by predators. Sumi places the small insects inside her space and puts the tiny hummingbird in an area with the most wildflowers in the mountains, making it easy for it to feed on nectar. She repositions the empty insect traps among the tall grass on the big tree and finds that these traps catch the most insects. As long as insects enter her space every day, and given the strong breeding ability of insects in Jiangnan City's climate, her space's food chain will soon have enough insects to support consumption. However, the insects inside Sumi's space are immediately commanded not to approach her unless she calls them. At this moment, Sumi is resting on her big bed, and there are no insects nearby. Due to the high spiritual energy in her space, sleeping for 2 or 3 hours there is even better than sleeping 7 or 8 hours outside. Sumi wakes up around 9 in the morning, washes up, and eats an egg pancake made by Yu Xiaoing. Suddenly, she hears the sound of eggshells cracking by the river and curiously walks over to check. It is the first nest of 7 eggs she found in the marshland. This nest was initially incubated by a small rabbit using its soft belly. Now, the nest is in the tall grass by the river, and a wild chicken walks out of it. Sumi looks carefully. She sees the eggshells are cracked. Inside the blue eggshells, a tiny life is struggling to break free. It's not just one egg. The other 6 are also moving at this moment. Sumi has only seen chicks and ducklings hatch before, but the new creatures about to hatch are different, which makes her feel very curious. What will they become? Half an hour later, Sumi watches a nest of hairless, pale creatures in the tall grass, feeling a mix of emotions. What are these? They don't look like chickens or ducks. If they are birds, Sumi has never seen baby birds hatch, so she doesn't know what young birds look like. She guesses she'll have to wait until they grow a bit more. Moreover, soon after, several other nests in the marsh start to move, one with wild chicken chicks, another with wild ducklings, and a few surprisingly with snake eggs. Sumi has assigned a few big wild chickens to take care of the wild chickens and ducks, and she asks Yu Xiaoing to feed them corn and vegetables regularly. Although her space doesn't have many species, the vegetables and fruits are enough to fill everyone. After arranging these, Sumi moves the building tools and materials she prepared earlier to the mountain hollow. She plans to build a small house that can block the wind and rain. Honestly, when it comes to building a house, Sumi was completely clueless. However, Xie Xiaojun knew a little about it. She said that when she was a child, her grandparents' generation in the village built houses with help from relatives and friends. She used to lend a hand too. Though she was young and not very strong, she could still serve tea and water to the uncles and older men working on the construction. She shared her memory of how to build a house, like starting with a solid foundation. Since this place sometimes experiences small earthquakes, a strong foundation is necessary. After sketching the size of the house she wanted, about 20 square meters, with 1 room, a bedroom, a kitchen, and a bathroom, she began digging the foundation using wood for construction, which is natural and eco-friendly. However, she only managed to dig less than half of the foundation. When she went back to her space to drink water, she saw Xiaobai running around happily, full of energy. She had an idea and took Xiaobai out of the space. After coming out, Xiaobai was very excited. It howled loudly at the sky, then ran to the entrance of the mountain valley and marked its scent at several spots inside. It also splashed water in a small pond, making the water muddy, then ran over to shake off the water and wet its fur. Sumi was both annoyed and amused. She kicked Xiaobai's leg and, without feeling guilty, handed over the work of digging the foundation to it. Stinky Xiaobai, follow the line I drew and dig out all the stones and dirt inside it, just like digging a water reservoir in the space. Do you understand? Under Sumi's command, Xiaobai whined a little but then started digging furiously. Meanwhile, Sumi didn't stop. She kept supervising Xiaobai and went back to the small pond to start draining the water again. When the water from the spiritual spring entered the pond, the muddy surface caused by Xiaobai quickly cleared up. Many small fish inside weren't afraid and jumped out happily. Usually fish jump out of the water when they lack oxygen, but these fish jumped at the spot where Sumi was adding water. Sumi also found several new types of small fish she had never seen before. To speed up building the house, Sumi called out several monkeys from the space, including the Monkey King, who was quietly sitting by the pond playing with mud at this moment. The mud by the pond was moist but not sticky enough, so Sumi had some monkeys carry harder mud bricks from the foot of the mountain to mix into the pond, making the mud thicker and stickier. With the help of Little White and a few monkeys, Sumi not only dug the foundation but also sorted the mud and stones into separate piles. It must be said that primates like monkeys and orangutans are very smart and have hands that can be controlled like human brains. Following Sumi's instructions, they neatly arranged wooden sticks of different lengths. Sumi gave some food to the monkeys and Little White, then ate a little herself, and officially started building. She chose a few thick logs to place in the dug foundation as support pillars. After filling the pit with the good mud and broken stones, she laid a horizontal log across every 2 pillars. Initially, Sumi planned to fix the logs with long nails, but she felt that the rounded surface and the flat top of the wood might be unstable. So, she removed the horizontal logs, drew lines with string to mark the same diameter as the pillars, and used a small chisel to carve out circular notches. After finishing, she placed the horizontal logs back, checked their stability, and then began making the framework for the flooring. Since it was her first time building a wooden house by herself, she was not very skilled, and progress was slow. She fixed 2 long round logs with shorter logs in the middle, then used long nails for a second fix to prevent the floor from shifting. After completing these steps, it was getting dark. Perhaps because of the monkey's presence in the mountain valley, no wild chickens or other animals came to drink water during the day, but it was uncertain whether they would come at night. Sumi was still worried about that cool black cat. After fixing the floor frame onto the foundation with long nails, Sumi decided to pause her building activities for today. Little White had contributed a lot during the initial foundation digging, and then wandered around the mountain valley. She didn't know when he ran off, but after finishing her work for the day, Sumi realized Little White was missing and called his name anxiously. Perhaps hearing Sumi shout, a distant bark from Xiaobai echoed outside the mountain valley. The sound was loud and included the noise of biting and tearing. Sumi was about to run toward the sound to find Xiaobai, but saw Xiaobai running back on its own. It was holding a small, blood-covered creature in its mouth. Xiaobai was already muddy from digging a hole to help Sumi, and now a large patch of its soft white fur on the back legs was missing, mixed with blood and dirty hair. Xiaobai, are you hurt? Sumi gently poured spiritual water into her palm for Xiaobai to lick. After taking the small creature from Xiaobai's mouth, she put it into her space. After returning to her space, Xiaobai quickly ran into the spiritual river to wash off. The blood on its back legs was cleaned away, revealing a large bite wound. If it weren't for the magic of the spiritual water, the bleeding might not have stopped so quickly. Once healed, Xiaobai wanted to leave the space again, full of anger and ready to fight the creature that attacked it. Sumi stopped it. 3 wild dogs inside the space sniffed around Xiaobai and tried to lick its fur in a friendly way, but Xiaobai swatted them away with a paw. The strong anger Xiaobai showed, along with the attitude of the 3 wild dogs, suggested that the attacker was probably a pack of wild dogs that had come to drink water earlier. Sumi examined the small creature she took from Xiaobai. It had golden fur, its eyes still closed, a long, curly tail, and blue-tinted monkey-like hair. Sumi was surprised, Could there really be golden monkeys here? Such a small golden monkey must have a mother with it. For Sumi, not only was the golden monkey a rare breed, but the mother was essential for the group's reproduction. Xiaobai, where did you find this little monkey? Sumi asked as she released it from her space. Xiaobai whined in frustration and started leading Sumi toward the scene of the attack. After thinking for a moment, Sumi decided to release all the monkeys from her space so they could guard the area. The Monkey King sat on a platform made of wooden beams, munching on a tomato. She fed the small golden monkey some water to ensure it was safe, then brought it into her space. She prepared some pet goat milk powder she had previously collected, so once the monkey woke up, it could drink. Xiaobai excitedly led Sumi to the place where the incident had happened. There was a patch of fresh blood and a wild dog's corpse on the dry leaves. Drag marks were visible among the pile of leaves. Xiaobai sniffed the scent and barked twice at Sumi, signaling her to follow. Sunny looked at Little White in shock. The wild dog on the dry leaf was clearly bitten to death. Plus, the biting sounds Little White made earlier and the bloodstains on its mouth and fur show that Little White definitely killed the wild dog. Little White, did you kill that? Little White held its head high and barked proudly. The 2-month-old husky, with pure white fur shining silver in the sunlight, had blue eyes that sparkled like sapphires. Although cute, Little White's size had grown beyond just adorable. It was now taller than her knees. Little White was still a young dog, but its size was already comparable to an adult giant sled dog. It had the strength to fight wild dogs in the jungle, and had even won. It said huskies carry the blood of Arctic wolves. Based on how animals evolve, Sunny was very curious about how Little White would grow in the future. Sunny followed Little White as they ran wildly. Little White was very fast and could move freely through the jungle terrain. Sunny, although running quickly, was still a bit slower than Little White. Fortunately, they caught up and stopped behind a bush outside a tree, which was likely the gathering place for the wild dogs. Sunny counted about 30 or 40 wild dogs. They wouldn't stand a chance. It was better to run. The wild dog pack had a strong sense of territory. They weren't as polite as black panthers, but each dog had a clear role. Female wild dogs stayed inside the bushes with their puppies. Male wild dogs patrolled the territory outside. Most males gathered together to hunt for food. This time, their prey was the body of a mother golden snub-nosed monkey. Sunny looked at the torn-up monkey corpse, feeling mixed emotions. The jungle rules are survival of the fittest. Whether or not animals were protected before the end times, now in the chaos, if you can't fight, you become food for the strong. Sunny didn't expect Little White to save the little golden monkey, and she truly admired its bravery. This also showed her Little White's real fighting ability. Given time, when Little White grows up, it might even fight the cat. Who would win is still uncertain. Sunny walked alone toward the valley. Night fell, and she wondered if the Black Panther would come to drink water there tonight. Sumi returned to the valley. 2 monkeys saw her and, like offering a treasure, handed her a small bird they had caught. This action opened Sumi's eyes. The monkeys, though not strong enough to defeat a Black Panther alone and not as fierce as wild dogs in a fight, had the advantage of numbers, climbing ability, and intelligence comparable to humans. They could also catch birds. It seemed best to let them out during the day, some to help build her house, others to hunt small animals outside. As long as they didn't bite and kill what they caught, it would be fine. At night, Sumi had different plans. She decided to bring all the monkeys back into her space. She prepared some frozen meat soaked in spiritual water, waiting for the Black Panther to come. When it arrived, she hoped to use the frozen meat to lure it into her space. In the valley at night, there were many insect sounds near the insect trap she set up. Besides that, fireflies hiding in the tall grass occasionally flew out for a quick flight, but did not go into the trap. Sumi kept a close watch on the valley entrance, waiting for the Black Panther to appear. However, the Black Panther did not come. Instead, a pack of wild dogs arrived. This time, there were more than yesterday. Most of the wild dogs, except for the puppies and female dogs hiding in the bushes, had come. It seemed they weren't just here to drink water. As soon as they entered the valley, They started sniffing around, especially covering their scent over the spots marked by Xiaobai. They wandered around, seemingly searching for something. Sumi guessed they were here for revenge against Xiaobai. She frowned. These dogs held grudges. If she didn't take them in, one day Xiaobai might go for a walk and get attacked by the pack, risking her life. So, she used her old trick. She threw pieces of frozen meat soaked in spiritual water, causing a fight among the wild dogs. They would fight over food, even killing each other. This time, Sumi threw more meat than yesterday, tossing it more frequently and scattering it around. Soon, a group of wild dogs started fighting fiercely over the food. Within a short time, about a dozen dogs, exhausted and injured from the fight, lay on the ground. The dogs that managed to grab the meat ran outside the valley, afraid of being attacked by their pack. The remaining few still able to fight chased after them. Seeing her plan succeed, Sumi stepped out of her space to start collecting the wild dogs into her space. This pack of wild dogs suffered heavy losses, with about 30 to 40 appearing, and 12 of them were badly injured and unable to stand. Before collecting them, Sumi carefully checked the surroundings to avoid another surprise attack like yesterday, when a black panther stole their prey. However, this time, Sumi was caught off guard. Just as she crouched down to gather 3 dogs into her space, a fierce wind suddenly howled behind her, aiming straight at her vital neck area. A foul breath was very close behind her head. Sumi knew she couldn't escape this time. She quickly turned around, tightly gripping the attacker's claws, while her own neck was bitten. In the next moment, Sumi brought the black panther, which was attacking her, into her space. But the panther, struggling to breathe, didn't loosen its grip. Instead, it bit down harder on her neck. Sumi felt she was very close to death. Her carotid artery was pierced, blood flowing out rapidly. She also felt a faint cracking sound in her neck, caused by the panther's strong bite. If she couldn't escape before the panther's life was completely drained, she might also die. In her desperation, Sumi, along with a frantic panther biting her neck, plunged into the spirit river. The panther's life force was very resilient. As it weakened, it left deep scratches on her body with its claws. Sumi loosened her grip on the panther's mouth to try to pry it open. The large artery in her neck was healing in the spirit river, but then it tore open again due to the panther's bite. Sumi felt her blood flowing out and a chilling cold spreading through her body as her blood drained. Her consciousness grew hazy from blood loss. With only her willpower, she clung tightly to the panther's mouth. She believed she had enough strength, but facing a large predator in the jungle, she was still far from safe. The process of draining a creature's life force in the space took time, and this panther's vitality was too strong. She had been near the river before, but this time, not only did she get her shoes wet, she also risked her life. As her mind faded into darkness, she saw Little Bai and the others rushing into the water toward her. She didn't know if death was near, but she felt an intense cold all over, especially in her abdomen where the black scales pressed against her skin, as if they wanted to freeze her. So cold. She was completely exhausted and had no strength left. The surrounding spiritual river was stained red with her blood. Just before losing consciousness, Sumi felt as if night suddenly fell, dark and frightening. Was this? But she didn't want to die. Sumi not only fainted, but her body floated on the surface of the spiritual river. Gradually, she was covered in frost, looking from afar like an ice sculpture, radiating a cold aura. Yu Xiaoing watched Sumi worriedly from the riverbank. She wanted to go closer and pull her out, but as soon as she approached, an overwhelming pressure stopped her. So, every day, besides doing the tasks Sumi had told her, she just stood by the river, worried about Sumi covered in frost. The Black Panther, deprived of its vitality, had inhaled a sip of spiritual water and then released its bloody jaws from biting Sumi. Now, it sat nervously by the river, pacing back and forth. Xiaobai, along with the wild dog and Little Red, stared at it fiercely. They knew clearly that it was the Black Panther that caused their owner to fall into a coma. And they couldn't get close either. As soon as they approached, A strong pressure made it hard to breathe. Fortunately, their owner's life force was recovering. They waited by the river, hoping for her to wake up. In the spiritual river, a black scale pressed against Sumi's abdomen, soaking in the blood-filled water. If it weren't for that scale, her stomach might have already been torn open by the Black Panther's claws. Meanwhile, the Black Panther's claws on its limbs were dulled and covered in blood. That black scale was extremely hard, which made it very afraid. This was also why it was pacing anxiously by the river. Sumi was now trapped in a strange dream. In the dream, everything around was pitch black, and she couldn't tell which way was up or down. The darkness felt just like when she was at the bottom of the pond in S-City. In the blackness, water surrounded her, as if she had returned to that pond again. The cold sensation in her stomach kept her alert but unable to wake up, pulling her deeper into the darkness, from which she couldn't escape. Following the route in her memory, she kept swimming, and the scenery around her gradually became clearer. It was that pond. She saw it, the huge ice block at the bottom of the pond, emanating a cold, chilling aura. It made her feel very cold but also strangely close and familiar. Although she was freezing all over in her dream, she could somehow get close to the huge ice block. There was a strange attraction that made her want to explore what the ice really looked like. The giant ice was very cold. It was see-through, but inside, there was a large blurry black shadow. Frost had formed on the surface, so Sumi couldn't see the full scene beneath the ice. Sumi swam around the big ice for a long time. The surroundings were always dark and very gloomy. If it weren't for the light reflected from the ice surface, she wouldn't be able to see anything around her. Then she saw on the ice. What was inside the suddenly revealed the origin of the black scales. It looked like a snake's body or part of a creature's body. Each scale was very black, exactly like the black scale she found at the bottom of the pond. The body covered with black scales had a missing piece, exposing a pale, frozen body inside. Every black scale on this body could easily cover her entire stomach. Sumi poked at the part of the body inside that wasn't covered by scales.
Ah!
A sharp pain shot through her finger, causing her blood to flow out and seep into the ice. The pain was so intense that Sumi almost fainted, but it helped her regain control of her body. She opened her eyes. The sky above was familiar, and she could hear the flowing water of the spirit river. She was floating without support. Only then did she realize she was lying on the surface of the river, soaked in her clothes. She quickly teleported away and changed into new clothes. When she looked around, the black scale was gone. She searched every corner of the space but couldn't find it anywhere. The cold feeling in her stomach still lingered. She carefully looked at her stomach skin and saw a small black scale shaped like a phoenix leaf, like a delicate tattoo mark on her dantian. This black scale mark matched perfectly with the one she saw before, in both light and color. Even when she gently touched it with her finger, she could feel its icy, smooth, and bone-chilling coolness. Roar! Master! Suddenly, a black panther jumped beside Sumi, startled. She nearly lost her balance. The feeling of suffocation and her body losing temperature spread again, making her prepare for battle. However, the feeling of master in my heart was actually a mental connection between myself and the black cat in front of me. The Black Panther was not dead. Before it was completely deprived of life by the space, it swallowed spiritual water and was marked by the space, becoming a part of it. Now it was pacing back and forth in front of Sumi, looking restless, as if waiting for her permission. What's wrong? After sensing the mental connection with the Black Panther, Sumi noticed something was off and asked gently. Roar. It wanted to go out, and it was very eager to leave. Sumi, as it wished, took it out of the space. Outside, it was already noon on the second day, the hottest time of the day. But Sumi didn't feel hot at all. Instead, a cool feeling arose from her abdomen, very comfortable, like the refreshing sensation when drinking spiritual water. This coolness slowly entered her body, flowing gently and forming a cycle. It was as if she had a built-in air conditioner, and the temperature of over 30 degrees didn't feel hot at all. After leaving the space, The Black Panther rushed out of the mountain valley and ran wildly at top speed. Sumi couldn't catch up with it, but she had been to its old den. Although it was in a remote place, the 5 wild dogs and Little White inside the space could smell the scent and guide her there. Ever since Sumi rescued a small golden silk monkey from the wild dogs, Little White seemed to hold a grudge against them. As soon as it left the space, it became very aggressive. The mountain valley was filled with the smell of wild dogs. After Little White marked the scent again, it finally calmed down a little. Sumi moved the monkeys out of the space to guard the mountain valley, then took the 5 wild dogs and Little White and ran toward the Black Panther's territory. When they arrived at the Black Panther's territory, they heard a familiar roar. Through her mental link, Sumi sensed that the Black Panther was calling for help. She even heard the familiar tearing and strange whimpering sounds. So, Sumi and the dogs ran with all their strength. Soon, they reached the Black Panther's territory. Sumi was deeply shocked by what she saw. 2 Black Panthers were surrounded by a group of wild dogs. The wild dogs were numerous. More than 10 were lying on the ground, exhausted and unable to fight, while over 20 were still attacking. It was a fight of 2 against 20, impossible to win. One of the Black Panthers was the male Black Panther Sumi had tamed. It had just come out of the space unharmed. Now it was covered in wounds, especially a large bite on its neck that was bleeding constantly. However, it still stood in front of another Black Panther, emitting a deep growl. The other Black Panther, though also injured, was not fatally hurt. But Sumi noticed something was wrong. Its abdomen was contracting violently, and its limbs were trembling constantly. Blood was still dripping onto the ground behind it. The abdominal movements reminded her of the pregnant Siberian husky she had operated on to save Xiaobai. It turned out to be a pregnant mother panther. No wonder the Black Panther was so anxious to return. Fortunately, it came back just in time. Sumi was outnumbered, 5 wild dogs, Xiaobai, herself, and 2 injured Black Panthers, making 9 against 20. Winning seemed impossible, but she managed to slow down the wild dog's attack on the Black Panthers, giving her time to bring the mother panther into her space. Xiaobai received Sumi's command to attack and, along with the 5 wild dogs, eagerly charged at the 20 or so wild dogs. When the Black Panther saw Sumi arrive, it immediately roared and joined the fight again. Sumi held a giant crocodile tailbone, ready to join the battle, but as she approached the wild dog group, the 20 or so wild dogs suddenly retreated, as if they had seen something disgusting. The wild dogs, enhanced by the space, were new residents who ate and drank daily with spiritual energy, so their bodies were much healthier than the wild dogs outside who often went hungry. Plus, because of the grudge between Xiaobai and the wild dog group, when they fought, only 6 of the wild dogs were slightly injured, while the wild dog group lost 6 members instantly. The remaining wild dogs on the ground were barely breathing. This attack was a heavy loss for the wild dog group. Sumi quickly went to the Black Panther's side. The pregnant mother panther issued a warning growl at her. After cleaning its wound with spiritual water, Sumi dared to pour more spiritual water into a basin for the mother panther to lick. The mother panther was hostile towards Sumi, but after licking the spiritual water, its hostility decreased significantly. Its abdomen was still contracting more frequently, likely due to the fight with the wild dog group that had caused it to go into labor. The miraculous spiritual water helped it regain much of its strength, and its wounds were slowly healing. Animals also have spiritual energy. With Sumi's kindness and the male Black Panther softly whimpering nearby, the mother panther held back from attacking when Sumi approached. Sumi also didn't dare to get too close. She now has a fear of large carnivores like leopards. If she gets bitten on the neck again, she doesn't know if she will have the luck to survive. She took out a piece of frozen meat soaked in spiritual water from her space and placed it in front of the mother leopard. The mother leopard sniffed it, licked the spiritual water with her tongue, then bit the frozen meat into her mouth. As her abdomen contracted suddenly, Sumi saw blood still flowing from behind her. After a soft whimper, she spat out the meat from her mouth again. Sumi thought, don't cats usually leave yellowish stuff behind after giving birth? Maybe this big cat is similar. Is the bleeding because she's about to give birth or because she's in labor? Sumi couldn't tell for sure. She wanted to put the mother leopard into her space. Whether she was in labor or about to give birth, throwing her into the spiritual river would be a safe choice. But to do that, she needed to make contact with her, either direct or indirect contact. However, as Sumi approached, the mother leopard showed her teeth and growled. So, Sumi had the male black leopard stand between her and the mother leopard. She gently stroked the male black leopard, and then both of them were pulled into her space.
Sumi finally relaxed.
She brought Xiao Bai and 5 wild dogs back to her space, placed the mother leopard's body near the spiritual river, and let her lie on the water's edge. This way, she could touch the spiritual water without drowning. Sumi wanted to ask how long the mother leopard had been pregnant, but she didn't know the leopard's pregnancy cycle. Plus, animals don't have a concept of pregnancy duration, so communication was impossible. But once in her space, Sumi knew she wouldn't let this mother leopard lose her life, no matter what. The male black leopard was pacing anxiously by the river. Sumi ordered him to go deep into the mountains. Soon, he returned and lay down at the water's edge, licking the mother leopard's head. The mother leopard seemed to be in extreme pain, trembling all over, with heavy breathing. Sumi was also worried, watching her helplessly as she suffered and convulsed.
Time passed second by second.
Sumi saw the blood flowing from behind her repeatedly, but she felt something was wrong. Yu Xiaoing came over with a serious expression and looked at the mother leopard. Mimi, it's been several hours. There shouldn't be no movement at all, right?
Sumi also frowned.
I've never delivered kittens before, and I know even less about big cats. Yu Xiaoing said, I used to raise cats at home. When they gave birth, the last 2 kittens stayed inside the mother's belly for too long, and they didn't breathe when born. This big cat, do you think it might also have a difficult birth problem? It's similar to a woman giving birth. If the baby stays inside too long, maybe. Sunny also felt her heart skip a beat and moved closer to check the mother leopard's belly. The strong movements from earlier had slowed to faint tremors, indicating she was truly having trouble giving birth. Sunny took scissors and a small knife. She had performed a cesarean before, but this time there was enough space, so she believed she could do it without problems. She squatted down and gently touched the weak, exhausted mother leopard, who was now just lying in the water and whimpering. Even in the river water, the mother was too weak. If she didn't act quickly, both she and her babies might be in danger. If you keep going like this, your baby inside might suffocate. I've taken you in, and I won't hurt you. Be patient. I'll cut open your belly with the scissors and take the baby out. Don't struggle. The spiritual water is beneath you, and you'll be fine. Do you understand? The mother leopard looked a little defeated, but still whined a few times. Through Sunny's mental connection, she understood and agreed. A male black leopard nearby was angry and roaring, but Sunny ordered him to be silent. If you want your wife and babies to be safe, don't bother me now. Although Sunny had performed animal surgeries before, the black leopard's belly was much tougher than the dead huskies. She carefully cut a small opening with her knife, then widened it. It took about 10 minutes of cutting with scissors before she finally made a small enough opening, just big enough for a fist to fit inside. To prevent the wound from healing underwater in the spiritual water, Sunny reached her hand inside to gently feel for the babies. While still inside the mother's belly, the baby should have been wrapped in a thin membrane. Sunny carefully explored with her hand. 1, 2, 3 small round balls wrapped in membranes. She gently pulled each one out through the wound, cut the umbilical cords, and placed them on the water beside the mother. Blood flowed heavily from the wound, frightening Sunny, who quickly pressed her hand against it to stop the bleeding. Soon, with the help of spiritual energy, the mother leopard's wound began to heal. But she was still very weak. The mother leopard used her tongue to lick the membranes off the 3 tiny black babies and then ate them. She kept licking and caring for her little ones. The largest cub suddenly let out a soft whimper after being licked by the mother leopard for a few minutes, then searched for her belly on the damp riverbank. What puzzled Sumi was that after the first cub was born, the mother leopard abandoned the other two unborn cubs, ignoring them. Sumi knew that cats sometimes abandon or eat their young, but she didn't expect a black panther to do the same. She picked up the two motionless little ones, seeming to be lifeless. Sumi wanted to save them because the black panther grew into a very strong fighter, and she was reluctant to give up. Unfortunately, after she used a feeding tube to give them some spiritual water and gently pressed on their chests, there was no change. The mother leopard growled softly at Sumi, her eyes fixed on the tiny cubs in her hands, as if asking whether they were alive. Sumi sighed, realizing they had been in the too long and had died before birth. She then placed the two cubs beside the mother leopard. The mother leopard licked the dead cubs, creating a scene both warm and sad. But what happened next shocked Sumi so much, she almost tried to stop it. After licking the dead cubs, the mother leopard surprisingly swallowed them one by one. Sumi wanted to intervene, but held back. She had collected various creatures into her space, improving the food chain, and knew she couldn't interfere with certain natural behaviors. Seeing Sumi staring in disbelief, Xia Xiaojun patted her shoulder and explained, "Sometimes cats eat their weaker offspring if they can't nourish them after birth. If they find dead cubs, they might eat them to remove their scent from the world." Sumi sighed even deeper. "Forget it. I wasn't planning to interfere with their natural instincts. Only the larger cub, which absorbed more nutrients, survived. Survival of the fittest begins even inside the mothers." After the mother leopard gave birth, Sumi seemed to understand many things. Natural selection is instinctive. She couldn't interfere deliberately. But if she wanted to settle peacefully in this mountain valley, the wild dogs were a real threat. The mother leopard was kept in her space to raise her cubs, while the male black panther was taken out of the space by Sumi. Together with her monkeys, supplies, wild dogs, and Xiaobai, they patrolled the mountain valley to prevent the wild dog pack from tracking their scent and seeking revenge. Sumi laid the wooden floor of the hut with several monkeys helping. She stacked the logs one by one and fixed them securely. She also installed the door and windows. To make the structure stronger, Sumi used a special joint between the logs and then nailed them with long nails. Although this was a bit extra, it made Sumi feel more at ease. After finishing, it was already dark. From afar, she heard wild dogs howling, probably chasing after other prey. It seemed no wild dogs would come into the valley tonight. Still, Sumi carefully gathered all the animals back into her space and waited by the pond for a while before returning inside. In the past 2 days, the magical little seedling by the river seemed to have grown taller. Its fragrance spread over a larger area. Sumi observed that the water within the fragrance zone was full of fish and amphibian eggs. The frog eggs she had previously stored in her space had hatched and grown into frogs, starting a new round of egg-laying. Many fish, shrimp, and also had babies. They seemed to know that laying eggs within the fragrance area would speed up hatching, so they were swimming along the river, looking for the best places to lay eggs. The food chain in the Spirit River was gradually balancing out, thanks to the initial hatch of over 30,000 white carp eggs. The giant beast hunted small fish daily, eating at least 5 each day. It had also grown a lot from the tiny crocodile it once was, now about 40 centimeters long. But it was still no match for the small lizard. The small lizard was pink and chubby, eating and sleeping all day. It didn't like to move much. Sometimes, when Sumi caught live fish from the river and placed them in front of it, the lizard would quickly grab a fish with one claw and swallow it whole. Sumi was worried that if the small lizard kept this up, it might lose its hunting skills. So she asked Xia Xiaowan to stop feeding the lizard for a day tomorrow. Sumi named the mountain where the monkeys lived Huagua Mountain. Originally, it was just a few patches of sparse grass, but recently, small seedlings had started to grow there. Sumi thought about the fruit the monkeys ate every day in her space, most of which she had stored before the apocalypse. After eating the fruit, the monkeys would toss the pits into the mountain. There was a waterfall at the front of Huagua Mountain, and the humid air made it easy for the pits to sprout. It seemed the monkeys played an important role. At least, eating so much fruit every day required effort and work in return. That night, Sumi slept peacefully. She didn't know if the wild dog pack had visited the valley, but in the morning, she saw a blood-red fox sneaking quietly into the mountain entrance. It wandered in the mountain valley for a long time, then entered a cave and stayed inside for a while before coming out again. Afterwards, it left the valley. Sumi thought it was just a fox looking for food and happened to find this valley. However, just as Sumi finished breakfast and was about to leave the space with the construction monkeys and patrol members, the red fox returned. It was carrying a small gray fox cub in its mouth. Wow, Sumi was really excited. The little one had fallen into the trap itself, and now a new species had entered the space. The red fox brought back a small fox cub, placed it in the cave, then hurriedly left. Sumi guessed that the fox was moving its den, as there were more than one cub, so it came back to bring the others. Sumi didn't rush to leave the space, worried about startling the moving fox. She saw the fox move several times, bringing a total of 6 cubs, some red, some gray, and some white. After feeding them some spiritual water, she put them into her space and continued her unfinished building project. Only the roof was left to complete, then the interior furnishings and facilities. Sumi chose a gable roof for the wooden house, which was good for drainage and simple to build. At least for now, there was nothing simpler. Inspired by the sloped roof of her small yard at the S-City base, she built the roof with round logs and added insulation and waterproofing. Now only the interior decoration remained, and her small wooden house would be finished. She had already left a ventilation opening inside. Tomorrow, she planned to build a stove in the kitchen area with cement and red bricks for cooking. She still needed to study the drainage and sewage system for the bathroom. Looking at the wooden house she had been working on for several days, Sumi felt a deep sense of achievement. It was the first house she built herself. Although Yu Xiaoing suggested the design and the monkeys helped carry the logs up and down, she only saw to sawing and fixing the wood, acting as the supervisor. After completing the tasks Sumi assigned, the monkeys, without further instructions, started wandering around and playing. Being active was in their nature, and Sumi didn't stop them. There are many logs on the ground. She is thinking about building a taller fence. First, it can serve as protection, and second, she noticed that climbing roses planted early in the space are thriving and blooming nonstop. Planting roses on the protective wall would create a beautiful rose wall, which could also attract pollinating insects like hummingbirds and bees. So, Sumi called back the little white fox that was playing in the grass pile. She divided tasks with it, one on each side, digging holes in the ground about 30 meters from the wooden house. The fence needs to be sturdy, so the holes must be dug deep. However, Sumi suddenly felt that using the ready-made logs she bought before for the fence looked a bit unattractive. These logs had their bark stripped in the factory and looked pale. Even for her small wooden house, she plans to paint it with preservative paint once it's fully finished. This will make the color less pale and help the wood last longer. Luckily, in this forest, wood and tall trees are abundant. Sumi plans to go into the woods tomorrow to cut some longer trees about 10 centimeters thick for her garden fence. However, before it gets dark, Sumi hears a distant roar of animals, very strange and startling the birds nearby. The birds fly away in alarm, indicating that the forest is probably larger and more dangerous than she can see. She reminds herself not to forget the flying vines she saw on the plain, and now with the animal roars, she realizes her location might be far from the central area, with many unknown dangers ahead. Because of the animal roar before evening, Sumi becomes more cautious. In the past 2 days, she has been cleaning the outside insect traps every night before entering the space and early in the morning. Today, she caught a bamboo stick insect, a lotus mantis, and a few mole crickets. The mole crickets almost chewed a hole in her trap. At night, everything is silent. Sumi thinks the red fox should come back to find its cubs. But instead of the red fox from the daytime, a brownish-yellow fox with a black tail appears. It enters the valley, sniffing the air, and stays inside the cave for a long time before coming out again. Sumi sees it sitting at the cave entrance, whimpering softly with tears in its eyes, calling out to the sky as if calling someone. Seeing this scene, she suddenly has a guess. She releases the 6 little foxes from the space. The little fox was fed pet goat milk powder by Xie Xiaojun. After eating, it became sleepy and drowsy, making soft woo-woo sounds in its sleep, which the brown-yellow fox heard. It ran out of the cave entrance, sniffed the 6 little foxes, then licked them all over with its tongue. Finally, it carried them back into the cave. It seems this is the mother of the 6 fox cubs. Why did the red fox take away the 6 cubs from another family? However, the night was never peaceful. A pack of wild dogs arrived again. Sumi, following her usual routine, threw frozen meat into the wild dog pack to cause a fight among them. After the strongest ones left, she came out to take the exhausted losers into her space. But this time, after the dogs finished fighting over the food, they didn't leave immediately. A strange sound came from the cave, the cry of a fox cub. Sumi's face changed. First, she released Dahe. Dahe is the name she gave to the male Black Panther. Living in her space, he has plenty of meat and spiritual water, making his body stronger, more graceful, and full of explosive power. This is the reason he lost 2 cubs, enemies meet and sparks fly. As soon as he left the space, he pounced straight away, biting one dog and pinning another, quickly defeating 2 wild dogs. Next, Sumi released Xiao Bai and the 5 wild dogs. The 5 dogs were originally the losers in their group over food, but now they are well-fed and healthy in Sumi's space. Their fur is shinier, and their chest fur shows a faint reddish hue. They only listen to Sumi's commands and have attacked their own kind. Wild dogs usually go hungry or feast, so these 5 are much stronger now. The space provides these animals with the best environment for survival, subtly strengthening their bodies. Just like Sumi herself once was, in terms of physical fitness and strength, she has no rivals among her kind. Xiao Bai and the wild dog pack are old enemies. They rushed forward and started tearing at each other fiercely. Out of the more than 20 wild dogs, only 3 were barely alive on the ground. The rest were all defeated by Sumi's 7 little creatures. Especially Dahe, just him alone, he killed more than 10 wild dogs. Sumi sighed regretfully. The 5 dogs, fighting against their own kind, although injured, still held the upper hand. These minor wounds were nothing to Sumi. What surprised Sumi the most was Xiao Bai, who fought 1 against 7, without falling behind. Although he was covered in wounds, making Sumi feel sad, he still showed a strong fighting spirit and told Sumi not to worry about him. In the end, the 7 wild dogs were bitten almost to death by Xiao Bai, and the night battle came to an end. Sumi hadn't even made a move, yet the area was already filled with spoils of the fight. 15 wild dogs were still alive. After being fed spiritual water, Sumi took them into her space to heal. The remaining wild dog bodies, bitten by the Black Panther, were mourned over by Sumi. She patted Dahe and sighed again, saying, "I know you have grudges, Dahe, but I still need those dogs to guard the mountain pass."
We can't keep fighting like this.
Roar. Dahe angrily growled and turned his head away, ignoring Sumi. She was annoyed and patted his head, warning him, "I warn you, your wife and kids are still in my space." "I don't care. You must catch 20 live ones to make up for it." "Live ones, understood? Otherwise, I won't let you into my space to see your wife and kids. Do you hear me?" Finally, under Sumi's pressure, Dahe whined and dashed out of the mountain pass entrance, disappearing from sight. Sumi didn't expect Dahe to be so eager. From their connection, it was clear he wanted to go catch 20 live animals for his owner. If this were among humans, it would be considered a typical straightforward guy. Sumi initially wanted to stop him, but seeing that the wild dog pack was already small and that Dahe was no longer the same as before, she decided not to stop him. After Dahe ran out, Xiao Bai also darted out. When Sumi called him back, he looked unwilling and barked at her, clearly wanting to go with Dahe. Sumi didn't think twice and stopped him. Dahe was a wild animal, with natural hunting instincts and a sense of danger avoidance. Since he had always lived in the wild, Sumi was not worried about his safety. But Xiao Bai was different. He lacked strong survival instincts, and since it was nighttime, Sumi was absolutely not at ease. "Don't be stubborn. If you want to go out, we'll do it step by step." Tomorrow during the day, I'll let you go play. Nighttime is too dangerous, and you can't go. Thinking about Xiaobai's fierce fight earlier, Sumi decided to start training Dahei and the wild dogs to take him out hunting tomorrow. She couldn't keep him confined just for his safety. Training him to adapt to the dangerous forest environment was the best choice. The mother fox in the cave peeked out to watch Sumi and a group of scary predators gathering by the pond. Sumi worried that the mother fox might get scared and move her babies elsewhere. It seemed better to put the mother fox into her space. So, she took a frozen chicken soaked in spiritual water from her space and threw it at the cave entrance. The mother fox carried the chicken back to her den. Sumi ordered 5 wild dogs and Little White to stay at the entrance to prevent the mother fox from escaping, while she entered the cave herself. Something strange happened. Because Sumi approached, the mother fox, wanting to protect her babies, was ready to bite. But when Sumi got closer, the mother fox, scared, curled up into a ball. Sumi only felt a cool sensation in her stomach, and suddenly, the mother fox sat still on the spot. She lifted a corner of her clothes, revealing a black-scaled tattoo on her belly that looked like real scales. Could this be some kind of contagious disease? She had heard that some snake breeders, after being around snakes for a long time, develop scales on their skin that look like snake scales. When scraped off, a whole patch comes off, which is very frightening. The scales felt smooth and icy to the touch, looking very real. If it really was a skin disease, her daily intake of spiritual water should have helped clear it up. But this thing seemed to be shining more and more. When Sumi tried to lift the mother fox, she struggled. And when she tried to take the babies, even though trembling all over, the mother fox bit her arm. The coolness from the belly spread through Sumi's body. She clearly saw that where the mother fox bit her arm, a black-scaled pattern appeared, and her arm was icy cold but painless. After quickly putting all the foxes into her space, Sumi stared at her intact arm in surprise. No wounds? No bleeding, no pain, not even a scratch. If she hadn't been mistaken, the black-scaled pattern that appeared when she was bitten was exactly the same as on her belly. It seemed the black scales were protecting her from harm. Sumi didn't understand what this was, but if it was useful, that was enough. No matter what beast or monster she encountered in the future, even if bitten when she put them into her space, she wouldn't feel pain or get hurt. It was simple, convenient, and fast. Suddenly, she found the black-scaled pattern a little bit cute. Sumi hesitated for a long time. She now wanted to gather all living creatures into her space, so she considered whether to visit the wild dog territory and wipe out the entire pack. However, there were many pups in the wild dog territory, and her space's pet sheep milk powder was already running low. Plus, with so many wild dogs and other animals, they all needed feeding. Recently, she had been using a lot of frozen meat, and if carnivores had to eat vegetarian, she couldn't bear to watch. The next morning, Dahei hadn't returned yet. After Sumi took 15 wild dogs and Little White to the wild dog territory and completely wiped out the pack, she released all the wild dogs she had brought into her space again. Wild dogs tend to live in groups, and they only become dangerous when they encounter equally strong pack predators. Just 2 days ago, this pack almost killed Dahei and his wife. Now, they returned to their own territory to fend for themselves. Sumi could only hope that the wild chickens and ducklings she had brought into her space would help. She temporarily forbade any creatures in her space from preying on the ground-based young animals. The breeding ability of wild chickens and ducks was quite good, so she moved their nests near the special seedlings. This way, they would lay eggs quickly, hatch fast, and grow rapidly. She believed that soon, the bottom of the food chain, wild chickens and ducks, would stabilize in her space. In the following days, Sumi lived very peacefully and comfortably. Her 20-square-meter wooden cabin didn't look very big from the outside, but it was fully equipped inside. She even installed a toilet, digging a tunnel beneath it that led to a small courtyard she planned. The tunnel was connected with a pipe about 20 centimeters in diameter, fixed in place. Although waste could be used as fertilizer, Sumi felt a bit burdened about excreting inside her space. Since her space was filled with spiritual water and energy, she didn't need fertilizer. She would find a spot to bury her waste each time. She was somewhat of a clean freak. She wasn't afraid of dirt but felt shy about waste disposal. Still, using the toilet was more convenient. Later, she planned to plant flowers, vegetables, and fruits outside her space. She would use spiritual water to flush the waste through the pipe into the land below the courtyard. Through fermentation and natural decomposition, the soil would become more fertile. It was a win-win situation. Sumi praised herself for this idea and decided that once Dahei returned, she would take Little White to train their hunting skills. The little golden monkey in the space has woken up and is very dependent on Sumi. When she notices Sumi is not there, no matter how Yu Xiaoing tries to comfort it, it doesn't work. So, Sumi has no choice but to bring it out. The small golden monkey just left the space, and it's very tiny, probably because it was born not long ago. It's only a little bigger than a sugar glider. It climbs into Sumi's short hair, hides well, and then grabs her hair with all four paws. It closes its eyes, seeming to be sleeping. This is another little creature that loves to sleep after the small lizard. Sumi worries that if she runs suddenly, this little one might fly away. It turns out, Sumi runs quickly around a small pond to test how firmly the little golden monkey is holding onto her hair. It holds tight, without any wobbling. It's so secure that she can't even pull it off with her hands. Only then does she feel at ease. At this moment, at the entrance of the mountain valley, Dahei's voice gradually becomes clearer from afar. It's holding a completely black animal in its mouth. As it gets closer, Sumi sees that it's a small wild pig with black fur and a strong body. It has short but thick tusks and a curly tail, with a pig-like nose. Dahei carries the small wild pig in front of Sumi, snorting proudly. Just as it turns its head to run away again, Sumi pulls its tail back. The remaining 19, let's go together, she says. The small wild pig on the ground is still breathing. Sumi feeds it some water, then puts it into the space. If she can bring in a few male and female wild pigs to breed inside, wouldn't she be free from having to eat so much pork? Dahei tilts its head, looking at Sumi, then turns to glance at Xiao Bai with a hint of disdain. It seems to sneer at Xiao Bai's hunting skills. Don't underestimate Xiao Bai. Maybe one day, Xiao Bai will be even better than you. Right, Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai responds by barking excitedly at Dahei. Dahei doesn't complain and takes a few steps toward the mountain valley entrance, then turns to growl at Sumi and Xiao Bai, signaling them to follow. Then it leaps far ahead. Xiao Bai happily follows, and Sumi struggles to keep up at the back. Dahei's figure disappears and reappears intermittently. Xiao Bai, with its sharp nose, keeps up very closely.
Sumi is chasing after Xiao Bai.
At first, it's difficult, but gradually she seems to find the rhythm of running through the forest. She runs faster and faster, eventually able to match Xiao Bai's pace. However, catching up to Dahei is still too difficult. Dahei, completely black, moves swiftly between the woods and large trees, like a flash of black lightning, sometimes barely visible. The fur on its body shone with a shiny, oily glow in the sunlight. It seemed to want to take Sumi and Little White to a hunting spot it had found. The little wild boar was something it had been waiting to ambush nearby for a long time. Meanwhile, Sumi was running wildly through the woods with two creatures, one black and one white. At this moment, the S-City base was facing a disaster. After Sumi and Qin Hao left, it started to rain in the city. The entire base was so quiet that only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground could be heard. Qin Hao hadn't returned for 3 days. Huang Huiyao looked worried, with a heavy feeling in his eyes. He asked Fang Jie about the situation at the Jiangnan city base, but the reply was simply lost contact. 10 more soldiers had died from illness in the medical department. The others were gradually recovering but still not strong enough to fight. The base's food supplies were running low. Hungry people spent each day in their small homes, thinking about a future they couldn't see. Even if Ge Mingtai took out the stored food, it wouldn't be enough for about 10,000 people. The only solution was for Qin Hao to bring back food. But he received news that Huang Huiyao's satellite communication station couldn't reach the Jiangnan city base. He knew they had been trying to fix the communication system, but the signal was unreliable, sometimes there, sometimes gone. The only places they could contact were two locations. One was the leader of the Jiangnan city base. The other was kept secret by Huang Huiyao. Even his closest allies didn't know where he was communicating with someone. The signal station in Jiangnan City had been repaired before, but suddenly lost contact. Something must have gone wrong. However, Qin Hao still hadn't returned, which made him very worried. Without food, chaos would break out in the base within 3 days. The next day, the people in the dormitory ignored the guards at the gate and left the base to find food. A bowl of porridge was not enough to fill their stomachs. The mutated rats in S City became their main target this time. At night, the rain gradually eased. In the villa area, someone was robbed, home invasion. The robbers were residents of small houses nearby. They couldn't pay their rent anymore, and those who went out to find food had to give half of what they found. Survival was difficult. Even if they went out, whether they could find food was uncertain. Who knew if the terrifying mutated rats outside were still there? So, they chose to either accept their fate or take a chance by robbing others. A desire to dislike the wealthy existed even before the end of the world. After the disaster, especially when hungry, this feeling grew even stronger. The people living in shared dormitories were like beggars in the wasteland. They had already tried eating mutated rat meat. It wasn't bad, and when cooked, it was even tasty. They endured the worst days of the apocalypse, but dared to try things others wouldn't. For them, death was just another risk, and going out to find food didn't necessarily mean they would die. Like now, 2 men in tattered cotton clothes crouched and followed a mutated rat burrow outside the base. After more than 2 hours, they finally reached the city. When they were thirsty, they tilted their heads back and drank rainwater. When hungry, they did the same. Washed and dirty. Their fate was already harsh, so what was dirt to them? Did rainwater cause illness? Their battered, starving bodies knew that as long as they didn't die, they had to keep living and find food. Eventually, they found a nest of baby rats in a hole washed out by the rain. They squatted on the ground, fighting to grab the baby rats from the hole, stuffing each one into their mouths. Every chew made the rats squeal painfully. Their struggles were the only thing left that gave them a sense of dignity in this wasteland. There were about 10 baby rats in the nest. In less than 3 minutes, all of them had been eaten. But the taste of fresh rats made their hunger even sharper. One nest wasn't enough. Soon, more people from the shared dormitory area, attracted by the scent of the mutated rats, approached. Seeing the greasy liquid around the men's mouths, their eyes turned red instantly. On one street, the group searching for mutated rats grew from 2 to 4, and more people would likely join soon. The rain lessened, but the road was damaged by the holes dug by the mutated rats, making it prone to collapse. As the 4 searched on their hands and knees, part of the ground suddenly caved in. The collapsing section extended along the street until it stopped near a sewer. The 4 looked at each other, then opened the sewer cover and climbed down. The sewer, once a playground for rats before the apocalypse, now became a place where they hurried to find food. The 2 who had just eaten a nest of rats moved quickly, their steps surprisingly swift, unlike people who had been starving for over 2 months. But soon, the sewer's drainage and split into 2 dark tunnels, both so dark that they couldn't see anything inside. The 2 of them split up, walking in opposite directions into the darkness. A few minutes after turning onto the fork in the path on the left, they heard familiar footsteps. The sound of footsteps in the dark triggered their hunger nerves, echoing loudly in the tunnel. Their eyes lit up, and they quickened their pace. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red mouse eyes appeared less than 10 meters ahead, watching them. In the next moment, the red eyes were right in front of them, and one of the mice bit into one of the men, dragging him backward.
Ah!
The man's hoarse scream, combined with the sound of stones falling in the tunnel, made the man left behind feel weak in the knees. His instinct to survive made him turn and run immediately. But behind him, countless mouse eyes watched him from the ground. It was a swarm of mutated mice. They rushed forward in an orderly fashion, jumping onto the man's body and biting at the scarce food they had received. Before he could scream again, he was overwhelmed by the mice. In just half an hour, a grown man was reduced to a skeleton by their bites. The man running away was not much better off. His large mutated mouse body dragged him down as debris from the collapsing tunnel fell on him. Stones of various sizes crushed him, and he was covered in blood. His clothes tore apart as the mice dragged him, exposing torn flesh and bloodied muscles. Finally, the mutated mice stopped. The man felt a sharp pain around his neck, and warm blood flowed out. He knew his life was slipping away. At that moment, his only wish before death was that his blood could flow faster. Otherwise, as his body grew colder and colder, he looked at the red eyes with fear, more terrifying than death itself. In another tunnel, the two people seemed to be lucky. But as they moved forward, they increasingly felt something was wrong. The tunnel was narrowing, and the air around them was gradually thinning. Both of them clearly felt that the tunnel was extending downward. They endured the thin air as best they could, rushing through the tunnel as quickly as possible. The ground beneath them grew wetter, and shallow water gradually soaked their shoes and socks. Inside the tunnel, it became shorter and lower, forcing them to bend down to pass through. The space was cramped and narrow, and the air was thin. Talking now felt difficult. They had no idea how long they had been walking. If they turned back, they weren't sure if they still had the strength to reach the surface. The two of them finally had no strength left and lay on the ground of the tunnel, drinking the water from the floor. Surprisingly, the water didn't have the bitter, alkaline taste of outside rainwater. Instead, it was a bit sweet and refreshing. In the dark tunnel, they couldn't see what was in the water, but when drinking, they accidentally inhaled a slippery object. However, for them, nothing was off limits to eat. The slippery thing had a slight fishy smell, but tasted better than a young mouse. So, while continuing to drink, they reached out and groped around on both sides. When they felt the slippery object again, they directly put it into their mouths. As they ate and drank, they gradually regained some of their limited energy. Although they were still very hungry, they now had the motivation to move forward. If the object in the water was edible, there might be more food ahead. Even if it wasn't a mutated mouse, it was worth trying. Finally, in an environment with very little oxygen, they saw a glimmer of hope ahead. The flickering light made the exit look like it was shining brightly. Where there is light, there is an exit. Even knowing the exit was nearby, they took a long time to reach the spot where the light appeared. The water surface in front of them shimmered, reflecting light off the surrounding rocks, allowing them to faintly see their environment. It was a large, clear pond. They could see creatures swimming inside. The river outside the base had frozen over, so they couldn't break the ice to catch fish. But this pond wasn't frozen, and the temperature around it was much higher than outside. They stared at the fish in the pond and salivated. However, in their current state, they had no strength left to go fishing. The water level in the pond seemed to be rising slowly. Their feet were now submerged in the overflowing water, and they finally saw the creatures swimming nearby, realizing what they had just eaten. Tadpoles. They saw such large tadpoles for the first time. Both of them lay on the ground and started catching tadpoles to eat. At that moment, a creature with black lines swam past in the water. It was long and thin. While they were catching tadpoles, it suddenly raised its black head and displayed gray-black scales towards them. A snake, a small black snake. Its raised head was warning them not to steal its food. But human hunger made them ignore all threats. One of them grabbed a small black snake and bit into its 7-inch section. Eating snake meat is very nourishing, and snake gallbladder is also a good thing. The two hungry people, with their front and back pressed together, didn't care about anything else. Each held a snake and started biting and eating it raw. Even when snake scales scraped their mouths and blood flowed, they refused to stop. There were many small black snakes, and even a nest of pure white snake eggs was hidden where they didn't notice. Suddenly, a big splash disturbed the water surface of the deep pond. The two were startled, and as they stood up, the water suddenly exploded like a burst, drenching them completely. When they opened their eyes again, before they could see what the huge object was, one of them was swallowed. Blood burst out around the other, splashing all over him. The sound of bones breaking echoed loudly in his ears. It was a huge gray-black snake, but behind its head was a crest like a lizard's neck, with large scales flaking off all over its body. Its eyes, yellowish-green and full of hatred, stared at him as it chewed on its prey. The man's legs trembled, and his whole body went limp, unable to move. He watched helplessly as the enormous snake chewed and swallowed his companion. Each bite seemed to bite into his own body, torturing his already fragile mind.
No, he didn't want to die.
This snake was so big, it couldn't have passed through the narrow tunnel they came in through. He still had hope. The giant snake sensed its offspring's cry for help. It arrived too late. 2 of its babies had already died. It had lived in the deep pond for many years and finally laid a clutch of eggs. Only 5 hatched, and 2 were dead. These 2 humans. Filled with hatred for the humans who killed its offspring, and wanting to make them feel the terror of being swallowed alive, it watched the panicked human scramble into a tiny hole. After a deafening hiss, the giant snake's head, like a drill, suddenly struck the entrance of the tunnel. The man stumbled inside the tunnel, desperately crawling to escape. The adrenaline surged, making him forget hunger instantly. But the tunnel shook violently as the giant snake rammed into it, causing a collapse that blocked his way forward. There was no way out. But the giant snake couldn't get in either. The snake kept smashing the tunnel entrance, causing the entire tunnel to collapse and extend outward to the ground outside. The ground sank, and every mouse tunnel connected to it cracked. The cracks grew larger and spread toward the base. The man was now trapped under the collapsed tunnel, breathing more heavily than he was inhaling, and it looked like he wouldn't survive. However, the giant snake, driven by a strong desire for revenge, forcefully broke through a large hole at the tunnel entrance, found the man's position, and bit him into its mouth to chew. Snakes usually swallow their food whole and digest it inside their bodies. But this giant snake, capable of chewing, seemed to go beyond what normal snakes can do. After swallowing the 2 humans, it didn't seem satisfied with its meal. The delicious yet filthy food made it feel an intense thrill of fear from their death. So, it burst out of the collapsed tunnel into a new, huge tunnel and headed toward the ground. A large area of ground in City S collapsed, like a powerful earthquake of magnitude 7, causing everyone in the base to feel shaken. In the villa area to the east, guards outside the villas, startled by the ground shaking, hurriedly ran inside. Ma Dexiang and Qinjin were inside the house. Recently, the base had been unstable, making them feel like a storm was coming. The shaking made them even more nervous, gathering together and ready to evacuate at any moment. At this moment, Ge Mingtai knew that a natural disaster might have already struck City S. The shaking didn't seem like an earthquake, but the fear it brought was even more intense than the dundong of an earthquake. When the base was built, they used very strong materials for the foundation pillars, with 124 pillars to ensure that the base wouldn't collapse or shift in earthquakes up to magnitude 9. However, the ground kept shaking again and again, each time feeling stronger than the last. Roar. The roar of the giant snake echoed throughout City S, filling everyone in the base with fear. This sound, similar to a dragon's cry and a beast's roar, was something they had only seen in TV shows and movies before. Hearing it in real life was even more shocking than special effects, terrifying everyone to the core. The world has truly changed. Natural disasters of the end times are not enough. This sound alone seems capable of destroying humanity. Do they really have no way out? Some clever people in the villa area grabbed all their remaining supplies and ran into the basement, believing it was safer than above ground. Zhang Yan stood seriously beside Ge Mingtai, gesturing with unclear speech as he said, "Base leader, we must prepare to retreat." The famous Tai sat calmly in his chair, drinking tea. No need to rush. Huang Huiyao, that old fox, left a backup plan. I've already had my people watching him. He won't let himself die here. Don't forget, who is his new wife? Zhang Yan was stunned. How could he forget? Huang Yiming's mother is her. How could she just watch Huang Yiming die outside? Although Huang Yiming is already dead, the news probably hasn't spread yet. If the S-City base faces a life-and-death crisis, no one would stand by and do nothing. But none of us can be sure we still have contact with the Kyoto area, someone said. Tai looked very relaxed. Don't worry, we'll know the answer soon. Suddenly, the base shook violently, tilting to one side. Because of the foundation, a large steel plate beneath the base was broken by a pillar, holding the entire base in place and preventing it from tipping further. All of S-City was trembling like an earthquake. In the sky, the sound of propellers grew louder, more than one. Chen Jindong ran out the door, staggering, and immediately saw the familiar signal of helicopters. 3 helicopters, all marked with Jing 2914 ZJ. Chen Jindong watched the helicopters approach the base. His eyes twitched. If he wasn't mistaken, only the Kyoto Special Team could send 3 helicopters at once. The only person capable of doing that at this moment is him. And perhaps he had been in contact with Huang Huiyao for a long time. So, what Huang Huiyao said earlier about losing contact everywhere might not be entirely true. The ground tremors grew stronger. Unlikely, but a disaster was about to happen soon. The roar of beasts was getting closer. Chen Jindong had a very bad feeling. He rushed into the villa and picked up Tian. Let's go. We're going to Huang Huiyao. Ma Dexiang was about to go upstairs when Chen Jindong stopped him. Old Ma, what are you doing? Going upstairs to get some snacks. Can't forget the food. Chen Jindong didn't stop him because now, food is as important as life. Hurry up. 2 guards at the door also entered the house to guard, not leaving despite the chaos outside. Uncle Chen, there's still stuff in my sister's small yard, someone said. Chen Jin felt a bit sad about the temperature control machine and the supplementary lights in the yard, but during the escape, he couldn't carry such heavy things. Be good, Tian. This is a special moment. Your sister won't blame us. The vegetables and fruit trees planted in the yard had grown tall shoots. If they continued to grow at this rate without any disaster, they would soon be able to eat fresh vegetables and fruits. It's really a pity. Ma Dexiang moved quickly. Chen Jin and Tian helped pack the food from the kitchen into 2 large backpacks, filling them up. Ma Dexiang and Chen Jin each carried one on their shoulders. Finally, Ma Dexiang ran into the storage room and grabbed an iron rake. Let's go. I need to bring some weapons. If the base is in chaos, having weapons is necessary for defense and survival. Tian obediently held Chen Jin's hand, and the 3 of them went to the gate to meet 2 guards. Let's go. We're going to find Huang Huiyao. However, when they arrived at Huang Huiyao's villa, they found it was already empty. Has that old guy already left? I saw 3 helicopters earlier. He should have taken us along. Tian is his grandson after all. Stop talking nonsense. Over there at the training ground, there's a helipad. We should still make it if we hurry. These 3 helicopters are special models, specially modified, with each capable of carrying 12 people. In such a critical situation, squeezing in 40 people isn't a problem. There are many people in the base, including soldiers, but most of them probably can't leave. Only a small part can escape. Chen Jin still held some hope for Huang Huiyao. Tigers don't eat their own cubs. Huang Yiming is already dead, Qin Hao is missing, and Tian is his only bloodline. He wouldn't just watch him die. However, when they reached the helipad near the training ground, they saw the 3 helicopters lined up in the sky. Chen Jin quickly noticed that 2 of them were already full of people. Fang Jia and Huang Huiyao were on board, along with a group of soldiers who had been with Huang Huiyao all along. Only 1 helicopter still had an empty seat. Inside the helicopter, Fang Jia and Huang Huiyao saw Tian and the others arriving, and nearby, Gu Mingtai and his group were also rushing over. The remaining helicopter still had space, but it was already loaded with food and luggage hanging underneath. If they added more, there wouldn't be room for people. Old Huang. The goose is Chen Jin, and Tian is also there, telling the geese to get on the helicopter. Old Huang, your grandson hasn't gone up yet. Hurry, and let us on. Chen Jin and Ma Dexiang shouted at the helicopter in the sky, not knowing if the people inside could hear them over the loud noise. But even if they couldn't hear from this height, they could see the faces of the people below clearly. Huang Huiyao looked at the people shouting below, his face full of worry. Leader, after all, Tian is your only grandson. Maybe we should. Shaolin, do you think you can lower the helicopter so they can come up? The man flying the helicopter looked cold and said, no. Look over there. He pointed disdainfully toward the training ground. The two looked in the direction he indicated. Besides Gu Mingtai and his group who had already reached the training ground and were about to arrive at the helipad, there were also survivors gathered in the base behind and farther away. If they land now for the sake of escape, the plane probably wouldn't even be able to take off. Those people had already lost their humanity due to hunger. If they knew they couldn't leave, they probably wouldn't let anyone go easily. Huang Huiyao looked again at little Tian, then turned his face back. Leader, Fang Jie said urgently.
Stop talking.
Even if Tian goes to Kyoto with me, with her personality, her only fate might be death. Staying here might still give her a chance to survive. Chun Jin saw the other two helicopters rising higher and knew the answer. Old Chun, that old guy is really ruthless. Chun Jin's face darkened more than ever before. Goose Chun Jin was blind. He looked at Tian but didn't see any fear or anxiety in her eyes. Tian, your dad isn't here, but the goose will protect you. Don't be sad. Tian held Chun Jin's hand without showing any emotion. Uncle Chun, let's go home. I want to wait for Dad and Sister to come back. I miss them. Ma Dexiang stomped his feet angrily and sighed heavily. Just then, Gu Mingtai and his group arrived at the helipad, but what they saw was such a scene.
Ah!
This old dog is so cunning, I underestimated him. He was accompanied by Zhang Yan and another armed soldier, and they greeted Chun Jin and the others. Old Chun, you didn't go up either? This little guy is his grandson. Chun Jin shook his head. The geese are planning to find a place to hide. The two soldiers following Chun Jin were originally guards for Tian. They had only stayed because Qin Hao entrusted them to do so. Deep down, they knew better than Chun Jin that Huang Huiyao and the others would never take them away. Gu Mingtai's face turned pale with anger. That old dog, Huang, really deserves a bad death. The base was becoming very unsafe. The ground occasionally shook slightly, and in the air, besides the helicopter noise, there were beast roars growing louder each time they appeared. Everyone had a bad feeling. Most people in the base heard the helicopter sounds and rushed to the helipad. Staying longer might lead to trouble. This place isn't safe anymore. Let's leave now, Gu Mingtai said, leading the way toward the villa area. After Sumi saved Zhang Yan, he never returned to Fang Jie's team. Instead, he chose to follow Gu Mingtai. He glanced at Chun Jin, nodded, and then followed behind Gu Mingtai. The supplies on the helipad were still being lifted up by ropes, but two other helicopters had already taken off and left. Just as Gu Mingtai, Chun Jin, and the others reached the villa entrance, their fears were confirmed. Outside the base, a giant snake raised its enormous head, looking down at the entire base. In its eyes, they were probably just tiny ants so small that one bite could swallow several of them. Gu Mingtai had never seen such a sight before. Although he was scared, he knew that if they didn't run, death was certain. Most people in the base had gathered at the helipad, so the giant snake wouldn't notice them. Chun Jin wanted to aim his rifle at the snake's head, but Gu Mingtai immediately stopped him. Don't provoke that thing. If you want to live, follow me. He didn't doubt Chun Jin's marksmanship, but was worried that his shot might be too accurate. Snakes are very vengeful creatures. Whether Chun Jin's shot hit or missed, they would become the snake's primary target. That would be a nightmare for them. The giant snake moved very quickly. Its body was dark gray, and although it looked like it was crawling, it was over 100 meters long. When it raised its head, it reached about 50 meters high. How could humans fight such a creature? The screams first came from the training ground. Then gunfire sounded from the soldiers, followed by the angry roars of the snake. From a distance, Chun Jin and the others could smell the blood. This is clearly an unfair and one-sided slaughter. No one knows why such a snake exists. The supplies on the helipad haven't been fully moved, but the people at the base have already arrived. They are frantically grabbing the materials, even building ladders to climb onto the helicopter. However, there is no doubt that this place will become A. When the giant snake was hit by the soldiers' guns, it didn't get hurt. Instead, it became more wild and angry, roaring before going on a killing spree. Chun Jin and the others followed Gu Mingtai to a small building area. Along the way, some soldiers who had come from the medical department also entered the ground floor of the small building with them. The base was shaking violently. Gu Mingtai was very worried. If the foundation of the base cracked, the underground tunnels below could also be damaged. He squatted down and lifted the carpet in the living room of the house, revealing a hatch. Under the hatch was a dark, lightless tunnel. Let's go. Follow me down. If there's any safe place in City S now, it's only here. The group went down the stairs at the entrance and continued until they reached a flat, dim area outside. They only knew that this was a tunnel that went straight down. The tunnel wasn't very long. After walking for about 5 minutes, Gu Mingtai stopped at the front. After the sound of keys unlocking, Gu Mingtai said, "This door is heavy. I need 3 people to help me push it open." Zhang Yan, Qin Jin, and another soldier following Gu Mingtai stepped forward and reached out to touch the metal door.
The door was very heavy.
It was difficult for the 3 of them plus Gu Mingtai to push it open. Luckily, they managed to open it. Once the door was open, Gu Mingtai was the first to feel his way inside. Soon after, with a loud snap, the surroundings lit up brightly. Because everyone had been in darkness for a while, they were temporarily blinded by the bright light and shielded their eyes. Once they adjusted to the brightness, they felt relieved. There was a glimmer of hope. This was actually a spacious, open-air shelter where Gu Mingtai had hidden supplies. The ceiling of the shelter was arched, with 8 rows of very bright incandescent lights illuminating the space. On the ground, neatly arranged, were bags of rice and flour, as well as preserved chickens, ducks, fish, and meats like salted pork, ham, and sausages. What makes their hearts race now is that the living supplies here are very complete and the facilities are all in place. The group here can survive for a month. Most importantly, there is electricity and water, powered by large solar panels, with several backup panels nearby. Everyone can see that these are the only remaining food supplies in the entire base. Luckily, they are being used for emergency needs. The big snake outside might leave at any time, but everyone can rest assured that this air raid shelter is sealed off from the outside and well-equipped, so it won't be discovered. We can think of a way once the snake leaves. Gu Mingtai's words did not bring any comfort to the people. Instead, whenever the base was mentioned, everyone fell silent. Although this giant snake is huge, I don't think it will eat everyone, right? Ma Dexiang said, but then he felt something was wrong. This snake is not just eating people, it seems to be creating destruction. If it's just about food, then it's simple. But with so many people above, they might become the snake's food farm. Or maybe, if it bites everyone to death, the city of S would immediately turn into on Earth. The 9 soldiers, including Qin Jin, no longer felt responsible for saving the people. They were just a few abandoned individuals, so how could they carry the heavy burden of saving others? Their faith was completely shattered at this moment. Losing faith among the soldiers marked the beginning of a disaster for the world. From now on, they would only save themselves and believe only in what they saw. The soundproofing of the air raid shelter was quite good, but at this moment, the passage leading to it collapsed amid shaking. Broken materials and stones hit the door with a loud thud, sounding like a pounding on everyone's hearts. "Commander, if the door is sealed, I'm afraid even if we survive for a little while, we will be trapped here," Qin Jin said, his brow never relaxing since the giant snake appeared. Bad luck kept coming. External tremors were so strong that they could feel them clearly, and even the entire shelter was sinking a bit during the shaking. Food supplies shifted position with the shaking and sinking of the shelter. Chun Jin tightly held Tian's small hand, letting him lean on him. The shaking lasted for several minutes, and it seemed as if something huge was pounding on the ground outside. But besides that giant snake, They could think of nothing else. The shaking stopped, and the feeling of trembling gradually disappeared. Tian pursed her lips tightly, trying hard to hold back her sadness. Uncle Chun, will Dad and Sister Sumi come back? Ma Dexiang sighed sadly, feeling too down to tell Tian a lie that even he couldn't believe. However, Guming Tai's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the name Sumi. He looked at Tian, while the people around him looked at him strangely, wondering why he could still smile so calmly at this moment. Little Tian, you must believe that your dad and Sister Sumi will come back safe and sound. Guming Tai wasn't foolish. With such serious injuries as he and Zhang Yan had, even in the hospital before the end of the world, they wouldn't recover so quickly. So, the water Sumi gave them to drink must have had some secret ingredient he didn't know about. To him, the name Sumi was as powerful as a miracle worker. He could have ignored Qinjin and the others. Huang Huiyao, so cunning and sneaky, abandoning them, was a huge enemy. Tian was Huang Huiyao's grandson. In the past, he wouldn't have brought these people to his safe haven. But he was betting on one person, Sumi. She and Qin Hao went on a mission and lost contact. Although the Jiangnan base was far from here, it was still reachable. The only variable and danger now was that deadly giant snake outside. He didn't know where his confidence in Sumi came from, but since he built the base, he had never been wrong about such feelings. To the giant snake, the 1,000 people in the base were just playthings, not even worth becoming its food. The food in its memory was nothing like this filthy and dirty place. This small hill, with these slow-moving two-legged creatures, made sounds that annoyed it greatly. And those weapons with sparks could leave marks on its scales. They couldn't hurt it, but they angered it. More than half of the ground in City S was damaged by the giant snake's violent crawling, and all the buildings in the base were destroyed in an instant. Even the ground had sunk nearly half a meter. Plus, there were many tunnels and holes dug by mutated rats underneath, making the entire city apart. The rivers and seas outside froze over. Freezing the sea was already tough, but strange mosses also grew on the ice. Water from underground flows up through the city's cracks. The giant snake realizes that the surface water is rising constantly and suddenly remembers something. It leaves the remaining two-legged creatures on the hilltop and quickly moves back along the original path toward the deep underground pond. Earlier, humans had angered it, making it furious, so it didn't notice the ground collapsing. Along the way, the ground is full of cracks and crevices, like a wild land damaged by earthquakes and storms. If the surface is like this, could the underground also be affected? It rushes back to the deep pond as fast as possible. However, the water surface of the pond is not calm now. It seems to have formed a huge whirlpool, spinning very quickly. As soon as the giant snake enters the water, it is pulled down by the whirlpool. The entire pond water begins to shake violently. The cone-shaped rocks outside the water and fall apart, then are into the whirlpool and sink to the bottom. The space around the tunnel and the pond collapses and sinks into the deep pond amid increasingly intense tremors. This is truly an earthquake. Even Chun Jin and the others in the underground bunker feel it. But the quake isn't very strong. If the base hadn't been destroyed earlier by the giant snake, they probably wouldn't have noticed. At the bottom of the deep pond, huge blocks of ice stretch for hundreds of miles. The giant snake looks tiny and fragile compared to them, like a small mudfish. The cold water makes the snake feel slow. It swims around the ice surface, searching until it finds in the ice. Every few years, it gathers strength to strike at this. This time, it hits a few more times. It can sense that the life beneath the huge ice is full of spiritual energy and vitality, just like the tiny human grain that appeared at the bottom of the pond last time, with a familiar aura of spiritual energy. But before it can act, the ice suddenly widens. A loud sounds from inside the ice. Frost flowers fall off the surface, drifting like countless snowflakes in the sky. Through the gap, the black-scaled patches seem to absorb all surrounding darkness. They are shiny and smooth, with golden light beginning to settle along their edges. Suddenly, the giant ice explodes. Fragments of ice shatter into powder and vanish in the explosion, swirling around the bottom of the pond with frost flowers. The giant snake didn't expect the ice to explode. Several of its scales are shattered, causing it pain, and it coils its body in response. No, the temperature around is rising, and the frost flowers are slowly melting. It looked into a pair of eyes like black holes, dark as if they wanted to swallow it. This was the first time it felt its life was in danger. It tried to run away, but after a flick of its tail, the tail was caught. The giant snake was pulled into a huge whirlpool before it could escape. Then it broke through the collapsing tunnel and returned to the ground. "Did you steal my scales?" The giant snake didn't understand what was happening, but it could understand the meaning of the person speaking behind it. Hiss. "Not you?" Hiss. Hiss hiss. Surely, at that time, the human took the black scales away. It wasn't its concern. "Human?" Hiss. "Let me go." But the grip on its tail grew stronger. It even felt several scales at the tip of its tail being forcibly torn off. Hiss. "I can't let you go," he said calmly, as if stating something very ordinary. Hiss hiss.
Why?
It hadn't provoked him, but strangely, it felt an invisible pressure from him, making it unable to move, like a natural bloodline suppression.
I'm hungry.
Hiss. Hiss.
What?
It suddenly sensed that something was very wrong. The giant snake's eyes, yellow and fierce, turned to look behind it. At this moment, it suddenly felt a sharp pain all over its body, its teeth clenched tightly. It watched its snake skin being peeled off, the sticky bond between the skin and its body forcibly torn apart. Just as it wanted to resist and struggle, a sharp pain struck at a vital spot, and it felt as if its internal organs were being pulled out, leaving it with no strength to fight back. The giant snake, which had caused chaos in the entire city, was now being skinned alive, and its gallbladder was taken out. He was very hungry. He hadn't lied to the snake. But besides the small gray mudfish in front of him, which was prey and edible, everything else was completely unfamiliar to him. As the snake's flesh rapidly disappeared, the black scales on its body began to fade, revealing only faint black patterns like tattoos. To him, the meat of this small mudfish wasn't very tasty, but he was too hungry to care. He didn't know how long he had been eating. Finally, he swallowed the snake's gallbladder, and the black scale tattoo on his body completely vanished. Yuck, this tastes terrible. Looking at his now plain white body where the black scales had disappeared, he felt very dissatisfied. Especially the missing scale on her abdomen made her a bit irritable. So she tore off a piece of the giant snake's scaled skin and wrapped it around herself, then looked up at the air and sniffed her nose. That way. At this moment, Sumi was originally following Dahei and Xiaobai as they ran into the mountain valley. Suddenly, her abdomen started feeling warm and cold alternately, then became very hot. Soon after, she felt an intense hunger she had never experienced before. Why did I suddenly become so hungry? She felt her legs weaken and her vision blurred, like the hunger she felt in her past life when she hadn't eaten for days, only drinking water. But her stomach didn't feel the sharp, squeezing pain. She was just hungry, so hungry that she wished she could swallow an elephant, maybe even two. Finally reaching the mountain valley, she quickly entered her space to find Yu Xiaoing cooking for her. She couldn't wait and started eating the takeout she had prepared earlier. One portion wasn't enough, so she ate a second, then a third. Yu Xiaoing looked at her in surprise and asked shyly, "Mimi, with your appetite, are you sure you're not pregnant?" Sumi looked very upset, angry even. Her stomach was almost bursting, but she still felt unbearably hungry. The black scales on her abdomen flickered, revealing their original form, which must be causing this. It made her feel like vomiting, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't get it out. Frustrated, she ate a large bowl of ramen.
Ugh.
Sumi, feeling overly full, started to after eating, hoping her stomach would feel better. But her whole body was uncomfortable, so she decided to jump into the spiritual river and soak in the spiritual water. The cool spiritual water soothed her body, making her feel less hungry. But as soon as she got out, the hunger returned. Helpless, Sumi had no choice but to continue soaking in the river. But how could this go on? As soon as she got out, her legs felt weak from hunger. Eating didn't satisfy her at all. She couldn't understand what was happening. So she had to endure her hunger as she walked over to Yu Xiaoing, who had prepared a meal. "Mimi, I saw you're so hungry, so I made a lot. Hurry and eat. The fish is from the spiritual river, caught fresh. It's from the batch of white carp eggs that hatched there.
Try the taste."
There are also many carcasses of wild dogs that were bitten to death last time by the black dog. They're stored in the space and won't rot. My father once taught me how to handle wild game. Though I don't have all the ingredients, the taste should still be good. Sumi started with the fish first. As soon as she put the fish in her mouth, a strong spiritual energy spread from her mouth into her body. This energy was different from the spiritual water in the space. It was full of vitality. It gathered at her lower abdomen, which had a black scale pattern. Sumi's eyes lit up. She wasn't that hungry anymore. The fish could satisfy her hunger. Next, she tried the wild dog meat. It wasn't very old, but it wasn't tender either. It was a bit chewy, with a nice aroma. However, after eating a bite, her hunger didn't lessen as much as it did when she ate the fish. So she looked at the white carp, about the length of her arm. Yu Xiaoing watched Sumi wolf down her food with a smile. She had finished the whole fish quickly, and felt a sense of achievement. Don't just eat fish. I also made pickled fresh meat. Try it: salty pork and pig's trotters. I even fished out a clam from the river. The soup is very tasty. Give it a try. Sumi scooped up a bowl of soup and drank it quickly, but her growing hunger still wasn't satisfied. "Xiaoan, do you have more fish?" "Yes, yes, yes. I made a big plate of crispy fried small fish strips with cumin and salt." "Try it," Yu Xiaoing said curiously. Her dishes were always delicious, so why was Sumi, who usually loved everything she made, so picky today? Sumi took the entire plate of crispy fried small fish strips from the other side of the table and ate them all at once. Only then did her hunger start to ease a little. At this moment, Sumi realized how to relieve her hunger. To eat food from the space, it had to be native to the space itself. The bowl of soup was very tasty, but couldn't satisfy her terrifying hunger. But simple fish could work because the fish was born in Sumi's space and carried its own vitality. The river clam was brought from outside by Sumi, and the pork and pig's trotters were stored before the apocalypse. They had no spiritual energy or vitality. While thinking this, Sumi felt that the food she just ate seemed to be digested quite a bit. To prevent her hunger from attacking again, she chose to eat tomatoes this time. Eating a tomato doesn't satisfy hunger as well as fish, but it still helps. Sumi prays that this strange hunger will only last a short time, so she drops everything and goes to sleep. But the next morning, Sumi wakes up feeling very hungry. Hunger, very strong hunger. She calls 2 tomatoes from afar to eat, then, when that's not enough, she eats a corn. Yu Xiaoing didn't expect Sumi to wake up so early today. At Sumi's request, she prepares 2 large plates of steamed fish. This is the simplest and fastest way to help Sumi with her urgent hunger. "Xiaoan, I have a favor to ask. Please help me make 20 servings of fish every day and put them in the space. There should be exactly 20, no more, no less." 20 servings? Sumi nods. Yes, fish like tomato fish or corn-thickened fish slices, as long as they are grown or raised in the space. So, Yu Xiaojuan's daily work now includes helping Sumi cook. To ease her hunger, Sumi moves all the pregnant creatures, both in water and on land, to the edge of the river near a young sapling that is growing strong. Only here can they reproduce faster, and their babies can grow more quickly. She has figured out how to control her hunger and its intensity. The fullness from fish, shrimp, and should last about half an hour to an hour. During that time, she also uses fruits like tomatoes and corn to reinforce her feeling of fullness. For chickens, ducks, and geese, she thinks the feeling of fullness might be even stronger. But there aren't enough wild chickens and ducks in her space to sustain her, so she moves their nests closer. Sumi releases Xiao Bai to follow Dahe to hunt. With her current condition, she can't keep up with Xiao Bai and Dahe running After a few steps, she might become too hungry to continue. So, she takes her troop of monkeys into the forest to find suitable trees for building a wall. Most trees are oily and attract insects, and their trunks are not rain-resistant. Before leaving, she decided to look for trees like pine. After searching for a while, she found pine trees, but they were either huge, towering beyond her reach, or tiny saplings less than 5 centimeters in diameter. She felt hungry twice during her search and ate 3 plates of fish before continuing. She also commanded the monkey army to dig out the tree seedlings she liked, as long as the main roots were not damaged. The monkeys are naturally lively and active. Without Sumi's supervision, they quickly jumped away from the group. Soon, they even brought back a young squirrel and handed it to Sumi. Sumi checked her space and found no squirrel. After giving it some spiritual water, she sent the squirrel into her space. Sumi only calls the monkey army to help her saw trees when she finds the target seedlings or trees with about 10 centimeters of diameter. She just tried using a saw earlier, cutting less than half a tree and using up 1 fish. If she does this all day, she might use up 30 or 40 fish. Over a month, she could consume over 1,000 fish. Fortunately, she has many fish in her space. The fish from the previous white carp hatchlings have grown up and are now in their 3rd generation. Even if she eats fish every day and all the time, there are still plenty left. In the afternoon, Sumi found a patch of fir trees in a moist area of soil. The fir trees were uniform, with vertical bark patterns and few deformities or insect holes. The trees were about the same height. Sumi chose fir trees with about 10 centimeters diameter, marked 3 scratches on the trunks with her dagger, and then called the monkeys back. The monkey army quickly returned and brought her news. They saw some humans with guns entering the forest.
Sumi understood.
She took out the 4 saws she had in her space, gave them to the monkeys in pairs, and had them saw down the marked trees. Thanks to the spiritual water in her space, the monkeys had grown bigger and stronger over these days. They sat in front of a tree, each holding one end of a saw, pulling and pushing quickly. Soon, more than 50 fir logs were cut and lying in her space. By dusk, Sumi had enough fir wood to build a small courtyard wall. Just as she was about to leave, a gunshot from the east startled her. Then, a sudden hunger struck, and she angrily took out a roasted fish made by Yu Xiaoing and started eating. Fortunately, she could tell the gunshot came from quite a distance, so it wasn't dangerous. She gave the command, and the monkeys hurried back into the mountain valley. She ate her fish slowly while walking toward the valley. No one knows how helpless she felt. That hunger feeling seemed to be grafted onto her, as if from a starving ghost. She would get hungry after exercising, running fast, being startled, or even sawing wood. Even now, after a sudden heavy rain soaked her completely and made her very annoyed, she was hungry again. She had just finished eating the fish in her hand. Sumi finally realized a simple truth. Not moving and keeping a happy mood could reduce how often she felt hungry. It was very hard for Sumi to return to the mountain valley. She immediately went back into her space and jumped into the spirit river. Phew! She thought that after rebirth and having her space, she wouldn't feel hungry anymore. But why does the feeling of being full, yet still hungry feel so strange? Going out and coming back, traveling 100 kilometers, used up a month's worth of food for others. Could this be a side effect of having a space that the heavens gave her? She habitually touched the black-scaled pattern on her stomach, feeling angry. She tried to dig it out by pressing into her flesh. But her torn-up belly quickly healed in the spirit river, and the black-scaled pattern was still there. It even shone with a dark light, flashing briefly before disappearing. And then, Sumi was hungry again. She promised herself she had cursed everything she could in her 2 lifetimes at that black pattern. But the more she got angry, the faster she felt hungry. If she weren't soaking in the spirit river, she might have started a gluttonous eating show again. Forget it, it's already like this. I'll find a way to fix this later, Sumi told herself to stay calm. At least she wasn't starving now, and her space was full of food she could indulge in. She decided not to fuss over this small bug. Thinking this way, Sumi felt much better. After Xie Xiaowan finished cooking dinner, Sumi ate another bowl of rice. Everything from her space was top quality, spiritual energy in the rice, vegetables, fruits, fish, shrimp, crab meat, all full of vitality. After the meal, Sumi successfully made peace with herself again. After dinner, Xie Xiaowan, with a happy face and clenched fists, came to Sumi and said mysteriously, "Mimi, guess what I found?" She held up her fists in front of Sumi. As the owner of the space, Sumi naturally knew what was inside those fists. But to keep Xie Xiaojuan's good mood, she pretended not to know and guessed casually. "Could it be that you made some new dish for me again?" Sumi only knew that she was holding round beads in her fist, some white, some pink, and others with a glowing effect, like pearls. But she had never collected pearls in her space, and these beads were about the size of marbles. Xie Xiaowan excitedly spread her palm open.
Look.
"It's this, pearls."
Sumi was surprised.
Could they really be pearls? Pearls? Where did they come from? She didn't remember ever collecting pearls. You forgot? You collected many freshwater clams downstream of the City River. I just fished some out earlier. Strange thing is, these clams drop pearls, then close up again, as if they're afraid I'll dig them out for food. Sumi secretly smiled. Of course. These clams dropping pearls might actually be a way to bribe Xie Xiaowan, so she wouldn't eat them. She picked up a white pearl and looked at it closely. It was smooth, shiny, white, and bright, with a very even glow, better than the pearls in high-end jewelry stores. Especially the pink one. It was large and rare in color, and when she held it, she felt a cool sensation. Hiss. It seemed to radiate a strong life force. The energy was very unique, cool and calming, helping her feel more alert. It instantly eased much of her intense hunger and irritability. A bigger smile spread across Sumi's face. As this life force entered her body, it flowed toward her lower abdomen, where a black-scaled pattern was. The overwhelming hunger she felt was gradually fading until it disappeared completely. Sumi jumped up happily. That hunger had tormented her for 2 days. She couldn't lift her shoulders, run, or even get angry or startled. It was terrible. Now, with this pearl, her hunger was gone, and she could return to normal. After resting in her space for a night, Sumi woke up to find her hunger within normal limits. She reached for the necklace clasp hidden in her necklace, which was made into an earring. This necklace was a keepsake from her mother, the medium through which her space was originally activated. But after the space upgraded, the necklace seemed to have become just an ordinary chain. Sumi had tried leaving it at her space so she could come and go freely. She still wore it every day, mainly as a keepsake, so she could always remember her loved ones. The little golden monkey has been staying close to her ever since it crawled into her hair, even sleeping against her. This makes Xiao Bai a bit jealous, like now, when the little monkey is loudly crying in the spirit river and Xiao Bai is wagging its tail, occasionally warning it. Whenever the little monkey tries to climb up, Xiao Bai swats it back into the spirit river with a paw. Sumi feels both annoyed and amused. Xiao Bai is like the eldest sibling in a second-child family, teasing the younger one out of jealousy. So, even though she knows Xiao Bai is teasing the monkey, Sumi doesn't stop it right away. Instead, she leisurely finishes her breakfast before calling Xiao Bai over. Xiao Bai happily nuzzles her cheek and licks her face full of saliva. All right, you clever little thing. The little monkey is still young, and its mother just died. Weren't you the one who saved it? Why are you upset now?
Bark, bark, bark.
Xiao Bai sticks to her every day. You were also raised by me from a young age, through thick and thin. If you won't let me take care of it, then let it stay with you?
Bark, bark, bark.
Xiao Bai excitedly wags its tail and agrees. Without Xiao Bai causing trouble, the little monkey quickly climbs ashore. It looks up, seemingly about to cry, but then sees Xiao Bai's happy, husky smile. It frantically starts accusing Sumi of Xiao Bai's misbehavior, but she ignores it. Suddenly, Xiao Bai bites it and swings its head, accurately tossing the little monkey in a parabola onto Xiao Bai's back. The little monkey grabs Xiaobai's thick fur, and Xiaobai runs away. It dashes at top speed, running wildly outside the dark soil of the space. At first, the little monkey was scared and buried its head, holding tightly onto Xiaobai. But surprisingly, it became a little excited. Eventually, while Xiaobai was running, the little monkey sat on its neck like a person and excitedly shouted, "Oh," with a big grin. Sumi is both amused and helpless. The way animals get along is truly simple. Since yesterday, it has been raining in the forest, and the rain is getting heavier. The rain brings water to this sunny forest and also brings more vitality. What annoys Sumi is that whenever it rains, she can't fix the walls around her small courtyard. The foundation she dug gets washed away by the heavy rain and has to be dug again. Sumi wants to expand the size of the pond. There is a large water pump in the space, originally intended to raise fish and filter wastewater during the end times. Now, it can be used to extend the water pond outward, reaching the entrance of the mountain valley, and the pump can be installed in front to create a fountain for decoration. Sumi usually doesn't like to go out in the rain, but Dahei and Xiaobai are addicted to hunting and can't stop, even in the rain. So, Sumi has no choice but to let the lively two little ones go outside. Since following Xiaobai, the little golden monkey no longer wants to stay in Sumi's hair. When Xiaobai goes hunting, the monkey hides in Xiaobai's fur and goes along. The monkeys are playful, chasing each other on Flower and Fruit Mountain, throwing fruits, and being chased away by Sumi. She assigns them the task of collecting small animals and asks them to pick rare plants and bring them back. Sumi then goes to the source of the Spirit River, realizing that the Taisui has grown quite a bit and should be able to spit out pearls again. As soon as Sumi approaches Taisui, it surfaces from the water with 108 holes opening all at once, and 108 spiritual water pearls emerge. No wonder my ankle almost got caught, but this time, spitting pearls isn't as painful as before, and it doesn't tremble when spitting. She waits for nightfall and for the rain to stop. During this time, she only goes out briefly to collect insects caught in the insect trap. These are all food for the 7 bottomless mouths. In her space, the only creatures she personally feeds besides the little golden monkey are the 7 small creatures hatched from 7 eggs, unclear whether they are birds or chickens. Initially, they were satisfied with just shredded meat given by Yu Xiaoing, but 3 days ago, they refused to eat frozen meat strips. Even if she forces it in, they spit it out. Very picky eaters. These 7 have been eating over a dozen white powder moths daily for 3 days, with each getting 2 fat green caterpillars as dessert. Sometimes, they deliberately push their siblings out of the nest to make them scream, just to attract Sumi's attention and remind her they are hungry. Sumi has no choice but to categorize the insects caught in her space, leaving those that have laid eggs for future generations as food for the 7 bottomless mouths. Fortunately, the insects entering her space are thriving, the climate is pleasant, and spiritual energy is abundant, perfect for their reproduction and growth. Currently, Sumi's space contains over 100 types of insects. There are 3 types of mantises: the sickle mantis, the flying fish mantis, and the orchid mantis. They have also interbred, resulting in a new species that has the pink color of the orchid mantis and the body size of the sickle mantis. This surprised Sumi, as new species can bring new effects. The pink mantis has a good disguise appearance and strong attack power. It is only 2 days old but already much larger than an adult orchid mantis. As night falls, Dahei and Xiaobai return to the mountain valley before it gets completely dark. Sumi steps out of her space and sees that Dahei is holding a red fox in its mouth. This red fox is the same one that was moved to the mountain valley that day. Dahei throws it in front of Sumi, taking away its last breath. Sumi picks up the red fox's body. There are no bite marks from Dahei or Xiaobai, but there is a small hole in its belly that is bleeding continuously. Could it be a gunshot wound? She remembers hearing distant gunfire that day near the hemlock trees, so it must have been injured then. If the people from the Jiangnan city base came hunting and wounded the prey, they would probably track it. But this time, they are likely to fail because they never expected that their prey would be brought here by her. Food delivered directly is too good to waste. Thanks Xiao, one can cook wild game. Also, this red fox's fur is as red as blood, thick and beautiful. The gunshot wound is on its belly, but even if the skin is removed, it still looks good. Before the end of the world, many poachers killed these foxes for their beauty. Now, although there are farms raising foxes, wild red foxes are very rare. Red foxes with blood-red fur are extremely rare. Although Sumi used to love small animals and hated the excessive killing by poachers, her perspective has changed after her second life. The fur she receives can be used well in the future. It rained continuously for 3 days and nights before stopping on the morning of the 4th day. Sumi was worried that this was just a temporary pause in the rain, so she didn't rush to build a wall. Instead, she expanded the water pond a little. Digging a pond requires digging holes, and Xiaobai is the best at it. Not only Xiaobai, but Dahei also seemed unimpressed with Xiaobai's digging speed. Amid Xiaobai's constant barking and scolding, Dahei gradually lost itself and started digging holes with Xiaobai. A black one and a white one straight and one silly, quickly dug a channel about 60 centimeters wide, extending from the pond to the mountain valley entrance. The water from the pond spread all the way to the entrance, and the water level did not decrease. Instead, the water at the bottom of the pond flowed out even faster than before. Sumi placed a few frogs in the pond from her space, not only for ecological reasons, but also as an invisible form of protection. These frogs are just like the giant frogs she had in City J, with deadly toxins all over their bodies. This was her protective setup for the mountain valley just in case. Sumi even thought about deepening the bottom of the pond to put the sleeping giant python from her space inside. But since the python is asleep and unaware, putting it in the pond wouldn't really strengthen her defenses. If only she could go back to City J again. There, the crocodile eggs were countless, all stored in her space to grow into a huge crocodile army. Wherever they went, people would tremble in fear. Those giant crocodiles were quite powerful. Unfortunately, she didn't activate the Spirit River water back then, so all the crocodile eggs in her space had to be cooked and eaten as food. However, as more species appeared in her space, Sumi noticed that the small sapling near the Spirit River had grown much taller. Its strange fragrance spread up to a kilometer. Within that distance, people could smell its unique scent. The farther the scent reached, the weaker its effect, but it was enough for the creatures and plants inside Sumi's space. 1 kilometer was enough to cover part of the Spirit River or more of the black soil. If Sumi planted something within this range now, ordinary vegetables could be ready to harvest in just half a day. She moved the slow-growing durian and mango trees next to the sapling. An hour later, a durian that was once only the size of a fist grew to be as big as a pig's head, round and large, with a cracked bottom. It ripened, filled with a strong fruit aroma. Sumi, craving it, abandoned everything in her hands and plucked all 7 fruits from one tree, choosing the biggest one to open and eat. The habitat of the wild dogs was over half an hour away from the mountain valley, but they came to drink water at Sumi's place every day in groups. The water in the pond became clearer and clearer because Sumi added Spirit River water daily. You could even see small fish swimming and water plants at the bottom. After the rain, the forest smelled of fresh earth. Sumi usually didn't go out at night, but when the monkeys returned, she counted and found one missing. It was the smartest monkey with a gun. The other monkeys also said they hadn't seen it. When they went out, they scattered in the woods to find small animals to tease. Some caught squirrels, some caught night monkeys, some caught shiny beetles, and others got stung by bees after digging into a hive and hurried back with swollen heads. The wild bee nests in the forest are probably big and fierce. Since they couldn't bring one down, 2 monkeys got stung and their bodies swelled up. If it weren't for Lingi, those 2 monkeys might have lost their lives. From now on, if you see a hive like that, come back and call me. I'll get it and put it in the space, Sumi said. She waited a while, but the monkey with the gun still hadn't returned. She was worried something might have happened, so she decided to go look for it. The connection between Sumi and the gun-wielding monkey was always silent. There were 2 possibilities. One was unconsciousness, either it was sleeping or fainted. The other was that it was dead. but if it were dead, Sumi would know. She could feel the loss of a life connected to her mind. So, the monkey was probably just unconscious. Using her delicate link with the monkey, Sumi left the valley and headed south, toward the pine forest. On the way, she would pass through Dahan's old territory. Once past the forest, the insects became very numerous. Sumi watched a mosquito about the size of a fly land on her arm, its soft proboscis piercing her skin. She held back the urge to swat it, watching as her blood was out, then carefully put it into her space. She had caught dozens of mosquitoes along the way and was fed up. From then on, any insects that came near were all collected into her space. Mosquitoes that didn't manage to her blood were immediately deprived of their vitality and died as soon as they entered. The next moment, their bodies were eaten by small wild chickens and ducks inside her space. Just as Sumi felt she was very close to the monkey with the gun, she saw smoke rising from the forest ahead. Sumi chose the tallest tree and climbed up. From about a kilometer away, she saw a small flicker of light like stars, probably a campfire set up by someone there. At night in the forest, a fire not only helps cook food and keep warm but also drives away predators. Animals fear fire. With a firelight, most don't dare come too close. However, Sumi doesn't agree with this completely. While many animals are afraid of fire, some are not afraid and are even interested in the flames. For example, Sumi saw a lizard that looked like a giant chameleon running straight toward the firelight. It moved very quickly, flying between the trees. With each jump, it spread its large wings to help it fly from tree to tree. Sumi knew that the armed monkey was at the firelight spot. She heard rustling sounds of animals nearby and strange calls like gurgle gurgle or chirp chirp from other places. There were also a few animal roars she had never heard before. But none of that mattered now. The armed monkey had woken up and was loudly calling for help, making loud noises as it begged Sumi. Sumi climbed down from the tree and quietly moved toward her target. She stopped about 100 meters from the fire. There, 5 men and 2 women sat around the fire, talking. The armed monkey was in a sack near them and was struggling inside. Sumi told it to stay still so it wouldn't upset the people and get hurt. The monkey listened and stayed quiet. Then it started complaining to Sumi about how these people had captured it, but she didn't understand much. She only knew that one of the men had given it an injection and made it faint. Brotherly, this clever monkey we found will fetch a good price at the base. I heard Dr. Yuan's peaches are big, juicy, and sweet. Maybe you can trade me one? The man called Brotherly immediately agreed. Sure. Don't worry. You found this monkey, so you get the most credit. What else do you want? I'll trade it for you later. Brotherly is so kind. That's enough for me. I just want 1 peach. I don't need anything else. We Guagua are really sensible. When there's extra rice and grains, we can exchange some for fruit seedlings to plant behind our house. By this time next year, Guagua will also be able to enjoy fresh fruit. By the way, how many bullets does Qiangli still have? We should keep some just in case we encounter that thing again when we go back. We might need more bullets. Don't worry, I brought an extra magazine when I left, and I exchanged for 2 bags of bullets. But bullets are getting more expensive in the base now. I heard that soon, there will be no more bullets sold outside. I don't know if that's true or not. Everyone, don't be careless. We've had today's life because of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to come into this forest every time. Sumi listened carefully to their conversation. She didn't know what they had done, but suddenly she heard a girl shouting for help. You bunch of scumbags. What did Xiaoxue do wrong? Why are you treating her like this? Lin Guowa, you fake kind girl. May you have bad luck.
Ah.
Brother, you scared me. Why did she say that to me? Guo didn't do anything wrong. Xiaoxue is gone, but she saved my life. I will thank her forever. But you can't say I caused her to die.
I didn't.
You know it deep down. Li Chuyi, Xiaoxue told me that you and Lin Guoguo were involved. I didn't believe it at first. I was blind. I believed you really took me out hunting for food. But I didn't expect. You, animals. You will pay for this someday. Hee, whether we get retribution or not, you can't see it. But your life is in our hands now. Sai, such a beautiful girl, and she has AIDS. What's the use of her staying in the base? It's better for her to go out and find food for us. That's her contribution. Exactly. She's tender and soft, much sweeter than that girl Xiaoxiu. It's a pity she got that dirty disease. No idea how she caught it.
Pa.
If you have the guts, kill me. Do you think Lin Guogua is so clean? Shut up. Stop talking nonsense.
Why are you saying that about me?
Sumi listened from afar, understanding what was happening. She didn't know what these people were up to, but since they had caught her monkey, she knew they had their reasons. Sumi initially just wanted to rescue the gun-wielding monkey and teach those people a lesson. Who knew she would end up witnessing such a big scene? The survivor base in Jiangnan City? It seems to be in this forest. With their guidance, they could probably reach it quickly. Maybe they could also find the location of Jiangnan City's granary. Sumi entered her space and released the black scorpion near the 5 men and 2 women, so it would wake her up before they left. She lay peacefully inside her space, closing her eyes to rest. Not long after, 5 men and 2 women 100 meters away encountered trouble. One man suddenly screamed loudly, and soon after, the others around burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha. That was so unlucky for you.
Still laughing? Help me catch that scorpion. I want to step on it. Even the scorpion knows you're not a good person. I think we should leave early tomorrow morning.
You. Ha ha ha.
You'd better find a doctor to detoxify, or else in the future. I don't care. We're leaving now. It's killing me. What are you looking at?
You.
Come here. You like watching, right?
Come in.
Help me draw out the poison. Big sister, look at how painfully brother was stung by the scorpion. Please help him. Why don't you help him? They've taken care of you more than me all along.
You. What am I?
Only in tough times can you see true friendship. Won't you even help your brothers a little? They've helped and protected you so much. When Xiaoxiu was at the base, she cooked and did laundry for you every day, never complaining. You don't cook, don't do laundry, and can't hunt. What can you do? Just shout brother a few times, and your brother's poison will be cured? Listening to their conversation, Sumi couldn't help but laugh. This girl was quite something. Although she was someone who could be sacrificed at any time in this small team of 5 men and 2 women, the remaining 5 men and 1 woman weren't without flaws. The black scorpion probably stung the man somewhere, just out the poison. Why was Lin Guogua so hesitant? Perhaps her delay had already left a bad impression in the minds of these men. However, Sumi underestimated the power of a green tea girl. Suddenly, she heard Lin Guogua start to cry softly. Brotherly, I don't want to refuse to help him. But how can I? Boo-hoo.
All right.
Who let you, kid, get unlucky and get stung in such a place? Forget it, there are too many poisonous insects and wild animals in the wild. Let's rest here for an hour and then head back. Poisonous scorpion. I won't back down from it. Sumi thought. What part did that black scorpion sting? How could this green tea girl still be forgiven after such a reaction? Hopefully, it wasn't in the place I think. After an hour, the 7 people stood up, ready to return to the city. Sumi saw that the person at the front and the person at the back of their group each held a torch. At night, torches help scare away many dangerous insects and animals, making their journey safer. Sumi followed them from a distance behind. The jungle at night often makes strange animal sounds, so she wasn't worried they'd notice her. She followed for less than 10 minutes, when suddenly the man stung by the black scorpion went crazy. She moved closer and saw 4 men struggling to hold him back, trying to stop him from attacking Lin Guogua. Lin Guogua's face was very pale as she hid behind another woman, trembling. Her hair was messy, and there was a blood stain on her neck, caused by the sudden attack of the man just now. Sumi noticed that the man's face was flushed, his lips blackened, and his eyes were full of bloodshot veins. He was howling like a madman, trying to get close to Lin Guogua. It looked like he was under some kind of mind-altering poison. The black scorpion climbed down from a tree, and Sumi saw it secretly crawl into the pocket of the man carrying a gun and a monkey. It seemed to be showing off its cleverness. Master, I'm very powerful, right? Sumi was worried. These people were moving too slowly. How long would it take to reach the Jiangnan city base? Suddenly, Leech also let out a scream and looked painfully at his groin, clutching it. His bag fell to the ground, and the gun-carrying monkey inside untied itself and ran out, disappearing into the dark forest. Under Sumi's command, it circled around the perimeter before quietly sneaking up behind her and returning to her space. Leech was in trouble. He looked at Lin Guogua with a face full of pain, clutching a certain part of his body, and suddenly lunged at her after the first man was poisoned. Lin Guogua was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Before she could scream, Leech covered her mouth with his own. Deep in the old forest at midnight, the ground was covered with dry leaves, still damp from the recent rain. A black scorpion crawled from Leech's back toward the ground, quickly hiding among the leaves and disappearing from sight. Soon after, it reappeared in the palm of Sumi's hand, not far behind the group. "You little guy, you're quite the biter. Targeting vital spots, too. I didn't teach you to do that." The black scorpion excitedly waved its large pincers, and its tail's venomous hook glowed, showing its happiness and excitement. "Now, I'll have to rely on them to find the Jiangnan city base. You can go back to your space now. The others can't afford to have any more accidents." The black scorpion turned reluctantly to look at the group's position, suddenly startled by what it saw. Its venom was truly powerful. Leech was tearing apart Lin Guogua's clothes right in front of everyone. The woman's situation was very striking in the eerie night, especially the first man to be poisoned. His face was blackened, and his whole body showed terrifying symptoms of poisoning. He was about 175 centimeters tall, a normal-sized man, but now his body was swollen like a gourd, except for his legs. This venom seemed to do more than just damage the body. Sumi watched as the remaining people swallowed hard, giving up their internal struggle. In this apocalyptic night, human nature was vividly revealed. This little black scorpion is really useful. She knew the venomous tail could kill small animals, but she didn't expect it to have such effects. It truly surprised her. She also wondered if the black scorpion had lived in her space before, as the venom had mutated. It could not only damage tissues, but also trigger some primal animal instincts in humans. In the end, only one person remained, the woman with AIDS. She looked coldly at her companions on the ground, her eyes filled with indifference. For a moment, Sumi didn't know whether to feel sad for the remaining girl or pity the 6 chaotic men and women. The absurd 6-person game ended amid Lin Guogua's screams. When Sumi looked over, she saw the first poisoned person's lower body explode, black blood splattering onto the others. Especially Lin Guogua, whose half-body was stained with black blood, her scream piercing the sky. She quickly stood up, pushing Leech and the other 3 away. Sumi frowned as she looked ahead. The group, including Lin Guogua, all seemed to be poisoned. Their faces were flushed, and their lips turned black. However, their poison was not as severe as that of the first person who was poisoned. Sumi thought that this might be because the black scorpion's tail venom sac had limited poison. Most of the venom was probably given to the first victim. By the time it reached Leech, there was less poison, so he didn't die from internal explosion and black blood like the other person. Leech was naturally scared, but at least he was still alive. The death of his companion made him quickly calm down. "We must go back to the base immediately." There was no time to delay. If they didn't return soon, he feared he might also die from internal explosion. The woman and others, who had been watching coldly, like Sumi, finished packing up and silently followed behind. The companion who died from internal explosion was left behind in the same spot. Sumi collected the body, not out of kindness, but because many creatures lived in this forest. If an animal ate the corpse, it might also get poisoned. Sumi didn't know exactly how strong the black scorpion's poison was, but just from observing the 6 people, even the 3 men and 1 woman who hadn't been poisoned initially showed signs of poisoning after the incident. This showed that the poison could spread through some special means. At this moment, Sumi had already considered all the creatures in this forest as her own. The wrongful death caused by poison must not happen to the animals here. She followed the group toward the southwest part of the forest. They were familiar with the way back to the base, unlike Sumi, who had initially gotten lost. After walking for about an hour, the ground suddenly trembled slightly again. The tremor was weak. The 4 men and 2 women seemed used to it. They didn't panic or look for a safe spot to crouch, but kept walking steadily. It seemed that earthquakes in this forest have been happening for a long time, not just after Sumi arrived following the earthquake in Xiaoing City. Finally, the 6 people stopped in front of a low shrub. Sumi was less than 50 meters away from them. Since they held torches, her view was very clear. She climbed up a large tree's branch to get a better look, curious about why they suddenly stopped. When she looked, Sumi immediately became unsettled. She saw the flying vine she had seen on the plain, just a few dozen meters ahead. As she got closer, she realized that the vines, which looked like thick wristbands from high above, were actually about the same width as her waist up close. There were 3 vines, all growing from cracks in the ground dozens of meters away. They twisted and danced in the air like living tentacles. Although the vines were green, each of the 3 thick vines was wrapped with tiny, thin vines about the width of an arm, which had purple-red spikes on them. The small vines wrapped around the large vines. If they got tangled, any creature could be crushed instantly. There was no hope of surviving such a situation. The 4 men and 2 women ahead looked at each other in silence. They knew the old methods and had already planned their strategy before coming out. Their eyes focused on the woman other than Lin Guogua. "I know you want to use me as bait. Isn't that what you decided long ago? Why are you hesitating now?" The woman looked proud and righteous, glancing at everyone as if they were amusing her, then finally fixed her gaze on Lin Guogua. "Lin Guogua, now, who is dirtier?"
Huh?
Lin Guogua's face turned red with shame, but she was furious and slapped the woman. The woman didn't dodge and took the slap firmly. She had long understood the ruthlessness and unfaithfulness of these men, so a little pain and humiliation didn't matter. Suddenly, she smirked and looked at the remaining 4 men. "Leech, you all know what kind of woman Lin Guogua is after what just happened. I have one thing to tell you before I die. I must explain it clearly, or I won't rest in peace." Leech and the others were eager to return to their base for treatment and antidotes. They impatiently said, "Hurry up. Since you're about to die for us, we'll give you a chance to explain." Right now, they just wanted to go back and treat their poison. I've never had AIDS, whether before or after the apocalypse," she said, looking at Lin Guogua. "I only did it to protect myself." "Lin Guogua, what about you? You're dirtier than someone who's sick." After saying this, she walked alone toward the vines ahead. At this moment, Sumi looked at the woman with new respect. She had a clever way of controlling men's hearts, revealing everything at this critical moment. She was using her body as a bargaining chip to exchange for a chance to survive. For these men, no matter how good or cute Lin Guogua was, it didn't matter. Beautiful? It's no longer fresh or valuable. Also, Lin Guogua's face is now very red, and her lips are blackened, which doesn't look very nice.
Wait.
She didn't stop walking but kept going. Sumi watched their actions like she was watching a show. Li Chui suddenly pulled Lin Guogua to the woman and asked, "Did you lie to us?" "Why would I lie? At worst, I would just die. In this world, women like us are treated unfairly. What I did before was just to protect myself. See, even if you all are like that, you still don't dare to hurt me, right?" Li Chui chuckled softly. "Huh, dare to lie to us? Then we definitely can't let you die so easily." His tone was calm, without anger. Lin Guogua's eyes suddenly widened, feeling something was wrong. Brotherly, Li Chui sighed with his dark purple lips and pulled her wrist more firmly. "Guogua, be good. Aren't you the most understanding of your brother? Help me one last time, okay?" Lin Guogua's eyes flickered with tears that were starting to overflow. She tried to struggle free from Li Chui's grip, but felt exhausted and suffocated, with no strength to resist. She could only kneel pitifully on the ground, begging Li Chui, "Brother, I don't want to die. Guogua is obedient. Please, don't give up on me."
Sumi shook her head.
Such a woman had already lost her dignity. Though she was pitiful, there was something to dislike about a pitiful person. She deserved to die. Perhaps this was karmic retribution. The 3 vines didn't move even when they got close. Even as Lin Guogua cried out, "I don't want to die," and similar pleas, they didn't react. Only after Leech pushed Lin Guogua into that cliff-like did the 3 large vines move. One vine retracted and chased after Lin Guogua's screams below. The other 2 bent over and crossed the ground at both ends of looking like a bridge for people to cross. Lin Guogua was pushed into the cliff, which seemed like some kind of sacrificial ritual, using a person's life to exchange for passage. These 3 vines were actually trading with humans in this way. This made Sumi feel a chill run down her spine. Not long after they passed through, Sumi followed behind. Fortunately, although the vine might have some intelligence, it is not very tall. She dropped a few drops of spiritual water onto the vine, then quickly passed through, continuing to follow the footsteps of the people ahead. After half an hour, she finally saw the survivor base in Jiangnan City that Qin Hao and the others had mentioned. Sumi didn't expect that a narrow in the ground could separate 2 worlds that seemed so different. The tallest trees here are only about 3 or 4 meters tall, mostly short shrubs and tall grass. There are also some broken buildings hidden among the grass and trees. From a distance, Sumi saw 5 people pushing aside the tall grass and entering a ruined building, then disappearing from sight. When she went over to look, suddenly a hidden guard dog rushed out of the grass to bite her calf. She kicked it away, and it fell to the ground whimpering. Sumi listened carefully and heard the voices of Leech and the others. She wanted to follow, but a few more dog barks in the distance interrupted her. Leech and the others hurriedly moved faster, disturbing the guard dogs. However, Sumi, who was behind them, was spotted by one of the dogs. Unable to do anything, Sumi returned to her space, fed the knocked-out dog some spiritual water, and brought it inside. Her plan was to have a dog in her space, so it had to be prepared to accept that role. These dogs were specially raised to guard the base, so to avoid suspicion, Sumi released the dogs she brought in after entering her space, letting them join the others. At this moment, a group of armed people appeared, calling out to their dogs and searching in all directions. These people were well-trained, no less skilled than soldiers at the S-City base, each armed and accompanied by a dog. Sumi remembered the conversation she overheard earlier in the forest. Ammunition at the base was running low. So, the guns in these people's hands might soon become useless. They patrolled the area, but Sumi didn't want to be discovered. Even in the safest base, human treachery is more frightening than the end-of-the-world crisis. It's better to wait until dawn before entering the base. However, after dawn, 2 rows of guards suddenly appeared, patrolling back and forth, making it impossible for Sumi to find a chance to leave her space. During the day, there are people. At night, there are dogs. Sumi decided to wait until night to come out. Fortunately, she was alone this time, and her light footsteps didn't disturb any dogs or people. In the dark night among the tall grass, fireflies were abundant, allowing Sumi to see clearly ahead. After wandering around, she still couldn't find the base's exact location. If she moved forward, there was an open space with no cover, making it easy to be seen. In the end, Sumi gave up. She wasn't determined to enter the Jiangnan City base. Her real goal was the grain storage there, for her own peace of mind. This place was in a forested area with moist, fertile soil. Although it might have been affected by the initial pollution from the disaster, the trees and plants in the area helped purify the water and air. To Sumi, it was much cleaner than the cities of S and J. She hadn't been to the Jiangnan City base, but she believed the people there wouldn't lack food. On her way, Leech and others cleared the path with the help of Guogua, making the journey easy. But returning would probably require the same method. Sure enough, when Sumi reached the ground, 3 thick vines started to move. The dancing vines seemed to be warning her that she needed to offer food to leave. Sumi didn't want to lose her pets from her space, except for the fish. So she threw 2 large white carp into These weren't ordinary fish. They were born in her space, living in the Spirit River, with special vitality. However, her action made 2 of the vines come alive and rush down to the chasing after the falling fish. Sumi approached the big in the ground and looked down. The gap was over 10 meters wide, with steep, cliff-like rock walls on both sides. It looked very much like the deep abyss in Xiao City. But this was much smaller than that abyss. Still, it was vertical, with a gentle breeze blowing up from below, giving a feeling like it might pull her down. Is this connected to the abyss in Xiao City? She wondered. This idea suddenly made her want to go down and explore. But for safety, she couldn't just leave the vines here, letting others use people as offerings again and again. Her fish, although not as meaty as animals, had spiritual energy and special vitality. They were definitely more attractive than ordinary sacrifices. 2 fish and 2 vines are hanging down. The remaining vine has been made into a bridge between the cracks on both sides, allowing Sumi to quickly return from one side of the forest to the other. As long as these people don't die, they will definitely come back to the forest to hunt and trade at the base. It seems that next time, I really need to have a chance encounter with them and let them lead me to the base. Or maybe they already know where the granary is. And so, Sumi returned to the mountain hollow. Although it is winter, the forest has been like the rainy season these days, with rain falling every other day. When it finally stopped raining, Sumi finished building the fence around the small yard and cut a small section of climbing rose vine to plant in the black soil of her space. The rest was planted inside the fence in the cultivated soil. She mixed this soil with black mud from her space, and after planting the climbing rose, she watered the land with spiritual water several times a day. At this moment, in the mountain hollow, Sumi scattered some flower and grass seeds on the 3 sides surrounded by mountains, and behind the wooden house, she planted 2 budding lychee saplings. Every day, she watered them and also poured spiritual river water from the small pond into her space. Her efforts are paying off. The water quality in the pond has improved noticeably, and the trees and flowers inside are now more lush and vigorous than before. Sumi has also tried that insects caught in the mountain hollow no longer need her spiritual water to be directly absorbed into her space. The influence of spiritual water on surrounding plants is subtle but real. When insects eat the plants, it's like they are consuming what her space produces, which can then be directly stored in her space. Therefore, Sumi never slackens in watering the pond every day. And just this morning, when she woke up, the giant snake sleeping at the bottom of the spiritual river woke up. She immediately moved it into the pond. Compared to the swamp environment, this giant snake seems to prefer the pond. She doesn't restrict it to stay only in the pond. It can go out and hunt whenever it wants. However, creatures like the giant snake tend to go a long time without eating after a meal. Sumi fed it a few mutated mice and watched as it started coiling and resting at the bottom of the pond. The mutated mice in Sumi's space, starting from just a few litters of young mice, have grown into adults in just a few days. Most of the mutated mice have also built nests and given birth to many offspring. Each litter has about 40 or 50 young mice. The young mice grow very quickly in the space. Even if Sumi doesn't intentionally plan their activity areas now, they can reproduce rapidly without relying on the small seedlings by the spirit river. The mutated mice are at the bottom of the food chain on her land in the space, and they are now truly part of the food chain. The giant python woke up, and the number of mutated mice increased sharply. She was a bit surprised that Xiaoqing and Xiao by snakes were still sleeping. Mutated mice like to burrow, but no matter how they dig underground in Sumi's space, the underground quickly returns to its original state. Sumi also finds the habits of the mutated mice troublesome, so she plans to release some of them back into the forest. The forest boundary is large, with many different species. The mice have numerous predators, so there's no need to worry about overpopulation. Plus, they can provide her with information about the area in Jiangnan City, acting as her spies. Sumi remembered the mutated mice she had collected in her space in City S. Before leaving, she only told them not to harm humans actively. Now, since she is far away, she can't communicate with them, but she can tell if they are still alive. She only knows that there haven't been large-scale deaths among the mutated mice connected to her, so nothing major will happen in City S. But she didn't expect the giant snake deep in the water pond to come out and cause destruction. Since returning to the mountain valley, Sumi spends her days either watering vegetables and flowers or exploring the terrain in the forest. And Little White, along with the little golden monkeys, haven't been seen all day, but they always come back before dark, bringing her at least one live small animal each time. The monkeys even boasted that they returned with a nest of eggs, at least 2 eggs in each nest. Sumi almost thought they had collected all the eggs in the forests covering Jiangnan City. She counted over 40 nests, with some large and some small. The big ones are about the size of a ping-pong ball, and the small ones are like quail eggs. Now, the wild hens and ducks in her space have new work to do. There are also many wild hen and duck eggs in her space. Yu Xiaoing, with her permission, selected some unhatched eggs to make into lively beads. These beads are nutritious and very nourishing, especially since Yu Xiaoing uses spirit river water to make them, and the eggs come from her space. After cooking, they look, smell, and taste excellent. Sumi ate 3 in a row and felt energized all over. The area around the mountain valley has become Sumi's backyard garden and breeding ground. Occasionally, Sumi goes out to gather some unfamiliar plants from the surrounding area and brings them into her space. Occasionally, I can see wild rabbits trapped in mud near the swamp. After catching a wild rabbit, Sumi immediately checked its gender.
Good.
It's a female, perfect for pairing with the male white rabbit in her space. But she wondered, are the rabbits bred from wild and pet rabbits considered wild rabbits or white rabbits? Thinking about enjoying roasted rabbit, spicy rabbit head, Sumi felt a little happy. However, Yu Xiaoing, upon hearing Sumi's idea, shattered her hopes. Although Yu Xiaoing was a chef before, she had studied a lot about edible animals. Mimi, you can't crossbreed a domestic rabbit with a wild rabbit. You might need to find another female wild rabbit. Can't? Aren't they all rabbits? What's the fuss? My sister used to like raising rabbits. She saw one on an online marketplace that was said to be a hybrid wild rabbit. But later, she found out it wasn't a hybrid at all, just a Belgian rabbit. Wild rabbits and domestic rabbits can't crossbreed. So, you probably won't be able to eat rabbit meat for a while. Oh, I see. I didn't know there were so many rules about buying rabbits. But it's okay. Since one wild rabbit appeared, there must be others. Sumi deliberately let her small white and black rabbits and monkeys keep watch for wild rabbits in the forest, and she told the black one not to bite them to death. A simple and honest fellow often struggles to control his strength during hunts. His instinct is to bite the neck of his prey until it dies before letting go. This is something humans can't control after the fact. But in her space, this has an advantage, can follow Sumi's commands without losing his natural instincts. However, he often doesn't control his strength well. Surprisingly, Xiaobai is better in this aspect. When encountering living creatures, he always tries not to bite them to death, unless he can't control himself. Every day, besides looking for wild rabbits, Sumi also checks the area around the 3 vines. The Jiangnan City base is on the other side of those vines, and no one knows when the group there will come out again. Sumi has some ideas about these 3 vines. She knows that, like digging up a tree, to bring an entire tree into her space, she must dig out its roots and remove them from the ground. Only then can she bring the tree inside. These vines don't seem like ordinary plants. They resemble ancient species found deep in remote tropical regions. They are large, meat-eating, and have a striking, terrifying appearance. Don't even think about digging out its roots. The area nearby is probably dangerous. Also, the in the ground has wind returning through it. If she jumps in directly, the vines might mistake her for a sacrifice and chase after her. Forget it. Gathering these 3 large vines is very difficult. Unless someone can attract the vine's attention so she can go underground and dig out the roots, she has little chance of reaching them. The survivor base in Jiangnan City looks like a ruined building from the outside. The buildings are not tall, only about 2 or 3 floors high. Although the area looks very broken down, careful inspection shows signs of repairs. Between each building, there are additional passages built for easy movement. These are not temporary. They took a lot of effort and time to build, like bridges. The distance between buildings is not very large. If not for the plants covering them, you could see that this was once a residential area. Each floor is full of people, and there are tents set up at intervals outside the buildings. Each building also has a patrol team of at least 5 people. These patrols seem to protect the people here, but they do not allow anyone to go outside without orders from the highest leader of the base. Leech has been back for a week. Although he paid for a medical appointment with a bag of rice, he still has to wait 3 more days. He is feeling desperate. His body has been getting darker over the past 2 days, completely black, with blood from cuts on his fingers also nearly black. He knows painfully that he has lost feeling in the bitten area, even numb. Every day, he goes to building number 1, hoping someone will exchange his number so he can get medical help sooner. One morning, as Leech gets out of bed, his legs suddenly go numb after initial movement. He is scared and tries to stand, but his legs are weak and wobble. He frantically pats his thighs to try to regain feeling. After about half an hour, his legs regain sensation, and he can walk normally. This won't do. If he keeps waiting like this, he will either die or become paralyzed. He must find a way. The buildings in the Jiangnan City Survivor Base are divided into 4 zones. Zone A is in the very center of the ruined area, consisting of buildings 1 through 4. Each building has connecting passages on the top floors, built after the fact. It looks like these 4 buildings are connected as one whole structure. The temperature in Jiangnan City stays above 37 degrees Celsius during the day, and only at night does it stay steady around 34 degrees Celsius. At this moment, Leech is wearing a hoodie and loose pants, carrying a bag of rice as he approaches the entrance to Area A. The guard at the gate sees his covered face and head, and when it's his turn to enter, he points his gun at him. "Who are you? Be brave and show your face." Leech has no choice but to take off his hat, revealing his dark, ink-black face. "Foreigner from outside the special zone? I've never seen you before." Leech's face darkens even more. What foreigner outside the zone? He must be hallucinating. He's hallucinating. His already dark face looks even gloomier as he glances at the familiar guard and says in a bad tone, "I am a local from Huaxia." The guard is surprised. "Are you
Leech.
brotherly? Is that you?" Leech takes a deep breath. "Yes, it's me. Can I go in now?" Sure. What's going on? Why do you look so miserable?" The guard clearly knows Leech well. As Leech, with a grim face, walks inside, the guard eagerly follows behind. "Last week, I was bitten by a scorpion in the woods." "Such a poisonous scorpion? You need to see a doctor quickly." Although the guard speaks caring words, he's secretly delighted. A scorpion that's so venomous, and it bit Leech. God is on his side. "I've registered for treatment, but it's not my turn yet. By the way, where is Miss Yu now? Take me to see her." Hearing this, the guard's smile disappears. "Brotherly, you're going to see Miss Yu? She's Wang Xiao's woman. Are you still holding out hope?" Leech stops and glares at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to see her on official business." He admits he was stunned by her beauty when he first saw Yu Xiaoing. But that woman is sick. She was bitten by a wild animal while fleeing, damaging her leg nerves so she can only walk very slowly now. That's unfortunate. Wang Xiao is currently with several expert doctors treating her leg. It might not be convenient for you to go now. Leech's eyes light up. That's not unfortunate at all. Heaven is on his side. It's just perfect. Let's go.
Take me there.
I also need a doctor. The guard's face darkened, and he stood still, refusing to move. Are you crazy, Leech? Do you not know who young Master Wang is, or what? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag me into it. Even though it's the end of the world, our Jiangnan City base still has enough food and clothes. I want to enjoy a few more good years. A hint of sarcasm flickered in Leech's eyes. You're a soldier in the base. How much can young Master Wang do to you? Besides, I have news that Miss Yu has been dreaming of. When I get the reward, don't blame me if I don't share a little with you." The guard frowned, looking at Leech with complicated eyes. "Miss Yu dreaming of it? She's just bored in the base. Last time, Young Master Wang caught a monkey to keep her company, but it ran away and even stole a soldier's gun. Are you saying you found that monkey? If there really was news about the monkey, and young Master Wang sent someone to catch it to please miss you, then the reward would naturally go to him.
Lichuri smilat. What?
Can you take me there now?
But
There's risk involved. If the news is true but they can't catch the monkey, the punishment won't be light. Young Master Wang's methods are usually just a beating with a whip or stick. But Yu Xiaoxing's methods are you sure you can do it? I'm sure. Don't you want to know where our wild game comes from? Help me this time, and next time I'll take you along. Not only could he be sure they'd catch the monkey, but they might also catch other animals. He even heard sounds like wolves howling. The base has professional animal trainers and dog trainers. If they could bring back a wolf and train it, it could help him hunt more game in the future. Wild animals outside could exchange for good things in the base, maybe even a chance to get inside the base itself. Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But first he had to see Yu Xiaoxing and the doctors who could treat her leg today. Otherwise, his life was in danger. The guard was silent for a long time, then finally decided to take a gamble.
all right.
Fortune favors the brave. Brotherly, I'll help you this time.
Follow me.
Leech followed Chen Song toward building number 1 in Area A. His heart couldn't help but race wildly. Building number 1. This is the only way into the base. Only those with a pass or access card can enter. Or guards like Chen Song, who patrol the base, can go in to check. Ordinary people can only get in 2 ways. First, he joined the base's maintenance and repair team, which allowed him to occasionally enter the base as part of maintenance tasks. Second, for someone like him who was ill, the hospital was inside the base. As long as he registered and his number was called, he could enter the base with that number. However, getting a hospital appointment was very difficult. Not to mention that in the end times, money and gold had lost their original value and usefulness. Even if he had rice and grain, he might not be able to get an appointment. Li Chui was lucky because he had some wild game, which was popular among the wealthy inside the base. This helped him exchange for a hospital number and get a chance to see a doctor. The others who went with him, except Jiang Ruixin, had no contacts or food to get into the hospital. The rest only managed to get a specialist appointment for a month later. They had no way to obtain hospital specialist numbers. This was also one of the things Li Chui was proud of. Chen Song was the deputy captain of the base guards. Although he was responsible for the outer perimeter, he still benefited quite a bit, so the guards inside and outside the base had some connections with him. Most of his benefits came from Li Chui, which was why he treated Li Chui differently. He took Li Chui to the gate of building number 1. 2 guards at the gate stopped them. Brother Song, what's up? Do you have something to do today? Chen Song nodded. Yes, this is Li Chui. You all know him. He's a bit sick and all the hospital appointments outside are booked. I'm taking him to try his luck at the hospital.
Please help him out. All right.
Brother Song, you decide. Don't forget the benefits if there are any later. The brothers miss the wild game you brought. We patrol every day and are exhausted. Eating doesn't taste the same anymore. Don't worry, everyone will get their share. I'll take him in now. Keep watch and be careful. Hey, Brother Song, you need to leave your ID card behind, or else. They wanted to be polite, but if something went wrong, they wouldn't be responsible. Chen Song took out a card the size of a bank card from his pocket, and Li Chui also took out an identical card. Both had their photos printed on them. Chen Song handed his and Li Chui's cards to the guards at the gate. Brother Gui, you understand the rules. We don't want to make things difficult for you. This is a straight elevator leading underground. Like some high-rise building elevators, its exterior is made of super strong bulletproof glass. Even large, heavy rocks cannot break this glass, which protects the people inside as much as possible. After Chen Song and Li Chui entered, Chen Song input a long string of numbers and verified their fingerprints. Then he pressed the button for the -9 floor. The survivor base in Jiangnan City looks like a ruined building on the surface. Although it has been repaired, it still appears fragile and unfit to withstand disasters. The area around it is overgrown with grass and plants. Sometimes small animals wander inside and are caught by guard dogs, then presented to their owners. However, even Sumi did not expect that this was just a front for the real base. The true base is located beneath these broken buildings. The only entrance is Building A, Zone 1. That's why Sumi had been observing here for a long time, searching in circles, but never found the real base. Chun Song and Leech came out of the elevator. The guards on the 9th underground floor saw them and questioned them, but did not let them pass. Today was the day Wang Xiao brought a medical team to treat his girlfriend's leg injury. No one else was allowed to enter. The hospital is closed to everyone today. You should know the rules, Chun Song said one guard. Although he was speaking to Chun Song, his eyes were fixed on Leech, who was wrapped up tightly, with a hat covering his head. His strange behavior made them cautious. Excuse me, I am also a guard of the base. My friend needs to come to the hospital because of her illness. I heard there are experts visiting today. Could you please make an exception? Chun Song was nervous, but determined. He knew how difficult it was to get in under these circumstances. Leech's words were his only hope. Everyone in the base knew that Wang Xiao had a delicate girlfriend with leg problems. She was beautiful and deeply loved by him. She was the person he cherished most. Everything could be negotiated, but anyone who dared to threaten this woman would face no mercy. Seeing that they refused to leave, the guard pulled out a walkie-talkie and contacted the guard on duty above. What's going on? Don't you know Wang Xiao is here with his girlfriend for treatment today? Still dare to let people go down? If you find death, don't drag us into it. After speaking, he turned off the walkie-talkie and looked at Chun Song and Leech. The gun in his hand slowly raised. Step back on your own, or don't blame us for not showing camaraderie. Chun Song hesitated. He knew Wang Ling's temper better than Leech and understood how loyal the internal guards were. Brotherly, maybe we should just forget it? Wait until your turn comes to call your number? Leech refused to give up this chance. The expert team treating Yu Xiaoing was definitely the best. His illness, especially the injury in that area, couldn't be cured by just any specialist. He had to go today. Leech pushed Chun Song aside and stepped forward himself. A few internal guards saw Leech approaching. They frowned and prepared for action, ready to shoot if anything seemed wrong. The main difference between internal and external guards is that external guards are only responsible for guarding the gates and bases. They have guns but can't kill anyone casually. External guards can shoot and kill troublemakers or disruptors in urgent situations with proper reasons. Internal guards, besides having those powers, also have the authority to kill external guards if necessary. Of course, they need a valid reason, or they will face serious consequences. Leech raised both hands and looked up. His dark face startled the guards. If he hadn't spoken, they might have thought he was a foreigner not from the zone. Big brothers, I really came today just to see a doctor. Also, I have an important message for young Master Wang. If you block me, we might not be the ones punished later. Leech, who was well known among the external personnel at the base, had a commanding presence and calm tone. The guards couldn't find any reason to doubt him. What message? We'll report it for you. Leech glanced at the guard in front, sneering slightly. Because his face was very dark, his expression looked funny and strange. Brother guard, are you trying to find out about young Master Wang? If young Master Wang finds out, you might. The guard's eyes shrank, realizing how formidable Wang Ling was. After a moment of hesitation, he asked again, You don't want to tell me, but you should at least say what kind of matter it is? Do you think young Master Wang is so easy to see?
Chun Song pullet Leech aside.
Brotherly, he hadn't finished speaking when Leech stopped him. Leech looked at him steadily without any hesitation. It's related to Miss Yu, young Master Wang's girlfriend. Can I report this now? The guard paused for 3 seconds, then quickly turned and ran inside the hospital. The entire 9 floors underground are part of the hospital. At this moment, Wang Ling and Yu Xiaoing are inside the VIP special care ward at the innermost part, where Yu Xiaoing is undergoing a full checkup. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Wang Ling frowned but still held back his annoyance and ordered his men to open it. Although the checkup with Yu Xiaoing was important, anyone who dared to knock now was probably not a small matter. A guard, looking cautious, was led inside by Wang Ling's men. He lowered his head and didn't dare lift his eyes as he approached Wang Ling, respectfully saying, "Young Master Wang, what's the matter? 2 people are looking for you. They said it's an urgent matter." Wang Ling chuckled softly. "What's your name?" The guard kept his head down. "Reporting to young Master Wang, my name is Hu Dajuan." Hu Dajuan. "Later, you go to the 18th basement floor to report and take a day's punishment. Any objections?" Hu Dajuan took a deep breath, lowering his head.
"No, sir."
"Good, you can go now. But, young Master Wang, that person said it's related to Miss Yu. I don't dare to dismiss them without permission. Please forgive me, young Master Wang." Wang Ling looked at Hu Dajuan's face and softened his expression. "Interesting. Bring them here." Hu Dajuan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Yes." Leech and another person waited nervously at the elevator entrance, not daring to move. The guards inside had their guns aimed at them, as if any move could trigger a shot. Hu Dajuan, sweating profusely, slowly walked back. Today was really unlucky, getting involved in this matter. The punishment on the 18th basement floor might keep him bedridden for 2 weeks. Chen Song was really troublesome. At this moment, Chen Song and Li Chu saw Hu Dajuan walking back with a hopeful look on their faces. "Brother Hu, how is it?" Chen Song asked with concern. "What else could it be?" I've been badly harmed by you too." But as a professional guard, he only looked somewhat displeased and said, "You too, come with me." After bringing the 2 people to the hospital room, Hu Dajuan left. He returned to the elevator and handed over his work to his colleague before taking the elevator down to the 18th basement level. Inside the room, Li Chu and Chen Song stood nervously in front of Wang Ling, not daring to make a sound. They had thought that the grandson of the base leader, Wang Hexing, was just a spoiled rich kid with no real principles. But today, they realized how wrong they had been. Although Wang Ling didn't have Wang Hexing's fierce aura, simply standing silently in that spot created an invisible pressure around them. Wang Ling was completely different from what they had imagined. Since Wang Ling was silent, the 2 of them stayed quiet at the door of the room. Inside, a team of expert doctors was conducting various tests on Yu Xiaoing in a separate area. The machines made intermittent noises, and several specialists asked professional questions and discussed treatment plans. This made Li Chu feel hopeful and excited. He thought, "I'm saved." About an hour later, several experts came out of the room, followed by a girl sitting in a wheelchair. Yu Xiaoing had fair skin, naturally very white. No matter how much makeup or sunscreen she used, she couldn't achieve this effect. Her complexion was slightly pale, but her lips were bright red, and her eyes had a delicate, fragile look, giving her an appearance of weakness and elegance. She was thin, with small, deer-like eyes that looked easily startled, like a fragile porcelain doll, making people want to protect her. Wang Ling gently pushed Yu Xiaoing out of the room, easily lifted her into his arms, and then walked quickly to the bed, gently placing her down. "Doctor, how will the treatment for Xiaoxing's legs proceed?" Wang Ling's voice was very attractive, but there was a warning and commanding tone that made the doctors feel a chill behind their backs and a bead of sweat on their foreheads. "Young Master Wang, Miss Yu's leg nerves have been damaged by necrotic trauma. The chances of recovery are slim. However, we have developed a suitable treatment plan. If strictly followed, Miss Yu's legs can regain normal walking ability." Wang Ling's face darkened. "Earlier, you said that surgery could restore her legs to their original condition. Why do the current test results differ so much from what you previously said?" Wang Ling glanced at the group of experts and said, "You need to give me a reasonable explanation." Yu Xiaoing looked delicate and appeared very upset. Her wet eyes looked at Wang Ling. "Ailing, I already knew this would be the result. Just being able to walk makes me happy enough. No need to trouble the doctors." Wang Ling gently stroked Yu Xiaoing's smooth hair. "You enjoy the best treatment from the top doctors despite your medical skills not being perfect. Aren't you ashamed? I don't believe that in such a large base, there isn't a doctor who can cure your leg. If Western medicine can't do it, try traditional Chinese medicine." Wang Ling looked at the experts. "Get out." The experts, as if given a pardon, lowered their heads and hurried toward the door of the ward. This scene made Leech very anxious.
Wait.
You can't leave. The experts looked at Leech as if he was crazy, then lowered their heads and ran even faster. They didn't want to die, but they hoped to stay alive a few more days. However, Leech slammed the door shut with a loud bang, and at that moment, the ward became extremely quiet. This man was crazy, completely nuts. Chen-song. Leech glared at Chen-song to make him watch the door, so the experts wouldn't escape. Then, he bravely approached Wang Ling and Yu Xiaoing. Wang Ling had never seen such a reckless man who dared to act in front of him, looking like he didn't care about his life. It seems you've already decided how to die. Wang Ling's words made Li Chui's leg tremble involuntarily. He forced himself to stay calm, straightened up, and looked directly at Wang Ling. Young Master Wang, you can punish me however you want. I didn't do this because I want to die, I want to live well. Wang Ling looked at him with a blank expression. I heard you brought me some news, and it's about my girlfriend? Li Chui swallowed hard. He was getting to the point. Yes.
Speak.
After you finish, you can go too. Li Chui didn't expect Wang Ling to be so direct. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and his whole body stiffened. Young Master Wang, I heard that Miss Yu likes little monkeys. There was a monkey that escaped during a trip, and Miss Yu was very upset. So I went overnight to the northern woods, risking my life to find the monkey's habitat for Miss Yu. I came here risking my life just for this. As soon as Li Chui finished speaking, Wang Ling looked a bit surprised. The 3 vines were very difficult to deal with. Every 2 weeks, their patrols would spend a long time trying to handle those vines. Li Chui actually dared to. He didn't believe it.
But
Yu Xiaoxing's eyes brightened. Really? In the northern forest? Seeing Yu Xiaoxing ask so simply, Wang Ling frowned. He patted Yu Xiaoxing's shoulder. Xiaoxing, leave this to me. I promise to find a little monkey to keep you company. Okay? Yu Xiaoxing smiled faintly and happily, showing 2 cute little rabbit teeth and 2 dimples at the corners of his mouth. Thank you, Ailing. Meeting you is the biggest luck of my life. You're so kind. Wang Ling's expression softened a bit. He looked at Li Chui. For Xiaoxing's sake, I'll give you a chance. Tell me where the monkeys are hiding, and then you can leave. Li Chui looked nervous, but his eyes were very firm. He saw Wang Ling's gaze growing colder, but for his own life, he persisted and didn't step down. Young Master Wang, the monkey's habitat is very hidden. It's hard for me to describe, but I can personally lead a team to catch them. Wang Ling narrowed his eyes. What do you want? Li Chui's eyes filled with excitement. Young Master Wang, I want your experts to treat my illness. I was bitten by a poisonous scorpion in the woods. Wang Ling frowned and looked at the group of experts, who all looked down without daring to lift their heads. Just a small problem like being bitten by a scorpion, and you want a special team to treat you? I think you're not serious about living. Young Master Wang, I guarantee that only I can find the monkey's habitat. Even if you go, you won't find their traces. Li Chui explained that during the hunt, he saw a red fox. He shot the fox, but it escaped. While tracking the fox, he went deep into the northern forest and found the monkeys. The monkeys were acting very strangely, surrounding a small animal. He used a tranquilizer gun to knock out one of the monkeys. The other monkeys didn't notice their companion was hit because they were busy chasing other small animals. He waited there for a long time, but didn't see the monkeys return. So he guessed their habitat was farther away. But he remembered clearly that the farther place was home to many large predators. When they first arrived, they encountered a bear-like creature. After that, they were afraid to go too deep into the forest. If they met the creature again, neither guns nor pretending to be unconscious would help. He knew early on that the animals in this forest were much smarter than before the end of the world. They were intelligent and had high IQs. Li Chui was very glad he had made the right bet. Wang Ling had indeed agreed to his exchange offer for the woman Yu Xiaoxing. He traded the location of the monkey group's habitat for experts from the Wang family to come and treat his illness. He was taken by a group of specialists to a nearby room for a checkup. When he took off all his clothes, it really surprised the experts. Mr. Lee, are you sure you've been poisoned? Or is it just ink on your skin?
Leech nodded.
I really was bitten by a scorpion, and it bit me right here. After examining him, the experts realized he wasn't lying. If you were bitten by a scorpion, you could buy anti-venom serum from the base's medical research department at the pharmacy outside. Looking at where you were bitten, it's probably already infected and dying. To save your life, we suggest removing the infected tissue. If not, the poison could spread and damage your vital organs. If you keep going like this, you might lose your life.
Leech angrily refused.
No, you're supposed to be experts. If I had a way to fix this myself, I wouldn't be risking my life to come see you. I won't accept your advice. I'm a man, and you're men too. You should understand, men shouldn't be. The experts fell silent. Li Chui's condition was very serious. They had never seen such a severe scorpion venom case. The bite area quickly turned necrotic, and the poison spread throughout his body, turning him completely black as ink. Even with their skills, they could only do so much for such a serious injury. Think carefully. If you don't have this surgery, your legs might gradually become useless. Losing your legs could threaten your life. In the end, overwhelmed by helplessness and anger, Li Chui accepted the expert's surgical advice for his own safety. The surgery and detox treatment were scheduled 2 hours later. After the operation, Li Chui was sent back to his home on the surface. His house was in Building 1, Zone C, the best residence in the civilian area. But this time after he was sent back, he felt that his mood had changed. He worked hard to live in such a house and to go out hunting for adventure. But what's the use of working so hard? When problems arise, he still cannot protect himself and can only be at the mercy of others. The hospital surprisingly sent him back to the ground because he was not a regular resident of the base, even though he was supposed to stay for observation. He hates this world and hates all people. Yet, even for this damaged life, he still follows the hierarchy rules of the base. Resentful as he is, he accepts it because that's his fate. Now, he can only focus on recovering as soon as possible. Wang Ling is not the kind of person who acts without thinking. During his recovery, he will go to the northern forest to look for the monkey group. If he doesn't get better soon and he finds them, the only thing waiting for him will be death. Certainly a very painful death. He can only hope that during his recovery, the cursed monkeys won't come out and cause him trouble. Indeed, Wang Ling gathered many armed teams the next day, led by one of his trusted subordinates, to search the northern forest for the monkey group. However, bad weather struck unexpectedly. The rainy season in Jiangnan City arrived without warning. Wang Ling's team advanced through the northern forest, gathering many resources along the way, including a lost young wild dog. Suddenly, a heavy rain interrupted their progress. It's unclear whether the weather was helping Li Chui or just trying to prevent them from exploring deeper into the forest and discovering other things. That afternoon, after all the hunters and young ones returned, Sumi received a distress call from a wild dog mother in the territory. One of her pups was missing. Because of the rain, all scent trails and clues were washed away, making it very difficult to find the lost pup. All the wild dogs in the pack had registered in Sumi's space, including the missing pup. But in her connection with the wild dog, there was a blank, probably because it encountered something similar to the armed monkey before. There are many unknown areas in this forest that Sumi has not explored yet. She can hear distant roars, indicating large animals are nearby. Sumi doesn't want to risk herself for just one wild dog. Any group in this forest could be attacked or injured by other beasts, and humans might become their enemies in the future. Sumi believes that as long as her space can ensure the survival of this group, she shouldn't interfere too much. After all, in this end-of-the-world situation, not only animals need to survive, but humans do as well. Before the apocalypse, hunting was forbidden, but after, it became allowed. The ancient ancestors of humans were skilled hunters. However, with the current human and creature groups, if they don't use hot weapons, the top predators in this forest's social hierarchy might be something else entirely. Sumi knows that human activity in the forest is increasing, and her mountain valley might be discovered at any time. Her biggest problem now is how to prevent some people from finding her place. She worries that Xiaobai and Ahei might also face danger. Since the day the wild dog pups went missing, she has stopped all hunting training in the forest. Even the monkeys have been recalled into her space. Recently, she has been gathering wild fruits and catching small animals, and the harvest has been very rich. The amount of wild fruit collected is enough to make new monkey wine. However, the young sapling planted at the root of the copper iron tree in the black soil is growing slowly. Sumi patiently waits for it to grow before making new monkey wine. Fortunately, the original stock of monkey wine was plentiful. During this time in her space, with spiritual energy nourishing it, the monkey wine has solidified into a jelly-like form. Sumi points her finger at it, and it has a doing jelly texture, which doesn't easily. The jelly-like monkey wine no longer has any strong alcohol smell on its surface. When close, only a faint, elegant floral and fruity aroma can be detected. She uses a small spoon to scoop a piece of the bright green, transparent monkey wine jelly into a plastic bottle and pours in spiritual water. Unexpectedly, when the jelly-like monkey wine contacts the spiritual water, it quickly dissolves and the aroma immediately wafts out of the bottle. Sumi knows how powerful the scent is, so she quickly caps the bottle, but she is still a little late. The cap isn't tightened, and her vision begins to blur. The monkey wine, dissolved from the jelly form by the spiritual water, seems to be even more fragrant and rich than before. Just a light smell makes her feel dizzy. Before falling asleep, she tells Xiaowen not to come near. She can't tighten the bottle cap now. Her eyelids are heavy, and she simply falls to the ground and sleeps. The crystal-clear monkey wine seeped out of the plastic bottle and into the ground. After mixing with the spiritual water underground, it transformed into new spiritual energy that circulated through space and seeped further into the earth. It not only nourished the already fertile black soil but also reached the sleeping positions of Little Green and the white little snake. Sumi had a long dream. In the dream, the sky was blue with white clouds, and the weather was clear. She curled up in a cold, icy embrace, feeling uncomfortable as if her body was frozen. This cold was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time since gaining her space. As the dream continued, she felt colder and colder. The cold seemed like an endless abyss, spinning rapidly in her mind or dream, and suddenly turned into a pair of pitch-black eyes. What kind of eyes were these? Cold, emotionless, and making her feel the same maddening hunger she had felt a couple of weeks ago. Sumi suddenly woke up from her dream. Her body was awakened by a familiar hunger that stirred every cell in her body. Why was she hungry again? And it was that same hunger she had experienced before. Unconsciously, she reached for the necklace around her neck. She felt the necklace, but the pearl on it had shrunk to the size of a rice grain and fallen onto her collarbone. The pink pearl now lacked spiritual energy and the vitality that once surrounded it. Sumi thought for a long time before understanding. Her previous hunger wasn't gone. It was just hidden by the presence of this pearl. To be precise, the pink pearl was using its own energy to eliminate her hunger. Black scales, endless darkness, black eyes, everything that made her feel maddening hunger seemed to be hinting at something she had never encountered before, or perhaps something was quietly happening without her knowing. Xia Xiaojun watched her worriedly from nearby, but because of what Sumi said before falling asleep, she couldn't approach. Only after seeing Sumi wake up did she breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Sumi walk quickly toward her with a worried expression, she asked urgently, "Xiaowan, do you still have that pink pearl?" Xia Xiaojun was stunned. Although she didn't understand why Sumi asked, she shook her head. "I gave you all the pearls I found last time. I don't have any left here. I wonder if there are still some in the clams at the bottom of the river." Sumi took out all the pearls that Xia Xiaojun had given her last time and carefully examined them in her palm. They seemed useless. No, they were completely useless. Except for one slightly bluish pearl, which had a tiny effect, The white pearls, although beautiful, did nothing to ease her hunger. Xie Xiaojun worriedly asked Mimi, "What's wrong?" Sumi looked at her helplessly. I'm hungry again. Starting today, there should be 20 fish in the space every day, and they shouldn't stop. Even if I don't eat, you should keep them there. Xie Xiaojun didn't understand, but she wouldn't refuse Sumi's request. I'll go cook now, and you can rest a bit longer. But Sumi had no time to rest. She grabbed the fish and fruits she had previously stored in the space and started eating wildly. Her hunger eased slightly, and she immediately teleported to the lower reaches of the Spirit River, where the river clams were. Sumi dove into the river and quickly reached the clams' location. Under her influence, a dozen or so river clams opened their shells and spat out all their stored treasures. Sumi collected all the pearls, looked at the dozens of large pearls in her palm, and finally sighed with relief. Fortunately, some were pink, and 3 of them were pink. One of these pink pearls was more vibrant and larger than the other 2, and the previous one. Sumi felt the spiritual energy and vitality inside these pearls were much richer and more intense than before. She carefully threaded one onto a necklace using the same method, then stored the other 2 safely away. After wearing the pearls, Sumi's hunger disappeared again, but this time she didn't feel completely at ease. Such dreams might not happen again, but she vividly remembered the pair of eyes that appeared in her dreams, yet she couldn't recall them at all. To avoid being tormented by this hunger in the future, Sumi decided to make the river clams produce pearls more quickly. River clams produce pearls by absorbing silt. The silt at the bottom of the space's river is fine and delicate. When absorbed, it gathers inside the clams and forms pearls. If Sumi wanted larger pearls, she might need special methods. For example, she had just placed some broken stones from the mountains into the clams' area, allowing them to be absorbed into the shells. Sumi didn't understand the details, but the river clams knew that what she wanted was pearls. After dinner, Sumi discovered that her connection with the wild dog pup had appeared. It was located far to the southwest. If Sumi's estimate was correct, that should be the location of the Jiangnan city base. It seems the people from the base are out hunting again. She must find a way to hide the place where she lives in the mountain valley quickly. Hiding items is easy for her, just toss them into her space, and no one can find them. But hiding a location is different, unless she destroys Jiangnan city itself. The forest seems to have entered a rainy season. The temperature hasn't dropped but has risen, and the ground shakes more often. About a week passed like this. The rain stopped, and Sumi, rarely waking early, went for a walk in the woods. The reason was that Xie Xiaoing wanted to make her a corn and mushroom thick soup, but there were no white mushrooms left. Earlier, Sumi had eaten quite a few barbecues and fish soups with mushrooms as ingredients. So, while the forest was still muddy and damp, Sumi set out to find mushrooms. She carefully collected all kinds of fungi that grew in the wet soil, storing them in her space. There were various types of mushrooms, including some similar to blackwood ear fungi. Sumi only recognized the ones she usually ate, the rest she didn't know. But Xie Xiaoing knew which ones were safe and edible, and she used those for cooking. Poisonous ones were sorted and set aside. Using her control over her space, Sumi placed the toxic fungi in a shady spot in the mountains and even moved some black soil to grow them. In the early morning, the forest was damp and foggy. Sumi rarely experienced walking through fog, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. Fog, white and thick. Yes, the fog was so dense that she couldn't see beyond an arm's length. Since her space could contain plants and animals, what about this white fog? As soon as the idea appeared, all the fog within 100 meters of her disappeared instantly. It all appeared inside her space. Sumi moved the fog into the mountains and found that it changed with the waterfall spray, sometimes turning into water vapor, sometimes into thick fog. She tried to convert the water vapor in her space into dense fog but failed. She had a whimsical thought. If water vapor could turn into fog, she could produce more and spread it outside the mountain valley into the woods. The dense fog in the space is also controlled by her. As long as she doesn't let it disperse, it will never vanish in any form. The water vapor in the space cannot turn into thick white fog, but every day, the forest produces a lot of fog. This fog will not decrease just because she collects it into the space. Anyway, it will dissipate at sunrise each day. Looks like I have to work a bit harder. Every morning, I need to go into the forest to gather this fog. Collecting fog in the early morning is very simple. When Sumi puts the fog into the space, she also unintentionally brings in the forest's miasma. Sumi doesn't understand how this miasma forms, but as it is collected into the space, her fog becomes thicker and more toxic. After a few days of collecting, she notices that the miasma doesn't appear every morning. Sometimes it's more, sometimes less. When it's less, it's barely visible, but once collected into the space, it's marked with a special sign of her space. At this point, Sumi thinks about the miasma from the swamp. Unlike the forest miasma, swamp miasma usually appears around sunset. So, she also goes to the swamp to gather the miasma there. The swamp miasma mixes with the forest miasma inside Sumi's space. Some seeps into the land, some rises and turns into vapor that merges into the spirit river. Part of the vapor in the spirit river rises again into the air, forming fog once more. This recycled fog is larger, thicker, and even more toxic, carrying the poisonous qualities of the miasma. Sumi remembers the miasma pill her Taisui once spit out. It was made by absorbing swamp miasma over many years and concentrating it. She wonders if dissolving it with spiritual water could create even thicker, more potent fog again. She takes the miasma pill out of a sealed box. Before it touches water, it begins to dissolve into miasma that spreads throughout the space. Sumi quickly throws it into the dense fog area and uses spiritual water to dissolve it. Watching the miasma dissolve and blend into the fog, then cycle through the land and spirit river again, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. All her hard work, getting up early for several mornings to collect fog, was less effective than this single miasma pill from Taisui, which, after dissolving, created a dense fog that was only 1% as thick. The fog, thick and slightly toxic, was immediately sent to the mountain where she grows poisonous mushrooms. Poisonous mushrooms combined with toxic fog caused the production of dangerous spores on that mountain peak. The spores came from the mushrooms and were quite numerous. A mutated mouse from the neighboring mountain accidentally wandered into the area. After being touched by the toxic spores, it twitched twice and then spat out foam. If Sumi hadn't discovered it in time and thrown it into the spirit river to run for a while, the mutated mouse might have died in that short period. Often, the changes in the space are unpredictable, even for Sumi. She didn't expect that the dense toxic fog meeting the mushroom cluster would produce such strong spores. If left uncontrolled, these spores could fly out, infect other lands, and grow more toxic mushrooms. Reluctantly, Sumi moved this patch of toxic fog and mushrooms to the farthest mountain peak of the Space Mountain Range, isolating it from other areas to prevent small creatures from accidentally entering and losing their lives. However, Sumi was quite satisfied with this large area of toxic fog. It was enough to surround the forest outside the mountain valley, making it difficult for people to approach. In fact, she underestimated the effect of this artificial fog. Once the fog appeared about 100 meters outside the mountain valley, the entire northern forest started to rain heavily. The rain was pouring, and the fog did not disperse. After the rain, the fog grew thicker. Sumi was amazed to feel many subtle signals from the outside forest penetrating into her space, trying to connect with it. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy in her space, which had been steady, began to increase rapidly. A loud rumble echoed across Jiangnan City, sounding like a landslide caused by a mountain or collapse, but it also resembled an explosion. Soon after, the ground trembled, the strongest tremor Sumi had felt since arriving in Jiangnan City. However, the shaking didn't last long. It stopped after a short while. It seemed like irregular movements in the Earth's crust were happening in Jiangnan City, similar to aftershocks from the Xiao City earthquake zone. For the people at the base, such tremors had been common in Jiangnan City for a long time, and everyone was used to them, not paying much attention. the underground conference room on the 7th floor of the Jiangnan city base. At the front wall, a grid of 9 images was displayed. Each image was a real-time feed, though the picture quality was not very good. There are images of 3 large vines, but the signals are heavily disturbed, causing the screens to go black from time to time. The other 8 images all have snow-like static because of poor signals, and occasionally, a blurry picture appears briefly. Has the technical team finished repairing the signal transmission equipment? Leader, the signals for these images come from the base. Only the closest areas have strong signals. You see, the signal for the blood vines has already been restored, and the repair team has gone to fix the signal receiver at the granary. It should be done soon. The person called the leader looks energetic. Although he has black hair, his face is full of wrinkles, showing he is quite old. He nods calmly. The technical team is short-staffed. Have them recruit more people and train them. Building the base is difficult, so we need more skilled workers and technology to maintain it. Yes. And what about Professor Liu? Any progress? Professor Liu says. Knowing his subordinate was hesitant to speak, Wang Hixing guessed the outcome. Go on, there are no outsiders here. Professor Liu insists on slowing down the base's development so he can understand the earthquake source better. He says the forestation in Jiangnan City goes against natural laws, and with frequent earthquakes, he worries it's a sign of an impending geological disaster. Wang Hixing falls silent for a long time. The 5 people in the meeting room don't dare to speak, all lowering their heads and waiting for his next words.
He sighs.
This place has taken most of my life's effort. Since it withstood a level 10 earthquake before the end of the world, I believe no other disaster can destroy it. Now, what I need Professor Liu to do is to analyze the geology of different areas and create a terrain map of Jiangnan City and beyond. Humanity is suffering a catastrophic disaster. If we can predict the full map of the country and restore the signal sources, I believe we can become the first nation to rebuild order in the world. The other 4 people look excited and agree, saying, Leader, I think we should first restore the signal link with Kyoto City. The base must stay as it is. Relying only on food is not enough. We have almost finished the rescue operation at the granary. Now, the soldiers mainly lack bullets. Without bullets, the wild animals in the forest could become our enemies. The speaker is Qian Yoxiu, the head of supplies management at the Jiangnan City base, and also the person who sets the standards for resource negotiations. Do you know what? Given the current situation, all the armories in different regions are probably destroyed. The disaster base in Kyoto City was established only 3 months before us. Do you think they care about our survival? Xiao Qingshan looked helpless, his eyes tired. Before the end of the world, he was a well-known politician. After, he shed that false reputation and took charge of the daily operations and management of the base. He holds power only under Wang Hexing, and together with Wang, Qian Yoxiu, the feng shui expert Ouyang Bai, and the hospital director Huang Qingfeng, they manage the base's grain reserves. I agree. Bullets will eventually run out. I think we should train soldiers in close combat tactics and set up a cold weapon factory above the foundation. I remember there are specialists in the army who focus on making cold weapons. In the future, it will never be only about firearms. Cough, cough. Wang Hexing gently coughed, and the 4 people who had been arguing suddenly quieted down. Cold weapons are indeed important, but right now we lack the facilities to process them. We need to plan carefully. We also need to speed up communication with Kyoto City. The 4 nodded silently, not daring to oppose. Suddenly, Wang Hexing's subordinate pointed at the 9-grid screen and shouted, Leader, look. The 5 of them looked at the screen he indicated. In the first image of the 9-grid monitor, after the snowflake pattern labeled salad salad, a forest scene suddenly appeared. Where is this image from? Leader, this is the image from the signal station set up on the north side of the Jiangnan City forest. It was affected by the earthquake in Xiao City earlier, and the long rain caused the signal there to weaken. The signal in the northern forest area has been very weak. After a moment of silence, the soldier continued, Leader, if we could expand the signal source at the base, perhaps the monitoring areas in the north and at the granary wouldn't be so disturbed. The professors are already researching the source of signal interference after the end of the world. I believe they will soon give us a solution. Jiangnan City is already like a paradise. Outside, disasters are everywhere. Who knows how many human survivors are still out there? Thanks to Professor Liu.
Yes.
Professor Liu is truly a hero to us humans. So what if he is? The stubborn old folks in Kyoto constantly criticize Professor Liu's geological survey results, claiming he's not skilled enough, which led to his expulsion from the academic community. Yet, behind the scenes, they built underground disaster bases even earlier than us. It was the leader who foresaw the importance and established a base at the granary in Jiangnan City, saving Professor Liu in the process. That's how we have what we do today. Wang Hixing scoffed at the four people's fears, but also showed a hint of pride on his face. He was also glad about the decision he made under pressure. All right, tomorrow is the hunting day, isn't it? Wang Hixing looked at the scene of the northern forest, which was shrouded in thick fog, and his expression turned worried. Tomorrow is the day for the base's hunt, right? When talking about the hunting day, the other four in the meeting room put aside their serious expressions and looked proud. Yes, leader. Every hunt is led by your grandson, and each time they bring back good results. This time should be the same. Wang Hixing's left eyelid twitched strongly. I don't care about the harvest. With the granary and our farms and breeding grounds, the base people don't lack food. Leader, although that's true, every time we return from a hunt, the base is lively for days. It boosts morale and promotes unity, doesn't it? And in the kids' world, we should give some support. We're old, and the future of the base depends on the younger generation. Wang Hixing's eyes sparkled. Safety first in everything. The fog suddenly appeared in the northern forest zone. Go inform Wang Ling to delay the hunt for now. The terrain and climate of the Jiangnan City forest area are very unique, with scenes of sunrise in the east and rain in the west occasionally occurring. Wang Ling and Xiaomi were currently playing billiards in the entertainment room on the 7th underground floor of the base. The entire underground base has 22 levels, forming an inverted pyramid from the first basement to the 22nd basement. The living areas are 5 to 6 times larger than the combined areas of zones A, B, C, and D on the surface. The first floor covers about 70,000 square meters, and the total floor space of all 22 levels is roughly 900,000 square meters, about 4 times the size of a typical residential community before the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, an ordinary community could house 30,000 people, but this super underground base can hold over 100,000. This doesn't include the nearly 50,000 square meters of the damaged community above ground. A white ball accurately hits a red ball, which lands in the corner pocket, earning a point. Wang Ling, with long fingers, carefully aims his cue stick, focused on his next shot. Brother Wang, I heard your grandfather asked us to delay the hunting mission. We'll wait until the rainy season is over to go. With a sharp pop, the pink ball drops into the pocket. But we've already gathered the team and told everyone to leave tomorrow. Another pop sounds as the red ball flies off the table and rolls onto the ground, spinning toward the speaker's feet. Hey, brother, why are you hitting so hard? If they're ready, let them wait. No need for so many words. But your girlfriend wants a little monkey, right? The short-tailed monkey is pretty smart, just a bit ugly. Your girlfriend's taste is quite unique. Really? It's okay, I guess. Brother Wang, if we don't leave tomorrow, the good hunting dogs will be taken by Qian Sheng, Ouyang He, and their group. I heard they're leaving early tomorrow. Will leaving early bring a good harvest? As soon as Wang Ling finished speaking, the elevator on the 7th floor made a clicking sound, indicating someone had entered. Only people who live in the underground base and have ample food supplies come to the 7th floor entertainment club. Soon, Wang Ling and his friends saw Qian Sheng, Ouyang He, Yin Yu, and Yin Zhaohong, along with their entourage, enter the billiards room. Hey, isn't that our young master Wang? So, your grandfather said you can't go because of him? TSK, just hiding behind Grandpa's protection. How sad. Qian Sheng, don't think you can push your luck just because you control the base's supplies. I'm telling you, Gushanshan, Wang Ling has a girlfriend now.
He's not interested in you.
And you're still working with Professor Liu on the earthquake freezing project. How dare you talk back to me? Do you believe I'll get rid of you? You. Wang Ling glanced calmly at Qiansheng and his group, then pulled Gu Shanshan back behind him. Qiansheng, aren't you supposed to be choosing hunting dogs and elite soldiers on the first floor? Why are you here? Are you trying to challenge me? Gu Shanshan stomped her foot unwillingly. Seeing Wang Ling look calmly at Qiansheng, she also gave up and stopped talking. She knew Wang Ling's personality better than anyone. He is firm and decisive. He never loses his temper over anything or anyone, which is why she has always admired and followed him. Such a person is calm in handling matters, strategic, handsome, and surrounded by women in the base who try to flirt with him and get close to him. But he prefers a fragile, sickly girl named Yu Xiaoing. This girl, hated by more than half of the women in the base, has been secretly kept by Wang Ling, and she has only seen her a few times. But from those few encounters, she already understood her true nature. Alright, why not play a game? I haven't played snooker in a long time. Let's bet on a game, Wang Ling said. He raised an eyebrow. What are we betting? Qiansheng's eyes gleamed with mischief as he challenged Wang Ling. If I win, you have to give me your little girlfriend, okay? Xiaomi and the others looked at Wang Ling's face darken instantly. Their expressions changed dramatically.
What are you talking about?
Xiaoxing is not something you can just dream about. Get out of here. Oh, Xiao, why are you so anxious? People might think she's your girlfriend. Wang Xiao hasn't even spoken yet, they said. Everyone's expressions varied, some anxious, some hopeful. Gu Shanshan was the latter. You think you're worthy? Wang Ling said calmly. He hit the balls on the table, scattering them, then annoyed, threw the cue onto the table.
Guard.
His cold, clear voice echoed. All the guards on the 7th underground floor quickly approached and surrounded their group. Wang Xiao, what's going on? Qiansheng and the others are disturbing the base's order. Arrest them. The guards looked at each other, then moved to encircle Qiansheng and his group. Wang Ling, what do you mean? This is personal revenge. Let me go. My dad is Qian Yoxiu. You don't want to live. Let me go. The henchman who came with Qiansheng saw the situation and hurried toward the elevator. But Xiaomi refused to let them go. And those others, don't let any of them escape. Yes. Qiansheng and his group were forcibly restrained by the guards, facing Wang Ling. If you have the guts, let them go. My dad will definitely report your abuse of power to your grandfather. Feel free, Wang Ling replied indifferently. Send them to the underground level 15 to farm. You personally guard and watch over them. No contact with the surface for 3 days. Young Master Wang, this might be. The guard captain hesitated. These young masters' fights often cause trouble for us guards, and in the end, we suffer. Don't worry, I will take responsibility if anything happens. The guard captain, as if granted a special order, immediately straightened his chest and loudly replied, yes. He had long disliked Qiansheng and the others, but due to his position, he dared not scold them. Now, with Wang Ling's order, he would definitely carry it out properly. Xiaomi laughed loudly, watching Qiansheng and the others with sad faces. Let the farmers take a break for 3 days. Let them experience how hard they work every day. If they refuse, don't let them come out. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Qiansheng and the others started cursing loudly. Wang Ling frowned and waved his hand, signaling them to take the people away immediately. Most people in the underground base have communication devices, but these young masters rarely carry them when going to the 7th floor entertainment area. Wang Ling's actions made Gu Shanshan feel sad and silent. She knew that once Wang Ling dealt with Yu Xiaoing, that little green tea, he would change completely. They even caught Qiansheng and the others to farm. Young Master Wang, if Qian Yoxiu and the others find out, it might be difficult to handle. It doesn't matter. If they want to disobey orders and go hunting, they are breaking the rules of the base. Punishing them for a few days is just a lesson for them. Wang Ling looked deeply at Gu Shanshan. Shanshan, has Professor Lu's research yielded any results? The fog in the north has not dissipated for a day. Not yet, but the teacher said the fog might be caused by a type of toxic miasma in the forest. It could be due to the decomposition of corpses during the rainy season, which releases microbes. It should clear up in a few days. Wang Ling nodded and smiled. I understand. Thank you. Gu Shanshan's face turned slightly red. She quickly shook her head and said, This is what I should do. Wang Ling and Xiaomi left together, leaving Gu Shanshan and her good friend Li Xiaoxi at the billiard table, watching their figures fade away. Shanshan, Wang Ling isn't suitable for you, and Yu Xiaoxing isn't as harmless as she looks.
Don't get too involved.
AC, have you ever liked someone? Li Xiaoxi's gaze settled as if she remembered someone from a long time ago. Then she shook her head and said, Compared to people, I think I should just raise a dog. Dogs are so loyal. That's because you haven't met someone you like yet. At this moment, two elders stood by Yu Xiaoxing's hospital bed. Their attitude was not very respectful, but they were serious and attentive. Miss Yu, regarding your leg, we still hope you can stay strong. Are you saying that if I can't exercise for a long time, my muscles will gradually shrink? How long can I hold on? Slowly, maybe a year or two. Faster, just a few months. Your leg wound seems to have healed, but the bacteria that bit you carried toxins that damaged your muscle tissue. You can't move on your own now to remove the remaining toxins from your muscles.
So, don't be too sad.
No. Didn't you say a nerve transplant surgery was possible? As long as it's not a living person. What if it's a deceased person? The two elders' faces changed. If the person died less than an hour ago, perhaps there's an 80% success rate. But the base has strict rules. Such surgeries require the director's approval, and the donor must have died naturally and be willing to donate their organs for research and medical use. Those conditions are too strict. The other option you mentioned last time is better. Are you sure monkey nerves can be used on a human's leg? I've done similar surgeries before, transplanting monkey hand nerves to a boy's hand. The recovery was very good, and his hand nerves are more active and flexible than usual. But there is a small side effect. Yu Xiaoxing's eyes lit up. What side effect? Monkey nerve cells can cause rejection reactions with human nerve cells, and over time, the monkey's nerve cells will age and die quickly. The boy had 2 nerve transplant surgeries before the apocalypse, both very successful. Yu Xiaoxing showed a relaxed smile. Did you check the short-tailed monkey last time? Is it only short-tailed monkeys that can be used? Generally, any primate could work. But such surgeries are part of scientific research experiments. If we do it, we have to hide it from higher-ups. And although there is currently only one side effect after the surgery, we cannot be sure there won't be others. This is something we cannot guarantee for now. Yu Xiaoxing smiled, her delicate face showing a gentle expression that made the 2 elders feel a bit confused. This woman is truly impressive. Relying on Wang Ling, she dares to gather people under Wang Ling's control to seek her own benefits. If it were someone else, they would have been dealt with harshly by military law long ago. But this woman's methods are more than that. They are willing to do secret things for her, also worried about the power of rumors. Everyone in the base knows that Wang Ling is completely captivated by this woman. Even if Wang He doesn't like her, he can't do anything about his only grandson. Wang He is getting older, but Wang Ling is still young and capable, not inferior to his grandfather. In the future, the base will still need young people like them. I understand. After this hunting event ends, I will have the surgery, Yu Xiaoxing said happily. As long as her leg can return to normal, she is willing to try any cost. Her leg has become weak and unable to move, and her muscles are starting to shrink. She knows this better than anyone. The pain caused by muscle atrophy is something she endures every day. The 2 elders left, leaving Yu Xiaoxing alone in the hospital room. Her face looked lonely, her expression dull. Wang Ling still doesn't know about her muscle atrophy in her legs, which she can keep hidden from the doctors. She has seen photos of legs after muscle atrophy, ugly, fat, and often very ugly due to other issues. She finally has Wang Ling as her support, but there are so many women around him, coming and going. Especially Gu Shanshan, who is Wang Ling's partner. She can't find a reason to make her leave Wang Ling. When she thinks of Gu Shanshan's tall, perfect figure, and especially her long, beautiful legs, Yu Xiaoing feels jealous. She absolutely cannot let herself have any flaws in front of Wang Ling. 3 days later, the rain in Jiangnan City stopped. The bright sun was high in the sky, seeming to signal the end of the rainy season. However, the thick fog in the northern woods still hadn't cleared, making some people in the base feel quite gloomy. Qian Sheng and his team returned from the 15th underground level to their home on the 8th floor, only to find that the elite soldiers and hunters, who were very powerful fighters, had already been taken away by Wang Ling's people. They were so angry that they smashed everything in the room. Yin Zhaohong, didn't you say that the best hunting dogs were all left by your mother? Don't worry, Brother Qian. The best hunting dogs are kept by my mother and won't be loaned to Wang Ling's team. Rest assured, we have prepared 10 top-quality hunting dogs for this hunting mission. Qian Sheng's face finally looked a bit calmer. What about the equipment? Our guns and ammunition are the same on both sides. But to win this hunt, I also prepared something special for you, Brother Qian. Yin Zhaohong looked mysteriously at him, making Qian Sheng raise an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? Explosive bombs. Qian Sheng frowned. I've heard those are very dangerous. Are you sure it's safe? Don't worry, Brother Qian. I've arranged for a trusted guard inside to help us. He'll bring this device, and you just tell him where to go. With this one throw, and it explodes. No matter how fast the animals run, they can't escape. Qian Sheng nodded happily. Good. If we beat Wang Ling this time, there will be a big reward. Thank you, Brother Qian. Go prepare everything for this mission. Also, keep an eye on Wang Ling's team and see what they're planning. If needed, we can send them a big gift. Next morning, before dawn, 2 teams led by Wang Ling and Qian Sheng gathered at the huge vine. The leaders at the base's command center watched the big screen nervously, except for Wang Hang, who looked calm. Didn't they say the fog hasn't cleared? Why are they leaving now? Let's just have them hunt outside the northern edge, away from the fog. They threw chickens and ducks from the farm into the cracks under the vines. As usual, one of the 3 vines retracted to the ground to chase prey, while the other 2 formed bridges across the cracks for easy crossing. At this moment, Sumi was in the woods looking for signs of snakes. Her little green and white snakes woke up early today. The green one was fine. It ate several large cabbages in just an hour. Its tiny body seemed bottomless, constantly eating but never full. The white snake was even more exaggerated. It woke up and started searching for food inside her space. After swallowing more than 10 mutated baby mice, it devoured all the snake-like creatures in her space. This little white snake actually ate all the few snakes in her space. A water snake was caught in the river in City S, and a few others were brought back by the monkeys after they dug out their nests. After hatching, one nest was entirely filled with water snakes. Not a single one remained. They were all gone, and the snakes kept hissing at Sumi, demanding more. Aside from a giant python in a mountain pond digesting its meal, all the other snakes in Sumi's space had been eliminated by her. Moreover, the white snake that had eaten its own kind suddenly lost interest in the mutated mice, and even started competing with the giant snake. If Sumi hadn't stopped them, they might have fought to the death right then. To find food for the white snake, Sumi searched the forest for more snakes. Because girls naturally fear snakes, she carefully poked through dry leaves on the ground with a walking stick, even though she had space to do so. Reluctantly, Sumi released the monkeys again to help find snakes or snake eggs throughout the forest. As expected, the monkeys quickly brought back 2 nests of eggs. She wasn't sure if they were snake eggs, but there was a good chance they were. Sumi forbade the white snake from approaching the eggs and asked a mother hen to incubate them. In the past few days, the young sapling by the river had grown a bit taller. Though it's still unclear what kind of plant it is, its stem looked somewhat like a young tree. Sumi's lychee tree in her space grew from sprout to seedling to a more mature stage just like that. It grew slowly, but its roots expanded quickly. The lychee seedling only took 3 days to start growing branches and bearing fruit. However, this small sapling, from hatching to now, was still just a tiny seedling. Its leaves hadn't even opened yet. Sumi couldn't help but feel speechless. Fortunately, the purple bamboo she moved next to the sapling had finally grown. Now it has 3 bamboo joints, and its roots are spreading out underground, starting to sprout. The thickest bamboo stalk has already surpassed Sumi's height and is growing rapidly. While Sumi was busy feeling frustrated about finding snakes and eggs and enjoying the beauty of her space, she suddenly heard a loud explosion-like sound. She also heard a monkey's scream of pain, which made her frown. It was clear that one of her monkeys had been attacked. At that moment, gunfire rang out repeatedly in her ears, making her realize one thing: people had arrived. Not just one person, but definitely more, and they had plenty of guns and ammunition. Sumi quickly told all the small animals outside to return to the mountain valley and wait for her, including the wild dog pack within her territory. Sumi always felt that these people did not come with good intentions. How could ordinary hunters use explosives? They probably brought powerful bombs. If so, this was not just hunting, but destroying the forest. Jiangnan City's forests are much smaller than primitive forests, and if more people come and set off explosions, the entire woodland could be ruined. Now, she could only hope that the thick fog would make these people retreat. At this moment, Sumi quickly comforted the little white snake, then ran back into the mountain valley and gathered all the animals into her space. The only one missing was a monkey. Thinking back to when she first saw the armed monkey and the gun it carried, and later when Leech hit the armed monkey unconscious, now another monkey was injured by an explosion. Are these people fighting with the monkeys? Why do they keep targeting monkeys? Sumi had planned to create a chance encounter with the people from the base, but it seemed she would have to meet them now. The little monkey was calling for help through her mental link, which made Sumi feel very sad. If hunting was just for food, catching wild boars, wild dogs, pheasants, ducks, or even snakes would be understandable just for filling their stomachs. But monkeys are primates with intelligence similar to humans, capable of learning human actions and habits. Killing a monkey to eat is beyond what Sumi could accept or understand. After putting the animals into her space, she ran back into the fog. She had become familiar with the terrain here over the past days, especially the area inside the fog, which she knew very well. She wanted to see what these people were really up to. The gunfire in the forest was occasional. Sumi followed the sound until she emerged from the fog and saw a group of people. There were at least 100 of them. They were well-equipped and brought dogs. Some carried antique-style bows, crossbows, and other weapons. They had caught many wild rabbits, some squirrels, and even a small wild boar. The injured monkey was being held by a woman and bandaged by another woman nearby. Sumi breathed a sigh of relief, but did not approach them immediately. I said, "Wang Ling, I won't sell this monkey. If you want to give it to Xiaoxing, go find another one. I heard its back is very good for health. I'd rather eat it myself than give it to you."
Ha ha ha.
Xiaoxing? Is it the same name and person? Is this Yu Xiaoing the same person she knows? But how could she appear in Jiangnan City, which is so far from J City? After hearing the name, Sumi's face suddenly changed. If it's the same person and a coincidence, then she really didn't have to look far to find her. An A-level experimental farm in exchange for this monkey. "If you don't want to, then get lost," Wang Ling said, about to leave with his people toward the dense fog zone. "You're crazy. Do you know how precious the A-level experimental farm is? Are you trading a monkey for a woman? Are you stupid, or did I hear wrong?" Wang Ling didn't reply. He coldly looked at Qiansheng. "Let's go. We'll check out the dense fog zone." Hey, I'll trade. Isn't that okay? Don't regret it. We'll go back now and make a written agreement, Qiansheng said anxiously. Seeing how eager Qiansheng was, Wang Ling snorted coldly. "Why are you so anxious? The hunt isn't over yet. If I don't catch the monkey by then, the A-level farm will be yours." Qiansheng's face was full of anger. "You're playing me." Wang Ling, always keep my word," Wang Ling replied.
Fine.
"You promised." Wang Ling signaled Xiaomi, Gashanshan, and a few others, including his men, to follow him into the dense fog zone. Qiansheng hesitated but followed. Since Wang Ling dared to go in, he had no fear. Visibility in the dense fog zone was only about 3 meters, Anything farther was blurry and hard to see clearly. What surprised Wang Ling was that Qiansheng was shameless enough to follow him closely, walking right behind him, almost face to face. It made him feel disgusted. Qiansheng, if you keep following me like this, don't blame me for being rude. Just as long as you don't catch the prey, that A-level farm will be mine. With that land, what else do I need? Qiansheng said. Shameless. Xiaomi, pull him away. Wang Ling snapped. Wang Ling was fed up with Qiansheng. Everywhere he went, this guy blocked his way, making him look annoyed. Suddenly, about 5 meters ahead, there was a movement. It looked like a small prey, probably a deer or similar animal, based on its color. At this close distance, they were all carrying shotguns, which could easily harm their companions. Wang Ling raised his bow and arrow. When it comes to hunting, it's really easy for her. At this moment, Sumi saw both sides arguing but not moving forward, and she thought it was a good chance. She came out of her space and stepped out from behind the tree, planning to create a chance encounter. Unexpectedly, Wang Ling drew his bow and arrow, aimed briefly, and shot an arrow at her abdomen. It was clear he saw her and took her as prey. This guy, Qiansheng, was bothering others while hunting, causing everyone to become annoyed. People couldn't tell the difference between humans and prey anymore. Wang Ling and his group probably wanted to leave early. If she disappeared now, it would be hard to have another chance to meet. Using her agility, Sumi dodged forward, but the arrow seemed to have eyes and predicted her move. In a flash, the arrow hit her stomach. Her heart clenched tightly, and she closed her eyes, waiting for the arrow to pierce through her muscles. But the pain she imagined didn't come. Instead, after a cool sensation in her abdomen, the arrow fell to the ground. Her clothes were torn, but her stomach was unharmed. No injuries, not even a scratch. Sumi saw a black shimmer flash across the dark scale pattern on her stomach, then it disappeared into calmness. She let out a breath of relief. The black scales really could protect her. After the Black Panther incident, she hadn't had time to test this, but now it proved true. However, it wasn't the time to marvel at the magic of the black scales. Wang Ling's group was approaching her prey position. They were only about 5 meters away. If she didn't fall now, it would be too late. So, Sumi screamed loudly. When she saw the group walking out from behind the tree in front of her, she sank to the ground, trembling all over. She casually stuck the arrow into the trunk of the tree in front of her, sitting behind it with a frightened face. When Wang Ling's group passed by, they saw the scene. The girl looked fragile, sitting weakly by the strange roots of the big tree, her face pale, eyes moist and shining like stars in the night. If Yu Xiaoing's eyes looked like a cute little deer, this girl's eyes were like a bright star fallen from the sky, with a deadly attraction to all proud and confident people. Next to her, Yu Xiaoing's delicate charm seemed small and pretentious. Sumi looked up casually, her brow furrowing slightly, which tugged at everyone's hearts, including the 3 girls present, Gushanshan, Li Xiaoxi, and Yin. They looked at the girl sitting on the ground, still shaken, and felt like they were seeing a fairy untouched by worldly troubles. How could a girl still be so pure in the end times? Her face was like snow, peaceful and drifting, which made them feel no dislike toward her. "Are you okay?" Gushanshan was the first to go over and help her up. Li Xiaoxi assisted as well. Qiansheng reacted quickly and rushed over to support Sumi, but she accidentally slipped on the dry leaves and sat back down, avoiding him. Qiansheng awkwardly stopped with his hand in front of Sumi, still smiling. "Little sister, are you lost?" Sumi looked at the man with dark circles under his eyes and felt he was strange, but he was trying to speak softly and kindly to her. She didn't speak but looked around and then at Wang Ling. Gushanshan helped her up again, her expression cautious as she glared at Qiansheng. "Qianshao, didn't you see how scared you made her with your rough appearance?" She smiled slightly at the curious girl. "Don't be afraid. We're from the Jiangnan city base out hunting. How did you end up here?" Sumi calmly replied, "I got separated from my companions." Wang Ling frowned. "You have companions? Are they also in these woods?" Sumi shook her head, thinking of Qin Hao and others, and a sad feeling showed on her face. When we were in Xiaoan City, there was an earthquake.
They
Maybe all died. The first time Sumi saw Gushanshan, she felt she recognized her, but couldn't remember where. This group's obsession with monkeys surprised her, especially because of Wang Ling. She really disliked how Qianxing looked at her, as if she was a toy easily taken, full of possessiveness and lewdness. So she followed Gushanshan and Li Xiaoxi into Wang Ling's group. According to Gushanshan, they were catching monkeys because Wang Ling's girlfriend liked them and wanted to keep one as a pet. During their conversation, Sumi naturally knew that Wang Ling's girlfriend was Yu Xiaoing. Is Yu Xiaoing from Jiangnan City? Sumi asked to confirm her identity. No, she's a refugee they brought back after the end times when they passed through J City. Sumi's face turned pale as she blinked. She didn't know how many people named Yu Xiaoing there were in City J, but fate was strange, and she was very sure that this Yu Xiaoing was her former close friend. Gushanshan became alert when Sumi asked about Yu Xiaoing. One Yu Xiaoing was already obsessed with Wang Ling, so Sumi might also be interested in him? Sumi, where are you from? Why are you here? Seeing Gushanshan's wary expression, Sumi didn't think much. She and Qinhao had come to Jiangnan City on a mission. She couldn't tell them she was here for Jiangnan City's grain storage, could she? Honestly, I am from S City. My friends and I were traveling in Lingyun City when the apocalypse happened. We experienced an earthquake in Xiaoan City, and my companions disappeared. We couldn't even find their bodies. I barely escaped from Xiaoan City and entered Jiangnan City. Then I got lost in a forest. Sumi's words were partly true and partly false. It was true they had experienced an earthquake in Xiaoan City, and Qinhao's group was in danger, but she kept her experience in the forest secret. To Wang Ling and the others, the earthquake in Xiaoan City matched. Lingyun City is a beautiful small city near Xiaoan, so that fit too. However, their soldiers had searched the surrounding areas after the apocalypse and found no survivors. Our teams searched Lingyun City after the apocalypse, but found no survivors. Sumi's heart sank. Was she about to be exposed? Was Wang Ling really that clueless? Shouldn't reborn people like her encounter only brainless fools like Li Heran? She looked at Wang Ling with suspicion and secretly thought, but we've never seen a rescue team. Wang Ling looked into Sumi's clear eyes and softened his heart. Young Master Wang, why are you so fierce? When your rescue team was in Lingyun City, didn't you retreat after the Xiaoan earthquake? If you want to blame someone, blame your team for not being careful and letting people suffer there for so many days. Little sister, don't be afraid. Wang Ling here is used to being the big boss of a base and suspects everyone. But I'm different. I can see through your innocent appearance to your pure heart. Come to me, and I will definitely spoil you like a little princess. Qianxing winked at Sumi to show his sincerity. Pervert. Sumi was scared and quickly hid behind Gushanshan, trying to stay away from Qianxing. What did you say? Sumi's actions made Wang Ling, who had just doubted her, smile slightly. Sorry, I was just asking out of routine. Everyone entering the base needs their identity checked. Wang Ling's expression showed that she had passed. But in this post-apocalyptic world, does identity really matter anymore? Gushanshan then told Sumi an unavoidable truth. Sumi, don't be angry. Wang Xiao didn't lie to you. If someone's identity is unclear, they can only stay on the outskirts of the base at first. If you can prove your background is clean, or if your parents had some status before the end of the world, you can get priority to move inside the base. For example, Wang Xiao's girlfriend was once the daughter of the former richest person in J City, and her parents died. After the apocalypse, she was lucky enough to be rescued by a search team and saved by Wang Xiao. So she was allowed to move directly inside the base. Xiaomi also smiled lightly. Of course, this is also because Wang Xiao treats Xiaoxing differently. Sumi was stunned. The former richest person in J City. Wasn't that her father? She looked at Wang Ling and the others with doubt. Is that what she said? Wang Ling didn't understand why Sumi asked this. It sounded a bit rude and hostile. What do you mean? Sumi paused for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. It's nothing. I just heard that the former richest person in J City passed away early, and his surname was Su. She has the surname Yu, so I was curious.
Xiaomi smiled calmly.
You remember so much about something that happened so long ago. It seems that the reputation of that Su Xiaofu was indeed good. He donated most of his wealth to charity and impoverished areas. Wang Ge and I heard about it when we were in Kyoto. Before the end of the world, there weren't many people as wealthy and kind-hearted as him. Sadly, good people don't live long. But luckily, his daughter is still alive. Hearing her father mentioned again, Sumi felt as if she was in a different world. She fought back tears and smiled slightly. Yes, because we share the same surname, I've always remembered him. He was a very good person. I didn't expect his daughter to still be alive. Not only alive, but also pretending to be her. Sumi didn't expect her identity could be used this way. Her feelings were complicated. Gashanshan was especially attentive to Xiaoxing. When Sumi saw her strange expression upon hearing about the former richest person in J City, she sensed something. I heard that the kind former richest person was busy with his career and neglected his family, which caused a rift between father and daughter. That's why her daughter changed her mother's surname. Sumi smiled disdainfully inside, her face returning to calm. Maybe everyone has their own problems to deal with. This Yu Xiaoxing is impressive. In her past life, she teamed up with Li Heron to betray and harm her, and that was not enough. This time, she was lucky to survive and even used her family background to the fullest. Being the daughter of the former richest person, I really want to meet her. Wang Ling and the others didn't catch the hidden meaning behind Sumi's words, but since they entered this thick fog, they had been chatting and hadn't noticed any prey. Wang Ling was naturally a bit unhappy. Let's move a little further. If we don't find any prey, we'll leave the fog area. To quickly enter the base, Sumi deliberately controlled the fog to change consciously. The more they moved forward, the thicker the fog became, and it carried poisonous miasma. If they retreated, they could leave this area quickly. By evening, everyone finally felt the presence of the toxic miasma. Except for Sumi, all others started feeling dizzy and nauseous. She thought the team would just leave the fog area, but unexpectedly, Wang Ling and his group took out gas masks from their luggage and even gave one to Sumi. Qian Sheng's team hadn't prepared for this. Seeing his unwilling expression, he led the entire team out of the fog area, ending their hunting mission. Wang Ling insisted on staying, just to find a monkey to give to Yu Xiaoxing. This made Sumi want to laugh a little. Wang Ling doesn't seem like a love-struck fool, and with Yu Xiaoxing's skill in acting innocent combined with her family background, this clever man was hit hard. Wang Ling's group had about 80 people, spaced roughly 3 meters apart inside the fog, each holding a leash to prevent separation. But the fog ahead grew thicker, and they thought that their gas masks filtering the air would protect them. However, Sumi would never let them go further blindly. The fog clung to their clothes like moisture, seeping into their skin. Jiangnan City was like a hot summer, with the fighters dressed in short sleeves, only 2 women still wearing sun protection clothing. But whether long or short sleeves, it was useless. Her fog carried natural miasma, and if too much toxins entered their bodies, they would die. She wondered if she should pretend to faint first so they would be more cautious, and then retreat from here. Before she could fall, Ge Shanshan fainted first. Wang Ling and the others helped her up and called the accompanying doctor. The doctor examined her and was immediately shocked. "Young Master Wang, I suggest we leave this foggy area immediately. The toxic miasma in the fog can seep through the skin, and Miss Ge is likely poisoned." Wang Ling also did not dare to delay. He ordered everyone retreat from the fog area. The soldiers each held their ropes at their designated positions, waiting patiently until Wang Ling and the others had left the area before gradually retreating. Just outside the fog, Xiaomi suddenly blacked out and collapsed. As he fell, his fragile body naturally leaned against Sumi. Sumi tried to dodge, but Wang Ling had already grabbed Xiaomi before he fell. He never looked at Sumi at all. The group returned to the place with the 3 large vines, using the same method to reach the other side of the ground. However, a small incident occurred in the middle. After Sumi stepped onto the huge vine, it suddenly started to move restlessly, as if it had a mind of its own and wanted to move. By the time Sumi sensed something was wrong, it was too late. A soldier behind her slipped and fell into the ground, and her screams of distress could be heard long afterward. Quickly, Sumi grabbed a soldier behind her. The soldiers behind her pulled each other, leaning back and forth to keep their balance. Sumi stood straight, seemingly weak and unassuming, but she became the pillar supporting all the soldiers behind her. The soldiers behind kept using those in front to stabilize themselves, pulling the front ones forward until they reached Sumi. Like a stabilizing anchor, she saved the entire rear team. Unnoticed by everyone, Sumi slowly let her spiritual water drip from her fingertips onto the vine. Only then did the vine calm down. Could it be that the vine sensed her and was asking her for spiritual water? Sumi didn't realize that she had uncovered the truth. Moreover, since they returned to the base, these 3 vines had started to act out of control. Even when someone fed them live food, they no longer wanted to build bridges or pathways for people. But that's a story for later. The group returned to the tall grass outside the base. After expressing thanks to Sumi, the soldiers lined up and stood to the side, saying nothing more. Wang Ling supported Xiaomi, who was still unconscious. Weakling. He looked at Sumi with regret and said, "Sorry, today's events happened suddenly. I will have my subordinates take you to register on the first floor soon." He had seen a rough idea of what happened behind him. Although he was curious and suspicious about Sumi, the soldiers following him probably needed treatment for the toxin from the miasma. They are the strength of the base and his loyal subordinates, so he needed to act quickly. Sumi nodded lightly and thanked Wang Ling. "Thank you." She then took a card handed to her and asked, "What is this?" "This is a pass for the accommodation area on the 8th floor. After you register, you can go directly to stay there. Someone will take you to your room." He looked at Sumi with some meaning, and then turned to give instructions to a subordinate whose face was pale from the miasma toxin. She saw the soldier walk towards Sumi. "Miss Su, I will help you register your identity." Sumi clutched the card and didn't look at Wang Ling or others again. She followed the soldier through the tall grass toward an old, run-down building. She carefully observed the damaged buildings around her. When she came here at night before, she only saw the outer edge. As she moved inside, she found it wasn't as small as it looked from outside. The outer broken buildings had the letter F marked on them. Moving further inside, near the east side, a row of buildings was marked with D. She followed the soldier directly into the building marked with the letter A. Inside, she found a large elevator about 10 square meters in size. The elevator took up most of the first floor of this 3.5-story ruined building. The rest of the space was filled with many wires and machines, with maintenance staff nearby. The most important thing was that at the entrance, there was a team of guards in combat uniforms. When they saw the 2 of them, they took half an hour just to verify their identities. As they entered the elevator, the soldier leading her touched his pocket and looked at Sumi awkwardly. "Sorry, Miss Su, I forgot to bring my ID card. Could you use the card Wang Xiao gave you so we can register on the first underground level?"
Sumi nodded.
When they stepped into the elevator, she noticed the guards behind her looking at her differently. "Sorry, Miss Su, for taking so long. If I had known you were with Wang Xiao, we wouldn't have gone through so much trouble." Sumi didn't speak and showed no expression. After swiping her card, she pressed the button for the first underground level. Watching the elevator doors slowly close, she remained silent. No wonder she couldn't find the base's location before. It's so well hidden actually underground. Who could find it? On the first underground level, Sumi immediately felt the cool, fresh air and bright lights. Although the outside temperature didn't affect her much, the inside temperature made her feel even more comfortable. At the entrance, besides guards, there was a small shop, just like those before the apocalypse, selling mineral water, spicy strips, instant noodles, and various snacks. Sumi took a quick look. The products were from before the end of the world, but they were stored well and unlikely to spoil. "Hey, Brother Chi, why are you personally bringing people here to register this time? Who are they?" Many unfamiliar faces approached, greeting the soldiers who brought Sumi in. Although they weren't dressed in gear, their military boots were the same. Don't talk nonsense. It was ordered by young Master Wang to bring them here for registration. Oh, then go ahead. We'll have a drink later.
All right.
Sumi was surprised that the people here didn't seem to have the hardships of surviving the apocalypse. Instead, it felt like she was visiting a familiar place while traveling, even making plans to meet up. She followed Wang Ling's soldiers deeper inside. They passed a large gym, a coffee shop, and a supply store. Suddenly, she heard many barking sounds coming from an entrance. Miss Su, I forgot to tell you. This is the first underground level of our base. Most of the residents are soldiers like me and dog trainers. Of course, it's similar to some community facilities before the end of the world, with a small shop and a supermarket. Due to limited power supply, not everyone has household appliances. The place you saw earlier is our kennels, where many dog breeds are kept. If you're interested, Miss Su, you can come and choose one to raise in the future. Sumi nodded, but grew more curious about the base. Was this base built after the apocalypse? Of course not. That's not a secret. This base was planned long before the end of the world. It was modified and rebuilt along the way, and it took more than half a year to complete, I heard. I heard that this place was originally just a residence for a certain important person in Jiangnan City. Later, that person suddenly died 3 months before the end of the world. Our current leader took over and turned it into a survivor base. Sumi continued to follow him forward. The road on both sides gradually turned into a corridor with large doors every 2 meters, similar to a school dormitory layout. However, the rooms inside were much larger than typical dorms. This is where our soldiers stay. The registration office is at the very back inside. We're almost there. Do all the soldiers live here? It looks like you have quite a few people. Can it really fit everyone?
Zhang Qi smiled proudly.
Miss Su, you don't know yet, but this floor is the largest in the underground base, covering both sides. It includes management staff, soldiers, maintenance workers, dog trainers, farmers from the breeding farms, and shop owners renting spaces. There are about 20,000 people here. Of course, this is just part of the underground base, the most ordinary part, Zhang Qi added mysteriously. You'll understand everything later, Miss Su. Sumi nodded. Among all this information, she caught one word: breeding farm. She was surprised to learn that the base had a breeding farm, which was unexpected. The registration room was in a small room at the end of the corridor, guarded by security outside. It felt like entering a museum, but instead of protecting artifacts, there were stacks of data cards inside the glass door. Sumi quickly filled out her information. The registration process included fingerprint scans and even a blood test. She hesitated and frowned. Zhang Qi noticed her reluctance. She wondered if there was some kind of laboratory in the base. If her blood test revealed something shocking, would she be taken away and kept in a lab? What's wrong? Everyone who comes in here has to have their blood tested, mainly to prevent infected people from entering the base.
This isn't a peaceful time.
In the end of the world, if new, uncontrollable viruses spread, everyone inside could be in danger. Sumi frowned and thought for a moment. She looked at Zhang Qi. Forget it. I won't go through the main gate. Take me out. I'll leave on my own. As for the granary and Yu Xiaoing, she would find her own way. The location of the granary wasn't a secret in Jiangnan City. She believed she could find out soon. As for Yu Xiaoing, I will check her whereabouts later. The registration staff's face immediately changed when they heard Sumi's words. Do you think the base is a place you can come and go as you please? Since you've registered, you must undergo a blood test. Zhang Qi wanted to stop the person from speaking, but it was too late. He quickly stepped forward and apologized to Sumi. Sorry, Miss Su. I was ordered by young Master Wang to bring you here. I didn't explain everything clearly beforehand. Let me ask young Master Wang. Please wait here for a moment. The previously arrogant registration staff's face turned unpleasant when they heard Sumi was introduced by Wang Ling. They thought, so what if it's young Master Wang? Does that mean he can ignore the safety of so many people in the base and give special treatment? However, they dared not show their true thoughts.
Sorry, Miss Su.
I was rude just now. Since young Master Wang introduced you, you naturally have privileges. If young Master Wang is willing to vouch for you, you can enter the base directly, without the blood test. But since the base was established, only one person in the post-apocalyptic world has had this privilege. I wonder if you might be the second? The man's words were full of provocation, which made Sumi feel a bit speechless. Oh, you mean the first person is probably Yu Xiaoing? The man paused. Yes, she's young Master Wang's girlfriend, brought here personally by him. I don't know if you... Sumi examined the man in front of her. He was about 180 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders, but very thin. His eyes were full of hostility as he looked at her. If he were a woman, Sumi could understand. But if he was a man, she truly couldn't understand. However, when Sumi's gaze shifted to his hand on her waist, a cold shiver ran down her spine, making her tremble. This small, delicate finger with a pointed little finger and black nail polish on his pinky nail, was he trying to show off? Did he think no one would notice? Clearly, he was a little brat and probably one of those who supported Wang Ling and Yu Xiaoing as a couple. It had been a while since Zhang Qi left, and the registration staff had been glaring at Sumi all this time. Sumi was worried he might lose his temper, but she paid him no mind. Time passed quickly. Sitting in the registration room, Sumi felt uncomfortable everywhere. There was only one person registering her, who kept glaring at her while also crossing his legs and constantly saying things like "Young Master Wang wouldn't like you," which made her feel both disgusted and scared. Finally, there was a beep sound at the entrance of the registration office, and the door opened. Sumi looked at Zhang Qi, who entered, but unexpectedly, Wang Ling followed behind him. He glanced at Sumi, sitting bored on the chair, and then looked at the man glaring at Sumi, with no visible emotion on his face.
Sumi.
Young Master Wang, you're here. This Sumi doesn't want to have her blood tested, and I wonder if she brought some hidden illness to the base. You're the one who's sick, Sumi retorted. If they were somewhere else, she might have already pulled out her usual dagger to threaten this person's major artery. But this base felt so impressive and official that standing here gave her the illusion that she didn't need to face the chaos of the end times, and everything had to follow its rules. Sumi shot a sharp look at him, then met Wang Ling's gaze. Young Master Wang, I heard that if I don't want to have my blood tested, I can't stay in the base? Then I guess I shouldn't stay here. Here's your card back. Please take me out. Thank you. For the first time, Wang Ling was spoken to in such a tone and attitude by a woman, and he was unsure how to react. His pride told him not to indulge her, but the girl in front of him seemed to have some kind of magic, making him deliberately ignore her cold and disrespectful tone. I can waive the blood test for the person I bring back. Sumi raised an eyebrow at Wang Ling. Was it that easy? But being able to stay without a blood test was a good thing. She calmly nodded and sat back across from the little one, saying, "All right, now we can continue with the registration." Tianyu was so angry he wanted to curse, but dared not be rude in front of Wang Ling. So, he continued asking according to the form. What did you do before? I need to register it, so I can assign you a job. This girl probably wanted to work on the 8th floor to get close to young Master Wang. Answer honestly, got it? Wang Ling saw Sumi staring blankly for a long time, then suddenly felt a bit soft and said, "If you have no work experience before, that's okay. I have a shop on the 8th floor where you can work." At this moment, Sumi wasn't really listening to Wang Ling. She thought for a moment and calmly said, "I heard there are farms here. I want to go farming." The registration room fell silent. That's also possible. Wang Ling was about to finish his sentence, but was interrupted. Are you sure? The planting and livestock areas inside the base are very hot. Although the conditions are good, it is still very tiring for an adult. Wang Ling couldn't believe his ears. He was sure he had given the girl in front of him a rare opportunity close to his own. People in the base would probably never get such a chance in their lives. He couldn't quite understand why he was granting this small girl such a privilege. What made him feel awkward was that she seemed not to understand his intention, going to farm. A delicate young woman, looking like an elf, going to farm? Sumi thought much simpler. Since she hadn't fully understood the base's internal layout yet, She didn't want to meet Yu Xiaoing now. As for why she wanted to farm, she came to the base, mainly to find out where the granary was, and to deal with Yu Xiaoing. Before that, it was reasonable to go to the planting and livestock areas to gather supplies, right? Amid the teasing from the registered staff and Wang Ling's confused expression, Sumi successfully got her work record in the planting industry. Working 9 to 5 sounded very tiring, but it was not difficult for her. When Wang Ling left happily to show her around the planting area, Zhang Qi stayed behind to guide her. Most workers in the agricultural and livestock sectors on levels 15, 16, and 17 were either born farmers or had been punished and sent here. In the elevator, Zhang Qi explained that they were late because he had a poisoning attack and needed detox treatment before catching up with Wang Ling. In fact, blood tests at the base weren't very strict. Most of these soldiers were in good health and had never had blood drawn before coming here. They only undergo regular health checks. The reason someone made things difficult for Sumi was simply because she was pretty. Sumi had experienced jealousy from other girls before, which was understandable. She felt unfairly accused when a man jealous of her. The elevator stopped at level 15, and Zhang Qi took her outside. She had just completed her identity registration and received a base ID card. Since she was assigned to the planting industry, she could directly enter the planting area after swiping her card. Zhang Qi didn't leave immediately, but continued to lead Sumi inside the planting area. Levels 15 to 17 were a mixed zone for seeds and breeding, where workers from both professions worked together. As soon as they entered inside, a wave of heat hit them. Zhang Qi squinted from the heat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, Sumi was completely unaffected. Her face showed no change at all. Zhang Qi, bringing along a young girl, entered openly and confidently. The workers busy with farming and tending cattle all looked at them with curiosity. When they learned that Sumi was assigned here to work the land, the farm workers looked at her with pity. "Little girl, my surname is Wang. I am a small leader in this farming and livestock area. You don't know who you might have offended, so why are you assigned here to work?" The old man looked dark-skinned, with many wrinkles on his face. His hands and toes, visible from his slippers, were cracked and rough, showing he had farmed all his life. His eyes were bright, and his tone was kind and friendly. Everyone around was sweaty and dirty, but their smiles looked even more beautiful to Sumi than the bright, well-dressed people above. When Zhang Qi saw the crowd gathering from their work, he introduced Sumi. "Miss Su, this is Dr. Wang. He is mainly responsible for all farming and livestock work here. If you need anything, you can ask him for help." Wang Run reached out his muddy hand to shake hands with Sumi. Zhang Qi didn't stop him. He just watched happily as Sumi smiled and confidently shook his hand, saying, "Hello, Dr. Wang. Nice to meet you." Wang Run was ready for Sumi to reject and dislike his cracked, muddy hand, but she didn't mind at all. She smiled brightly, which made him like her even more. "Little girl, since you've come here, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Of course, if you don't work seriously, I will criticize you harshly."
Sumi smiled and said, "Okay."
Everyone else looked at Sumi and nodded. Most of them were managers from the grain warehouse or farmers from Jiangnan City. They only knew farming and nothing else in life. "Little Zhang, the people have arrived. You can go now. We old folks won't eat the girl. Xiaoling is probably busy too. Hurry up and leave. If you stay, we might think you're here to supervise, sent by Grandpa Xiaoling. That would be uncomfortable." Zhang Qi awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. "Yes, I'll leave right away." He turned to Sumi and said, "Miss Su, I will leave now. Please stay safe." Watching Zhang Qi leave, Wang Run muttered loudly enough for everyone to hear, "What do you mean, stay safe? How could I not be safe here?" But then he suddenly thought of something he had overlooked and shouted inside the farm. Sumi found it hard to imagine how such an old man could have such a strong voice. It sounded loud and clear, like a bell ringing.
"Hey.
Old Zeng, take good care of your pet. Don't scare my new worker, got it?" Hearing Wang Run shout, the farmers and farm women around Sumi suddenly looked worried. Dr. Wang, we need to get back to work now."
"Miss
Su, welcome to work here. We'll go now." "Welcome." I need to start working now. The friendly atmosphere just moments ago suddenly turned cold. Wang Run watched the workers run back to their fields, heads bowed, too afraid to look up. He shook his head in anger. Why are you all running away? At this moment, an old man appeared. He came from the other side of the farm, but his way of entering was very unusual, making Wang Run frown and step back cautiously.
Hey.
Zheng Yangping, why are you bringing this big guy out? Zheng Yangping looked around at the people who had run away and muttered, "Tis, a bunch of cowards." Sumi was very surprised to see the visitor. He was a thin, old man with skin very different from Dr. Wang's, and he wore clothes that looked almost primitive. Most interestingly, he didn't walk here but rode in on a large tiger. Sumi had seen normal-sized tigers at the zoo, but this tiger was huge. It was so big that even if Sumi sat on its back, she wouldn't feel crowded. The tiger wore a collar that shimmered with blue light. If Sumi guessed right, the collar was probably electric. Maybe it was to prevent the tiger from going crazy and biting people, or perhaps it had already bitten someone before and needed to be restrained. The thin old man jumped down from the tiger's back and walked over to Sumi newcomer.
Sumi nodded.
Zheng Yangping nodded and said, "Such a young girl. Who did she offend? Wang Ling or Qian Sheng?" Sumi shook her head. "Neither of them." "Neither?" Zheng Yangping looked at Sumi carefully. "Her face looks very fresh and lively, quite similar to my granddaughter. But being good-looking isn't necessarily a good thing here in the base." Sumi also looked at the little old man in front of her with a serious expression. Appearance is given by parents. Whether ugly or beautiful, it's all good. Zheng Yangping's eyes lit up, and he suddenly chuckled. Wild personality, stubborn and unruly. That's the type the young masters in the base like most. I heard Wang Ling used to have a girlfriend. I must say, I don't really like her. You, on the other hand, are quite nice. Hearing this, Sumi knew the man was praising her, but thinking about Yu Xiaoing, that little troublemaker, she couldn't feel happy. Sorry, I don't like her. I came here to farm on my own accord. Really? Wang Run was also surprised, opening his mouth wide. You little girl, are you crazy? Do you know how to farm? Sumi nodded. Of course. Not only can I farm, but I can make any kind of plant grow. Sumi had her reasons and confidence to tell these two seemingly ordinary elders. Just from Dr. Wang calling Wang Ling Xiaoling, it was clear his identity was not simple. Plus, Zhang Qi's respectful attitude towards Dr. Wang showed their importance. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic base, food and meat are vital for survival. Dr. Wang is the person in charge here, managing the food supplies, so his status is very important. Showing some talent at the right time could help bring these two closer to her. Hey, little girl, look at what's flying in the sky. Sumi looked serious. Sumi, never boast. Wanna test me? Wang Run hesitated. Alright, I'll ask you. Can you tell me the genetic makeup and functions of wheat, or its future genetic mutations and evolution directions? If you can, I'll admit you're impressive. Sumi was stunned by the question, feeling overwhelmed. When she looked at Dr. Wang, her face was blank. Dr. Wang, do I look like someone who has graduated from university? This question is so advanced, even for plant biology graduates' research papers. You're asking me this? That's not fair. Wang Run chuckled. A young girl should know when to admit defeat. Follow me and learn well in the future. People look down on our place, but there are many good things here. Sumi is very serious about farming. Not just PhDs or professors. Even members of the Academy of Sciences would have to bow before her because of her super space. But Sumi's goal isn't to make them bow. Old Wang, how could a 19-year-old girl like me understand such deep knowledge? But look at the farmers. None of them have formal schooling, yet they still grow the food we eat. Practice is more important than theory, right? Wang Run was momentarily stunned by Sumi's words. His expression was gentle, but he didn't hold back. Young girl, you talk big, but we need practice to find the truth. Come on, I'll test your skills. Sumi was about to follow Wang Run inside, but when they passed by the big tiger, Wang Run was startled and almost lost his footing after hearing a sudden roar. Old Zheng, can you control this beast? Stop bringing it out for walks. I want to live a few more years. Go away if you're scared. Big Yellow, let's go. Don't mind old Wang and this young girl. After saying that, Zheng Yongping pulled the chain around the tiger's neck and headed toward the lift platform. When they passed by Sumi, the tiger suddenly sat down and stayed still, ignoring Zheng Yongping's tugging. Sumi looked at the tiger and saw it was staring at her, growling softly. Zheng Yongping's face changed. He thought not good, and immediately activated the electric device on the tiger's neck. The tiger was well cared for, strong, tall, with shiny yellow fur and clear, dense black stripes. After Zheng Yongping pressed the button, the tiger twitched twice, but suddenly lifted its head and broke free from control. It twitched again, then raised its front leg and lunged towards Sumi. Run, little girl. Zheng Yongping was thrown to the ground by the tiger, and his old bones ached terribly, unable to stand.
Guard. Guard.
Wang Run's legs trembled. The tiger had been calm for over a month, not attacking anyone, but now it suddenly went wild. I told you not to let it out all the time. Watch out. Wang Run quickly helped Zheng Yongping to his feet. Seeing Sumi being knocked down by the huge beast, he tried to go to help her, but was stopped by Zheng Yongping. Are you crazy? You're causing trouble again. Zheng Yongping's face looked very grim. He raised the controller in his hand and increased the electric current. Strange, usually when I turn it up to level 2, this guy behaves. What's going on today? Sumi saw the tiger pounce on her, trembling more and more, but it still didn't attack. Instead, it pressed its paws on her shoulders, pinning her to the ground and preventing her from moving. Outside, this big creature might have already been put into a space by her, but what does it really want? Its mouth was foaming, yet it still refused to let her go. It just looked at her with innocent curiosity. Footsteps approached from the elevator. Sumi moved her body forcefully and saw a team of guards rushing over, led by Wang Ling. Wang Ling was about to rest on the 8th floor when suddenly he heard the alarm and was told that the tiger on the 15th floor had hurt someone again. Thinking of the girl who looked like an elf on the 15th floor, he instinctively took people downstairs himself. It took only 5 minutes to gather people from the 8th to the 15th floor. When they arrived, they saw Sumi being pressed down by the tiger, motionless. His heart jumped with worry. Sumi, don't move, Wang Ling said. Sumi rolled her eyes at Wang Ling's words. Soon after, she heard him talking about shooting the tiger. Old Zheng, this tiger has hurt people. We probably can't keep it. Zheng Yongping sighed. Let's save the person first. It was already tamed, so why is it like this? Later, I must ask that woman Yin Xinling. How dare she fool me? First, rescue this girl. It's a wild beast, hard to tame. Even the best beast tamer can only suppress its wild nature temporarily. With her violent methods, anyone could tame a beast like this. Archer, prepare. Aim at its vital points. Follow my commands. Wang Ling looked at Sumi with concern in his eyes. Ready. Sumi initially just wanted to understand why the big tiger pounced on her, but didn't bite her. Unexpectedly, Zheng Yongping shocked her by electrocuting the tiger until it foamed at the mouth. Less than 10 minutes had passed since the incident began. When Wang Ling was about to give the order to shoot, she immediately stopped him.
Wait.
Don't shoot. Wang Ling frowned and shouted, Archer, watch out. Wait a moment. Originally, Sumi was supposed to play a gentle role at the base. When faced with such a fierce beast charging at her, she should have been scared, trembling, or even crying. But this big creature clearly wasn't trying to hurt her intentionally, it was just attacking. The people here didn't know how to communicate with animals and were about to shoot it. Such a pity. There was nothing she could do. If she didn't act now, this big tiger might really be killed unjustly. So, Wang Ling, Wang Run, and Zheng Yongping saw this scene. Sumi struggled to crawl out from under the tiger without a scratch on her. Her hair was a bit messy from rubbing against the ground, but she was unharmed. The tiger's claws pressed on her shoulders. She raised her hands to push its claws away. Surprisingly, this big tiger suddenly flipped onto the ground, rolled its eyes, twitched, and foam appeared more and more in its mouth. Sumi didn't have time to fix her hair. She shouted at Zheng Yangping, "Quick! Turn off the electric current. If you keep shocking it, the tiger will really die." Zheng Yangping saw that Sumi had come out unharmed and was about to react when she rushed over, grabbed the controller from his hand, and pressed the off button. Wang Ling also looked confused. The soldiers behind him, holding guns, were suddenly unsure of what to do after witnessing this scene. One archer approached Wang Ling and whispered, "Young Master Wang, should we shoot it now?" Wang Ling furrowed his brows, looked at Sumi, and examined her carefully. She was unharmed. "Are you okay?" Sumi rolled her eyes at him. "Do I look like I'm hurt?" Wang Ling was momentarily stunned by her sudden words and felt a bit angry. He had kindly brought people to save her, but she was so ungrateful. It was ridiculous. He even doubted his own sanity. The young girl he just met today had a pretty face, but he was acting as if cursed, caring about everything. "Good intentions are taken for granted," Wang Ling said fiercely, glaring at Sumi. He looked at the unconscious, electric-shocked tiger on the ground. "Old Zheng, you can handle this big guy yourself." Then he waved his hand, "Pack up." The group arrived quickly and left just as fast. Wang Ling, feeling a lingering grudge, thought, "If she gets into trouble again, I won't help next time," and hurriedly left the 15th floor. Wang Run saw Sumi stand up and then examined her from head to toe. After confirming she was fine, he finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. As long as you're okay. Old Zheng, should we lock up this big guy? So we don't have to worry all the time." Zheng Yangping also sighed in relief. Luckily, no one was hurt. That's good. I'll ask Professor Liu to bring the cage later. I was thinking about riding Da Huang out hunting someday, but it seems that's not going to happen. Sumi brushed the dust off her clothes.
I'm fine.
It just tried to attack me earlier.
Sumi was special.
Why did this creature suddenly pounce on her for no reason? Then she remembered when Xiaobai first entered her space, how it also jumped around, trying to get inside. All creatures have spirits. Sometimes, animals rushing at people isn't about attacking, but about showing closeness. This big tiger, though she first saw it, Sumi knew it could smell the spiritual energy from her space. This scent makes all animals eager to get it. Could this creature be like Xiaobai, sensing her space's aura and wanting to enter? Zheng Yangping ran over, looking surprised. "Hey, little girl, are you really not hurt?" Sumi nodded and went to check on the unconscious tiger. Strange, this tiger seemed to have some hidden illness. It fainted after a few touches and started foaming at the mouth. She moved closer, lifted its eyelids, checked its mouth, and touched its back fur. It didn't seem seriously hurt. Zheng Yangping also came over to examine it.
Da Huang.
Sumi didn't understand why this old man named such a big tiger Da Huang, but after thinking about the names of Xiaobai and Dabai in her space, she decided, well, she had no right to criticize others. "Old Zheng, Da Huang used to be like this. When it's disobedient, you use an electric shock."
Zheng Yangping glared at Sumi.
"No, Da Huang is very obedient. It wouldn't attack people easily. It only bit someone who came to steal food on the farm, thinking they were going to hurt me." He sighed. But the trainer who trained it said that setting the electric shock to level 1 would make it obedient. Level 2 is stronger, but it probably wouldn't have made it look like this. He looked at Da Huang with concern and sadness. "Anyway, even though Da Huang didn't really hurt you, it did attack you. I thank you for speaking up for it and saving its life." Sumi didn't understand why this old man was grateful to her for a tiger, but she felt it was worth receiving his thanks. This big fellow didn't mean to hurt me. Maybe it just liked me, she thought. Zheng Yangping sneered and glanced at Sumi. "Little girl, you're overthinking. Do you know how much time I spent building trust with Da Huang, so it would accept me as its owner?" Sumi examined Da Huang carefully. She saw a clear whip mark on its inner rear leg. Did Da Huang get abused before? She wondered. Then she reconsidered and asked, "Are the animals in the base specially trained by animal handlers before they are sent here?" "Yes, of course. Wild animals are hard to tame, so they need expert trainers. I study reptiles, and I need such large, powerful creatures with special traits. It took a lot of effort to catch this one. Sumi touched the whip mark on Dahuang's inner rear leg. The wound hadn't fully scabbed over, indicating it still had many hidden injuries under its thick fur. She parted a strand of hair and saw the wound clearly, still swollen, and not healed completely. The pain nerves in wild animals are not very sensitive, but if they are whipped to train them, very harsh methods are used. The whips and collars are specially made so that no scars are visible on the surface, but touching them causes pain. This tiger, after being shocked with electricity, wasn't so badly hurt that it fainted. After touching its wound, Sumi saw its mouth twitch, reminding her of a little white creature she used to tickle, pretending to sleep, but trying to resist. It was the same kind of effort. There's a saying, you can't touch a tiger's. Now, Sumi stood behind the big tiger and gave it a firm slap on its rear with a loud smack. This surprised Xing Yangping and Wang Run. "Girl, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" they exclaimed. Sumi looked at them mysteriously. "You'll see for yourselves." The big tiger was pretending to be dead. But since it was injured all over, she decided not to make a fuss about it. Sumi walked to the front of the tiger, placing her palm near its mouth for a moment. The spiritual water washed away the foam in its mouth, then flowed into its mouth. Sumi felt the tiger's rough, thick tongue with its hard, thorny surface, and instinctively licked her palm, which made her realize something. She softly whispered something into its ear, then stepped back and pulled the two elders behind her. Xing Yangping and Wang Run didn't know what Sumi was planning, but in the next moment, the large tiger that had just been foaming and fainted suddenly stood up. It didn't look like it had been shocked by electricity. It looked proud and full of energy. Xing Yangping looked at the big tiger with surprise. "What's going on?" he asked, reaching out to pet its paw, as he usually did. Sumi quickly stopped him. "Old Xing, it's pretending. But I suggest you let it stay like this for a while. I can't guarantee it won't suddenly pounce on someone again. I'm young, so I recover quickly from falls, but you're older. Falling a few times might take you a long time to recover." After she finished speaking, Xing Yangping withdrew his hand. He thought about what the girl said. Tigers are still wild animals. No matter how tame they seem, they have a wild nature deep inside. He's quite old himself, so he needed to be more careful. "Then what did you say to it in its ear just now?" he asked. Sumi smiled mysteriously. "I told it to wait here while I finish my work and then come back to play with it. I told it not to go anywhere." She then turned to Wang Run, who looked incredulous. "Dr. Wang, weren't you going to test my skills? Let's go now." Wang Run nodded and was about to lead Sumi inside, but the big yellow dog blocking the way made him hesitant to get closer. Sumi, carefree, strode forward and gently kicked the dog's front paw. "Move a little to the side, don't block the way." Something amazing happened. The big tiger, surprisingly obedient, retracted its paw as if it were a big cat annoyed by its owner. It hit its paw and let out a little whimper, then lay down and went to sleep. Wang Run carefully sidestepped around the dog's paw that had moved aside. Sumi followed closely, then suddenly turned to Xing Yangping and called out, "Old Xing, don't prepare a cage for it. Just get me a bigger empty room, enough for me and Dahuang to stay in." Xing Yangping still wanted to ask something, but Sumi followed Wang Run quickly, walking briskly. Wang Run was afraid of the tiger, worried it might suddenly become aggressive and harm innocent people. Sumi was here because it was her first day coming to this farm and livestock area. Well, technically, it was her first day at work. But thinking about such a big tiger becoming part of her space made her feel excited. So, she walked quickly, feeling happy. Following Wang Run, they passed through well-planned farmland and pigsties where cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks were raised. Sumi felt like she had entered heaven. Coming to this base was a good idea, perfect, as it made up for the lack of beef and mutton in her space. But as they walked, the environment on both sides changed from planting and breeding land into glass houses, each separated. Inside each glass house, different ecological environments seemed to be simulated, with many plants she had never seen before. There were flowers, grass, and trees, but each plant looked unhealthy, drooping and lacking vitality. The colors weren't as bright as she imagined. One glass house even had a fake mountain, with the ground resembling the cracked earth outside the base, where 3 giant vines grew. But inside, there was only a thin vine with leaves, curled around the fake mountain, motionless. The leaves on the vine looked as if they might wither at any moment. Wang Run had never brought a newcomer to his experimental base on the first day before. He initially just wanted to test Sumi's abilities with some difficult-to-grow plants. But after the incident where Dahu tried to attack, he changed his mind. He had confidently said he could grow all kinds of plants, which he initially thought was just a joke. But now, seeing how calmly she handled Dahu's attack and how she managed to make such a fierce beast obey in just a few minutes, he realized this girl might really have some skills. Maybe he could give her a try. Research on the blood vine had always faced huge obstacles and gaps in knowledge. This ancient plant could not really survive today. If it did, it was only found in some archaeological digs or excavations, making it more precious than ancient fossils, almost like a rare specimen. But after the end of the world, it truly came back to life. Sumi followed Wang Run through a heavily locked door into a place that looked like a research lab. As soon as Sumi entered, she sensed a strong aura similar to the spiritual energy in her space. She looked around and saw only plants. Not a single flying insect was in sight. The feeling of spiritual energy seemed to come from some of these plants. After walking inside, Sumi noticed a small head curiously turning around. She had never seen this grass before, and it looked a bit like marshland cattails. The flower she saw also looked unfamiliar, with a bud about the size of a bowl, resembling a peony or a rose, but with a faint glow that might light up at night. Nearby, a fruit seedling bore fruit that looked like a lemon but also like a pear. When she sniffed it closely, she detected a sweet apple scent. This is really good stuff, truly excellent. Sumi smiled as she looked at the plants around her. She really wanted to bring them all into her space. But seeing Dr. Wang carefully examining the plants as if they were treasures, she felt her efforts might not go smoothly. Plus, this was only the first plant room after they entered. There were more rooms inside, each apparently housing different types of plants. Professor Wang, are all the plants here unique specimens?
Sumi wondered.
If they were all one of a kind, it would be a shame not to move them into her space. But if she took them away, it might be hard to explain if she was caught. While Sumi was drooling over the plants, Wang Run suddenly appeared with a pot containing a very wilted-looking plant. It resembled a popular succulent from before the apocalypse, but its leaves weren't as thin as typical succulents. This plant's leaves were layered and drooping, with tiny thorns on them. The thorns had a sticky liquid, and in the center of the flower was a structure like a flower sword, topped with a small purple-red bean-like object, neither quite a flower nor a leaf. The entire plant looked very unhealthy. Its base was a mix of moss and soil Sumi had never seen before. Its roots were clearly tangled inside, not very thick, but most of them had shriveled and died, with only a few remaining strong and absorbing nutrients from below. Sumi watched the white, transparent roots as they absorbed water, clearly showing the water rising in the center of the roots. Seeing Sumi's careful inspection, Wang Run began to explain. This plant was originally a carnivorous plant found only in the rainforests of Australia and Asia. After the apocalypse, it was affected and mutated. Its flowers and leaves changed into a different form. I am still researching which specific category this plant belongs to, but I don't know what's wrong. The more I care for it, the worse it gets. Its roots are starting to die, and even the leaves are beginning to wither and fall off. Sumi took the plant handed to her by Wang Run. It looked like the roots weren't rotten, so it probably wasn't caused by disease. If it was due to the soil and environment changes after the end of the world, she thought that was unlikely. Wild plants usually develop different traits based on their environment, and even cultivated plants can mutate. Sumi thought about it again, and wondered if it looked like malnutrition? She asked Professor Wang, "Do you think this pitcher plant survives by absorbing water or by eating insects?" Wang Run rolled his eyes at Sumi, his eyelids wrinkling. "You don't even know that? And you still want to take care of it confidently? Hand it over." I'll think of a way myself, so I don't ruin it.
Sumi snatched the pitcher plant back.
Who says you can't keep a plant alive just because you don't know how? Here, take it. It looks like it eats insects. She leaned in and sniffed. The sticky liquid on the leaves is probably used to attract bugs, right? Wang Run nodded. You do have some basic knowledge. Most pitcher plants live in tropical rainforests and require high humidity and temperature. They grow by absorbing nutrients from the bodies of insects they catch. This particular pitcher plant is a special mutated variety I selected. The better it eats, the faster it grows. But it's been starving for a month now, so I can only keep it alive with nutrient solution.
Sumi nodded.
It does look a lot like a succulent. Not just look like. Like succulents, you can also propagate it by leaf cuttings. But this pitcher plant's life process is a bit special, and its condition isn't good right now. I haven't done leaf cuttings to propagate it. So, this is the test I'm giving you. It's still possible to back out now. If you damage my plant, I won't let you off. Sumi raised an eyebrow. Give me 3 days, no, a week. After a week, I'll return to you with a brand new pitcher plant. Wang Run paused, skeptical yet curious. A week? Do you even know how long the growth cycle of a pitcher plant is? And you're telling me a week?
Sumi isn't angry.
Her expression and tone were calm. A week is enough. Oh, and I'll save a rare plant for free. What's my reward? Reward? That's your job. My job isn't farming. I help save dying plants, so I should get some real rewards, like maybe some special plants or animals. Can you give me some? What would you do with those? My plants need specific environments to survive, and they can die easily if moved away. Little girl, just don't cause trouble for me. If you manage to save this mutated pitcher plant, you won't need to farm anymore. You can eat whatever you want every day. Just stay here and help me take care of these precious plants. That's not really a reward, is it? Sumi muttered softly, but Wang Run pretended not to hear. He smiled happily and asked Sumi to put down the pitcher plant. Then he took her to see his experimental base. This place could easily be called a botanical garden. Each glass house has a specific temperature and humidity, mimicking different environments. This one is for Florida plants, this one is for temperate plants, and over there are seasonal plants. Wang Run talked a lot, but Sumi didn't listen at all. She only knew that once inside her space, any plant from anywhere needing a certain temperature could survive very well. Actually, Sumi's space can revive dying plants in just a few seconds, not 3 days. She said it takes a week, because she was worried that if she said it only takes a few seconds, it would seem too unbelievable when she actually saves plants so quickly. As Dr. Wang said, she doesn't understand these plants well and doesn't know their growth and metabolism cycles. Reviving a plant in 3 days is almost like a miracle. So, a week is the safest estimate. It shows her strength without seeming too unbelievable. While Sumi was still exploring Dr. Wang's botanical garden, suddenly a guard came and spoke through the security door. Miss Su, Dr. Zeng asked you to come over. Sumi chuckled inwardly. Just a moment, I haven't finished exploring yet. The doctor said if you don't go now, they'll send Da Huang back to the animal training area on the first floor. Sumi paused, looked at Wang Run, who was smiling brightly, and asked, Dr. Wang, do you think I should go now and come back later? Wang Run nodded. Go quickly, don't argue with that old Zeng. Sumi nodded, got it. Then she returned to the door where she first entered and walked with the guard waiting there toward Zeng Yangping's location. Along the way, people working in the fields on both sides smiled kindly at her. Although Sumi did not respond, she kept a smile on her face. This place made her feel the simple, honest warmth she remembered from her childhood at her grandmother's house in the countryside. Finally, they reached the spot where De Huang was. She saw the old man squatting in front of De Huang's head, as if talking to it. The scene of him persuading the tiger-like creature, without success, made Sumi want to laugh. Old Zeng, do you need to see me? Zeng Yangping saw Sumi approaching, and the worried expression on his face immediately disappeared. He looked eager but restrained, which made Sumi feel conflicted. Xiao Su, think of a way. De Huang isn't moving at all. Can you get it to come back with me to the research base on the 16th floor? The 16th floor research base?
Yes.
I'm a biologist, after all. This guy is my main research target now. If it doesn't move, what can I research? Sumi frowned and asked, research? Like blood sampling and skinning for experiments? Zheng Yongping shook his head. Not so violent. Just taking some blood for study. I feed it well every day, lots of good food. I haven't mistreated it. My researchers just came over to urge me, but this guy isn't cooperating. It even stopped responding to the electric shocks earlier. If it doesn't work, I might have to send it back to the animal trainer. Sumi nodded. Did you find a bigger room for it? What's the use? Come with me to the 16th floor. I have a big space there. You can do whatever you want.
Sumi shook her head.
She only needed a large enough space to put Da Huang inside temporarily, then send it out again. It wouldn't be observed by others. I have a way to make it obedient in the future, even without a collar. Zheng Yongping's eyes lit up.
Oh.
Xiao Su, you can tame animals? Sumi pretended to be mysterious. A little, but I use special methods. If others see, it won't work. Zheng Yongping thought for a moment and immediately asked someone to prepare a room. Then he took Sumi to the 16th floor. After the apocalypse, mutations in plants and animals became severe. The two old men probably specialized in studying plants and animals, respectively. So Sumi guessed that their status in the base might be quite high. Sunmi kicked the ground where a big tiger was pretending to sleep. The tiger was originally impatient, growled softly, opened its eyes, and saw Sunmi. It immediately half-squatted and crawled closer to her, licking her arm. Sunmi didn't expect that before she could put it into her space, the big tiger would be so obedient. She quickly said, let's go. Follow me. I'll take you to a good place. The tiger hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and followed Sunmi. Zheng Yongping was truly convinced now. Could Sunmi really speak animal language? Could she make the tiger understand her words? Or did this girl have some kind of magic? Sunmi didn't waste time explaining to Zheng Yongping. The two of them and the tiger stood quietly in the elevator. Strictly speaking, the tiger was crouching at Sunmi's feet, sticking close to her, afraid she might abandon it if she changed her mind. Right now, all it could think about was the taste of the spiritual water Sunmi had just fed it. It was sweet, cool, and full of spiritual energy, which instantly healed its discomfort. When they reached the 16th floor and entered, Sunmi immediately smelled a strong foul odor. It wasn't the smell of waste, but the scent of animals. There were probably many animals here, and their mixed smells hit Sunmi's sense of smell directly, making it hard for her to breathe comfortably. Although her space had many animals, it had an automatic purification system. The air was always filled with a light, fresh fragrance, sometimes grass, sometimes wildflowers. It was a pure natural scent. Zheng Yongping was not as friendly as Wang Run. As soon as they reached the 16th floor, everyone, including the guards, lowered their heads quietly, making way for him, Sunmi, and the big tiger following behind. One guard approached and whispered something in Zheng Yongping's ear. Then Zheng Yongping said to Sunmi, Xiao Sun, take Da Huang directly to that room. The space is large and just cleaned up. My way of taming animals is very special and not easily shared. Are there any surveillance cameras in that room? If there are, our agreement just now won't count. If you send Da Huang back to the animal trainer, that's not my concern. Zheng Yongping shot Sunmi a quick look. Go ahead. I, Zheng Yongping, am not such a mean person. That room was originally a storage room, and there are no cameras. How long do you need? Whether Zheng Yongping's words were true or false, Sunmi didn't know yet. But even if there were cameras, she had her own ways to make sure no one could see her true intentions. Da Huang obediently followed Sumi, walking in sync with her step by step. The four-legged beast deliberately matched the human girl's walking pace. Even if a beast trainer had been present, this would be considered quite extraordinary. Zheng Yongping found it especially unbelievable. Today was Sumi's first day here and her first time meeting Da Huang. Yet, she managed to gain such obedience from the tiger. In fact, Sumi's encounter was just a coincidence. This big tiger had likely been subjected to long-term punishment from a beast trainer, causing it physical and mental pain. It listened to Zheng Yangping probably, because he treated it kindly. The spiritual energy and water scent on Sumi attracted all creatures and had healing properties for injuries. Because of this, Da Huang was so easy to obey her. If it had been a wild tiger, Sumi wouldn't dare get so close. Her previous painful experience with Dahan left her with a shadow. Even now, with black scales protecting her, she wouldn't act recklessly. Sumi took Da Huang into a room about 20 to 30 square meters. There was only a wooden door. Before closing it, she asked a guard outside for a large piece of black cloth. After locking the door, Sumi turned off the lights. But that wasn't all. She held the large black cloth and covered herself and Da Huang inside. At first, Da Huang was very uneasy and tried to crawl out of the cloth, but in the next second, it appeared inside Sumi's space. Excitedly, Da Huang wanted to rush toward the rich spiritual river it longed for, but suddenly, it reappeared under the black cloth with Sumi. Sumi playfully patted Da Huang's big head, almost laughing out loud. She lifted the black cloth and turned the lights back on. Her smooth, flowing actions made Zheng Yangping in the monitoring room feel speechless. What is this girl doing? Covering the beast with a black cloth? Is this some kind of beast training trick? Sumi didn't believe what a first-time acquaintance, especially someone responsible for a certain area in such a large base and involved in animal research, would say. So, from turning off the lights to the disappearance and reappearance of Da Huang under the cloth, the whole process took almost a second. Da Huang's disappearance and reappearance could be said to happen in just a breath. Even with night vision cameras, the brief moment under the black cloth couldn't be captured as anything unusual. At this moment, Zheng Yangping had already contacted the animal trainer Yin Xinling to come to the 16th floor. After arriving, Yin Xinling went straight to the monitoring room and carefully watched the surveillance footage. Old Zheng, is this what you call animal training? Meanwhile, inside the room that Sumi had locked herself in, she was sitting on the ground, staring at Da Huang with wide eyes. She occasionally petted Da Huang's big head and ears. It's true that creatures like tigers are very similar to cats. When they flick their ears, they turn 180 degrees, and when they pinch their nose, they sneeze. When they tug on their whiskers, they use their front paws to scratch their mouths. After all these actions, the people in the monitoring room were even more confused. When did Da Huang become so gentle? Why does it look like a little kitten? They watched as Sumi sighed boredly on the monitor and whispered something to herself. They couldn't hear her clearly, but surprisingly, Da Huang suddenly lay on its back, exposing its belly and rubbing against Sumi's leg. It looked just like a big cat wearing tiger fur. Where was the majestic king of the forest? Yin Xinling couldn't stand it anymore. This is impossible. What did she do? Even if Da Huang is now gentle, it wouldn't let anyone touch its belly. She didn't tell everyone that earlier, in her efforts to tame it, she had used a level 10 electric shock to stimulate its body. Da Huang would rather die than expose its vulnerable belly, even a little, to her, until she electrocuted it so badly that it fainted and foamed at the mouth. Who is this person? Where did she come from? Does she have a file? At this moment, no one knew what Zheng Yangping was thinking. He simply looked at Yin Xinling and said, "It seems you also think this girl is impressive, Yin Xinling." Yin Xinling looked at the monitor, feeling a vague sense of danger. Old Zheng, what do you mean? I didn't expect someone to tame a wild beast without electric shocks, but the beasts you train sometimes attack the staff. The losses in my lab are very heavy. Yin Xinling, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Yin Xinling's face darkened briefly, but quickly masked her expression. I believe, Old Zheng, you might have misunderstood. Da Huang became gentle after I personally trained it. The girl is just enjoying the results of my hard work. What Yin Xinling didn't know was that not long ago, on the 15th floor, they had experienced a scare when Da Huang suddenly lunged at someone. Now, Da Huang no longer listened to her commands and only obeyed Sumi, behaving as obediently as a dog. Zheng Yangping let out a cold laugh. Really? I doubt that. Yin Xinling looked upset, but kept her composure and smiled. Old Zheng, I've never seen this girl before. Where did you find this animal trainer? Zeng Yongping smiled but said nothing. It's not me who found her. Young Master Wang brought her back to work for old Wang. Originally, Zeng Yongping called Yin Xinling up to observe Sumi's animal training skills and to test the manager of this animal trainer. Just now, Da Huang almost couldn't be controlled, and if it weren't for Sumi, their research on Da Huang might have failed. Moreover, her life could be at risk. This shows that the results of the animal training under Yin Xinling's management are very poor. Although the base raises many animals, it is also a large laboratory studying how creatures mutate after the apocalypse. Any loss inside is very serious for the base. When Yin Xinling heard Zeng Yongping's words, her face turned even paler. Wang Ling again? Everyone in the base knows she's on Qian Yoshu's side. Zeng Yongping seems neutral, but if her mistake pushes him toward Wang Ling, she might not be able to bear Qian Yoshu's anger. Old Zeng, don't worry. From now on, our animal training department will make no mistakes. This girl has such talent. I'll personally train her. I believe she'll be capable soon. Zeng Yongping knew what this woman was really thinking. Today, I brought you here to let you see the situation clearly. My safety is more important than anything else. If there's another mistake, there are more capable people in the base than just you. Don't worry. I'll train my team well. I will personally handle Da Huang's problem. Alright, Da Huang's issue can wait. At least until this round of experiments is over, you don't need to worry about it. Yin Xinling wanted to say more, but Zeng Yongping's guards forcibly took her to the elevator door. Back in the animal training area on the first floor, Yin Xinling kept thinking about Zeng Yongping's words, her expression growing worse. She pressed the communication button inside the room and dialed a number in a room on the 8th floor.
Zhao Hong.
Zhao Hong? At this moment, Yin Zhao Hong had just finished a health check at the hospital on the 9th floor and was returning to his room to rest. This time, during the hunting trip, they didn't catch any large beasts. Instead, their group was poisoned by miasma. Just after he took the antidote, he heard the communication ring. He looked at the number with an impatient expression. What's wrong, Mom? Did Wang Ling bring back a little girl this time? Yes. She looks very lively. What's the matter, Mom? Why are you asking about her? Did something happen? Yin Xinling paused, then said, It's nothing. She went to work in the agriculture and animal husbandry area. You need to keep an eye on her. Report any actions to me. After hanging up, Yin Xinling headed to the registration department. She wanted to find out who this girl was, but found that besides a name, Sumi, nothing else was filled in. The only useful information was in the work column. Voluntarily went to farm in the agricultural area. Formerly from City S? That's all the information about this new girl? Did they take her blood? Has her identity been verified in the blood database? Sister Yin, this Sumi was brought by Wang Xiao. Many procedures were skipped, and we couldn't interfere much. Yin Xinling took a deep breath.
Got it.
At the same time, Wang Ling was feeling just as frustrated. In his extreme frustration, he took the antidote for the miasma poison and went to the gym to sweat it out. While hitting the target with boxing gloves, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Ingrate. He only realized afterward who that word was referring to. With a heavy punch, he told his sparring partner, No more fighting, then went back to his room to shower. But before he could even wash off the sweat, Yu Xiaoxing's communication request rang out. Wang Ling's eyes lit up as if he had found something important to do, and he immediately answered the call. Ah Ling, I heard you guys came back from a hunt? Hearing Yu Xiaoxing's eager and affectionate voice, Wang Ling's mood gradually settled. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Is your leg bothering you again? Yu Xiaoxing shyly and a little bashfully said, No, I just heard that you encountered danger during a hunt today.
I'm worried about you.
Wang Ling felt relieved, his expression relaxing. Shouldn't girls be like Yu Xiaoxing? Gentle when needed, shy and nervous when embarrassed. Don't worry, I'm fine. Did you finish your leg training today? Want me to keep you company? Never mind, the doctor said my leg is healing very well. If things continue like this, I might be able to recover normally through surgery in the future. As long as the short-tailed monkey completes the nerve transplant surgery, she will be able to recover. Xiaoxing is amazing. By the way, Ailing, I heard you guys caught a little monkey today, is that true? When hearing about the monkey, Wang Ling's face darkened again, but thinking about Yu Xiaoing on the phone, he quickly maintained a friendly tone and said, "It seems someone told you in advance. I just met Qian Xiao during my recovery training.
He told me.
He said you went to catch the little monkey and did a lot for me. Ailing, thank you. You're so kind to me." Wang Ling paused, suddenly feeling a tightness in his chest. That Qian Sheng really owes him a beating. Of course, you're my girlfriend, silly. But the little monkey is a bit injured now. I'll have someone take care of it for a few days before sending it to you. Rest well. I have some other things to do. I'll come see you later. Yu Xiaoing wanted to say more, but Wang Ling had already hung up the phone. Originally, his good mood because of Yu Xiaoing was restored, but once again, because of her, it fell apart. And for some reason, the anger in Wang Ling's mind was directed at the face of that fairy-like girl who appeared in his thoughts. After taking a deep breath and trying to hold back his urge to vent, Wang Ling dialed a number. He used to think there was nothing wrong with monkeys. As long as they could win Yu Xiaoing's favor, it was worth it. However, today, for some reason, just a level A experimental field, thinking about exchanging a monkey for Qian Sheng, and after communicating and having his subordinates handle the transfer, his anger finally boiled over. He slammed everything off his desk. A few minutes later, the cleaning workers entered quietly to tidy up his room, surprised to find the floor covered with broken cups and glassware. Wang Ling was well known in the base for his restraint. No one knew he would lash out like this over certain things. After cleaning the room, the workers silently left and took the elevator to the 9th floor hospital. When Sumi came out with the Huang, Yangping, and several researchers were eagerly waiting at the door to greet her. When a tiger and a person appeared side by side in their view, everyone was filled with wonder. "Little girl, have you trained it well?" Sumi casually handed the black cloth to Yangping, who also took it easily. The researchers nearby looked surprised. "Yes, it's done." "Then, it won't attack anymore, right?" Sumi nodded with a gentle smile. "Don't worry. Unless you want to kill it for meat, it won't hurt anyone." Yangping eagerly looked at De Huang and called out, "De Huang, lie down." Sumi paused and looked at him. "Dr. Zeng, old Zeng, it's a tiger, not a dog." Yangping awkwardly nodded. "That's true. Since you say it's trained, it should listen, right?" But it didn't even lie down. Sumi glanced at De Huang with a look of disdain and sighed. "Of course, I trained it to listen to me." To prove her point, she casually ordered De Huang.
Da Fang stand.
De Huang suddenly used his hind legs to push himself up, lifting his front paws, and the big tiger really stood up. This made Yangping and the others stare in surprise, their faces full of envy. "De Huang, say hello to old Zeng, say."
Woof.
De Huang, a large tiger, maintained his standing posture, then suddenly turned towards Yangping as if greeting him. His tall, powerful appearance made Yangping feel weak in the knees for a moment. Not because of fear, but because Sumi had already removed the electric collar from De Huang's neck before leaving the room. If the big guy went wild. However, to his surprise, after turning to him, De Huang pawed at the air as if greeting him and then let out a low-of sound. Not only did Yangping gape in shock, but the researchers and guards around him also froze as if muted, all staring at Sumi and De Huang in disbelief. Can I make it listen to me too?" Sumi crossed her arms over her chest. Controlling this old man wasn't difficult. She just needed to figure out what she could use to negotiate. Suddenly, Sumi smiled, her lips curling in a way that seemed like a fairy's delicate finger gently touched everyone's hearts. As her voice reached their ears, they finally understood her purpose. "Old Zeng, I just saw that you have cows and lambs here. Could you please save 1 or 2 for me?" Yangping frowned. "What do you want them for?" "Raising these animals is not easy now. I have a laboratory here, constantly analyzing their growth, and we're struggling to keep them alive. The few you saw are the healthier ones, only surviving because our researchers take good care of them. Since the end of the world, Sumi has only delivered animals twice, once a little white one, and once the son of a one." She always thought that the Black Panther mother had a difficult birth because of wild dog attacks. But if Zeng Yangping is right, does that mean all species are having trouble reproducing after the end of the world? Or is it only domesticated animals and livestock that are affected? Sumi doesn't have a clear answer now, but she knows this is a good chance to make a deal. Is it difficult to give birth? Yes, but that's just one problem. Chickens, ducks, and geese now have hatch rates only 1/20th of what they used to be. And the eggs they lay are much fewer than before the end of the world. As for the cows, they usually only have one calf per pregnancy, and now it's hard even for them to get pregnant. The cow you saw in the pen just now, only 2 are left, 1 is pregnant. If she has trouble giving birth, or if the calf isn't a bull, our herd might really disappear. The outside world, I don't know where else we could find unmutated cows or other livestock. So I can't fulfill your request.
Sumi listened carefully.
Animals are having trouble reproducing, but she has a way. She looked at this strange little seedling in her space's spirit river that seemed to have grown taller, surrounded by wild chickens and ducks laying eggs with more energy than ever. But her space is a big secret. If too many things inside are exposed, she might be suspected. Seeing Zeng Yangping smiling and watching her, her heart jolted. This old guy, is he trying to trick her? Well, there's nothing I can do, old Zeng. I need cows and lambs to train Da Huang. If the base really has such difficulties, I can't do anything either. Da Huang only listens to me now, so I probably can't help. Zeng Yangping's clever old face suddenly froze, and after studying Sumi, his curiosity in his eyes gradually faded. There really is no way? The dairy cows don't have much left, but the lamb has a newborn. If you're interested, we can discuss it. Xiaomi looked at Zeng Yangping and said, the lamb. It's not impossible, but I can't guarantee that Da Huang will always listen to you. How about this, old Zeng, you give me the lamb. If you have any animal training questions in the future, you can come to me. If you need Da Huang's blood for your research, that's fine, just come and get it. But it's better if I'm there. Xiaomi smiled mysteriously and then nodded to Zeng Yangping. From their expressions earlier, she knew they had seen her training the animals after she turned on the lights. Old Zeng Yangping, wasn't an honest man either. Both are scientists, one studies plants, the other studies animals. Why is there such a big difference? Wang Run's eyes are very clear, straightforward, without any tricks. Xiaomi was about to leave from the 16th floor to the 15th. After entering the elevator, Da Huang obediently followed. Zeng Yangping and the others wanted to stop him but were scared off by Da Huang's low growl, so they didn't dare step forward. Old Zeng, I'll temporarily take care of Da Huang for you. I'll come regularly to get its food. If you need anything for your research, just let me know. As the elevator doors closed, Xiaomi waved to everyone on the 16th floor. Her expression changed when the door shut. That was close. If she had been greedy for the lamb or something else, she might have fallen into the trap old Zeng set with his words. A young girl just entering the base, volunteering to farm, trying to earn trust. She not only praised Wang Run for saying everything can live, but also hoped to solve animal training and breeding problems. If she succeeded, she might become the center of attention in the base.
Luckily, she stopped herself in time.
Dairy cows and lambs aren't necessary now. They'll come later. Her life must come first.
Xiaomi patet Da Huang beside her.
Thanks to this guy, she felt temporarily safe. After returning to the 15th floor, Xiaomi saw Wang Run still working in the fields with some farmers, planting and chatting. She overheard their conversation about issues with crop planting. It seemed that not only was biological reproduction a problem, but the grain yield was also decreasing more and more. Wang Run saw that Sumi had returned, accompanied by Da Huang, whose collar had been removed. Xiao Su, you've been busy all day. It's already evening. Has the base arranged a place for you to stay? Sumi only then realized that after arriving at the base, she had gone straight to the 15th floor, where she would work in the future, but she had no place to live. The card Wang Ling gave her seemed to suggest she should stay on the 8th floor. Sumi sarcastically shook her head. Only fools would go to the 8th floor. Yu Xiaoing probably also lives there, so if she went now, she would likely run into him. But now is not the time for that. She then walked over to Wang Run and stopped by the fence near the farmland marked Level A test field. Dr. Wang, the base hasn't arranged a place for me to stay yet. Wang Run's wrinkled face smiled kindly. No worries, wait for me a moment. I'll dig out the seeds from this field with old Uncle Jiang, and then I'll take you to pick a house. Sumi nodded and leaned on the fence, watching Wang Run and old Uncle Jiang, who was holding begin to dig the field together. Curious, she asked Dr. Wang, the base seems well equipped. Why do you need to manually dig such a large farm? Little girl, you don't understand much. Things are different now. Those large machines brought back from the granary require so much power that they could supply electricity for the entire base for 3 days. Plus, after the apocalypse, our seedlings and seeds are very fragile. Using machines might accidentally damage them. Do you know how precious these seeds and seedlings are now? We can still grow crops, but the yield is decreasing. Before the apocalypse, we could harvest once every 3 months. Now, 2 months have passed, and there's no sign of maturity. Old Uncle Jiang wiped sweat from his face and carefully used to dig the field. Xiao Su, the germination rate of the seeds underground keeps getting worse. Who knows when our staple food will disappear altogether? Sumi listened seemingly casually, her face calm and expressionless, but inside, she was very anxious. Old Uncle Jiang mentioned the granary. This suggests a close connection between the granary and the base. Perhaps the soldiers at the granary have already transported the food back to the base. No way. I heard that Jiangnan City's granaries are full of grain, and since the planting areas in the base are large, they shouldn't be extinct, right? Although there is plenty of grain in the granaries, our base also has a large population. Our Chinese people believe in being cautious and prepared. In the face of such natural disasters, social order might break down. Food is the foundation of peace. If we lack it, our society could fall into chaos first. Sumi nodded in agreement, but she also felt a bit sad inside. If Jiangnan City's granaries have already been taken over by the underground base, then City S won't be able to get this batch of grain anymore. Even if the Jiangnan base is willing to donate supplies and food, transportation becomes a serious problem. She wants to help City S's base, but she is reluctant to use her own supplies stored in her space. In Sumi's space, as spiritual energy increases and becomes more active, the food grown there is becoming more unusual. It's not that the food isn't edible, but it tastes too good. A regular tomato is sweeter than a water peach. When the peach saplings grow up and bear fruit, they might produce some divine quality peaches. Right now, even the ordinary cabbages and radishes in her private space are very large. The white radishes have shed their usual appearance and look like giant snow-colored ginseng roots. One radish, growing in a human-like shape with body parts and root-like limbs. Imagine tearing off a piece of radish root, washing it and biting into it. It's juicy and sweet, with a flavor that rivals sugarcane, and it doesn't produce the fibrous residue like sugarcane does. Everything from her space, whether fruits or vegetables, is so good that Sumi is afraid to take things out casually. A simple tomato is much larger than a normal one, but the most exaggerated are the grapes. She doesn't know when her space started growing grapes. Probably because those monkeys ate the grapes in the forest without spitting out the seeds, bringing them into her space. The grapes grew directly on the ground of the flower and fruit mountain where they live, spreading many vines. Sumi cut off many of the vines, and now new ones have grown back. She decided to plant some of the branches near the Spirit River, asking Yu Xiaoing to help build a simple trellis for the vines to climb. Within a few days, the roots grew thicker and longer, and many grapes hung on the trellis. Unripe bunches of grapes are already larger than ping-pong balls. If they ripen, they might grow to the size of a fist. While counting her treasures in her space, Sumi listened casually to the two elders' conversation. After a while, the two elderly people finally came out of the farm, carrying a bag of dug-up seeds. Dr. Wang, do these seeds have no chance to sprout? What will you do with them after digging them up? Wang ran aside, looking worried. Well, this bag is still okay. We might try planting them again. The ones that are bad will have to be thrown away. Sumi's eyes lit up. It would be such a pity to throw them away. Just because you can't grow them doesn't mean I can't. She smiled and said, hee hee, Dr. Wang, old Uncle Jiang, how about giving me the bad seeds? Wang Run looked at her thoughtfully. Yes, maybe she can grow them? Didn't she say everything can live? But what surprised him was Sumi's next words. Most of these seeds don't look too bad. When I was a kid, I loved eating smoked beans. I haven't had them in a long time. Throwing them away is wasteful. Just give them to me, so I can make a little snack.
Wang Run glared at Sumi.
I can see you're still a little greedy. Fine, I'll give them to you. Food is scarce now, and wasting them would be a shame. If you eat them, it's not wasteful. But I doubt these old folks' teeth can handle your little snacks. Sumi happily took the bad seeds from old Uncle Jiang. Thank you both for the gift. Wang Run chuckled and gave her a playful look. All right, let's go. I'll take you to pick a house now. Our place is big, with fewer people, so there are quite a few houses. When we get there, pick whichever one you like. Sumi followed Wang Run and quickly chose a house. Her requirements for accommodation were simple, safe, no surveillance, away from others, quiet and unobtrusive. After much choosing, she picked the worst-looking house in Wang Run's eyes. It was large but remote, far from other residences. He wondered what this girl was thinking. But seeing how determined Sumi was to have this house, he didn't try to persuade her to change her mind. Wang Ling and Qian Sheng completed the handover of the A-grade test field. However, when they took the short-tailed monkey from Qian Sheng, the monkey was already near death. Wang Ling, holding the monkey, wanted to go back to his room but worried that the monkey might die. He decided to take it to the research lab on the 16th floor to find a veterinarian. He called in by Tianling's assistant, Sumi, to the office. Young Master Wang, you called me? Wang Ling hesitated but looked at the dying monkey in his hands and sighed. Which room does the new person live in? The soldier was stunned for a moment and didn't respond. Seeing Wang Ling's restrained anger, he suddenly understood. Oh, young Master Wang, you mean Miss Sumi? Wang Ling impatiently glared at the soldier. You knew and still asked? Take me to her. I need to find her. He then saw the soldier standing there, changing expressions but not moving. Why are you just standing there? Lead the way.
But,
young Master Wang, Miss Sumi hasn't moved into the 8th floor.
She.
Wang Ling was surprised. Not on the 8th floor? Then where does she live? He couldn't imagine someone not wanting to live on the 8th floor. The 8th floor had the best facilities in the entire underground base, with each unit being a spacious private space, and they even provided free meals daily. She was a girl, and he had specifically given her a special access card, so she could move in easily. She didn't come? Where does she live then? The soldier looked a bit conflicted. Miss Sumi went to the 15th floor and hasn't come down since. She's probably living on the 15th floor.
What?
The room on the 15th floor doesn't even have an air conditioner, and she's all alone. Wang Ling stopped himself mid-sentence. Serves her right for being so hot. Come on, let's go to the 16th floor and find old Zeng. Yes. Wang Ling went straight to the 16th floor and found Zeng Yangping. He handed over the nearly dead monkey to him. Zeng Yangping's lab had many researchers, mostly specializing in reptiles and biology, including veterinarians who knew how to save a monkey. However, Zeng Yangping was quite displeased with Wang Ling personally coming to ask them to rescue a monkey. Little Ling, the world is uncertain now. You're your grandfather's only grandson, and he has high hopes for you. Don't let small personal feelings distract you from important matters. Zeng Yangping glanced at the researchers under his command. Two elderly men of similar age to him looked at each other and then lowered their heads in shame. Old Zeng, I understand what you mean. Rest assured. You don't understand. Wang Ling wanted to say more, but Zeng Yangping ordered him to leave. Come back in 3 days to pick up this little beast. Don't come to me with such matters again. This isn't a pet hospital. Yes, old Zeng. Thank you. Wang Ling looked displeased as he and his team entered the elevator. His finger paused on the button for the 15th floor. Young Master Wang, shouldn't we go see Miss Sumi? Wang Ling withdrew his finger and clenched his fist. She made her own choice. It doesn't concern me. From now on, There's no need to report her matters. Understood. At this moment, Sumi was inside her room, locking the door. She climbed up and down a ladder, carefully checking all the equipment and walls. Old Zung on the 16th floor was not kind. He had installed cameras inside the room. Who knew if there were more? But she used a flashlight to examine every inch of the room thoroughly, and there was no sign of cameras. She checked the outlets, switches, and hidden corners that could be overlooked. Sumi didn't miss a single detail. Finally, she felt uneasy and decided to stay in the room for the night. Tomorrow, she planned to ask Wang Run for some putty to repaint the walls. However, Sumi, used to sleeping in open spaces, found it impossible to fall asleep in a different environment. No place in the world felt safer than her own space. So, she successfully experienced insomnia. Fortunately, her physical condition was good, and she remained energetic despite not sleeping all night. But she was surprised to realize she was very hungry, so hungry that it hurt. She sneaked into her bed and started eating roasted fish inside the covers. Sumi touched the pink pearl, noticing that it had shrunk quite a bit after just 2 days. She was worried she might become extremely hungry again, so she made 2 smaller pink pearls into earrings and hung them on her necklace. Her short-sleeved top fit snugly around her neck, hiding the pendant and pearls inside. If you looked carefully, you couldn't see them. She even moved the shells into the water area covered by the special small fragrant plant to speed up pearl production. Without the pink pearls suppressing her hunger, she was afraid she might lose control and rush into her space, revealing her vulnerability. Fortunately, when the clam group moved to the middle of Lingyi River, they only stayed at the bottom for about 10 minutes. Sumi saw a small bump slowly forming inside them, indicating that they would soon produce the pink pearl she needed. Sumi, who hadn't slept all night, stayed in bed and ate 5 or 6 grilled fish. This caused her to smell like grilled fish when she got out of bed the next morning. She didn't dare change her clothes inside the room, so she opened the window to air out the room for over an hour. After washing up, she left the house and went to the farm. The farm required workers to arrive exactly at 7 o'clock, but most farmers were already working in the fields before 6 o'clock. Sumi arrived an hour late. Da Huang had been waiting outside Sumi's door all night. When she came out, he followed her into the farm. This scared a female staff member who was recording attendance, causing her to scream and call security. The security guards knew Sumi seeing her calm and confidently patting her tiger. They told her it's okay and then left to stand guard at the elevator. Wang Run also came over and was startled by Da Huang. Seeing the frightened staff member, he comforted her and then took Sumi to the botanical garden. Because Da Huang was too big and might damage the plants inside, Sumi asked him to stay outside and stand guard. Little Su, you can't bring a bodyguard to work, right? Da Huang isn't wearing a collar or any measures. Are you sure it won't bite or attack people?
Sumi nodded.
I'm sure. Wang Runha originally wanted Sumi not to bring Da Huang into the planting area because many people are afraid of it. For future work, Da Huang shouldn't come along, okay? Sumi thought for a moment. That's fine. I'll have it go to the 16th floor later to find Old Zung for food. By the way, Dr. Wang, besides the insect-catching sundew, what's my task today? Wang Run hesitated, his eyelids twitching. Just go help Old Jiang with farming. You should know him, right?
You saw him yesterday. Sumi suddenly understood.
I know him. I'll go now. Can I bring the sundew back to my house? Wang Run nodded. As you wish. As long as you can keep it alive, do whatever you want.
All right.
To improve the survival rate of the sundew, I might need some things for my house. I think they should have what I need here. Finally, with Sumi's report, she successfully retrieved 2 buckets of wall putty and a black cloth with excellent light-blocking effects from the farm's storage. After bringing the pitcher plant back to her room, Sumi went to the warehouse to get the items, then started decorating her room. She also forgot about helping Elder Jiang plant the fields. Sumi began renovating her room without thinking about anything else. First, she applied the wall putty, then opened the windows to ventilate. The room is on the 15th underground floor. There's no view from the window, but outside is a layer of special transparent glass, similar to the material used for the elevator. There's a 3-meter gap between her room's outer wall and the glass. When the window is open, fresh air flows in, though it feels more like an artificial air circulation. The room is about 30 square meters, smaller than the 40-square-meter wooden cabin she built in the mountain valley. It took her half a day just to apply the putty all over the room. Before it dried completely, she moved all the appliances outside the room. Then she covered all the walls and ceiling with black cloth, fixing it in place with nails. That completed the transformation. She successfully changed the originally bright and fresh room into a dark, blackout shelter surrounded entirely by black cloth. Only a bed and blanket remained. No furniture was left. Finally, she cut the remaining black cloth into curtains to cover the only vent in the room. After everything was ready, Sumi picked up the pitcher plant from the floor, and she entered the space alone with the plant. The roots of the pitcher plant were badly damaged. She decisively cut away all the dead and withered parts, then tossed the entire plant into the spirit river to soak. The once withered roots instantly began to recover. The rotted areas had fallen off, leaving clean, healthy roots, and new roots sprouted from the bottom of the plant. Seeing that it was enough, she took the plant out, mixed the soil from the space into the moss in the pot, then placed the pitcher plant on the moss and left it to grow inside the space. She placed the pot far away from the special seedling, out of reach of the fragrance it emitted. Her only goal was to revive this pitcher plant. If it grew too quickly within a week due to the space, changing its appearance too much, it would be hard for her to explain. You only need to use black soil to nurture its roots. Sumi took a deep breath. Now that she has stabilized herself on the 15th floor, there are many days ahead to settle accounts with Yu Xiaoing. But suddenly, a nearly frantic scream came through a mental link connected to Sumi. She clearly sensed it was the lost wild dog she had seen in the forest before. After a wild cry for help, the mental connection with the dog was broken. It's dead. Only if it's dead can Sumi completely lose contact with it. This wild dog's previous mental signals were blank. Sumi could sense it but couldn't contact or communicate with it, nor could she locate it. Usually, in such cases, she knew the dog was either unconscious or in a coma. But just now, at the moment the dog was desperately calling for help, Sumi sensed that it was inside the base and suffering greatly. In just a few seconds from calling for help to death, how fast that was. Apart from the 16th floor research lab, the only places related to animals Sumi knew on the first floor were the training room and the animal handling room. If it wasn't dead on the 16th floor, then it was dead on the first floor.
Sumi spatse darkand.
Adult wild dogs are hard to tame and naturally lack a spirit of obedience. Overtaming would only weaken them. The fact that it was tortured to death so quickly suggests extremely cruel methods. Thinking of this, Sumi suddenly worried about the monkey that Qian Sheng and Wang Ling had taken away. It was injured at the time. She wondered if it was also being treated with methods used against wild dogs. It seems she needs to find a time to talk with Wang Ling. As for what reason to use, Sumi thought of Yan Yangping's cunning look, which made her dislike him. But she really couldn't do without him, especially when it came to collecting animals. Sumi quickly ate a little in her space, and then came out. Not long after she left the space, there was a knock on the door. Sumi had to take out a bug-catching plant and place it on a black cloth on the wall to pretend. When the door opened, Wang Run and Qian Sheng were standing outside. Sumi frowned as she looked at Qian Sheng's scanning gaze. Wang Run finally reacted and said, "Qian Sheng, why did you come by yourself?" His expression was very impatient. "This is an employee-only passage and housing. Please leave immediately." Qian Sheng casually nodded and said, "Haven't we not seen Sumi for a long time? Come over and say hello. Miss Sue, it's been a while. I've missed you very much."
Sumi frowned.
"I just came to your base yesterday, so it hasn't been that long." Qian Sheng still greeted her with a smile. It feels like I haven't seen you in ages. Young Master Qian, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude." Seeing Wang Run already looked angry, Qian Sheng waved his hand. All right, I'll leave now. Miss Sue, see you later." As Qian Sheng walked away, Wang Run sighed. "Lil Sue, you should stay away from Qian Sheng and those people in the future. They don't have a good reputation. Sumi watched Qiansheng's back as he left, deep in thought. This guy is really brave. Wang Run dared to come in, so if it weren't for. Wang Run saw Sumi staring at Qiansheng's departing figure and felt a jolt in his heart. Hey, girl, you can't be fooled by such a. That weak-looking guy with dark circles under his eyes isn't someone you should be interested in. Hearing Wang Run's words, Sumi almost choked on her saliva. Old Wang, what are you saying? I just want to ask, if someone breaks into my room, can I fight back? Wang Run's eyes widened. Of course. What do you think the base is? And what if I hurt him badly, or even kill him? Of course. Breaking into a girl's room violently, you have to fight back. Even in the end times, we have rules and laws here. Laws and rules? The emperor breaking the law is the same as an ordinary citizen? Of course. And what if I hurt Qiansheng? The emperor breaking the law, is never the same as an ordinary citizen, right? Especially in the end times. Sumi didn't want to make the conversation so tense, so she suddenly smiled and said, Old Wang, why so serious? I was just joking. Wang Run seemed to see a flash of killing intent in Sumi's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He thought he was just getting old. Hey, stay away from these people, that's avoiding trouble. Like you said, the prince breaking the law is never the same as an ordinary citizen. If you can find your way to survive in the base, no one will dare to act so openly against you. Understand? Sumi raised an eyebrow and looked at Wang Run. What do you mean, Old Wang? If you can really help me keep these precious plants, we'll talk then. Wang Run's eyes shone with hope. He was willing to tell Sumi this because he valued talent, but only if Sumi was truly capable. Sumi followed Wang Run to the edge of the A-level experimental field. Old Jiang, standing nearby, looked worried and said nothing to Qiansheng. When Wang Run and Sumi arrived, his face lit up with hope. Old Wang, you finally came? Wang Run frowned at Qiansheng. What's going on? Old Wang, you're just in time. I don't want this piece of land. I want the one over there. Qiansheng pointed to another plot of land, which was a vegetable field in an A-level experimental area. The land he didn't want was the same one where Wang Run and Old Jiang had dug out the seeds yesterday. Qianshao, Wang Xiao told me only this piece is mine. The other fields are planted with crops, and even if they harvest, they're not yours. I know that. Wang Ling's small experimental plot was just a trick. I don't know if I can grow anything on this land. I want that other piece. When the crops are harvested, it will be transferred to my name. This one will stay for you to replant. Wang Run was silent. Sumi clearly saw that he was reluctant to exchange the other plot for Qiansheng. At this moment, a bang sound came from the elevator, and someone reached the 15th floor. Sumi recognized the visitor. It's Xiaomi, the man who was with Wang Ling. He looked about the same age as Wang Ling and Qiansheng. Qianshao, why are you here? Are you here to buy the experimental land? Qiansheng turned his face with a bad expression upon hearing the voice. Wang Xiao owes me a piece of experimental land. I'm here to take it now. Oh, really? Xiaomi looked at Wang Run. Uncle Wang, why are you all gathered here? Hi, isn't that the little elf who came back with us the other day? Why are you here? Sumi felt a bit awkward. Xiaomi was tall and handsome and quite good-looking, but he was a bit reckless with his words. Xiao, it's good that you're here. Wang Xiao ordered that this A-level experimental land be exchanged with Qianshao, but Qianshao insists on another one. Xiaomi was not alone. Behind him were Gu Shanshan and Li Xiaoxi, whom Sumi had seen before. After greeting Sumi briefly, they said nothing more. They have a good impression of Sumi, but that doesn't mean they will treat a stranger with much enthusiasm. Qiansheng, your face is really bold to speak up about this. That piece of land is a top-tier farm. Ask your dad if he dares to openly covet such a high-grade field. Qiansheng's face changed color. If Xiaomi and the others hadn't come, he could have forcibly taken the farm first. Then, when the Wang family wanted it back, they would have to pay a price. I don't even know if that land is top grade. If that's the case, then just keep the original land. Oh, you still feel wronged? Young Master Wang only swapped a precious experimental field for that half-dead monkey to please his girlfriend. Otherwise, what are you?
You. What am I?
That monkey was only slightly injured, just a few cuts and bleeding. Before you gave it to young Master Wang, you almost drained its last breath. And yet, you still have the nerve to complain. If it weren't for Xiaoxing, I'd be tempted to throw that dead monkey right at your face. Ha! Wang Ling only has that much ability, swapping the experimental field for a woman. You don't understand anything. Brother Wang isn't the kind of man who forgets loyalty for beauty. Xiaoxing is kind-hearted, just like her father. Brother Wang isn't the kind of spoiled rich kid who ignores everything for looks. Do you think everyone is like you? A beast that thinks only with its lower body. To be ranked among the 4 young masters of the base, that's an insult to Brother Wang.
You dog, what are you saying?
Who are you calling a dog? Sumi couldn't listen to their argument anymore. Before Xiaomi mentioned handing the little monkey over to Wang Ling, she was already at her last breath. No wonder she couldn't contact the little monkey. This Qiansheng, to oppose Wang Ling, used a monkey to vent his anger, which made her feel irritated. Fine, if that's the case, she didn't need to bother with any sense of loyalty. The quarrel finally ended in Wang Run's furious anger. Before Qiansheng left, he shot Sumi a quick glance with narrowed eyes. He was just leaving angrily, but unexpectedly, he received a flirtatious look from Sumi at the last moment. His original anger instantly turned into joy. This girl really is interesting. She understands him. She definitely understands him. To be able to like him, Qiansheng, among Wang Ling and Xiaomi, this girl's taste is definitely good. After signing the transfer papers for the experimental field, Qiansheng eagerly left the 15th floor. Xiaomi, feeling apologetic, spoke with Wang Run for a long time, mainly asking him not to tell his father about what happened today. Sumi almost wanted to laugh. It seemed Xiaomi was well-behaved and safe. At least he wasn't as frivolous, arrogant, or rude as Qiansheng, who might have bad intentions toward her. Before leaving, Xiaomi deliberately made his presence known in front of Sumi. Miss Su, if you find working here too hard, you can always come to me. I can help you find an easier place. Don't be shy, we are destined to meet. Although his words were a bit inappropriate, his tone was not flirtatious. Sumi responded with a calm, indifferent look, showing no enthusiasm. However, Xiaomi's words made Wang Run glare sharply. That brat dares to come here and steal people, and he's so obvious about it. Be careful. I'll make sure your father teaches you a lesson. Get lost and stay away from my place. I'm very busy. After speaking, the guard near the elevator was called over to Xiaomi and the others onto the lift, watching them leave. Sumi initially planned to casually tend to her farm work for a while, but Wang Run quickly saw through her plan. You should stay in your room these next couple of days. Qiansheng looked at you before he left. The girl from the base who caught his eye won't have a good ending. I'll assign a team of guards to watch the staff area, so you can rest assured.
Sumigaba fantasmail.
Okay, thank you, old Wang. There's no need to thank me. Qiansheng and Xiaomi are both troublemakers. Xiaomi is okay, but Qiansheng, just be careful yourself. Sumi nodded earnestly, showing she was listening carefully, which made Wang Run stop mentioning it. After dinner at the farm's cafeteria, she returned to her room. Not long after, she heard footsteps outside, more than one, and they stopped at her door. Curious, she opened the door and saw 2 security guards standing on either side, like gatekeepers. When they saw her come out, they bowed respectfully and called out, "Miss Su." She asked why they were standing here instead of at the staff entrance, but they didn't reply. Feeling helpless, she thought, having 2 more people at the door made her feel less safe. Plus, having someone guard her now wasn't good if Qiansheng tried to trap her. But this was old Wang's kind intention. I hope the dog, Qiansheng, can be more helpful and not let her down after she just barely hid her disgust to give him a flirtatious look. Sumi didn't expect Wang Run to be so strict about protection, almost like house arrest. They even sent her meals, snacks, and drinks, not allowing her to go outside. They also thoughtfully brought some tools into the laboratory to help her take care of the pitcher plant. Sumi was very obedient and didn't go out, only locking the door each time. Since she used Da Huang on the 16th floor, she told it to stay there and eat and drink freely. Although Da Huang was very reluctant, Sumi had other plans and didn't let it come down. This made Zhang Yangping's attitude toward her soften. Da Huang also found the little monkey through Sumi's instructions and underwent a major surgery, currently still on 4 fluids. Every night, Sumi would bring Black out of the space and sit at the door to block it. If there was any movement, Black would notify her immediately. Meanwhile, she stayed in the space, eating, sleeping, and feeding wild chickens and ducks. What surprised her most was that the 7 small, unnamed creatures, after being fed for some time, had started shedding their fur and molting. Their bodies had grown larger, not the plump, fatty look of wild chickens or ducks, but a sturdy, powerful feel. Their beaks curved downward, and their claws became thick and sharp. This made Sumi's heart race uncontrollably. Could these be birds like eagles? If these 7 grew up, they would be excellent helpers for her hunting in the wild, with fighting abilities not inferior to Black. However, they didn't eat the meat strips given by Xia Xiaojun but preferred to chase after mutant mice in the valley. Strangely, although the mutant mice ran very fast, they were always caught by a few small eagles. Sumi couldn't figure it out until she heard one of the small eagles calling. The call was sharp, yet juvenile and clear. After the call, the mutant mice's movements slowed down. But Sumi felt she might be seeing things. Within a second of the mutant mice slowing, the 7 small eagles surrounded it. Their sharp claws pierced through the thick skin of the mutant mouse, killing it. Then, the 7 brothers began sharing the victory together. Everything happened so quickly that Sumi felt it was almost unreal. Deep inside, she automatically thought this was just a natural part of the food chain, the strong eating the weak, so she didn't think much about it. Sumi spent her days eating and drinking in her room, not doing much else. But 3 days later, a very loud alarm sounded inside the base. Soon after, a strong tremor was felt from underground. Since entering the base, Sumi had never experienced such shaking. This was the first time. She wobbled as she stepped outside, feeling unsteady. Was there really an earthquake? And not just any earthquake, but a super earthquake, one so strong that even the base couldn't withstand it? However, the 2 guards at the door remained calm and led her to the elevator. Inside, there were Wang Run, Zhang Yangping, and others she had seen before and some she hadn't. As the elevator rose, it stopped at each floor for 3 minutes. Soon, the elevator was crowded with people. When it reached the ground, everyone orderly exited and tried to stand steady. They gathered in neat lines in Area A. The line grew longer as the elevator kept bringing people up from the underground base. Amidst the crowd, Sumi was suddenly pulled by someone. Surrounded by many people and squeezed tightly, she regained her balance and looked at the hand that was pulling her. Then she saw Qiansheng's eyes full of desire. Suppressing her anger, Sumi looked at the hand and wished she could tear it off. She quickly pretended not to notice and moved away from Qiansheng. Unexpectedly, Xiaomi was looking at her with a pleading smile. "Miss Su, you're safe. You're here. We're really lucky, aren't we?" Sumi rolled her eyes and squeezed to the other side. Then she saw Wang Ling turning his head to look at her with a blank expression. On his other side was a wheelchair, but from Sumi's angle, she could only see a pair of legs covered with a blanket and a pair of sneakers. Xiaoxing. It's been a long time. Sumi decided to move closer to Xiaomi suddenly. A team of fully armed soldiers rushed out from the neighboring area and surrounded them. The ground trembled again and again, making Sumi feel helpless. If she had been alone, she could stand steadily without falling. But now, surrounded by a crowd of people, Sumi stood firm, gradually becoming the pillar that kept others steady. At this moment, a spread across the ground from afar to their feet. The people who had been grabbing Sumi suddenly went crazy and started running away. Seizing the chaos, Sumi tried to move toward the giant vine, because she saw that the S origin was near the 3 large vines on the other side of the grassy area. What is happening? Before she could run a few steps, Sumi felt her hand being pulled. The force on her wrist was strong. She turned her head and saw Wang Ling, looking serious, pulling her to run toward the area south of the that hadn't yet spread. At the same time, her gaze met Yu Xiaoing, who was sitting in a wheelchair and being pushed by Wang Ling's men. She saw her. Yu Xiaoing was holding Wang Ling's hand. Even in the chaos, she was protected by Wang Ling and his strongest followers. But what puzzled her was, why at such a dangerous moment did Wang Ling suddenly order his men to push her toward the south, while he ran north? She thought he was going to help the soldiers rescue those who had fallen or were about to fall into the... But unexpectedly, he was pulling a woman toward the south. Those eyes, she would never forget them. Once, those eyes were clear, pure, and seemed to face everything with optimism. But this constant optimism about life cost her a lot of money to support. Because she loved her boyfriend, for a long time afterward, she felt guilty, anxious, and full of guilt when she was with her. Sumi, her only best friend, had been betrayed by her boyfriend, Li Hurin, who coveted her wealth. Gradually, she turned her inner imbalance into hatred. In her future with Li Hurin, Sumi had to die. But she still vividly remembered how, when Sumi woke up in the hospital, she almost killed her. She remembered Sumi's blood-stained hands and those eyes, like a hellish messenger, glaring at her. Just like now, her endless clarity brought her into an abyss. She couldn't believe she was still alive. She should have been instinctively afraid to meet Sumi. At this moment, their reunion should have been a happy one, and she should have faced her without any worries, standing tall and confident. But watching Wang Ling hold Sumi's hand, Yu Xiaoing's heart clenched tightly. Yu Xiaoing really wanted to ask Wang Ling why he was holding Sumi's hand instead of protecting her by his side. But Sumi's gaze made her feel extremely anxious inside. Why is she still alive? Why does she keep haunting her, whether before or after the apocalypse? All of this was too much for her to bear. Everything she had in the base, Wang Ling's affection and everyone's admiration, seemed to slip away like sand through her fingers at this moment because of Sumi's appearance. It was as if her possessions were slowly disappearing before her eyes. No, she couldn't lose everything. She didn't want to live in the apocalypse just as a shadow of Sumi. Sumi gave a wicked smile at Yu Xiaoing, about to say something. But before she could, Yu Xiaoing's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Wang Ling paused, looked at Sumi, and said, "Don't go north. It's dangerous there. I'll send someone to you." Sumi pouted and struggled to break free from Wang Ling's grip. "Young Master Wang, you don't need to. Your girlfriend seems to have fainted. Hurry and go to her. She might have misunderstood something." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ling finally went to Yu Xiaoing's side. Xiaoing? Yu Xiaoing felt relieved inside. So long as Wang Ling still cared and stood by her side, she was fine. But she couldn't open her eyes now. She hadn't decided how to face Sumi or how to handle everything with her around. "Young Master Wang, Miss Yu seems to have been frightened and fainted. Go protect Miss Su and retreat." "I will." Wang Ling turned to look at Sumi, but there was no sign of her anymore. So he picked up Yu Xiaoing and headed south, instructing his subordinates to call a doctor. Meanwhile, Sumi took advantage of the chaos to run north. But there were many soldiers around them, and if she tried to break through the defenses to reach the giant vine, she would be too obvious a target. However, the cracks on the ground were widening. Sumi deliberately fell to the ground. Inside the cracks, something green seemed to be writhing and waving upward. But they were at least 500 meters away, and she could only see a vague outline. Still, she roughly guessed what it was. The giant vine. The green shape writhing underneath was probably also the giant vine. If they emerge from the new cracks, the people on the ground at the Jiangnan city base may no longer be able to continue living there. The cracks on the ground are growing larger and longer, like a chase scene, with people running straight behind them. Soon, the soldiers who are maintaining formation are scattered, and some even lose their footing and fall into the widening cracks. This doesn't seem to be caused by simple plant growth, because even Sumi can't keep her balance now. It is likely due to tectonic movements causing deep underground plants to react. In other words, these 3 vines might not be the main part of the plant, they could just be a small part of it. The larger part might have been hidden underground behind rock layers, unable to see the light. If the earthquake hadn't created long cracks in the ground, they probably wouldn't have been able to break through the hard surface and grow above ground. Everyone is in chaos. Dust stirred up by the shaking makes Sumi think of the powerful earthquake they experienced in Xiaoan City. Her mind is complicated, but she takes the chaos as a chance to rush into the dust toward the 3 giant vines. The cracks spread south but extend northward, with the shaking feeling weakening as they go north. Suddenly, a drone falls to the ground and is swept into the cracks by the swirling air. This surprises Sumi. She realizes the base's facilities are very advanced. If she hadn't seen it herself, she wouldn't believe there are still drones here. From now on, she must stay alert everywhere, paying close attention to her surroundings. Otherwise, she might unknowingly invite danger. Suddenly, a strong wind blows down from high above. Sumi feels it coming from the upper left. After a reckless roll, she discovers it's one of the 3 giant vines. Wow, it even knows how to ambush. Seizing the moment before it attacks again, Sumi pulls out a giant crocodile tailbone and quickly cuts through its tough outer shell and one of the thin vines wrapping around the main vine.
Ah!
A sharp, insect-like scream pierces through the dust stirred by the chaos, audible even to the people over 500 meters south of the base. Sumi's ears hurt from the scream, and blood flows from her ears. After the vine was attacked, the shaking beneath her grew stronger. Sumi felt that with every step she took, the ground she stepped on turned into broken stones, cracking open into fissures or collapsing into large pits. Is this vine a plant or an animal? Why does it still make sounds? Sumi was momentarily distracted for less than a second. She shook her head and suddenly felt a tightness around her waist, then her feet lifted off the ground. The sonic attack wasn't enough. It was also confusing her by attacking from different directions. Sumi felt herself rising higher from the ground, but suddenly, the vine dragged her down quickly. This vine might have the intelligence of a 5- or 6-year-old child, mischievously rising and falling, playing like a lift. The speed was very fast, and the wind whistling past her ears made her feel pain. The air near her nose was filled with dust, making it hard to breathe smoothly. If it had been an ordinary person, they probably would have fainted by now. But Sumi's body was incredibly strong, to a level she couldn't even understand herself. Plus, with the black-scaled protective pattern, ordinary things couldn't really hurt her. However, at this moment, after being entangled by the vine, she tried to return to her space but couldn't. It seemed to be the same reason as the last time in the swamp. The root of this vine was connected to underground rocks, with a connection area so large that it exceeded Sumi's current visual range, and even the volume her space could contain. She was trapped and couldn't return to her space. Without the space to retreat into, she could only rely on her own body to hold on. But now, the huge vine was pulling her downward, and this direction looked very wrong. Was it trying to drag her back into the ground to become fertilizer? Sumi clenched the giant crocodile tailbone in her hand and began to fiercely stab at the vine wrapping around her waist. The vine was too thick. The deeper she stabbed, the harder it became. The entire crocodile tailbone was only halfway inserted before it was blocked as if by an iron plate, unable to go further. But even so, she had already inflicted damage on the giant vine. Amid the flying dust, the giant vine let out a scream like a bug beast, but this time it was because of Sumi. The giant crocodile tailbone in Sumi's hand was white bone turning to red, and the liquid inside the plant was surprisingly blood-colored and very foul-smelling. The vine, just unable to withstand Sumi's attack, loosened its grip on her waist. It sensed its energy inside was draining and desperately wished to strangle the human who was hurting it. The other 2 giant vines, unwilling to give up, tried to attack again, but they found that the human had completely disappeared while falling from the sky. They angrily increased the size of the vines swinging in the air, and along with them, the roots deep underground also began to loosen. The ground trembled more and more fiercely. The damaged buildings on the surface of the Jiangnan city base collapsed entirely, especially the F building area. Many people inside, busy packing, were buried under the rubble or fell into deep, dark trenches. Sudden screams and shouts filled the air, but as dust and debris from the cracks rose higher, all sounds were drowned out. At this moment, most of the people outside Area B were powerful figures from the underground base. Under the protection of soldiers, they hurried toward the granary. Wang Hixing was also moving forward with the soldiers' protection, but stopped when he heard faint cries for help behind him. "Leader, you should leave quickly. If you don't, the cracks will spread, and you might not make it."
No.
There are still many people inside the base and on the surface who haven't escaped. If we leave now, they will definitely die. "Leader,
Team A, follow me.
split into 2 groups and go around from both sides of the cracks to rescue people."
Yes.
The soldiers knew that if they turned back into the dust-filled chaos, their lives would be at risk. But Wang Hixing's orders were something they dared not disobey. Boom! Another loud explosion sounded, just as those trying to go back and help saw a new appear at their feet. They grew larger as the earthquake intensified, like a beast opening its huge mouth, trying to swallow them all. Wang Hixing sighed. Forget it. Everyone return to the team and keep moving south toward the granary. As a leader, he wanted to save more survivors but felt powerless. He would never choose to sacrifice more people just to save others. Wang Ling saw his grandfather gather the soldiers and hurried over. When he saw the cracks in front of him, a look of sadness appeared on his face. "Grandpa, let's go. This earthquake is much stronger than before. We'll come back after it stops. Don't sacrifice yourself unnecessarily." Wang Hixing took a deep, sorrowful breath and left with Wang Ling's help. But after turning around, Wang Ling still looked back. "Since earlier, I haven't seen Sumi again. I don't know if she is also among the survivors," following the group toward the granary. Right now, Sumi feels very frustrated inside her space. Those 3 cursed vines have surrounded her at the spot where she entered her space. The 3 huge tendrils seem to merge in midair, twisting into a large spiral shape, but only Sumi knows they are waiting for her to come out. As soon as she steps out, they will entangle her tightly and suffocate her. Near the waterway about 2,000 meters below the in the ground, there is a cave with obvious signs of being man-made. Inside, 10 people are present. 4 of them are lying on the ground, looking pale and with colorless lips. They occasionally glance at the light outside the cave, then smile faintly, as if they have smiled today. The other 6 include a woman who is cooking something in a metal pot over a campfire. After falling into the deep gorge from the flat land of Shao City, they didn't die immediately. Instead, they were caught by tall grass and vines and fell into the dark river below. Qin Hao was the first to wake up. He pulled everyone out of the river at different spots and helped them onto the shore. Their group originally had 32 people, but now only 10 remain. Qin Hao goes out daily with Zhang Yani and Wu Lei, both in good health, to find edible food and supplies. Qin Hao always comes back much later than the other 2. The pot they found near the wreckage of the transport plane inside the abyss is the only piece of aircraft equipment they can use to cook food. They also moved a compressed air turbine from the plane wreckage and placed it at the cave entrance to prevent wild animals from entering at night. This place feels like a secluded world, peaceful and free of conflict. You can see a thin of sky above, hear the rushing sound of the dark river below, and feel the mountain breeze. If you're not careful, the wind can you into the air near the in the ground, causing you to fall. Once, Qin Hao was caught in such a wind while outside. Luckily, he fell into tall grass and only broke 2 ribs. Zhang Yani is a military doctor. Although skilled, she lacks medical tools and medicine, so Qin Hao had to lie still and let his bones heal. Everyone thought Qin Hao's ribs hadn't fully healed, but only Qin Hao knew that his injuries had healed by the 3rd day. It was so surprising that even he was shocked. Although the area where his ribs were broken still hurt faintly, he knew what kind of injury a broken rib was and could roughly judge whether it was serious or not. So, he continued to go out every day, searching for food and exploring farther places. Everyone knew he was searching desperately for Sumi. After a month, there was still no sign of Sumi, but they found the bodies of missing soldiers one after another. Some bodies were intact, indicating they fell and died from the fall. Others were incomplete, with bite marks from wild animals, and their stomachs had been torn open and emptied. Not long ago, at night, they heard distant wolf howls inside the cave. They tried to find a way out by exploring the deepest underground canal and some dangerous caves, but found no exit. For soldiers resting inside the cave after drinking plant juice and herbal broth suddenly felt the ground shake as they lay down. The shaking of the ground had happened often over the past month, so they were used to it. But this time was different. The shaking was accompanied by a hissing sound like insects or beast roars outside the cave. This made the 10 people inside the cave very alert. Soon, debris from the cave walls started falling as the ground trembled more intensely. They pushed open the cave entrance and ran to an open space outside. Just then, rocks from the cliff above the ravine suddenly fell down, hitting some people. Some died instantly, while others lucky enough to be hit by the rocks fell into the dark river and were washed away. In this emergency, they had to prioritize their own safety and couldn't help others, because a greater danger was now approaching. Whether it was the dark river, the tall grass, or the ground they stood on, cracks appeared everywhere. Qin Hao and the others thought it was just another earthquake and quickly moved away. But unexpectedly, a bunch of tender green vines suddenly fell from the rocky cliff above the ravine, like countless tiny tentacles emerging from underground. Qin Hao and the others tensed up, especially Qin Hao. Sumi had warned him about these 3 vines when they were on the plain. This whole patch of small vines was as dense as the grass nearby, but as soon as they emerged from underground, they started growing wildly. Qin Hao tried to approach them. The thin vines didn't attack him. Instead, they seemed curious, like little babies full of wonder, curling their delicate green bodies toward Qin Hao's hand. The fine vines gently wrapped around Qin Hao's fingertips, softly scratching his palm. At this moment, Qin Hao suddenly froze in place. The tiny vine had a familiar smell. When he leaned in to smell it, he realized it was very similar to the scent of the water that Sumi had given him. The small vine kept growing longer, now taller than Qin Hao and the others. It blocked their view of the sky above, making it hard to see the sky. The grass by the river was soft and dense, but the tiny vines growing from the ground were much tougher. Qin Hao even thought that if they could lie down on these vines, maybe they would grow quickly enough to carry them back to the ground. But this idea was impossible to carry out. Among the 10 of them, 4 had broken ribs and internal injuries from falling. Even though they found some medicine and a few surgical knives in the wreckage, they couldn't perform delicate surgery. If the ribs pierced the internal organs and weren't treated, they would die quickly. But if they treated the injuries improperly, they could also die. These 4 were tough fighters, holding on to life, looking up at the tiny bit of sunlight outside, and smiling because they had survived another day. Every move they made could be their last. One of them even showed signs of shock. "Wake up. Wang Jialin. Wake up. You have to hold on." Qin Hao shouted through his pain, trying to stay strong. Zhang Yanni also took out the last of her adrenaline. The dying soldier saw her take out the syringe, and a faint smile appeared on his pale face. "Don't waste good stuff. With my condition now, I can't do CPR, and it would be pointless anyway." He was completely exhausted, his pale lips dry and cracked, blood vessels barely visible. "Brother Hao, thank you for saving us and taking care of us for so long. I've lived a little longer because of you." "That's enough," he said, pulling out a nearly dried-up photograph from his pocket. It was a picture of him with a woman. Their happy and warm smiles showed they were very close. "What is this?" "This is my mother. I want everyone to burn my body after I die. If you see my mother someday, give her this photo. Don't tell her I've died. Let her have something to remember. If you don't see her, burn the photo after a year and send it to me. That way, I'll have some reassurance below." Qin Hao nodded, tightly clenched the photo in his hand, then watched as Zhang Jialin gradually lost his breath in front of them. The atmosphere among the group grew very cold. The remaining 9 people knew that this would soon be their fate too, but none of them showed sadness before death. Brother Hao, if you get a chance to leave, please don't worry about us. We can't hold you back anymore. Qin Hao sat on the ground in a daze, silent. Okay. Zhang Yanni, Wu Lei, Shui Yifan, and the other 5 looked at Qin Hao in shock. Brother Hao, what are you saying? Captain Qin. Qin Hao's response made the 3 of them unable to believe it. They had been together for a month and never thought about abandoning each other. But to the 3 lying on the ground, Qin Hao's words felt like a relief. Don't blame Brother Hao. We just can't survive anymore. Zhang Yanni, you don't have the means for surgery. You know how painful it is that we've lived this long. Let us go. Those who are alive must keep living. Don't waste more time on us. Yeah. We don't know what's happening at the base now. Brother Hao, you probably want to leave every day. Qin Hao lowered his eyes, silent and looking down. If he could, he wouldn't want to abandon these injured soldiers. I don't agree. We've fought together for so long. How could I leave you here? One soldier roared, venting all his suppressed emotions from the past month. I also don't agree. If there's a way out, maybe we can find medical supplies, and no one will have to die. Besides them, the rest remained silent. I agree.
Wu Lei.
Zhang Yanni's face was thin and pale, tears streaming down uncontrollably. She covered her mouth and silently sobbed. I also
agree.
She was a doctor. She knew better than anyone how painfully these 3 were living now. Their ribs had punctured organs, preventing healing. Some organs were starting to fail: spleen, kidneys, lungs. They suffered every day, unable to sleep or eat normally, and even breathing became difficult. This failure, combined with inflammation in their blood, could cause serious complications. If the heart stops, she can't even perform CPR to save them. They are worse than dead. At this moment, after watching their companions die peacefully, they gain the courage to seek death themselves. The thin vines keep growing non-stop, extending until they reach the rocky wall above. Surprisingly, they start wrapping around both sides of the mountain like climbing plants climbing walls. Qin Hao's eyes light up. He steps forward, pulls on the vines below, and climbs a few more steps as if rock climbing. The vines are very sturdy. Moreover, the fresh grass sent from the vines gives a feeling of energy and motivation. So he jumps down from above and walks into the team. Since we're going to die anyway, why not try to survive? The 3 people on the ground are stunned, not understanding Qin Hao's meaning. They saw him climbing up and down earlier, testing how strong the vines are. Clearly, he is very satisfied with their strength. Brother Hao, are you planning to take us with you? Qin Hao doesn't answer. Instead, he calls Zhang Yanni and Wu Lei to help cut some vines. Later, I will tie one of us to my back and climb up. The gorge here is very deep, and the mountain wall is probably 2,000 to 3,000 meters high. No one knows if we can reach the top safely. Also, although these vines grow quickly now, we don't know if they will grow all the way to the flat ground outside the. So, we have to take a gamble. Since life and death are already uncertain, why not try our luck? Okay. Each of us will carry one. What's the worst that can happen? We might die anyway. Qin team isn't afraid, so I'm not afraid either. Then everyone started acting. Zhang Yanni, being a female soldier and a medic, has less strength to carry heavy loads than men. Wu Lei was injured when he fell, so carrying him is also difficult. They burned Zhang Jialin's body and took out the water bottle from the cave to carry it. Next, they helped secure the 3 injured people onto Qin Hao, Lin Lijun, and Hua Juan's backs. They survived underground for a month, and just when hope seemed lost, a strong vine suddenly appeared, winding around and climbing up the mountain's rocky wall. The abyss and deep ravines are very far from the ground. Qin Hao and the others had estimated that the depth is between 1,800 and 2,500 meters. For an ordinary person with safety measures, climbing 500 meters is already very exhausting. The warriors once trained in 1,000-meter rock climbing, which was also a very challenging extreme training activity with strict standards for success. These people had hardly eaten normal food for a month, Most of their meals consisted of wild vegetables and high-protein insects they cooked. Occasionally, they caught a fish in the dark river. The dark river's current was very strong, making fishing extremely difficult. Without proper tools, each of them suffered greatly in both body and stomach during this month. Climbing with weight. When they reached 100 meters, Lin Lijun and Hu Ajuan were already flushed and had to stop to rest. Qin Hao was still okay. Somehow, his physical strength had become so good that he felt like his body had mutated, like those huge animals. At 200 meters, Lin Lijun and Hu Ajuan were panting heavily, and Zhang Yani was also very tired. Fortunately, these tough vine tendrils were very resilient. They intertwined their legs among the gaps in the vines and rested for a while. What worried them was that the ground tremors had not stopped since they began. Sumi had never felt so speechless in her life. Now, she simply couldn't leave the space. The place where she entered the space was exactly where 3 vines were tangled and twisted together. As soon as she emerged, she would be caught by them. The thorns on the vines, due to the black scales, couldn't pierce her body, but she would definitely be entangled and suffocate. Unless she could cut through the 3 intertwined vines with a single, she couldn't safely exit the space and then retreat safely. Suddenly, she looked at a strange little seedling by the river. Its gentle fragrance was refreshing and could greatly enhance her strength when she was enveloped by its scent. It was unquestionable that the giant crocodile tailbone could pierce the outer skin of these giant vines. However, this tailbone couldn't the inside of the vines or truly destroy them. She only had this one chance. If she failed and got caught, she wouldn't be able to return safely into the space to protect herself. What weapon could cut all 3 giant vines at once? Sumi thought hard and finally looked at some snake scales she found in a cave near the water pond in S City. They looked different from the black scales, but they were very sharp. The gray scales were quite large, but she wasn't confident she could cut through 3 vines as thick as her waist all at once. Sumi could only wait and see if the vine would loosen when she stopped appearing. In the past, when facing uncontrollable mutated creatures, she often used waiting to turn the tide. After all, animal instincts tend to become less aggressive over time. Maybe this vine would do the same? However, she made a mistake. In Jiangnan City, due to the cracked ground and swirling dust, she couldn't see her surroundings clearly. But these 3 vines seemed to be asleep, unmoving, only staring at her where she appeared. Sumi threw an apple, which was crushed into juice within a second, leaving no core. She carefully noticed that the juice slid down the vine, and after about 2 meters, it was slowly absorbed by the part of the vine below. Most plants grow by absorbing nutrients through their roots. Even this giant carnivorous vine was no exception. The creatures sacrificed in the northern forest area of the base were also thrown into the ground cracks, and only 1 or 2 of the vines retracted underground. So Sumi guessed that the roots of this giant vine might not be as strong as the vines themselves. To absorb food, the vines probably need to coil or crush the food into pulp before the roots can take in nutrients. Root absorption depends on the strength of the vine. If the vine keeps blocking my space, won't it be unable to absorb other nutrients? But with such a large vine, it has enough stored nutrients to last a long time, at least 10 or 15 days. Does she really have to wait in her space for that long? She's afraid of dying and loves to be cautious, but this uncertainty makes her uneasy. She must take control of the situation. Absorbing nutrients. Nutrients? Sumi remembered the scene when she sacrificed live fish to the vine the last 2 times. When others sacrificed living creatures, only 1 vine retracted below the ground. But when she threw the fish, the vine seemed very excited, pulling back with 2 tendrils as if competing. Her space naturally has a strong attraction to all life. If she could control the living creatures so they didn't fall, and instead guide the roots out of the ground, the roots are always hidden in the underground rock layer. If she were caught, she couldn't escape. But if the roots could leave the rocks and detach from other materials, could she then pull this giant vine into her space and make it part of her world? She already had powerful creatures like the black giant in her space, but even the black giant, if wrapped by this huge vine, would only be suffocated. This giant vine is truly the nemesis of many creatures. Thinking this, Sumi suddenly found the once annoying vine quite adorable. Anything that can enter her space is cute. So Sumi tried to throw a live fish out of her space. If her idea was correct, her plan would be much more feasible. As soon as the live fish appeared outside the space, 3 huge tendrils immediately twisted around it. They crushed the fish into fish paste instantly, and the twisting grew even stronger. It was like they were debating whether to roll the fish paste back to the roots to absorb it, but they didn't want to loosen the tangled vine at that moment. If they did, the troublesome human might escape. Sumi watched the 3 twisting vines, which seemed to have 3 brains, each one not willing to submit to the others. 2 of them twisted tighter, while one tried to break free but couldn't overpower the other 2. For a moment, Sumi even thought these 3 tendrils might not be from the same plant. But if each was an independent entity, that would be too strange. She had heard of animals working together to find food, but never plants cooperating like this. It was truly unbelievable. Sumi patiently waited for the final decision of the 3 vines. Unexpectedly, they revealed a tiny opening just below where they were tangled. The fish paste slipped through the small hole. If all went well, it would fall into the ground and become nourishment for their roots. The hole was too small for Sumi to squeeze through, so she had to think of another way. If she could find a living creature roughly the same size as herself, then when the vines exposed the opening, she could use the chance to fall along with it, move away from that spot, and then instantly re-enter her space. Sumi searched inside her space, but couldn't find any creature of that size. Black Giant and White Monkey King, though both her pets, she wasn't crazy enough to sacrifice them just for a chance. If living creatures wouldn't work, then what about water?
Suddenly, Sumi grinned mischievously.
A large amount of spiritual water gathered in her hand, increasing until it formed a big water sphere about her size. She released the water sphere outside her space, filling the area where the 3 vines were tangled. As she expected, these vines could only absorb water at their roots. Other parts couldn't take in moisture. The sharp thorns of the giant vine pierced into the water ball, causing a small hole to open and then quickly heal. They wanted to wrap the water ball around the vine, twist it apart, and make it fall underground to absorb it. But after twisting the water ball into several small spheres, they gathered again and refused to fall down. The giant vine twisted wildly, like a child who sees a huge lollipop but cannot reach it, emitting a shrill cry like a beast at night. At midnight, when no one was around, the ground, which had almost calmed down, suddenly trembled with a loud earthquake. This time, it was regional. At the base of the giant vine was shattered into pieces, and even Sumi felt the shaking of the earth.
Sumi guessed correctly.
When the vine's roots cannot absorb water, they will detach from the ground and move closer to her. At this moment, 3 vines suddenly stopped twisting. Sumi saw thin roots, as fine as grass or hair, slowly rising upward, like a woman's hair. This scene made Sumi's whole body crawl, with goosebumps. Are these the roots of the giant vine? The terrifying, horror movie-like roots made her feel uneasy. Such a thick vine with roots, so fine and numerous. As soon as they climbed up, they wrapped around the water ball completely, causing Sumi to lose her view of the outside world. All she could see was dense green root tips, as fine as hair, penetrating into her spiritual water ball. Each root had a row of tiny pores open, trying to absorb the spiritual water. But Sumi desperately controlled the spiritual water, preventing the roots from absorbing it. A mental tug-of-war began between the roots and Sumi. She felt exhausted trying to keep the spiritual water from being absorbed. After just 10 minutes, she felt sleepy and wanted to rest. She forced herself to endure the fatigue, biting her lip tightly. She couldn't relax. If she did, the roots would absorb the spiritual water and then leave. But her persistence paid off. The underground rumbling grew louder, and more roots wrapped around the area, sealing her and her space tightly. Sumi often felt drowsy, but managed to hold on. Outside, the shrill cries of beast insects grew louder, like the angry roars of the giant vine, anxious because it couldn't get the spiritual water. Suddenly, she felt a strong pull from outside. She struggled to maintain the shape of the spiritual water, fighting against the giant vine. The pain in my head felt like being pricked by needles, and this pain quickly spread throughout my body. Sumi clenched her teeth, noticing liquid flowing from her eyes, nose, and ears. When she touched her face, she saw blood, red and fresh. Her control over the spiritual water had reached its limit. If she continued like this, she might lose consciousness.
No.
Sumi gritted her teeth and stared fiercely at the giant vine. Want water? Come into my space and drink your fill. After saying this, Sumi instantly teleported into the spiritual river and plunged in. The bleeding from her 5 orifices stopped, but her mental exhaustion was slow to recover. However, perseverance paid off. Suddenly, Sumi felt her vision shift from a dense, impenetrable darkness to an empty space. She saw the entire giant vine falling because its roots had been pulled out from the ground. She breathed a sigh of relief and immediately exited her space, watching the giant vine fall freely.
She saw the whole vine clearly.
From a distance, its green roots looked like golden chrysanthemum flowers, connected at the bottom by 3 thick stems. It looked like fireworks bursting and dancing in the sky, as if shot out by a fireworks machine. Sumi's appearance made the vine become even more agitated. As she fell closer and appeared from the air, its tendrils reached out to touch her. In that instant, it transported her to another strange dimension. Sumi thought this time would be like before. Once she entered its space, the giant vine would obediently obey her. But unexpectedly, the vine rushed into the spiritual river and started frolicking, ignoring all her attempts to stop it. Small fish and shrimps with spiritual energy and special life force in the river were also caught by its roots, stirring the water into chaos. What terrified Sumi most was that it didn't listen to her commands. Even inside her space, it tried to wrap around her and kill her. But Sumi was the master of her space. She could teleport away each time, escaping its attacks. She found it strange. Her mental power was connected to the giant vine, yet she couldn't control it. She desperately tried to make it stop causing chaos inside her space. But when it couldn't catch Sumi, the vine started attacking other small creatures inside the space. It rooted itself into the mud near the spiritual river, with 3 huge tendrils grabbing Dahei, Xiaobai, and Xiaohong, who had run over from the mountains. The 3 small animals were tightly entangled by the vine, emitting almost suffocating whimpers, which made Sumi feel heartbroken. Especially for Little White, she has raised her since she was born, and their bond is unmatched by other creatures. Sumi focused her mind on sensing the mental connection with the giant vine, and the spiritual energy in the space also surged because of her anger. Sumi felt a terrible headache, so painful that her gums bled, and she felt as if she had been drained completely. Under Sumi's guidance, the spiritual energy wrapped around the roots of the giant vine. The roots are the foundation of a plant's life. Destroying them would kill the plant entirely. At least in this space, Sumi could clearly sense that this giant vine was built this way. Explode. The spiritual energy transformed into a bomb that engulfed the 3 roots of the giant vine, suddenly bursting. The roots were shattered, and the 3 vines, losing their root support, collapsed into the spiritual river. Little White and Little Red also fell onto the dark soil, motionless. Sumi felt a cold shiver and hurriedly approached the 3 little creatures. Luckily, they were still breathing. Otherwise, she would regret her actions today. She didn't expect that, even as living beings, the giant vine couldn't be controlled or obey her space's commands once inside. She placed the 3 small animals into spiritual water. Soon, the 3 previously fainted creatures jumped around again. However, they didn't immediately return to Sumi but instead moved toward the fallen giant vine. Are they digging in? What kind of move is this? Little Red is a foal, so eating vines and grass is normal. Is a carnivore, and since Little White started hunting with, it also only eats meat. Yet, the 3 of them were frantically gnawing near the giant vine. Xiao Jin, the The tiny golden silk monkey rescued by Little White climbed out of Little White's fur and also started eating the vine. Gradually, fish and aquatic creatures in the spiritual river, monkeys from Flower Fruit Mountain, mutated mice from various parts of the space, the 7 fledgling eagles, Little Green and Little White, and even the wild chickens that can't swim all rushed into the spiritual river to fight over and nibble on the 3 roots of the giant vine. Sumi couldn't help but walk over, partly out of curiosity and partly because she heard a faint, unfamiliar, milky voice within her mental connection. Master. Then, the voice disappeared. Sumi forcibly stopped all the creatures from nibbling and carefully examined the remains of the giant vine. The roots shattered by spiritual energy were all crushed and absorbed by space, leaving nothing behind. Sumi felt that the spiritual energy in the air had become much stronger. It seemed that this giant vine also carried a special kind of spiritual energy, otherwise, it wouldn't be so attractive to the little creatures in her space. The faint mental connection was still there. Sumi carefully searched around and suddenly found a green seed among the tall grass near the spiritual river. Its life force was weak, lying in the grass and separated from the spiritual river water by grass leaves and damp black soil, so it couldn't absorb the water source. Sumi picked up the seed and examined it repeatedly. Its tender green color was very similar to a small, peculiar sapling she had planted by the spiritual river that had just sprouted. She took a pot, filled it with spiritual water, and placed the seed inside to soak. Sure enough, the seed, which had been barely alive earlier, quickly drank the spiritual water. In less than 10 seconds, the water in the pot was completely absorbed. After 3 pots of water were quickly drained, the seed regained its full shape. It then called out Master again through her mental link and fell into sleep. Sumi wondered, could this be the seed of the 3 giant vines? Sumi now seriously suspected that the more powerful and precious things in her space seemed to be fragile and prone to fainting. After the seed fell into sleep, she planted it in the black soil on the other side of the spiritual river, then forbade all small creatures in her space from disturbing it, and left it alone. Meanwhile, the 3 huge vines lying in the spiritual river emitted a strange fragrance that Sumi could smell from afar, making her salivate with desire. After removing the restrictions, creatures in her space, whether on land, below, or in the water, rushed toward the 3 vines. Even the river clams at the bottom floated to the surface to peck at them twice before sinking back down. Sumi's space had few creatures, and only a few could eat. After all the creatures had eaten their fill, only 1.5 of the vines were eaten, leaving 1.5 still lying in the spiritual river. She picked up the remaining vine and dragged it to the black soil. Using her control over space, she cut the vine into half-meter segments and laid them on the ground. She picked up one piece, brought it close, and sniffed. The scent was good, but inside, the liquid was red like blood. The thought of this vine eating people instantly killed her appetite. But then, a strange scene quickly unfolded. Placed on the dark soil of the space, the vine segment began to wither and dry up, with its sap seeping into the ground below. Soon, the entire vine disappeared as if it had never existed, leaving no trace of plant skin behind. But in the next moment, an ancient and weathered aura rose from underground, sweeping in all directions across the space. Sumi had never encountered such pure energy, cleaner and clearer than the purest spiritual energy in the spirit river, penetrating deep into her soul. She only took a breath, and the headache from earlier fighting vanished completely. She deeply inhaled, placing herself in the center of this pure spiritual energy, instantly feeling her pores relax and feel very comfortable. This feeling was fleeting. The vast and terrifying spiritual energy swept through all creatures in the space and in the spirit river, then dissipated. Sumi was sure she felt it. Her strength had grown a little stronger. After this mysterious spiritual energy appeared, a long-lost black grime, like greasy dirt, reappeared on her body. It was foul and had a sour smell. Sumi quickly filled a wooden bucket with spiritual water and washed herself thoroughly, then changed into clean clothes. She took out a mirror and looked at herself. Wow, she knew that space's spiritual energy could change her skin. After being washed by spiritual energy before the end of the world, her skin had turned nearly wheat-colored. Later, after purification with spiritual water, her skin tone lightened to a normal Huagua, Chinese, complexion. But this time, Sumi was speechless. The ancient aura's spiritual energy actually turned her skin back to a fair complexion. Although not as sickly white as before the end of the world, her naturally bright and tender skin was very eye-catching. If others saw her, Sumi felt she would look like a young, fresh face among a group of starving survivors, easily targeted for trouble. After the apocalypse, she believed that a woman's beauty could bring trouble. Being too beautiful could lead to suffering, unless, like Yu Xiaoing, she relied on a powerful man. But that wasn't a long-term plan. If one day Wang Ling fell or Wang Hexing died, Yu Xiaoing would become a target for revenge from their enemies. Sumi didn't want to stand out or attract attention. Wouldn't it be better if I were a bit darker? As soon as she said this, Sumi felt a familiar spiritual energy surround her. The next moment, the once bright and white glow from the mirror turned her skin tone several shades darker. Is this really happening? Maybe you don't have to turn so dark. Just keep your original skin color. Sumi was surrounded by spiritual energy. In just 1 second, her skin color returned to normal. Relieved, Sumi finally began to notice any changes in her space after the spiritual energy invasion. The results surprised her. All the creatures in the space had fallen into deep sleep. This time, including Xiaobai, no one was spared. Even Xie Xiaowan was lying on the bed, asleep, unresponsive to her calls. This was the first time all the beings in the space had fallen into collective sleep, which seemed to make Sumi subconsciously realize something. If possible, she really wanted to find Wang Run immediately to learn about the origin and details of this vine. Maybe she could find clues about why the creatures in the space were sleeping. The vine was not a modern plant from Blue Star. After entering the space, it could act without Sumi's control and left behind new growth after death. Its spiritual energy was very special, and it caused all the life in the space to fall asleep. From this perspective, it might be possible to understand how animals and plants on Blue Star evolved after the apocalypse. Or, in the future, how this world might evolve and what kind of world it will become. Sumi fell from the sky like a falling elevator, landing on the cracked ground. She was standing right at the edge of where the 3 vines had been before. Suddenly, a thin green vine sprouted from startling Sumi. She immediately drew a mountain axe, ready to cut it down. She remembered that when he extended southward, she had looked down from the ground. Many thin vines were emerging upward. At the time, she thought they were part of the same giant vine, or a similar plant. But now, she realized that wasn't the case. From today on, Sumi became wary of vine-like plants. She kept her distance from plants she couldn't control, especially those that could grow into something dangerous. Better to cut them early, before they fully develop, to prevent future trouble. Just as Sumi raised her axe to chop the thin vine, a familiar voice came from a short distance inside The voice was getting closer. There are many dust particles flying around here, and many small sounds are swallowed up by the dust. Only this one sound is not loud or soft. It just happens to fall into her ear.
Sumi.
It's Qin Hao. Sumi quickly ties her axe to her waist and then crouches at the edge of to look down. She sees a net made of thin vines, very much like the protective netting used by forest rangers before the end of the world to cover landslide-prone hillsides. Qin Hao is carrying a soldier on his back, and both of their faces are very pale. His hands and thighs are caught in the gaps of the vine net, and he seems completely exhausted. The person on his back is secured with ropes and appears to be dead. Below him, there are several more people hanging. Zhang Yani is alone on the vine net, her face covered with bloodstains. There are also Wu Lei and 3 other soldiers. The 3 on their backs have men who are unconscious, and it's unclear if they are dead. The net made of thin vines is slowly lifting Qin Hao and the others up. Soon, they're brought to the ground by the vines. Sumi helps to unload the people from Qin Hao's back and lays them flat on the ground. Out of 9 people, including Qin Hao, only Qin Hao can stand. The other 8, Zhang Yani, Wu Lei, and the 3 soldiers carrying their teammates, are lying on the ground, trembling and breathing lightly, exhausted. The 3 who were unloaded look very pale, with purple lips, lying still like dead bodies. Wait a moment, Qin Hao hurriedly says before Sumi can explain more. He begins checking each person. Only 1 is still breathing, the other 2 are dead. The one still alive is breathing more out than in. Qin Hao shakily kneels beside Zhang Yani, opens a simple bag from her belongings, which contains a few medical tools, a scalpel, a pair of hemostats, and half a roll of gauze. The other items in the bag are just half a bottle of water. Sumi remembers that this water bottle was brought on the transport plane earlier. It seems that the plane also fell into the... Qin Hao skillfully uses the scalpel to cut a small opening on the injured person's neck, then takes a hollow pen from his pocket, rinses it with the remaining clean water and slowly inserts it into the opening. A drop of fresh blood shot straight from the hollow pen onto Qin Hao's focused face, but Qin Hao didn't wipe it away. Instead, he took the remaining half roll of gauze and fixed the hollow pen to his neck. Sumi quietly watched Qin Hao perform the procedure. His technique was professional, calm under pressure, clearly trained. In just over a minute, the injured person's pale face began to gradually regain color, returning to normal. Qin Hao also let out a sigh of relief and lay on the ground, catching his breath. His muscles trembled intensely, though not as exaggerated as some others, indicating he was also very tired. He turned his head to look at Sumi with a faint smile. It seemed he had finally relaxed after the tension. "I knew you'd be fine." "That's great." The ground's tremors gradually subsided, dust particles lessened. Sumi glanced at Qin Hao and the others. Although they had reunited, she didn't feel much joy. Life and death were common in this world, and too much emotion could lead to mistakes like last time. "Good to hear you're okay," Sumi said calmly, but her eyes still held a faint glimmer. "This is Jiangnan City Base. The recent earthquake caused everyone to evacuate from the granary. There's a doctor here." "Wait a moment, I'll call someone to help you." Sumi hadn't been to the granary before, but following the traces of the base's people leaving, she found the granary about half an hour later. However, she was stopped outside by armed guards.
Who are you?
Sumi took out the ID card Wang Ling had given her, discreetly hiding it in her pocket and pulling it out from her space. "This is from Wang Ling. I want to see him." The ground cracked near Area B of the base, but it stopped spreading. Due to aftershocks, the personnel inside the granary didn't immediately return to the underground base. Inside the granary, many supplies remained sealed in cellars and storage rooms. However, due to geological changes, the entrances to these storage areas had shrunk to a small hole about the size of a dog's burrow. Only small children or petite women could crawl through. Moving the supplies out was extremely difficult. They had considered enlarging the entrance to make it easier for soldiers to carry supplies into the base, but that hadn't been done yet. After the geological changes in Jiangnan City, they no longer dared to use excavation tools easily, fearing that even a small change on the surface could cause underground collapses and a series of aftereffects. Sumi waited for a long time at the grain storage door, then saw a soldier walk out slowly. He looked her up and down and spoke dismissively. "Miss Su, our young Master Wang is busy and doesn't want to see you." Sumi frowned. It didn't matter to her whether Wang Ling saw her or not, but the soldier's expression made her feel quite frustrated. It was as if she was a mistress kept outside by Wang Ling, here to cause trouble. "Brother soldier, lives are at stake. If Wang Ling won't see me, I will find Dr. Wang Run. Tell him Sumi is looking for him, and he will come out to see me." Wang Ling's ID card had probably been given to many girls, like a business card, which was not very reliable. Luckily, when they came out of the underground base, Wang Run was there, so seeing him shouldn't be a problem. However, after Sumi finished speaking, the soldier remained unmoved, standing in place. His face was hard to read, covered in dust and dirt, but from his eyes, Sumi could tell something was wrong. "Miss Su, It's useless to look for anyone. Please wait outside. After the tremor passes, we will gather everyone and return to the underground base. Are you crazy? Sumi looked at the soldier in frustration. There were more guards outside, and her heartfelt curse made them struggle to hold back their laughter. First, the girl looked clean and neat, not at all like those who had just suffered hardships. Second, seeing her annoyed expression on such a pure and beautiful face was quite amusing. Miss Sue, show some respect. The soldier's indifferent reply only made her angrier. She couldn't use spiritual water to save Qin Hao, but he looked like he wouldn't last long. If she delayed, it would cost a life. So she raised her voice and shouted at the door, "I'm here to save someone over there. He's a soldier, just like you. If you keep blocking me like this, what is wrong with you?" Sumi's voice was loud enough that everyone outside, including the guards on duty, could hear her clearly. Even the people inside caught the gist. At this moment, Wang Ling and a few others were sitting at the side of Wang Hexing, the leader of several bases, holding a meeting. They were discussing the casualties from the recent earthquake and planning geological surveys of Jiangnan City to help prevent future disasters at the bases. Inside the granary, everything was quiet because the senior leaders were holding a meeting. Suddenly, loud noises outside the granary broke the silence, making Wang Hexing frown. He looked at Wang Ling, who understood what his grandfather meant. Wang Hexing then ordered his subordinates to find out what was happening. Within a few minutes, the subordinate he sent returned, whispered a few words to him, and then stepped aside. When Wang Ling heard the report, his serious face suddenly lit up with surprise, and a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. She was alive. After they arrived at the granary with over 10,000 people, he looked for her but couldn't find her. He initially thought she had been swallowed by the earth cracks and lost her life. He even felt guilty for letting go of her wrist at that moment. "What's going on outside?" Wang Hexing asked. "Grandfather, there are injured people outside asking for help. I think we should put aside other matters for now, finish the casualty count, and focus on rescuing the injured first," Wang Ling replied. After receiving his grandfather's permission, Wang Ling called over several doctors who had come from the 9th underground level and left their original positions. Most of the people who escaped into the granary were only lightly injured. When they arrived, they immediately treated and bandaged their wounds. This was their first experience with such an earthquake. The tremors strong enough to shake the underground base caused them to evacuate. Those who survived were only slightly hurt because anyone seriously injured at that moment couldn't escape. At this moment, Yu Xiaoing sat in a wheelchair, guarded by Wang Ling's bodyguards, in a small room not far from the granary's entrance. The room had no door, and a few steps away, she could see the entire view of the granary's entrance from the doorway. She was clutching a card tightly, her face pale, and her eyes full of frustration. This card was also given to her by Wang Ling. She was the only ordinary person allowed to freely enter and leave level 8. It was something she was proud of, and that all the women in the base envied. But Sumi had just arrived. Why should she have it? She sat in her wheelchair, constantly watching Sumi outside the granary's entrance. Her angry face made her secretly feel pleased. "I won't let you see Wang Ling so easily."
"He's mine,"
she said, looking at one of Wang Ling's guards nearby. "Can you help me call a Ling? I don't feel well." The soldier looked worried and hurriedly ran toward the meeting area inside the granary. On the way, he happened to meet Wang Ling, young Master Wang. Wang Ling saw that the person was the guard from Yu Xiaoing's side, so he stopped. "What's the matter?" "Miss Yu says she's not feeling well. Maybe you should call a doctor to check on her." Wang Ling frowned and glanced at the left side of the door where Yu Xiaoing was. His gaze flickered uncertainly. He looked at his subordinate and suddenly asked, "Why didn't the guard at the door report to me before refusing entry?"
"Well..."
Zhang Qi hesitated, his face changing. Wang Ling was often surrounded by women eager to flatter him, but he also knew that he usually had no female companions. Yu Xiaoing was the first woman he favored, giving her a kind of special privilege at the base. But Wang Xiao seemed to treat Sumi very differently, which everyone could see. As a subordinate, honestly reporting might risk showing off or causing trouble. But if he didn't say anything and just confronted the guard at the door, the truth would come out anyway. He was loyal to Wang Ling. Other matters, he preferred not to interfere. Miss Yu said you're in a meeting and asked not to disturb you. So, they stopped the guard from reporting. Wang Ling's eyes flickered again. Understood. Tell Miss Yu to wait a moment. After that, he took a doctor and a first aid kit and headed toward the granary door. As he passed the entrance, Yu Xiaoing, clutching her abdomen and looking pale, lifted her head to look at him. She wanted to say something, but Wang Ling's brow furrowed. Their eyes met, but he quickly looked past her toward the granary door, walking briskly with a tense expression. This made Yu Xiaoing feel immediately anxious. A sense of danger suddenly arose. There are many reasons Wang Ling liked Yu Xiaoing. He liked smart women, but he also had little patience for certain things. He thought Sumi was hurt, so when he arrived at the door and saw Sumi staring at a soldier with wide eyes, he hurriedly went to her. Doctor, come quickly and check Miss Su. Seeing Wang Ling come out with people, Sumi felt relieved. Phew, finally he's here. So she took the medical kit from the doctor's hand, grabbed his arm, and hurried away. Not only did Wang Ling bring people, but Wang Run and Zheng Yangping also came out, just in time to see Sumi dragging a doctor in a white coat, hurriedly leaving. Wang Ling was a bit stunned. Wasn't he looking for her? Why was she dragging the doctor away? Sumi, where are you taking the doctor? The doctor was almost pulled along by Sumi. Miss Su, slow down. Where are we going? Saving people. No time to waste. She glanced at Wang Ling behind her. Just a quick look. Let's go, follow and see, Wang Ling said, leading Zhang Qi and some subordinates towards Sumi. Wang Run, Zheng Yangping, and a few researchers came out to see Wang Ling chasing after Sumi, so they followed. But both of them were older, and after a whole day of running around, their stamina was a bit low. They had to rest every few steps. Sumi quickly led the doctor to where Qin Hao and the others were. She pointed at the soldier with a hollow pen stuck in his neck. Save him. Why are you just standing there? Before the doctor could catch his breath, Sumi let go. As soon as the support from his collar and arm was removed, he collapsed onto the ground. It normally takes about an hour to walk from the granary to the in the ground, but Sumi dragged him along, and they arrived in nearly half an hour. Although Sumi almost carried him the whole way, supporting him with her arms, he was still running with his legs. Half an hour without stopping, and when they arrived, he was dizzy and blurry-eyed. Miss Su, I really can't hold on anymore. Please let me rest for a bit. My hands are shaking badly now. I can't save anyone. Sumi thought for a moment and then sat down between Qin Hao, the injured soldier with the hollow pen in his neck, and the doctor, cross-legged, looking like she was resting too. Unknowingly, a very faint fragrance spread outward from Sumi, surrounding everyone resting on the ground. Without realizing it, they gradually regained their strength and energy. Most notably, Qin Hao recovered within 5 minutes and went over to check on the injured soldier. He looked at Sumi and asked, "Are you a doctor from the Jiangnan city base?" Sumi nodded. Yes, there's a medical kit there. It should have plenty of first aid tools and medicines. See which ones are useful. Thanks to Sumi's help, the injured soldier's face gradually regained some color. With only 10 minutes left, he seemed to regain consciousness, opening his mouth as if to speak. The base doctor rested for 10 minutes. Then, seeing Qin Hao take his medical kit, suddenly stood up. Did you treat him? He asked. He approached the injured person, examined him several times, and then sighed in relief. Fortunately, you performed emergency treatment. Otherwise, he would have suffocated to death earlier. But now, the patient has multiple broken ribs and internal injuries, so surgery is necessary to save his life. By the way, how long has he been injured? A month. What? A month? The doctor exclaimed in surprise. No wonder. I think his lungs are infected to some extent. Over this month, for him to survive like this is truly a miracle. Although he called it a miracle, he still felt it was unlikely. A miracle? Sumi didn't think so. These soldiers had been well trained before the apocalypse, with much stronger physical fitness than ordinary people. But what Sumi didn't know was that, whether soldier or civilian like Qin Hao, when they first went to the police station armory, He was shot in the chest near the heart, yet he managed to hold the bullet with his muscles, blocking it outside his heart. This shows how strong and resilient these soldiers' bodies are. When Wang Ling arrived, he saw this scene. Sumi sat cross-legged among a group of people, like a solitary wisteria flower. Even if she appeared indifferent and didn't speak to anyone, she sat quietly, and her presence seemed to make the air feel a bit more natural. He was originally walking towards Sumi but stopped when he saw someone beside her.
Ow?
His voice was uncertain, mixed with hesitation. He looked tough yet a bit disheveled, silent but still resilient, giving him a feeling of being in a different time. Qin Hao heard the voice, looked up when he saw Wang Ling, and nodded slightly in greeting. Then he continued watching the doctor treat the injured soldier. He showed no warmth, familiarity, or distance toward Wang Ling. Wang Ling approached the doctor treating the injured person lying on the ground and said, "Do your best to save him, understand?" The doctor clearly heard Wang Ling call this person "Ah Hao" just now, indicating they knew each other. Naturally, he would do his best. Qin Hao stood beside Wang Ling after getting up and nodded in thanks. "Thank you." At this moment, Zhang Yani and the others finally regained their strength. Especially Zhang Yani, who stood up and went to her teammates' side to help the doctor. "Ah Hao, if my grandfather saw you, he would be very happy. Wait for a moment, I'll send someone to clean up the scene. Once the safety issues at the base are resolved, we will immediately perform surgery to save your people." "Your grandfather is also in Jiangnan City?" Qin Hao was surprised. Shouldn't Wang Hexing be on duty in Kyoto City? But he quickly chuckled at himself. Those were the old days. Now, in this end-of-the-world situation, nothing is the same. Wang Ling wanted to say more but was interrupted by Qin Hao. He looked at Sumi, wanting to say something but hesitating. His actions made Wang Ling think there was something unusual between him and Sumi. "Do you know each other?" Sumi didn't speak, but Qin Hao nodded. "Yes, I met her when the end of the world first started, in City J." Sumi's eyelid twitched. When she saw Wang Ling looking at her with raised eyebrows, she remembered that when she first met Wang Ling and his group, she lied about being from City S and said she was just traveling nearby. Seeing Wang Ling look at Sumi that way, Qin Hao suddenly frowned and looked at Wang Ling. "Sumi is my teammate. Don't make things difficult for her." Wang Ling's mouth twitched. "Don't worry, I'm just curious about her." He then stepped closer to Sumi, a deep smile on his face, as he looked down at her. "What exactly are you still hiding from me?" Sumi, facing Wang Ling's sudden approach, deliberately kept some distance. His tone felt strange. "Young Master Wang, I was just joking around. No need to make a fuss." Under Qin Hao's watchful gaze, Wang Ling took a deep breath and nodded. "Indeed. Since she's Hao's friend, she's also my friend. In the future at the base." Sumi quickly interrupted him. "In the future at the base, young Master Wang, just like before, it's fine. We're not that close anyway." She looked at the doctor and Zhang Yani, who were busy treating the injured. The soldier's conditions seemed to have improved a lot. Sumi then retracted the faint, sweet scent from the small sapling she had been holding. She stepped closer to Qin Hao, pulled him aside, and whispered for a while. Then, under the thick night, before Wang Ling could react, she ran alone toward the northern forest. Wang Ling thought they were just talking quietly and didn't pay much attention. But after hearing a burst of footsteps, he sharply turned his head and saw Sumi's figure disappear into the northern woods. He was very surprised and said, "Ah Hao, how can you let her go alone into the forest? There are many wild animals there, and thick fog makes it easy to get lost. The fog is also toxic and dangerous." Qin Hao was also stunned. He didn't know there was a forest nearby, let alone so many dangers. But thinking about what Sumi had told him, he insisted, "You don't need to worry. Let her go." Wang Ling frowned and asked, "Isn't she your teammate? Aren't you worried about her?" Qin Hao looked at Wang Ling strangely. "I do worry, but I trust Sumi's strength. However, you seem quite worried about her too." The night was very dark. Since Wang Ling had been running and traveling all day, his face was covered with different shades of black and gray, making it hard to see the redness on his cheeks clearly. "Hey, are you all here? Where is Sumi?" Wang Run was the first to speak. She has something to do. She'll come back later. Wang Ling seemed to answer Wang Run, but his eyes kept looking at Qin Hao. When Qin Hao nodded, he finally relaxed a little. Oh, that's good. She'll come back. Wait a moment. Wang Run looked past the three people helping others and walked back and forth near the huge in the ground, then crouched down to look below. What's going on? Where is that vine? Why is the blood vine missing? Qin Hao was confused. Since they left, there was nothing here. Wang Ling and the others only noticed now. Those three huge blood vines had disappeared, but after thinking about it, Qin Hao didn't find it strange. When the blood vines first appeared, they were accompanied by an earthquake. They had come out of the cracked ground overnight. Now that they were gone, maybe they had gone back underground? For the survivors at the Jiangnan city base, this was actually good news. They no longer had to worry about being attacked by the blood vines when they went out. They just hoped they would never come back. Uncle Wang, Zhen Lao, I'm going to the granary to find maintenance workers and engineers to check the base's interior. It will probably take at least 2 days for the underground base to start working again. Do you want to come with me to the granary? Wang Run and Xing Yangping finally ran over, and they glared at Wang Ling with some annoyance. Are you trying to tire us out? Just tell your grandfather when you go back. We're waiting here for that girl Sumi to come back. Wang Ling nodded, but he was quite surprised that the two elders were waiting for Sumi here. Sumi had only been at the base for a few days, yet she was already noticed by his uncle and Xing Yangping. For some reason, when Wang Ling realized this, he felt a little happy inside, though he wasn't sure where that happiness came from. Sumi catching the attention of the two elders made him feel proud, which he found a bit strange. Right now, Sumi was most worried about whether the vegetables and fruit seedlings she planted around the small cabin would die from lack of water. She hadn't checked on them for a few days. So she ran quickly into the dense fog, heading straight into the valley. Fortunately, when she reached the valley, she saw that the vegetables planted in the yard had sprouted. They looked healthy despite some dryness. The lychee tree behind the house had also taken root well. Since these plants were just starting to grow, watering them every day was very important. If ordinary vegetables went 3 days without water in the hot, rainless weather, they would probably wilt. Even Sumi's space-grown seeds, which were very resistant, looked a bit droopy after 3 days without watering. It seemed she needed to come back regularly to water the plants, even while living at the base. Looking at the space where the insects had fallen into deep sleep, none of them, not even Yu Xiaoing, was an exception. Sumi suddenly felt empty inside. After watering, she retrieved the several insect traps she had placed in the valley. They had been there for a few days, and they were now full of insects. One trap had been bitten open, leaving only a half-eaten mantis that twitched occasionally. Before reaching the ground, Sumi saw from afar that Wang Run and a few others had built a bonfire there. They were cooking something that smelled very good. Next to the fire, there were several thin sticks with some medium-sized sweet potatoes skewered on them. It was still early morning, so Sumi decided to walk slowly toward the group. Qin Hao and Wang Ling were not at the right now, but Wang Run saw Sumi and stood up excitedly. Little Su, you're finally back. Come, sit down. Xiao Ling had people bring a lot of food. These sweet potatoes were rescued from the base. Old Wang, you all eat first. I'm not hungry, Sumi said. She was very glad that earlier, she had asked Yu Xiaoing to prepare some meals whenever she had free time, especially dishes made with fish from Lingi. Yu Xiaoing was now sleeping and couldn't cook, but with the leftovers from before the apocalypse, she had enough to eat for a long time. Sumi picked up a few bottles of water and sat down in front of Zhang Yani and Wu Lei. There was also food nearby, but they didn't eat slowly like Wang Run and the others. Instead, they quickly devoured several sweet potatoes and bowls of rice. Starchy foods can make people feel happy and boost their energy quickly. After they finished eating, Sumi handed them water. Thank you, Zhang Yani said carefully, taking a few sips and then tightening the bottle cap. Sumi, when the ground split open and pulled us in, how did you escape? One of the soldiers who came out of City S with them asked. Sumi smiled lightly. Maybe I was just lucky. When I fell, I was blown directly to the edge of the swamp outside Jiangnan City. Everyone, including Zhang Yani, fell silent. They had suffered for a month inside the ground, but Sumi had arrived directly in Jiangnan City. Their luck was really quite bad. Sumi actually wanted to hear what they had encountered during that month underground. The 3 vines looked extraordinary to her and left a strange seed. Their roots were also below the ground. She wanted to understand more before deciding whether to go down and explore. The life inside the space seemed to be sleeping, which made Sumi feel there might be some connection to space evolution. Maybe there are life forms similar to the giant vines below the. If she brought them into her space, it might help her space to evolve. Even though Zhang Yani had already been seen as a talkative person on the plane, Sumi only started talking, and she began to share her experiences over the past month like a rapid fire. So, Sumi easily learned that they had found an underground dark river, encountered wild wolves and poisonous insects, and even found some edible plants. Sumi, you don't know this, but there's a deeper tunnel under the dark river. It's too dark to see how deep it is, and the water flows very fast. When Hao Ge and Wu Lei tried to go down to find a way out, they almost got swept away. Let's not talk about it. At least we survived. It's a pity that many of the soldiers who came out with us didn't make it. Zhang Yani and the others felt sad, but after all the hardships of the post-apocalyptic world, their hearts were gradually becoming numb.
Alive.
Having food. This is the goal they set for the days ahead.
Sumi roughly understood.
It seems she has time and needs to go take a look, but now is not the right moment. At this time, Wang Ling and Qin Hao arrived with their team. When Wang Ling saw Sumi, his eyes lit up. He was about to say something to Wang Hixing, but saw that Sumi didn't even look at him and simply walked over to Qin Hao. Qin Hao, what are your plans next? I want to go back to S City and bring Tian here.
Sumi nodded and said, that's good.
But here, earthquakes happen from time to time, so it might not be a good place to stay long term. Still, bringing him here first is fine, since there's plenty of food. Qin Hao cleared his throat and asked, what about you? Do you plan to stay here too? Sumi hesitated for a moment. I'll stay here for a while. We'll see what happens later.
Later?
For Sumi, the future depends on dealing with Yu Xiaoing first. Earlier, she went to the granary to find Wang Ling but was stopped by guards at the door. It probably also involved Yu Xiaoing. She was quietly talking with Qin Hao when Wang Ling suddenly came over and interrupted their conversation. Grandpa, this is a house teammate. Sumi. Wang Hixing, like Zheng Yangping, looked very slim and sharp. But one thing was very different. Wang Hixing's eyes didn't have that muddled, calculating look typical of someone in power. Sumi found it strange, but wasn't surprised. It was like high-quality ingredients often being cooked simply. Someone as capable as Huang Huiyao probably hides their true expression very well. They might even show different sides to different people. Are you Sumi? Sumi nodded. Hello. She was respectful but not overly eager, nor did she seem distant. You're good. In the future, follow Hao and work hard. After a simple remark like a boss encouraging an employee, Wang Hixing turned his gaze elsewhere. Sumi didn't feel upset about being deliberately ignored. Talking too much with such a high-level person might reveal too much, so less is better. Wang Hixing moved toward Wang Run and the others. Since he was nearby, Sumi could hear their conversation clearly. Along the way, Wang Hixing also glanced back at Sumi twice. Sumi caught the quick glances out of the corner of her eye, but chose to ignore them. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair was carried on a stretcher by a group of medical staff dressed in white. He was being taken to the side of in the ground. Gu Shanshan was carefully attending to him nearby. From how she addressed him, it was clear that he was her teacher. How is this possible? This earthquake was completely unpredictable. How could a quake stronger than magnitude 7 happen suddenly? It's impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Sumi curiously looked over. The old man was leaning over looking down with a look of disbelief and murmuring to himself. Shanshan, did you record the seismic waves from this earthquake? And the location? Gu Shanshan brought over a laptop with various cables and plugs she didn't recognize, probably hardware to counter electromagnetic waves or signal interference. Teacher, I've recorded everything. Please take a look. What about this blood vine? The old man suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then turned over to look at Wang Run, Wang Haong, and Xingyangping, who were chatting nearby. Old Wang, where's the blood vine? It's gone? I'm also confused. It disappeared after the earthquake. I thought you said Jiangnan City wasn't in an earthquake zone and wouldn't experience major quakes in the future.
Now what?
Most people are dead, and you still have something to say? Sumi and Qin Hao were chatting when Wang Ling suddenly joined them with his subordinates, sitting right between Sumi and Qin Hao. Sumi disliked people she didn't know well, especially someone like Wang Ling who lacked boundaries. She made an excuse that she was hungry and moved to sit by the bonfire with Wang Run and the elders. She grabbed a roasted sweet potato, not caring if it was hot, peeled it, and shoved it into her mouth. The sweet potato was fragrant, soft, and delicious, instantly making Sumi crave more. Wang Haong had been listening to his subordinates' reports and the repair plans for the base. He occasionally looked at Sumi but didn't say anything. Wang Ling, somehow, also came over to the bonfire and sat on the other side of Wang Run, picking up a sweet potato to eat. Seeing how delicious Sumi's was, he wanted to try. But the sweet potato was roasted until it was red and steaming hot. When he touched it, it burned his hand, causing blisters. He couldn't help but toss it up and down repeatedly, trying to handle it, until finally it dropped to the ground. It was too hot. Yet, he noticed that Sumi's hand looked completely unharmed, as if she hadn't been burned at all. Sumi quickly finished eating the sweet potato in her hand. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly saw someone approaching from not far away. She heard the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. Sumi smirked and, instead of getting up to avoid Wang Ling, she decided to stay seated. Yu Xiaoing was waiting at the granary for Wang Ling to come back and find her. She waited and waited, but Wang Ling only made a quick trip back without stopping to talk to her. Instead, he called his grandfather Wang Hexing and some others to leave the granary together. She felt anxious and waited for a long time. Finally, she couldn't hold back and asked the guards Wang Ling had sent to push her to find him. But when they reached the place where the giant vine was, she saw Wang Ling, the prince of the base, right next to Sumi, eating a sweet potato, and it looked like his hands and lips were red and sore from the heat.
Aling?
Yu Xiaoxing's voice was actually quite loud, but there was wind under the cracked ground, the sound of wood cracking in the campfire, and some people talking and laughing nearby. It didn't seem like a disaster scene at all, but more like a friendly chat room. Sumi was the first to notice her. Young Master Wang, how do you know Qin Hao? Sumi turned her head and suddenly looked at Wang Ling with bright eyes. Wang Ling was caught off guard by Sumi's sudden enthusiasm. At the same time, the sweet potato burned his lips and fingers, dropping to the ground. But he didn't care about that. He looked at Sumi, an old friend from childhood. When I grew up, he served in my father's army for a few years.
Then,
Sumi pretended to listen to Wang Ling talk, showing interest as he described past stories. But in truth, she didn't hear a single word. By the way, I just went to the granary and asked the soldiers to bring the card you gave me. But it seems you didn't want to see me? Young Master Wang, if you hadn't come out later, your good brother's team might have lost another member. When Wang Ling heard this, his face suddenly darkened. Wang Hexing, who was nearby discussing the crises of the end times and changes in plants and animals with Wang Run and Xingyangping, still overheard most of what Sumi said. He had been sitting here for a while, and Sumi's behavior made him very satisfied. He knew how charming his grandson was. Even before the end of the world, Wang Ling was powerful, influential, handsome, and chased by girls from Kyoto to Tainan City. He was very dissatisfied with Yu Xiaoing. She was pretty, but seemed full of schemes and tricks. If it weren't for her father's kind deeds before he passed away, he wouldn't have let her stay in the underground base. This Sumi is different. When her grandson met her, it seemed like everything turned around. Sumi would follow wherever he went, looking like a naive girl experiencing love for the first time. In contrast, Sumi showed no interest in Xiaoling at all. Even towards the base leader, She didn't try to flatter or please him. Hey, Hixing, why are you staring at Xiao Su like that? Wang Hixing snapped out of his thoughts. It's nothing. This girl is quite interesting. Yes, not only interesting, but she also has good animal taming skills, just like the great animal trainer in Xinling.
Sumi actually admires Xiaoxing.
In this situation, to show her presence, she suddenly fell from her wheelchair. A faint, weak scream of distress sounded, sharp and brief, but enough to catch everyone's attention around the campfire. Wang Ling was startled and wanted to go help Xiaoxing, but Sumi moved first. Her action surprised Wang Ling, but he quickly sat back down. Xiaoxing looked at Sumi approaching, her eyes flickering. Sumi, just watch. Ling still prefers me. Xiaoxing, how could you be so careless? You're such a grown-up, yet you fell from your wheelchair. Sumi looked at her guards behind her, who also looked confused. Xiaoxing suddenly felt her legs go weak after Sumi helped her up, and she almost fell to the other side. If she had fallen, it would be obvious from her fall that Sumi had pushed her intentionally. But Xiaoxing's wish was about to be denied. Not just Xiaoxing. Even if 10 Xiaoxings combined, Sumi wouldn't find her heavy. In the moment Xiaoxing leaned backward, Sumi grabbed her under the arms, holding her like a child and placing her on the wheelchair. The guards behind wanted to help, but Xiaoxing glared them away. Mimi, why are you so rough with me? You hurt me. Tears welled up in Xiaoxing's eyes as she looked not at Sumi, but at Wang Ling. Sumi spread her hands.
Sorry about that.
If I weren't so strong, you'd still be on the ground. Wang Ling stepped in to smooth things over. Xiaoxing, if your legs are not convenient, you shouldn't run around. Why did you come here? At this moment, Wang Ling's concern seemed like an excuse to Xiaoxing. Ling, do you think I'm useless? You've been out for so long, and I'm worried about you. Suddenly, Sumi looked surprised and regretful.
What?
Xiaoxing, what's wrong with your leg? Let me see. She squatted down and pinched Xiaoxing's small scarred leg. Little Su, do you know this girl? Are you really so concerned about her? Sumi gently touched the scar on Xiaoxing's leg. A faint glow of blue powder appeared on her fingertips and then touched the scar. The blue powder was very light and hard to notice. This was powder she collected from a cicada wing when she was in J City. It was very toxic, but Sumi only used a little bit. She didn't want Xiaoxing to die so quickly and obviously, or she might attract trouble. Old Wang, you probably don't know this, but I went to the same university as Xiaoxing. She's my best friend. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. This was quite a coincidence. Sumi, are you also from J City? Sumi nodded. Yes, I was born and raised there. But after the end of the world, I got separated from Xiaoxing. By the way, the day before everything happened, I invited Xiaoxing to my house for dinner. It's a pity we met a disaster that day. It was a pity because they didn't meet that day, and things might have been simpler. Yes, Sumi invited me and her boyfriend to her house for dinner. It was really unlucky. Mimi, where's your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Wang Ling was momentarily stunned and looked at Sumi unconsciously. Sumi looked at Xiaoxing with a brighter smile. He's gone, she said, touching the scar on Xiaoxing's leg. Xiaoxing, can you still stand on that leg? What exactly happened? Why is it like this? My boyfriend used to praise your long legs, and now you have such an ugly scar. Sumi looked regretful, ignoring Xiaoxing's clenched fists and angry eyes. Just then, the old man Xing Yangping suddenly joined in, eyeing Sumi and Xiaoxing.
Oh.
Little Su, your boyfriend praised another girl's legs in front of you. Aren't you jealous? Wang Run, and also reacted. Exactly, little Su, luckily that man is gone, or you wouldn't be able to be with someone like that. You can't have one eye on the bowl, and one eye on the pot. That's not good. Sumi stood up beside Yu Xiaoxing. Jealousy? That's not it. My mother died right after I was born, and my father passed away a few years ago. I see Xiaoxing as my closest family member, so how could I be jealous? Her sincere words made everyone present suddenly feel a wave of sympathy in their eyes. Especially Wang Ling, who stood next to Sumi and Yu Xiaoxing. Sumi, he wanted to comfort her, but seemed unsure of what to say. Wang Run also shook his head regretfully. I'm really sorry, Xiao Su. I didn't know about your background.
Sumi smiled gently.
It's okay. Xiaoxing is also my family. My father used to treat her like his own child. Isn't that right, Xiaoxing? Yu Xiaoxing looked the most uncomfortable among the group. She tried hard to hide her trembling hands and body. She seemed to be trying to show friendliness towards Sumi, but she was unsure if Sumi knew about the car accident before the end of the world, which she and Li Heron had planned together. Xiaoxing? Xiaoxing? Yu Xiaoxing was lost in her panic and didn't hear Wang Ling calling her. What's wrong with this girl? She doesn't look happy to see Sumi. Isn't she supposed to be her close friend? Next door, Qin Hao and Zhang Yani, who was resting, had already turned to listen to their conversation before Sumi finished speaking. They heard everything clearly. Isn't it said that you should watch out for fire, theft, and close friends? If Sumi's boyfriend is so flattering, who knows if he's hiding something? Zhang Yani whispered, poking Qin Hao. Unintentionally, her words reached Wang Hexing, who was closest to her, and overheard everything. Yu Xiaoxing, I heard Dr. Wang say that your legs aren't completely unable to stand. It's just because of nerve damage, and you can't move for long. Don't fall down so easily. You're such a softie, it's embarrassing. Little Ling, come with me. Wang Hexing stood up abruptly and left the campfire without showing any respect. Wang Ling looked at Sumi deeply and then followed Wang Hexing away. Seeing Wang Hexing's stern tone, Wang Run and the others lost interest in gossip and went into their tents to rest. Sumi saw everyone had dispersed and decided not to pretend anymore. She walked behind Yu Xiaoxing and pushed her wheelchair. A guard nearby wanted to stop her, but was dismissed with a sharp look from Sumi. Miss Su, isn't that inappropriate? I pushed my family members to walk nearby. Isn't that okay? I didn't even give them a chance to argue. I simply pushed Yu Xiaoxing northward. Yu Xiaoxing was originally worried about how to face Sumi, but unexpectedly, the guards didn't stop her. They let Sumi push her away. Seeing Yu Xiaoxing wanting to call someone, Sumi stopped and softly chuckled in her ear. Xiaoxing, what's wrong? Are you so scared? Hearing Sumi's sneaky tone, Yu Xiaoxing had a bad feeling.
Mimi, you?
Sumi held the armrest of the wheelchair and pushed her to an open space near the ground. This spot was not far from the campfire, and the guards were about 50 or 60 meters away, watching from afar. Xiaoxing, let me tell you a story, Sumi said. Yu Xiaoxing wanted to speak, but suddenly felt a tight pain in her throat. When she took a deep breath, she inhaled a lot of dust, making her cough. Sumi was holding a sleeping black scorpion, covering it with her palm, leaving only a poisonous tail needle. All the creatures in the space were asleep. The sleeping black scorpion's venom probably wouldn't weaken, right?
Sumi kindly petted Yu Xiaoing's back.
After the venomous sting pricked her back, she threw the black scorpion back into the space. Yu Xiaoxing's white dress was slightly see-through, and Sumi saw a dark patch where the black scorpion's sting had hit her back.
Good.
Poisoned, just as expected. The guards saw Sumi caring for Yu Xiaoxing and patting her back, creating a scene of friendship and harmony. They didn't pay much attention to them. They followed Yu Xiaoxing all day, not eating much. Later, they looked at Sumi and Yu Xiaoxing, then went in groups to eat sweet potatoes near the campfire. Sumi helped pat Yu Xiaoxing's back for a while, and Yu Xiaoxing seemed to feel a bit better. After coughing a few times, she looked a little hot all over. She wanted to say thank you, but found the words stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Seeing Yu Xiaoxing looking helpless, especially after she brushed powder from the golden cicada's wings on her legs, under the moonlight, her legs looked a bit pale. Her veins on her legs were very prominent. Listening to Yu Xiaoxing trying to scream, but unable to speak, it seemed the poison from the golden cicada's wings made her speechless. Since you can't speak, let me tell you something. Listen to how I have been living lately. Yu Xiaoxing wanted to stand up, but Sumi held her firmly in the wheelchair. Think carefully before you decide to struggle. There's in the ground below. If you struggle, you might accidentally fall in. Yu Xiaoxing looked up and saw the ahead. She was scared because it was too close, less than 3 steps behind her. She might fall in if she stood up. She didn't dare to move. That day, I had a very long dream. I dreamed that Li Heron was with you. The panic in Yu Xiaoxing's eyes made her want to struggle again, but after hearing Sumi's next words, she stopped. Don't rush. There's something even more funny. The day I had the car accident, you asked me to go shopping, right? That day, Li Heron borrowed my car. I took a taxi to the opposite side of the mall, and Li Heron talked to me on the phone the whole time. Especially after I got out of the car. Then I had the accident. But what's funny is, that night in the hospital, I had a dream. It was my deceased father visiting me in a dream, warning me to be careful of you and Li Heron. Yu Xiaoxing shook her head desperately, tears in her eyes as she looked at Sumi Agugug. Don't rush to deny it. I don't have proof. I just had a dream. Yu Xiaoxing seemed to breathe a little easier, sitting in the wheelchair, but her breathing was rapid. Xiaoxing, you're so anxious. Could these things really be true? Yu Xiaoxing shook her head even more violently, muttering Emily, unable to say a word. Her face was unusually red. She had always said this little black scorpion was quite useful. The poison's reaction was just like that night with Leech and his group. Almost done. Sumi bent down and whispered in Yu Xiaoxing's ear, Li Heron has already been killed. The next one is you. Sumi saw Wang Ling walking over slowly after being summoned by Wang Hang. She seized the moment and stood in front of Yu Xiaoxing's wheelchair, less than 3 steps from the. Sure enough, Yu Xiaoxing didn't disappoint her. When she saw Sumi standing near she suddenly stood up and pushed. Sumi naturally didn't let her push her over. Instead, she followed the direction of Yu Xiaoxing's hand, stepped back automatically, and fell down into the. After she caught those thin vine nets, she calmly called for help twice without blushing or trembling. As expected, she heard Wang Ling shouting, Yu Xiaoxing, what are you doing? Then hurried footsteps approached, and a pair of hands pulled her up. It was Qin Hao. Are you okay, Sumi? Sumi was a little surprised, but didn't show too much shock.
I'm fine.
Luckily, I held on to the thin vines and didn't fall. Although Qin Hao believed Sumi wouldn't be harmed, his heart clenched when he saw her fall. He only relaxed when he saw her standing safely in front of him, still feeling scared. I'm glad you're okay, he said, looking at Sumi, then glancing at Yu Xiaoxing. Did Yu Xiaoxing push you?
Shuminari.
Before she could fully deal with Yu Xiaoxing, she decided to act like a calm, composed person. Playing the innocent girl might make her seem more clever. She could have pushed Yu Xiaoxing into the deep in the ground, which was very deep and dangerous, like a cliff. Falling in could have broken her bones or even killed her, but she didn't do that. The base in Jiangnan City is still very safe. Its management and weapons are better than those in City S. Plus, there's plenty of food, so she could live here most of the time as a normal person. The space could be hidden away, becoming her last safe refuge. Before the end of the world, she never thought about hiding alone in space as a lonely survivor. Luckily, this place is just right. For Yu Xiaoxing, Sumi considered killing her like killing a chicken. But letting her die so easily would be too kind. She wanted her to experience betrayal and abandonment, which might be more meaningful. Wang Ling saw Sumi being pulled up by Qin Hao and quickly grabbed Yu Xiaoxing, who looked furious and blushed deeply. Yu Xiaoxing, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoxing's face was red, and her whole body seemed like a hot, restless ant. She looked hurt and confused, trying to lean on Wang Ling. Qin Hao, holding Sumi, walked over and said, Wang Ling, Yu Xiaoxing is your girlfriend. You need to give me an explanation for today's events. Wang Ling kept pushing Yu Xiaoxing away, but she clung to him like an octopus, slipping her hands around his neck each time he tried to push her off. Frustrated, he threw Yu Xiaoxing to the ground. Yu Xiaoxing, wake up and get some sense. Qin Hao remained as cold as ever, and Sumi looked on with a full face of indifference. Wang Ling, you know my style. If you don't handle this, don't blame me for doing it myself. How? I didn't. Ling. I am hot. Sumi almost spat out her saliva. How could Yu Xiaoxing speak at this moment? She glanced down at his legs. Wow, not only was her leg coated with golden cicada toxin, but her entire legs had turned a deep blue color. Under the faint moonlight, they looked like the skin of an alien creature. Most importantly, Yu Xiaoxing's upper body was bitten by Sumi with a black scorpion tail needle. Now his upper body was red and black. Black on top, red below? Sumi was holding back laughter, almost shouting, "Evolve into an alien creature." She wondered whether the toxin from the golden cicada or the black scorpion was stronger. Did the scorpion toxin defeat the cicada toxin, turning her whole body black, or was it a combination of both? Red and black plus deep blue equals purple-black? It took more than 2 weeks to repair and rebuild the base. During this time, Sumi helped Wang Run and others rescue their precious research results and plants from the 15th floor of the botanical garden during the day. Fortunately, the underground base was very sturdy, almost like a fortress, so even a strong earthquake only shifted its position slightly without major damage. However, inside, the facilities and items were knocked over by the shaking, and all the glassware was shattered by the seismic waves penetrating from outside. Luckily, no one inside was seriously injured, except for one researcher on leave from the 16th floor who was trampled to death by a wild bull in a panic while fleeing. When Sumi found him, the bull had already been subdued by De Huang and had eaten most of him. At night, Sumi would disappear from everyone's view, returning to the mountain valley to water the vegetables and seedlings, then enter her space to rest. She would come back to the base after sunrise. Fortunately, the base was still under repair, and all the surveillance cameras were out of order. Otherwise, Sumi's carefree wandering around would surely attract the attention of higher-ups. Since that night, Yu Xiaoxing had been locked up by Wang Ling, who told Qin how that he was confined in a VIP ward on the 9th floor of the hospital. Sumi remembers the night with Xiaoxing, and that situation might become a difficult problem for doctors. Most of the base is still not fully recovered, including Zheng Yangping's 16th floor. De Huang has become her follower, always sticking close. Originally, De Huang kept begging Sumi for attention and wanted to enter the space, but Sumi thought about how all the creatures inside were sleeping. If De Huang went in and also fell asleep, it would be hard to explain to Zheng Yangping. So, after Sumi promised to give De Huang a special meal from the space every day, De Huang agreed. Now, everyone in the base knows Sumi has a big tiger as a pet, which used to be Zheng Yangping's mount. Suddenly, everyone considers Sumi a close ally of Zheng Yangping. Some people even rumor that Sumi has a good relationship with Wang Ling, the prince of the base, and Qin Hao, a newcomer. Sumi is seen as the new favorite among the 5 young masters of the base. After Xiaoxing, Sumi only learned later who the 5 young masters are: Wang Ling, Xiaomi, Qiansheng, Yin Zhaohong, and Qin Hao. Qin Hao's background is also widely talked about. Because Wang Hexing praised Qin Hao, some say Qin Hao might be an illegitimate son of the Wang family, or a cousin or brother of Wang Ling. One night, just after dark, Sumi finished treating another tropical plant given to her by Wang Run and was about to leave the base with De Huang. On the elevator on the 1st floor, she met Wang Ling, who was just about to go down. Wang Ling looked gloomy, but suddenly felt better when he saw Sumi riding De Huang. "Sumi, going hunting again with De Huang?" Sumi nodded. "Yes, the base is too boring. By the way, is Xiaoxing feeling better? If she wakes up, she might as well be dead." Hearing Sumi mention Xiaoxing, Wang Ling's face darkened again. "She's treating you like this, and you still care about her? Anyway, she's like my sister. Maybe she misunderstood me. Can I go see her?" Wang Ling looked at Sumi with pity in his eyes. "All right, once she's stable, I'll take you to see her. By the way..." Wang Ling took out a card from his pocket. Sumi saw that this card looked very similar to the one Wang Ling gave her on her first day at the base. "The day you went to the granary to find me, you were stopped by Xiaoxing. I hope you don't misunderstand. This card is different from the previous one. This is my identification card. With this card, you can go to any floor without passing guards' checks, and no one will stop you." Sumi took it without hesitation and said, "Thanks." Wang Ling was disappointed because he saw no joy or excitement in Sumi's eyes. He felt a bit let down. There's plenty of time ahead, so he wasn't in a rush. In Jiangnan City, there is a very professional search and rescue team, and at the grain storage site, there is a small plane used for rescue missions. Qin Hao checked it a week ago and asked Wang Hexing for permission to take people to S City to pick someone up. However, the small plane's fuel was almost gone, enough for only about a third of the trip. Qin Hao tried to find aviation gasoline and kerosene in the nearest city with an airport. He made some progress, but not much. On the way back, they encountered a small group of mutated lizards. They weren't many, but they were large. The mutated lizards had tough skin and moved quickly. Qin Hao and his team used all their bullets to kill them. They finally returned to Jiangnan City with a few soldiers injured by bites and the supplies they found, including aviation fuel. Because of this, the hospital on the 9th floor faced new medical challenges. The soldiers bitten by the mutated lizards were poisoned and acted wildly, like they had gone crazy. Even after using antidotes made from toxins extracted from their blood, there was little effect. These soldiers fainted and were later diagnosed by doctors as having brain activity, but with stiff limbs and no ability to speak, like living dead. Sumi still left early and returned late every day. She carried Wang Ling's ID card, had Wang Run and Xing Yangping as her backers, and rode a fierce beast. No one dared to bother her in the base. However, one day, at Xing Yangping's request, she went to the 16th floor to draw blood from Da Huang for tests. There, she saw Yu Xiaoing, whom she hadn't seen in 2 weeks. Yu Xiaoing was lying on a biological experiment bed on the 16th floor, completely black. It seemed the venom from the black scorpion was even more powerful. She was entirely black now. Seeing it was Yu Xiaoing, Sumi used the excuse of visiting her sister and entered the laboratory where she was. It wasn't really a lab, more like a cage with anti-escape measures. It was sealed all around, with only an invisible small door that disappeared when closed. The researchers didn't hide their surprise at Sumi's presence, especially since she had helped the base solve a difficult birthing problem for the cows in the past 2 weeks. The newborn calf was still a male, which temporarily solved the breeding problem at the base. Even Sumi helped Xing Yangping tame a female wolf brought back by Wang Ling. This female wolf was pregnant and was expected to give birth in about 30 days. She learned from Wang Ling that another male wolf had escaped their capture. Sumi also realized that the base's bullet reserves were almost depleted, about to run out. Sumi had already thought about quietly taking a small wolf pup when the female wolf gave birth, so no one would notice. Or perhaps she wondered if there was a way to bring the mother wolf and her pups back into the space. However, her mood darkened when she saw 2 strangers in white coats enter the laboratory. They pushed a small cart, carrying a little monkey hooked up to an 4 in a coma. "Why are you bringing in this little monkey?" The 2 in white coats were older and not surprised to see Sumi inside. "We were entrusted by Miss Yu to perform a nerve transplant on this monkey once her condition improves. But she's poisoned. Are you sure the poison won't spread throughout her body during the surgery? Miss Su, our surgery will start soon. Please step back." Sumi was worried they might lose control during the operation, or that Yu Xiaoing might have a seizure. She was also worried about whether they could save her. At that moment, Xing Yangping arrived. "Little Su, you don't need to worry about this. They will do their best to save your friend." Sumi followed Xing Yangping to his laboratory office, where she saw a familiar person, Leech. Leech was wrapped in bandages all over his body, with only his face exposed. He looked like he hadn't showered in a long time and smelled very bad. "I know you're worried about your friend, so I brought you to see my research results," Xing Yangping said, pointing to Leech lying on the examination bed. Sumi frowned and pinched her nose. "What kind of research?" This person was also poisoned with the same toxin as Yu Xiaoing. "He was brought here. I extracted the toxin from his body and developed an antidote. Look, the poison is already fading. His organs haven't fully recovered yet, but I believe he will get better soon." Sumi looked at Xing Yangping with a twitching mouth. "You're really impressive. How about it? I saved your friend, so you owe me a big favor." Sumi's mood was very complicated at this moment. "Old Xing, when will he recover?" Sumi pointed to Li Chu-yi. "I don't know either, but Yu Xiaoing's poison isn't as deep as his. The surgery plan this time involves nerve transplantation along with detoxification. I believe the results should be good. I want to know, how will this nerve transplant affect that little monkey? Zheng Yangping paused. There will definitely be effects. Yu Xiaoxing's leg nerves are badly damaged. The transplant involves taking a nerve segment from the monkey's leg and sewing it into her damaged nerve. For the monkey, having its nerve cut means its leg will become as unresponsive as Yu Xiaoxing's. Sumi gasped. No wonder all the experiments with monkeys and apes before the apocalypse required strict approval. Any mistake could involve moral issues. Monkeys and apes are primates, closely similar to humans in structure, making them the best substitutes for human scientific experiments, yet most people condemn their use. Sumi deeply understood this now. She shared a mental connection with the little monkey. Even under anesthesia, she could faintly sense the distress when the monkey's nerves were cut. This had a big impact on her mentally. It's easy to imagine how cruel it is to perform experiments on humans or monkeys. Old Zheng, I need your help with something. Sumi knew it wouldn't be easy, but for now, she had no choice but to ask Zheng Yangping. Of course, she would offer a fair reward. Back in her staff dormitory, she soon received a communication request from Zheng Yangping. He told her that Yu Xiaoxing's surgery was successful and the black toxins on her body were gradually fading. However, the situation with the little monkey might not be so simple. Yin Xinling took the monkey away. Yin Xinling was the head trainer at the base, responsible for all the animals there. All animals were sent to her for training. Why she suddenly wanted a nearly crippled monkey was a mystery to Sumi. From Zheng Yangping's words, if she wanted the monkey, she would need to negotiate with Yin Xinling. The first floor was where most soldiers lived and where Yin Xinling's training arena was. Soldiers often sent fierce beasts to her for training. When Sumi returned to the second floor, she immediately saw people crowded in layers, with excited shouts, barking dogs, and sounds of biting. As the fighters shouted, the sounds of biting grew louder. Sumi left Da Huang by the elevator and waited. She entered the fighting dog arena without attracting attention until she slowly squeezed into a group of sweaty, stinky soldiers and realized what they were excited about. The original fitness and rest area was cleared out to make a space, enclosed with metal fences. Now, two dogs were fighting each other. Fighting dogs. Both were pit bulls. One was covered in whip marks, while the other had some injuries, but fewer than the first. Sumi looked carefully at the two fighting dogs. The whip-marked dog seemed very brave and was cheered by the soldiers, but in its eyes, she saw tiredness. It's going to lose. Sumi whispered. Such a good dog, yet used for fighting. In these dog fights, one dog must die for the other to be considered the winner. This method is too cruel. Even more cruel are the humans who tolerate it. Soon, the badly injured whip-marked dog was caught off guard and bitten on the neck. It struggled desperately but couldn't escape. It twitched in the fence, blood spilling everywhere.
Wow.
I won. That meatkin is mine. I also bet right. I want that half-pig's hoof. What's going on? I heard that the fighting dog was trained personally by Yin Xinling. I heard it has a special bloodline and always wins. Yin Xinling, what's going on? Sumi frowned. The voice sounded very familiar. When she turned around, she saw that the arrogant, bossy figure was none other than Qian Sheng. Qian Shao, if you lose, you lose. What's the big deal? Can't take it? Come on, bring out all your bets. She turned again and saw Xiaomi and Wang Ling. Behind them stood Qin Hao, who said nothing, along with Ge Shanshan and Li Xiaoxi. Qian Sheng waved his hand, and his men threw a lot of food into the bloody pool in the center of the arena. Wang Ling's group didn't mind. In the apocalypse, who would dislike food? They happily sorted the food and took it over to their side. Sumi had long seen through these wealthy, young men. Whether before or after the apocalypse, power and capital still mattered most. I didn't expect Qin Hao to be involved as well. Qian Sheng was upset about losing the match and shouted angrily. Yin Zhaohong and Yin Yu, why haven't you called your mother? Let her pick out two good dogs. He turned to Wang Ling and others. I don't believe it. Come on, let's bet again. Wang Ling and the others looked at him with a mocking smile. All right, but Qian Shao, what else do you have to bet with? Food, fish, the wild animals we hunted last time, all of that is gone, right? Qiansheng gritted his teeth in anger. I have plenty of food at home. I just don't know what you, Wang Dishao, want to bet. Wang Ling exchanged a glance with Qin Hao behind him and spoke first. I remember the field you traded for that monkey last time is already planted. How about we make a big bet? I want that grade A experimental field. Let's see if you dare to bet. Just a grade A experimental field. I have no fear of betting. At this moment, Yin Xinling was called out by Yin Zhaohong and Yin Yu and looked hesitant as she approached Qiansheng. Qian Shao, you called me? Nonsense. Where are the dogs? Hurry up and pick some fierce ones.
Well,
the dogs in the kennels are trained and have numbers. They can't be randomly brought out for fights. If someone gets hurt and it's blamed on us, Are you afraid? I'll cover for you. Just as Yin Xinling was about to leave, Sumi couldn't hold back. The little monkey was in Yin Xinling's hand. Seeing the injuries on the dead fighting dog, Sumi decided that the little monkey couldn't stay in Yin Xinling's hands for long, worried something might go wrong.
Wait.
Sumi's voice was especially noticeable among the group of big men.
Sumi?
Qiansheng's first reaction was to look at Sumi with a greedy expression, but at this moment, Wang Ling and his group moved aside to make way for her. Sumi, why are you here? I was originally looking for Master Yin, the animal trainer, but seeing all the excitement here, I couldn't resist joining in. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Wang Ling and the others naturally didn't oppose. But Sumi's presence made Qiansheng even more eager. Miss Su also wants to try her luck? No problem. But here, it's a fixed bet. Once you bet, it's final. And as you saw, everyone has their own item, no exchanges or returns.
Sumi nodded.
I understand. Then she clapped her hands and called out, Big Yellow, come over here. Before everyone could react, a loud roar echoed from the elevator. Suddenly, a huge tiger ran inside, making the guards at the door nervous and reach for their guns. Don't worry, Big Yellow doesn't bite unless you want to hurt it. Then I can't promise it won't bite back. Everyone gasped in surprise. Qiansheng swallowed hard and took a few steps back. Why did you call it over? We're dog fighters, not beast fighters. Sumi patted Big Yellow's back. The tiger sat obediently. Look, my bet is on it. Hearing that Sumi wanted to use Big Yellow as a shield, the others were shocked. Big Yellow was the first to protest, standing up and placing its paws on Sumi's shoulders. Everyone thought it might attack Sumi, but she cleared her throat. Big Yellow suddenly made a sad whimper and sat down quietly. Good boy, or else you'll have to work for the bad guys if you lose, Sumi said softly. She didn't say who the bad guys were, but all the soldiers looked at Qiansheng's group. Why are you all staring? Mind your own business. Qiansheng stepped in front of Sumi. Though he was afraid of Big Yellow, he believed that under Sumi's training, it wouldn't hurt anyone. Everyone admired how Sumi rode Big Yellow in and out of the base every day. Sumi, are you serious? You're betting Big Yellow?
Wang Ling suddenly pulled Sumi aside, worried.
Sumi, a trained beast like Big Yellow is rare. Don't do anything stupid.
Sumi smiled.
It's fine. I want to bet Big Yellow, but I also want to ask, do you think I can use the little monkey that Yin Xinling just brought back? Yin Xinling immediately objected. No way. Qiansheng, this deal is impossible. Qiansheng suddenly frowned. Yin Xinling, are you crazy? Why do you want a broken monkey? If you want, I can go to the north and hunt 2 more for you later. Just go and get that monkey and bring it here. Yin Xinling looked at Sumi nervously, trying to think of a way. Qiansheng, you're so confused. This big yellow creature isn't Sumi's, it's Zheng Lao's. Think about it. Would Zheng Lao agree to use this big yellow beast as a bet? Don't be fooled into thinking Sumi is just pretty and easy to trick. Sumi, I can't believe I've been seen through.
But Sumi isn't worried.
She has an agreement with Zheng Lao. Although the ownership of the big yellow beast belongs to Zheng Yangping, it only listens to Sumi. There's little money involved. The ownership belongs to Zheng Lao, but I can make it listen only to you from now on. Even if Zheng Lao wants to take it back, it won't matter. Such a rare and powerful large beast is hard to find. Qiansheng isn't stupid either. Although Sumi's bet is tempting, some things still need to be checked first. At the 16th floor, Xing Yangping is feeling very overwhelmed. He doesn't understand. Despite Leech successfully detoxing, why can the same poison be detoxed by Yu Xiaoing? Strictly speaking, it isn't that it can't be detoxed. After detoxing, Yu Xiaoing's skin changed from black and red to a deep blue. That's impossible. How can this happen? Could Yu Xiaoing be poisoned with something else? At this moment, a researcher approaches and informs him that Yin Xinling on the first floor has sent a communication request. Xing Yangping, worried about Yu Xiaoing's condition, impatiently refuses the call. After the third call request comes in, Xing Yangping is about to lose his temper. I said I'm busy. Can't hear you. No, Zheng Lao, this is Miss Su's call. If you don't want to answer, just reject it. Xing Yangping's face darkens. Wait a moment. At this time, Wang Run arrives on the 16th floor via elevator. I say, Xing Lao, why are you so irritable? Come on, Miss Su said there's something interesting on the first floor. I thought of you, so I came to see. Let's go and relax a bit. Don't stay stuck in the lab all day. Let's see how many hairs are left on your head. Xing Yangping sighs. Wang Run's words are not without reason. I'll go tell Miss Su that I'll be there soon. Meanwhile, on the basement level, the atmosphere is quiet. Everyone is listening to Sumi talking on the phone with Xing Yangping. After hanging up, Sumi looks confused, while everyone else begins to gloat. Especially Yin Xinling and her son. Miss Su, don't say I didn't warn you. Zheng Lao has a bad temper. Your unreasonable request might have angered him. Now he's coming over, probably to settle the score. Exactly. If you can't handle it, stop copying others' gambling tricks. Who do you think you're bothering? Sumi tilted her head and looked at the crowd but said nothing with a smile. She walked over to Wang Ling and Qin Hao and said, we will wait a little longer. Wang Ling saw Sumi's confident expression and suddenly asked Qin Hao, why don't we just tell Qiansheng the truth? He's very arrogant, and I think we should try. Sumi looked at Qin Hao and asked, what are you guys planning? Wang Ling looked at Qin Hao and, seeing him nod, said, Hao wants to go back to S City, but he still needs a lot of aviation fuel. It's very hard to find right now, but I know Qiansheng's father has a lot stored in his secret room. Sumi suddenly understood. But can Qiansheng really control his father? Wang Ling shook his head. Of course not. But Qiansheng has one advantage. Wang Ling smiled at Xiaomi and Qin Hao. Sumi looked at Qin Hao confused. Qin Hao shook his head, and Xiaomi spoke up. That's crazy. Sumi suddenly understood, and also realized why Qin Hao, who usually avoids trouble, was here. It seems he is trying every way to gather aviation fuel to go back to S City. Wang Ling then glanced at Qiansheng and continued. I mean, Qian Xiao. Miss Su's betting fund isn't counted yet, but Qin Xiao hasn't spoken yet. Qiansheng frowned. Qin Hao, you a quiet guy want to join? But do you have any betting funds? Qin Hao smiled faintly and nodded. Yes. Qiansheng was puzzled. He had heard of Qin Hao before, Huang Huiyao's eldest son, quite famous. Huang Huiyao's influence was not small, so he looked serious and said, what? If I lose, Qin Hao will serve you, Qian Xiao, for a year. Qiansheng was surprised. Qin Hao would serve him for a year? Are you serious? Qiansheng was tempted. Qin Hao is someone his father and Wang Hang often praised. If he could really bring him over, he would be able to hold his head high in front of his father. Qin Hao was the perfect son his father often talked about. If it was really possible, Qin Hao, never break my promises. Let's make it official. How about a written agreement? Qin Hao nodded. Sure. Wang Ling frowned and pulled Qin Hao aside. How isn't this bet a bit too big? Qin Hao shook his head. After Qiansheng's people handed him paper and a pen, he signed a written agreement with his name. Tell me, what do you want? In the previous match, Wang Ling side won, so the stakes for the next fight were decided by them. Wang Ling wanted to exchange his grade A experimental field, while Sumi wanted the little monkey with nerve damage. The rest of Wang Ling's team also spoke up, offering their desired stakes, and most of Qian Sheng's people agreed. Qin Hao's request made Qian Sheng frown deeply after he heard it. Qin Hao, aren't you asking for too much? Do you realize how precious resources like aviation gasoline are right now? No, exchange for something else. I'm telling you, Qian Xiao, maybe you don't want to give it up, or maybe you just can't. These days, disaster zones across the country are experiencing frequent geological disasters and signal interference, making rescue impossible. That aviation gasoline is just for show now. It might not even be needed later. You probably can't even decide for your father. Forget it. How this guy is very timid. He's been afraid of his father since he was young. You, young Master Wang, why use such harsh words? Xiao Sheng, bet with him. Your father, can still come up with a few boxes of aviation gasoline. Qian Yoshi's voice silenced everyone present. Sumi looked at the approaching people. A tall middle-aged man, though big, looked petty and lacked grace. He resembled Qian Sheng almost perfectly. This was probably Qian Sheng's father, Qian Yoshu. Walking beside him were two old men, Wang Run and Zhen Yangping. When Zhen Yangping saw Sumi looking at him, he couldn't help but snort softly. This bratty girl actually dared to use his big yellow dog to gamble. He knew Sumi wanted that disabled little monkey, but he didn't realize she was willing to exchange it for such a rare beast. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have minded keeping that monkey. Everyone saw the three approaching and fell silent, as if a group of mischievous children caught by adults. Once they arrived, the soldiers' positions also became more obvious. Most soldiers retreated behind Wang Ling's group. Only a few still stood behind Qian Sheng and the others. Sumi couldn't help but think, this is Wang Ling's confidence. Usually, among peers, their teasing is harmless and winning or losing is just temporary. But once it involves their elders' interests, these soldiers are very cooperative and tend to side with Wang Ling, often quite biased. Anyone holding a gun is the boss, and that's very true. Young Master Wang, Qin Hao, you want the aviation supplies to go to City S, right? Qian Yoshu is not like Qian Sheng, the second-generation rich kid. He has very accurate intelligence about the base. He heard early on that Qin Hao is going to City S to pick someone up, and Wang Hui specifically sent someone to gather aviation supplies. Young Master Qin, everyone knows how important aviation supplies are. But for me, how important they are depends on what I compare them to and who I compare them with. I originally thought Qian Yoshi's arrival would ruin Qian Sheng's plan, but it turns out that his words suggest they might still have a chance. Qin Hao frowns. Dealing with someone like Qian Yoshu requires great caution. He needs to go to pick up Tian, but he absolutely cannot fall into Qian Yoshu's trap. According to seniority, Huang Huiyao was born later, so Qian Yoshu is actually his peer. But because of age, he is closer to Wang Ling and the others. Qian Yoshu, no need for secrets. If you allow this gamble, I, Qin Hao, will keep my word. Qian Yoshu's eyes flash with sharpness. Good. But you should know, in this post-apocalyptic world, human lives are not worth much. Your Qin Hao serving me for a year is too short. 10 years. I will not only give you enough aviation gasoline, but also send people to you to City S.
How about that?
Seeing Qian Yoshu's words seem to shift from a gamble to offering 10 years of loyalty in exchange for helping Qin Hao go to City S, Wang Ling becomes anxious. Uncle Qian, you're overestimating. It's just a small bet between us juniors. If you're willing to put up the stakes, Ahao won't go back on his word, right, Ahao? Qian Yoshu narrows his eyes, glancing at Wang Ling. His unpredictable expression makes Sumi feel that Qian Yoshu is as sly as an old dog, really hard to deal with. That's no problem. Qin Hao, I'll cover Xiao Sheng's stake, 3,000 kilograms of aviation gasoline, in exchange for your 10 years of loyalty to me, Qian Yoshu. How about it? Sumi can't stand it anymore and suddenly interrupts the silence between the two groups. Talking so much, it seems like only you guys will win in the end. Now you want Qin Hao to risk 10 years, but if you lose, you won't cheat and refuse to pay, right? Qian Yoshu suddenly turns his gaze to Sumi.
Who are you?
Do I need to listen to you when I speak? Qin Hao moved Sumila behind himself, and Wang Ling was about to speak when Yin Xinling suddenly smiled and approached Qian Yoshu. This young girl is not simple. She just tried to use Old Zheng's tiger to gamble with Qian Xiao. I didn't expect Old Zheng to get so angry that he came here himself. Yin Xinling's words made the serious atmosphere relax. Everyone on Qian Yoshu's side stifled their laughter, and those around Wang Ling looked at Sumi with unfriendly eyes. Sumi glanced at Yin Xinling without speaking, but Qian Yoshu seemed to look down on her. This girl, who doesn't seem to have any background, should just be sent away. There's no need to waste time talking to her. Qian Yoshu then looked at Sumi, protected by Wang Ling and Qin Hao, and said, "Young Master Wang, Qin Hao, don't say I didn't warn you. Chasing after beauty is not something a serious person should do." Cough cough. Our little Sue is pretty, so it's normal to care for her a bit. Don't forget, little Ling and Qin Hao, even us old folks are quite fond of her. Wang Run suddenly spoke, then moved away from Qian Yoshu and approached Wang Lingingshu. It's just a matter of kids. As elders, we shouldn't interfere. Since you're willing to spend airplane gasoline as betting money for your son, then Old Zeng and I can also use Da Huang as a bet for little Sue. It's no big deal, right? Wang Run and Zheng Yangping, seemingly just managers on the 15th or 16th floor, were actually firmly on Wang Hexing's side. Sumi had seen this long ago. After Wang Run finished speaking, Zheng Yangping looked at Sumi with obvious reluctance. What if he didn't agree? Da Huang didn't listen to him, anyway. The little panda and fox he tamed in his lab, after being trained by Sumi, were much smarter than the animals tamed by Yin Xinling. Old Zeng? Sumi looked at Zheng Yangping, who was clearly unwilling and couldn't help but smile inside. She patted Da Huang, who immediately went over to Zheng Yangping, resting his paw on his shoulder and licking his face affectionately.